Chapter 571 Trial and Error. If this was a game, Subei might have uninstalled it long ago. The effect of the opening kill in the plot is like witnessing a cute lowly wife being bullied. It does not give Subei any sense of immersion at all, but will seriously reduce his desire to play the game. The former brought trauma to Subei in the gaming experience. The latter caused a blow to Subei in terms of mental health. But this is not a game. Every time Subei consumed, he was the most original soul fragment. Although there is only one strand, it accumulates little by little. Once it accumulates too much, it will be a huge loss. As for why Subei does not use a clone, it is not that he does not want to, but that he cannot. Subei did not exist in that era. If Subei's incarnation suddenly appeared, it would be a blasphemy against history. Of course, there was no Subei in that era, so Subei's soul exploration would not be much better. It is also easy to cause a chain reaction. But Subei has no other choice. Compared with the two options of sacrificing Lin or Li Lizi, sacrificing a little of Subei's soul is the best choice. Subei silently recited the dragon's habits and put his mind back into it. The soul fell to the ground. Subei opened his eyes. It was still the same location and the same environment. The trees were dense and towering into the sky. This was the primeval forest 30,000 years ago. It was the first color embellished by life witnessing the world tree. Subei did not make any unnecessary movements and sat directly on the ground. His fingertips wrote and drew a formation on the ground. The dragon roared. Almost synchronously with the dragon roar, Subei completed the formation, successfully explored a gold mine from deep underground, and performed the stealing technique. Soon, Subei held a piece of gold in his hand. As the sound waves lifted the forest layer by layer from far to near, Subei lowered his head and covered his ears, screaming loudly, "Who dropped a piece of gold? Who?" Subei had to be loud enough in order to let the other party hear. He even used the amplification skill. "Oh my god! That must be mine. Let me see where my treasure fell." A red figure suddenly appeared in the distance, and a red dragon knocked down the tall trees and flew straight over, looking back and forth. "Where is it? Where did my gold go?" As the red dragon approached, the rich fire element almost burned Subei to the point of exploding. Subei's face turned pale. He raised his hands to hold the gold, and said loudly, "Great existence. Your aura is so terrifying that it is almost overwhelming. I am almost burned to death by you. If I die, you will not be able to find your lost gold mine, which will cause serious losses to you." The red dragon's breathing suddenly became rapid. "Loss? No. My gold mine? I must get the gold mine that originally belongs to me. You must live." But this rapid breathing almost turned into a raging fire, burning Subei's body to ashes. Seeing this, the red dragon quickly crawled to the ground, concealed the surging and jumping fire elements on its body, and kept scanning the forest. Only then did it see Subei, who was extremely small in its eyes. "Oh my god! You are too weak. You are the weakest creature I have ever seen." The red dragon showed an incomprehensible shock expression, scratched his head, and asked in confusion, "You are so weak. How were you born? It seems that a gust of wind can blow you to death." Subei sighed. "Who said it wasn't? Great red dragon. I can't decide my birth. Now I beg you to do me a favor. I want to rely on your powerful power to change my destiny. If you are willing, I will return your lost gold minerals to the original owner. Believe me, this will be a huge treasure." The red dragon smiled, stretched out two claws, pinched the tiny gold from Subei's palm, and placed it in front of him. "Why should I help you? That was my gold mine," Subei said loudly. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have found this gold mine," the red dragon said in a muffled voice. "If it weren't for this gold mine, you would have died before you saw me." As he spoke, the red dragon exhaled more heavily, and the heat wave blew out ignited the corner of Subei's clothes. Subei fell into thought. The dragon race has always been greedy, cunning, suspicious, and powerful. Few people can communicate with them on an equal footing, unless Subei's background is more terrifying than that of the dragon. "I say, great red dragon." Subei raised his eyes. His reverent expression froze in an instant, and turned into indifference. "Don't you want to hear who my mother is? Oh child. In fact, who your mother is not important at all." The red dragon sneered, patting his belly. "The powerful existence, The children born by him are extremely powerful from the beginning, while the weak ants can only be born from the stomach of ants. The reason why I am strong is because my ancestor is a god, and an extremely powerful dragon god. And the reason why you are so weak is only because your parents are ants themselves. This is the eternal truth of the original world. Subei sneered and raised his eyes, saying seriously, "But what if I say that my mother was one of the 12 gods at that time?" The red dragon was stunned for a moment, laughed out loud, sprayed fireworks to ignite his tail, and rolled over with joy. They have clear division of labor, and each has their own duties. Red Dragon laughed until tears flowed down his cheeks, and his feces and urine splashed everywhere. He couldn't help but say, "Go on. I want to hear what you have to say. You know, once you mention them, they will soon notice you. One of them once gave birth to my body," Subei said lightly. Trees sprouted, grasses and flowers bloomed. And at this moment life noticed something was wrong and began to search for the source in the world. Red Dragon froze. One of them once used tears to water my growth. Information integration. Knowledge invasion. The Red Dragon's brain began to tear apart. All kinds of common sense gradually disappeared, and his expression began to dull. One once integrated my soul. The soul trembled. Gray and black spread, and the Red Dragon's eyes were instantly dull and unresponsive. One once gave me inheritance. A lightsaber was about to burst out from the sky, tearing open a corner of the sky, and looking down to investigate. And at this moment, the Red Dragon's body was gradually torn apart, and the elements around it suddenly disappeared. One was inseparable from me, giving me all kinds of help in the dark. Time was passing, and the Red Dragon was frozen. You know I'm not lying, because, before Subei finished speaking, a small hand pressed Subei's mouth, and then a girl in green stepped on Subei's head and said in panic, "You want to die? You came from a faraway place. Are you here to kill me?" She is Time. Subei is looking for Time. Elena is right. Time and he are indeed wearing the same pants. This time is no exception. Chapter 572 Kingdom of Light. That's enough. What on earth are you doing? The girl in green grabbed Subei's ear and quickly fled into the time gap to avoid him, shouting angrily, "Do you think they are good people? If they catch you, you will be treated as a guinea pig for dissection research. Do you really think they don't notice anything? You are in big trouble. Stupid pig. If you want to find me, just find me. Why bother to provoke them one by one?" Subei said. "Then if I call you directly, will you come out?" Time was speechless, and for a moment, he had nothing to say. Really. If Subei called him directly, he would definitely play dead and wait and see. The burden on him was not light. Much heavier than Subei imagined. No one really thought that he would just lie there and do nothing every day. Right? Time was so angry that it was almost twisted, and first poked a finger on the Red Dragon's forehead. Time was going back, and he was reversing the time on the Red Dragon, so that the Red Dragon would forget everything that had just happened. Then he grabbed Subei's collar and jumped into the air. Subei left the place with an expressionless face. After a while, Red Dragon recovered, patted his swollen brain, and looked around blankly. Why am I here? Did something happen just now? While looking around, he pinched his palm unintentionally and suddenly froze. Gold. Where did this gold come from? He couldn't forget the source of gold, just like a lowly control couldn't forget the model of a lowly. This is a natural talent. While the Red Dragon was thinking, trees grew quietly around it and surrounded it unconsciously. Well, I think I haven't been clear-headed recently. Maybe I need a good rest. As he said that, the Red Dragon flapped his wings fiercely and took off on the spot. Bang! With a sound, a tree hit the Red Dragon's forehead directly. Strange. My cause and effect appeared here. I saw a green figure appearing and stopped on the back of the trembling dragon. The Red Dragon trembled constantly, crawling on the ground. As the shadow on its back breathed softly, a growing pressure was looming. In the blink of an eye, trees grew out of the Red Dragon's body one after another, and one of the trees sprang straight out of the Red Dragon's head, as if a small mushroom had grown on its head. This is life. No need to look back. Life said lightly. You and I don't have to be causally involved. You just need to tell me what happened to you. The Red Dragon crawled on the ground, trembling. Great and boundless existence. Please forgive my ignorance. I don't understand what you are talking about. Life nodded. Eyes indifferent. Are you late? There are traces of time. What a liar. I was wondering why you, as powerful as you are, would become the first god to die. Sure enough, you were the first to notice something strange. Life sighed and pressed the red dragon's head. Forget this part. The red dragon nodded tremblingly. The memory had not yet been cleared. But he heard Life continue to say, "Are you hiding any key information about the death of your mother? Do you know anything about Guangming's sudden madness?" Life sighed and held Red Dragon's head again. Forget this part too. Red Dragon cried tremblingly and nodded again. But Life continued to say, "It's really troublesome. What if my mother dies? He is the cornerstone of the world. Will the time traveler from the future bring any answers?" Life said, looking at Red Dragon, and was about to speak. "Forget it. I will forget it." The Red Dragon nodded in response, and said quickly with a crying voice, "I will definitely forget it." It couldn't run away, and it didn't dare to say more. The Red Dragon was extremely humble at this moment. Life nodded and let the Red Dragon go. Left this place. The Red Dragon was about to take off, but it stopped in the next second, and sweated all over. A wisdom slowly landed and stood on the Red Dragon's head. "Let me see. Where did the little thing that bullied me go?" Wisdom looked around and sighed. "Are you late? What a pity. I wanted to get back to where I was 20,000 years ago and beat him up. So hard that his ass was bruised and his ass was pissed." After Wisdom came and went, the other gods showed their miracles and stepped on the Red Dragon's head one after another. Every time, the Red Dragon was frightened, and his heart was about to jump to his throat. The Red Dragon is really obedient now. He acted tyrannically once, but he was restrained for life. Perhaps this is what it means to grow up under high pressure. On the other side, between the layers of time, Su Bei sat face to face with time on both sides, his expression indifferent. The scene before his eyes had already been calculated by Su Bei. Even if he was groping step by step, constantly looking for opportunities to become stronger, in the end, it was to achieve cooperation with darkness, to conquer darkness, and to complete his goal. And in this process, Su Bei didn't know how many times he would die and how many times he would rewind. You know, every death will consume his soul. It is better to find a new way from the beginning. Take the way of soft rice. Hold the thigh of time. And implement the plan of one step to the stomach. Although all roads lead to Rome, Su Bei can choose to be born in Rome. "I want to see darkness," Su Bei said directly. Time laughed unhappily and replied in a teasing tone. "Why don't you see my mother? Do you want to see my father? You might as well ride on my head. How dare you be so bold?" Su Bei raised his eyebrows. "I have seen your mother. Your father. That's enough," Time said angrily. "I just told you in an exaggerated tone that I can't do what you asked. I am a dead man. How can I take you to see others? I can't see anyone except you. My death must be rigorous, without any flaws or loopholes. Time must be rigorous. Otherwise my death is meaningless. And any god can seize these tiny flaws to go back to the past and go to the future. Do you understand?" Time was so angry that it was shaking all over. It wanted to smash Su Bei's wooden head with one punch, and then use time to go back to revive it, and then smash it with another punch. It must be revived and smashed several times before she can get the news. Su Bei nodded. "Can I understand that you died for me?" Su Bei added, "To achieve a certain purpose with me." Time rolled his eyes at Su Bei. "You think too much. You are a real future person. And I died 20,000 years ago. I died to hide more secrets. Each of these secrets is enough to destroy the core history of the original continent. No one is allowed to touch these histories." Su Bei nodded. "So, where is the darkness now?" Su Bei asked. Time pointed to the sky. "In the kingdom of darkness. He and light are about to break up. And they have separated long ago. You know, they had the best relationship before." Su Bei nodded. "In that case, you send me there. Send it to his kingdom." Shi Guang's expression froze, and he asked in confusion, "What do you want to do? If you appear in his kingdom, he will find your existence in an instant. And I have shown miracles, which will arouse their vigilance. They now know that you and I are in the same group. And they will catch you and threaten me, and use you to humiliate and bully me one by one. You are really... I won't make it difficult for you," Su Bei said lightly. "If I fail, I will try again. And you just need to send me there again. You in the future are the same as you now. You in the future acquiesce to my actions. You now? Do you want to deny your actions? Time fell into silence. Unlike other gods, Time can be said to be the one who knows the real history best, based on the clues on all the timelines. He could vaguely perceive the reason for the death of the world tree, and also knew what role Subei played in it. But Time has never recorded this moment. This is the process of changing history. Violating fate will eventually be backfired by fate. This price is unbearable for Subei. Have you decided? Time asked solemnly. Subei nodded and said calmly, I have made my choice a long time ago. You are great. Time sighed. I began to understand the difference between you and us. Every time you change history, your weight in the future will be diluted. You must remember that those who violate time will eventually be abandoned by time. Remember? Don't interfere too much with history. Otherwise, you will belong to the present and will never be able to return to the future. You will no longer belong to the future. You will be corrected by history and completely become a part of history. You may die in a war of gods at any time. Subei nodded. I understand. Send me there. But before that, I need to see Elena first. Elena? Time was stunned. Light. Subei quickly changed his words. This is the name of light in the future. How interesting. Time covered his mouth and chuckled. I know that history. Only gods who have died completely can get new names. So I never had one. You want it? Subei was curious. No. Time quickly retorted, and then snapped his fingers. As you wish. You will go to the kingdom of light. If you can leave the side of light alive, I will continue to send you to the kingdom of darkness as agreed. If you die in the side of the light, I can't save you. Now, I leave the home court to you. Subei nodded. As his sight closed and opened, the scene in front of Subei changed greatly. Here is the kingdom of light. There are angels with wings behind them everywhere, which can also be called the Winged Clan. The Winged Clan walking in the kingdom of light has obvious characteristics. With the gap in strength and age, the number of wings behind them will increase. There are at least 2 wings, and at most 8 wings. They are born knowing and understanding the rules. And as they grow up, these rules will continue to accumulate and converge in the future, condensing into a weak order. This is true of the red dragon that Subei encountered, and the god of light. They are born knowing and strong, but they have no idea what magic is, nor do they understand the skills of various professions. The gap between species is particularly obvious. The powerful races are born knowing the rules, and they can form an order after they grow up. The weak races cannot understand the rules throughout their lives, and can only rely on the most primitive instincts to fight and hunt. This is the ancient era. The class is clear. Strange. You are not from our clan. Why can you come to our territory? A delicate 2-winged angel walked towards Subei and cast a curious look. Subei was stunned. According to the plan, when he descended to the kingdom of light, the kingdom of light should be able to find his trace immediately, arrest him severely, and torture him severely. Subei was even prepared to be tortured into confessing, intending to shake out all the time. Shake it out completely, so as to establish a friendly alliance with the kingdom of light. So, why hasn't the light come to us yet? Subei thought for a moment and asked. I am the guest of the goddess of light. Is our god out? The 2-winged angel blinked and sneered. Don't joke. You are too weak. So weak that you will be annihilated by the light if I sing a song. Even if you just see the toes of our god, you will be burned to ashes in an instant. How can you be the guest of our god? Subei was stunned. It's true. The gods today are different from the gods 20,000 years ago. They have already developed their powers to the extreme. Seeing the gods themselves, they can look directly at the end of order. Except for the time of death, Subei can't face anyone. It turns out that Subei has no trial and error cause from the beginning. He must ascend with a complete soul and body, so that he can look directly at the gods without dying. Thinking of this, Subei sighed. The eyes of the 2-winged angel changed, and he began to panic. What the hell is this? In the blink of an eye, the aura of the guest in front of him changed drastically, and his body seemed to be filled with incomparable mess. In an instant, Subei carried the authority of several gods and threw his body into the long river of time. He went all in. If he failed, he would stay here and stay in this history. In Subei's view, failure is no different from death. It is better to never come back than to return in failure. Chapter 573, I really understand you. All in is a kind of wisdom. Subei gambled everything just to witness this history with his own eyes, and experience the true truth of the so-called doomsday. He sighed, grasped the holy and devil swords with only the hilt left, and nodded to the two-winged angel, who was stunned. You, what are you? The two-winged angel widened his eyes, rubbed his eyes with his fists, and looked at Su Bei several times. Your parents' friend, Su Bei said. Can you tell me where he went now? The two-winged angel hesitated for a moment, pointed to the east, and said seriously, he went to fight. Our God has been fighting a lot recently, and he stays out all night every day. He hasn't been back for a long time. As he said this, the two-winged angel pouted and complained. Our God used to love us very much, treating us as her favorite children, playing and fighting with us every day. But since she became addicted to fighting, she hasn't been with us for a long time, and she often leaves for several days. Su Bei was stunned. Addicted to fighting. What kind of niche word is this? It seems that the war between gods has begun, and the light has quietly opened the prelude to chaos. Oh my God! My most lovely baby. Little girl Eleni. What are you talking to this strange species? He doesn't look like a good guy. In the distance, a six-winged angel flapped its wings and flew over at high speed, grabbed the ear of the two-winged angel and pulled it out. Su Bei was stunned. Wait, her name is Eleni? This is not a common name. Elena's sister is called Eleni. She is also the vessel of the Holy Light Goddess, the incarnation of the Holy Light Goddess walking on earth. Is this a coincidence? Su Bei thought with his chin in his hand. If it is not a coincidence, it would be a bit bloody. Su Bei could clearly see that when this two-winged angel mentioned light, his eyes contained undisguised admiration and respect. The little fan who once admired light the most, after the fall of light, overwhelmed many gods and replaced light, and finally achieved holy light. After that, he secretly hid beside the reincarnated light and often accompanied him. Su Bei thought about it, and his eyes looked more and more weird at the two-winged angel. This look was somewhat offensive. And Eleni, who was about to leave, shuddered suddenly, trembled all over, and couldn't help but break free from her mother's arms and stepped forward to kick Su Bei. Oh my baby, don't be naughty. What are you doing over there? Don't you realize the seriousness of the matter? I always have a bad feeling. The six-winged angel pulled Eleni's ear hard. What's wrong? Mom? Eleni looked up in confusion. I always have a weird feeling in my subconscious that if you get too close to him, you will be eaten up and played with hard. Eleni shuddered and was completely afraid. Hearing this, Su Bei turned sideways with an expressionless face, looking at his nose and mouth. Without saying a word, he had long been accustomed to such rumors. It was just a stereotype, not worth mentioning. Su Bei walked in the kingdom of light, looking at this country aimlessly, and his expression began to become more and more confused in a trance. Why does the topography here give Su Bei an inexplicable sense of familiarity? It's as if he's been here before. But this is Su Bei's first time in the kingdom of light. Why is that? Su Bei walked and looked, and unknowingly explored 1/10 of the edge of the kingdom of light. He overlapped and collided the explored topography with his memory. And suddenly he had an idea. He was sweating all over. Duzhe. The plate here is very similar to Duzhe. If it has developed for 30,000 years, it is possible that it will become the plate of Duzhe. Rumor has it that the popes of all the holy light churches are descendants of the Wing clan, and can all manifest their true bodies and transform into wings. Could it be a coincidence? Su Bei swallowed his saliva, closed his eyes, and continued to walk around the edge, becoming more and more frightened. The border outline here is clearly the structure of Winter City. There may be differences in the details, but the overall changes are not big. If this is true, then who is the king of Duz? As a daughter of the royal family, Luminara carries the inheritance of several gods. Who are her parents? There are so many residents on the Duz plate, and there are more than tens of millions of believers in the Holy Light Goddess. How much progress has the Holy Light Goddess made in the realm of God? Su Bei was still thinking, and suddenly a brilliant light burst out from the sky. The sky of the Kingdom of Light split to both sides, and a huge meteorite fell from the center. The light fell to the ground. I'm back, my dear. The light announced its return to its people, and suddenly froze. No, the next second, Su Bei turned into a ray of light and disappeared on the spot. And then the light on the dome also disappeared. Everything was silent. Did our God love us intermittently just now? Eleni asked her mother hesitantly. Maybe. In Guangming's bedroom. Guangming sat on a chair nearby, with a cold expression and confused eyes, looking at Su Bei, who was tied to the chair by her tortoiseshell tie. Without saying a word, Su Bei struggled a little, but gave up the resistance after being unable to break free, and just stared at Guangming. Also without saying a word. Really like. She looks exactly like Elena. Even her figure is as good as Elena's supermodel. It's a pity that she's not a lowly. Wait, why should I feel sorry for this? Su Bei emptied his eyes, and tried to see the color he expected through Guangming's eyes. The result disappointed Su Bei. Those eyes had no extra emotions. Indifferent. Calm. Cold. Cold-blooded like an animal. Guangming has already reached maturity. I remember you. You appeared 20,000 years ago. Guangming took the initiative to speak, his voice cold. I have been there. Su Bei nodded in acknowledgement. You belong to the future. Why do you keep going back to the past? Guangming asked calmly, answering his own question. The future is not satisfactory. Right? Su Bei nodded, but shook his head. The future is good, prosperous and thriving. But the future has encountered an irreversible trouble. How far into the future are you from? Guangming asked suddenly. Su Bei did not answer. He could not speak. This involved time and fate did not allow him to tell the answer. I understand. Guangming cried with joy. So I am right. As long as I keep going, this road will definitely work. No! What do you understand? Su Bei nodded with empty eyes. Maybe? I know. I know everything. Guangming smiled from the bottom of his heart, and couldn't help but walked up to hold Su Bei's hand, looking into Su Bei's eyes, and said seriously, since you come from the future, you must be able to understand me. You must know why I do what I do. Su Bei paused, looking at Guangming's increasingly cold face, and quickly reacted. I know. Su Bei nodded in approval. You discovered that irreversible thing. You discovered that secret. And you want to change it. Your starting point is very good. You are right. You understand me. Guangming pursed his lips and sighed. But I have killed too many lives. Everyone is afraid of me. And my former sisters don't understand me. Aren't you afraid of me? I'm not afraid of you. Su Bei shook his head. You are looking for a way. There are always sacrifices on the road to change. Killing is for salvation. I understand you. You really understand me. Guangming looked at Su Bei with a different color in his eyes. No one has ever understood me. Everyone is afraid of me. My sisters hate me. And even the wisdom that can read my thoughts does not understand me. You are the first. Only you understand me. Su Bei smiled. I really understand you. He doesn't understand anything. Su Bei doesn't understand at all. He doesn't even know what Guangming is talking about. Su Bei doesn't know why Guangming wants to kill. Nor does he know what his purpose is. But this doesn't affect Su Bei's deceiving Guangming. Now it seems that Guangming is somewhat insane, thinking that only his own path is correct, and all people and things that stand in his way should be destroyed. Why does he think so? Su Bei is very curious. Conquering the darkness is the immediate goal, and seeking the truth is Su Bei's ultimate goal. After thinking about it, Su Bei recalled the contents of the popular book on modern history of his hometown and began to deceive people with pyramid schemes. Your method is too advanced. No one in this era can understand it. Su Bei encouraged. I come from the future. I know. You know everything. Guangming was so moved that he was about to cry. You know everything. How great it would be if you lived in this era. You would definitely understand me. Su Bei held Guangming's arm, sighed, and his eyes seemed to reveal the regret that he felt with Guangming. And the regretful sighs that happened to be everywhere seemed to be sighing in Guangming's heart, which could resonate with him even more. Su Bei's eyes were firm, as if with tears, and he said seriously, I know that the road to pursuing the truth is always rugged and narrow, so it is particularly difficult to walk. You will still be so unique and misunderstood in the future, but I always understand you. Guangming smiled happily and said seriously, stop fooling people. I don't see any extra emotions in your eyes. You bastard lowly control who bullied the powerless 20,000 years ago. Su Bei's expression froze instantly. The corners of his lips moved slightly, and he stammered. It was as if he had swallowed a Lolita in one gulp, and he could no longer speak. Let's not talk about why Guangming became so shrewd, and he also disguised himself as a fallen girl seeking sympathy and comfort, in order to tease Su Bei and play with Su Bei's feelings. Just mention the fact that he bullied Wisdom 20,000 years ago. Su Bei had no memory of this matter. So how could he bully Wisdom? Guangming gently patted Su Bei's hands that were holding her back. Slowly stood up. Turned his back. Walked forward a few steps. His expression was indifferent. His eyes were calm. And asked again, "Do you think the path I am taking is really the right one? You are from the future. You have seen the future. If you tell me the answer, I will listen to you." Su Bei was silent. He could not give an answer immediately. He knew too little information. "I need to know why you did this, so that I can know whether what you did is right or wrong," Guangming said lightly. "I will take you to see the truth." Su Bei nodded. Negotiation was easier than he thought. "Come with me," as Guangming snapped his fingers. The rope on Su Bei's body spontaneously combusted and burned, and the bodies of the two gradually became transparent and shiny. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a bright light and rushed towards the center of the world at a high speed. Its speed and momentum are unstoppable. However, this journey is destined to be unsuccessful. "What are you doing back here? You are not allowed to get close to here. If you dare not leave, I will take action. This is life. It looks troublesome." Su Bei sighed. Guangming shook his head. "It's not troublesome. Now I am closer to my mother than anyone else. I am very strong." Life took action. And once it took action, it went all out, leaving no room for maneuver. The changes that followed could only be described as terrifying, causing Su Bei's breathing to suddenly become rapid. Life became a Valkyrie through the divine characteristics. "This is too scary. Can he become anything?" "Stop!" Life shouted softly, and clenched his right hand towards the void, holding the wooden sword, and swung it out. Buzz, an invisible pressure spread out, and a sword fell towards the light. This sword easily cut through all the rules of order and pointed directly at the core of the light. This is the forbidden source of power. Not only can it transform into other life forms, it can even replicate the other party's abilities. Life's divine characteristics are too scary. You are not her after all, Guangming said lightly. His fingertips kept pointing out and pointing to all directions. The light escaped in all directions, passing through the forbidden source power from all directions, and changed positions with life in just a blink of an eye. Everything that stood in the way of the two would be burned. The power of the Valkyrie is indeed unsolvable. But if it was just the forbidden source power, it would not be enough to put any pressure on Guangming. The strong one is never the forbidden source power. It is the Valkyrie who has mastered the forbidden source power. The same power has completely different effects on different people. The light was not only escaping, but also gathering, burning, spreading, and finally converging. Light grabbed Su Bei's clothes with one hand, and his body stopped abruptly behind Life, with his back to Life, who had transformed into a Valkyrie. Then his right hand passed over his left shoulder and leaned on Life's right shoulder, soothing Life's unwilling and trembling body, and said indifferently, "Becoming someone else can never replace someone else. Stop bragging, you bad guy." Life's eyes condensed, and it unfolded the forbidden field, trying to fill the entire space with the forbidden source power and block all the actions of Light. Life moves too slowly. Light took one step past the blockade of Life and went deeper. Just as Light said, she was very strong. So strong that even he was afraid of this power. But despite this power was still not enough to fulfill his expectations. What was he expecting? The answer may be revealed soon. Chapter 574. This is not the truth. This is the way I came. Overcoming obstacles. The two never stopped, or even slowed down. But the obstacle in front of them was not just Life. "Stop! You are not allowed to move forward now, or I will take action." This voice suddenly appeared in Guangming and Su Bei's heads. The voice was stern and serious, quite imposing, but it didn't sound very intimidating. I don't know why, but it gives people the inherent feeling that it is like this. In front of the two, a blue book blocked their way, turning without wind, and the various orders changed the rules of this place during the turning. The chaotic wind whistled and separated the space into pieces. In the middle of the book, the blue-haired girl stretched lazily, rubbed her slightly silly pupils, moved her fists, and revealed a pair of cold and indifferent eyes. He is Wisdom. He is very angry. Don't go any further, or I will be angry. Guangming's eyes collapsed, showing helplessness. You want to stop me? You are wrong. If you are wrong, you should admit your mistakes. Wisdom took 2 steps forward, and his eyes swept to Guangming's side. carefully looking at the light man wrapped in light. His eyes saw him. He heard it. So he saw it. Future travelers. Stop here. Don't go on. If you completely destroy the relationship between us sisters, I will hate you for the rest of my life. You have seen me in the future. You know how cruel my methods are. Su Bei nodded. Guangming sighed, shook his head, stretched out his hand to block Su Bei, and issued a final warning to Wisdom. Get out of the way. Either get beaten or turn back. Who are you trying to scare? Wisdom's eyes condensed, and he shouted with all his might. Don't underestimate me. You traitor. After speaking, Wisdom closed his eyes and expanded his domain. The blue color spread. This is not a traditional combat skill, but a kind of amplified authority. Wisdom exerts its power, allowing every ally within the domain to share the same brain, handle any scenario more efficiently and accurately, and share his power. This is no different from turning on a hotspot. Soon, a sister connected to the signal. As soon as the words fell, a faint light appeared in the blink of an eye. The gods have their own choice to assassinate and arrest Guangming. The blurred light gradually became clear, and the black hat brim was burning with a faint flame. The girl had a slight smile on her lips. She wore a shabby black felt hat on her little head and held a huge sickle in her hand. The blade of the sickle was slender and exaggerated, like the mockery of the world by the god of death. He is death. The gothic Lolita girl rode on the sickle and quietly fell behind Guangming. And this scene did not cause any movement. His progress is really too fast. After 20,000 years of practice, he has already combined the power of death with his own divine characteristics and formed a fighting method that suits him best. The sickle fell, and the corners of Death's lips opened slightly, as if laughing. Barry. The sickle cut open the incarnation of light. This sickle made by Death himself fits his path perfectly, and can touch the other party's soul through all elements and materials. This is harvesting on the soul level. However, Su Bei, who carries part of Lin's soul, happened to notice the scene, and before the sickle fell, he grabbed the hand of light and pulled it forward a step. Light burst out instantly. Death gave way. He recognized the original soul that belonged to Death. This was a hint and also an inspiration. After 20,000 years of growth, no one would stand still. A higher ceiling meant faster growth. They were no longer the naive little girls at the beginning. Seeing the true essence through phenomena, Death observed a unique path along a certain vein at this moment. Death fixed his sight on Su Bei, and was silent for a long time. Then he swung his right hand and waved the sickle, put it on his back, and nodded. I give up this game. What the hell are you talking about? Wisdom was stunned, and screamed, Are you a pighead? Let me. Let me. Let me. My home is going to be gone. Bastard. Don't you want your home anymore? What's the use of a home? Death pointed at his shoulder, turned and disappeared into the void. Give it to me. As he spoke, Death disappeared. Wisdom was stunned. The light was burning, destroying everything that came close to it. The light contained the characteristics of extreme destruction. And even if it was a sneak attack, Death did not have much advantage. His right shoulder was broken and needed to be restored. However, Death was only the first barrier to Guangming. Soon, the second sister who connected to the hotspot arrived. Click. With a sound, Su Bei suddenly reached into Guangming's chest with one hand and held the cold heart. The corners of his lips moved slightly, but he didn't make a sound. He looked up slowly. His pupils were stunned and shocked. He saw a thin line of nothingness inserted from the sky into the back of his head, holding his body like a puppet. Guangming's expression was calm. Absolute domination. The strongest god characteristic of a single soldier. Emotion. Are you going to stand against me? I thought you would understand me. Absolute domination. Is this the god characteristic of emotion? Succinct and powerful. It is completely out of the scope of emotional authority and reaches another level. How can Guangming deal with such an ability? Burning everything. Can it burn the conceptual domination ability? While Guangming was speaking, the dotted line inserted into the back of Su Bei's head changed the judgment and turned into an extremely huge slide. From the top of the slide at the dome, a purple-haired girl slid down the slide at a high speed. As she fell, the color of her princess dress and the ends of her hair changed at the same time, from purple to deep red in the blink of an eye. If anger had a color, it should be red. He is emotion. All of his characteristics will change with his emotions. Even his strength. You are really wrong. Emotion couldn't bear to say, "You should turn back. Let's think of a solution together. There will always be a way. We have no way out." Guangming shook his head and denied. "Neither do I." As he spoke, a hand quietly stretched out from behind Guangming's body. This hand first broke free from Su Bei's restraints, and then grabbed Su Bei and Guangming's arms. A colorful pink and tender hair came out from between the two of them, and whispered, "This way. He is freedom." As the words fell, the restraints on the two of them quietly loosened, and Su Bei had an exaggerated thought for no reason in his heart. Everything in the sky and on the ground is under his eyes. This is group gain. This is too free. As Elena once said, freedom was once his ally. And when the fastest conceptual freedom and the fastest theoretical light join forces, all the calculations that stand in their way will be left behind. Stop. Wisdom opened his mouth, slumped down on the book, and lay back. Forget it. I can't stop it. Origin of wisdom. Finally wisdom. Through calculation. Wisdom knew that they could not stop the light anyway, unless the Valkyrie is willing to take action, and sharing the same processor. Several gods hiding in the dark also foresaw this scene. Are you okay? Thinking. Wisdom raised his head and asked Emotion with concern. It's just a fatal injury. Emotion pointed to his right hand that was almost burned clean inside. He is too terrifying. Even if I control him, I still can't avoid being burned and annihilated by him. His development is too complete. As he said, Emotion rubbed his temples and followed the calculations given by Wisdom before, and got an answer that even he couldn't understand. I'm afraid, even if it's a one-on-one duel, I can't kill him before being burned to ashes. Even if death doesn't leave. The elements help. Life restrains. You coordinate. I support. The probability that we can stop the light is only less than 30%. Wisdom said bitterly. His slightly slender legs curled up helplessly, muttering, "We will eventually have this disaster." They gave up. Freedom blinked and looked at Su Bei curiously. Are you the time traveler? Su Bei said nothing. Hey, I saved you. And you ignore me? Freedom narrowed his eyes, stretched out his hand through Su Bei's head, and flicked a finger on Su Bei's brain stem. Su Bei's breathing stagnated. Why can the action of freedom be so abstract? And there is a kind of stupidity of brain stem loss. But Su Bei still didn't speak. He was thinking. He thought of something very incredible. But he had to pay attention to it. History is a closed loop. Time is a closed loop. So is fate. We are almost there. Guangming interrupted, his eyes glowing with a strange light. That is a belief of returning home despite death. Freedom nodded to Guangming, and his eyes also glowed with a strange light. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. He and Guangming obviously think differently. Perhaps they cooperate for the sake of interests, not so-called feelings. This can also explain why Liberty betrayed Elena so skillfully 30,000 years later. Because they were prepared. Will we succeed? Liberty asked with a sidelong glance. It seems that he is asking Elena. But in fact, he is not. He is asking Su Bei. He knows that Su Bei is a time traveler. A person from the future. Su Bei still did not answer. This question is really scheming. The scheming is not on the surface. Not on the answer. But on the price after the answer. Since the arrival of freedom, Su Bei has not said a word, and has not made a single move. It's not that he has nothing to say. He just can't say it. Something bad is happening. And some invisible and intangible changes have quietly occurred. And it has affected Su Bei. Su Bei cannot perceive the specific changes. But he can feel it. Cause and effect. Destiny. The cause and effect between the gods is too heavy. And being involved in it. His proportion in this timeline is increasing. This is fate intervening. If a certain threshold is reached, Su Bei will completely belong to the present, and will never be able to return to the future. This is very bad news for him. What is the price of witnessing history? Su Bei asked casually. Guangming was stunned. His movements gradually slowed down. And then he walked slowly. And finally stopped. Zio casually said, It's nothing more than walking the same way back. Whether you see it or not. History is the same. It will not change with your changes. Nor will it change because of your witnessing. History is actually a long-established fact. You can be a witness, but you are not a participant. Su Bei nodded, holding the hilts of the holy and demonic swords, his eyes fluctuating. Freedom did not lie. Light did not deceive him either. What wisdom does is not necessarily wrong. Everything has long been remembered by history. I have actually been here, Su-bei said bitterly. Right? Light and Freedom were stunned and looked at each other. Everything I have experienced is too easy. And the cause and effect are too coincidental, Su-bei said calmly. It's like I participated in this play. And now I'm just reenacting it. It turns out that even the process of my participation in this history is part of this so-called history. Light and Freedom looked at each other again and nodded. Light said coldly, normally it's like this. But you look a little calm now. Freedom sighed. You have interfered with history before. History will correct itself. And the part that is corrected has already been determined. Guangming nodded calmly. The ultimate result of interfering with history is to become history. Su-bei will gradually forget the memory of the future as time goes by. In the end, he will completely become a part of history. He will forget Jasmine, some of the experiences on the way, and the road he took when he came. Everything will form a complete closed loop until the future self experiences it all again, returns to the past, and then forms a closed loop again. And the future him may regard everything in the past as a dream, a fantasy, just as he thought at the beginning. History is a closed loop, extremely rigorous. So is fate. So, if he goes back to the past, will he be part of the closed loop? Su-bei felt a great fear. If he went forward, something would happen that would make him unable to choose his direction. This incident must have existed in history, triggering a series of wars between gods. It was even the fuse that caused the end of the world, and the anchor point that triggered the invasion of gods from outside the domain. But he suspected that once he saw the truth that the light wanted to tell him, he would never be able to go back. He will be trapped here, starting the next cycle of reincarnation, until he comes back here next time. I still have a choice, right? Su-bei asked calmly. Guangming nodded. We never interfere with your decision, because history has already been fixed. Su-bei stopped and nodded. So, I choose to go back. Guangming smiled and said strangely, don't you plan to see the truth? If you don't see it, you will definitely regret it. That truth involves a core secret that can solve all the secrets of the doomsday and all your doubts. Su-bei shook his head and said calmly, that's meaningless. That's not the truth. This is the way I came. Guangming smiled happily and nodded. If you really understand me, you can guess part of the truth. In this way, I can be considered to have died for a good cause. Remember this time node. Please also remember one fact. This is a closed loop you created yourself. And it is the ray of hope you left for yourself after countless attempts and failures. Remember your choice. You must win. Chapter 575 Still Fate. You can turn back now. Guangming smiled, turned around, and walked alone towards the direction of the final truth. You? Su-bei hesitated for a while, avoiding the question in his mind, and asked, do you think that the process or the result is important? Guangming laughed and shook his head. You have really changed. She raised her head slowly. Her back was calm, and her position was firm. If you change in the future, I will answer you then. Su-bei nodded and waved goodbye to Guangming. Beside him, a hand fell on Su-bei's shoulder. Freedom grabbed Su-bei's sleeve, pulled it hard, jumped into the void, and left this place. At the moment when the two left, Guangming quietly glanced sideways, and unconsciously grasped the small ornament hanging on his chest. This is a sword. Ordinary in appearance and style. This is his weapon. After a long time, Guangming retracted his gaze. Just as you have made a choice, I will bet it on the future. Open the prelude to our cooperation. On the other side, freedom is very fast, and the way it moves is completely different from light. It is not moving, but jumping. It jumps and flashes in space. You don't seem surprised by your choice? Freedom was curious. You have already made the decision. Why do you want to go and take a look? Maybe? Su-bei nodded and asked calmly. You look calm too. This is history. History that has already happened. Why should I be surprised? Zio sneered. Already? Su-bei murmured. Happened? All of this. After saying that, he suddenly looked at Zio, his eyes full of curiosity. This is not okay. Zio suddenly covered his chest. This really didn't happen. And it's not allowed. Su-bei's eyes were empty, and he said tiredly, I didn't say anything. Preconceived impression. Zio spit. The last time you appeared was 20,000 years ago. What you did at that time. TSK. I can only say that you are worthy of it. Doing that in front of a child who was just born and only 3 or 4 days old. I still remember it clearly. I don't remember. Subei shook his head. I never brought back that memory. I'm afraid I will be left in that history. What did I do? Freedom was silent. He thought for a moment and gave an answer. I can't tell you the specifics. Otherwise Wisdom will get angry. This incident has a great impact on him. Every time he mentions it, his defense will break. In addition, death is also true. He still hates men and is unwilling to have too much contact with male species. Not to mention emotions. He always controls his emotions to neutralize that memory. Subei was stunned. It sounds like he has done something excessive in the past. Could it be that he beat up the 3 of them? It can only be like this. Using violence to bully the new gods. Relying on advanced knowledge to humiliate and whip them. And infusing them with hegemonic knowledge. The fight must have been intense. That's why they hold a grudge, and still hold it until now. Subei nodded. Stopped thinking about it. And started asking other questions. If history has been fixed, will everything I do now be recognized? And you will acquiesce to this happening. This topic sounds normal. But combined with his inherent impression of Subei, it suddenly became bad. Freedom glanced at Subei with vigilance and warned. Macro control. Micro autonomy. If you dare to control me, I will let you die in this history right now. Subei showed dead fish eyes. Hesitant to speak. After that, he really couldn't help the desire to complain. Subei organized his words with difficulty. And said seriously, let's not talk about whether what I said is the same as what you think. Besides, why should I control you? Lolita. Freedom suddenly pointed at himself. And then turned his fingers around and pointed at Subei. Control. Then Freedom pointed his finger repeatedly. And read. Lolita. Control. Lolita. I know everything. Zio said coldly. Subei seemed to have lost all his strength, and was completely unable to defend himself. He could only say weakly, why do you know about Lolita? Is there such a word in this era? Zio looked at him with disdain. You created it 20,000 years ago. Insane! Subei was going crazy. So, what did he do 20,000 years ago? Subei tried to correct the label that was attached to him. He defended himself without knowing why and became incoherent. No, Lolita doesn't mean that. It's a property. It's not to control the lowly. It's... Okay. Stop arguing. Zio interrupted with a wave of his hand. Anyway, I am flesh and blood. If you dare to act recklessly, just try it. I guarantee that your head will be knocked off. Zio crossed his arms, and was extremely cold. Subei obeyed. He said nothing and began to think about which link had gone wrong. When did he start to be inexplicably labeled like this? It was like this 30,000 years later. 20,000 years ago. And it is still like this at this time point. Forget it. It's not important. Speaking of which, Subei looked at Zio several times. And when Zio almost got angry, he looked away and suddenly said, you have changed a lot from the you I saw before. Zio was stunned. And his eyes sank in an instant. I'm not interested in understanding. I am always pursuing absolute freedom. If I have changed, it must be because I have found the right path. Don't tell me. Because I must be right? Subei nodded. Whether to say it or not, each god position is very clear. They all know what they need and what they want. What about you? Zio looked sideways and said seriously, have you found the answer? Subei's eyes were blurred, as if he was reminiscing. And then he smiled bitterly. The answer is too simple. It's so simple that I find it hard to accept. Subei shook his head bitterly. Guangming once said that if I saw the truth, I would definitely stay and become a part of history. Zio was stunned for a moment. Smiled. His eyes began to wander. He lowered his head to look at his toes, but didn't say anything. He heard it. It seems that Subei really understood. I just heard Subei continue to say, I think about it. But there are very few answers. There are many answers that I see and will definitely stay. But there is only one option that will make me regret it no matter what. No matter how outrageous the answer is. I can only think like this. After thinking about it, I think this answer is. Subei smiled bitterly. It's damn reasonable. There is only one reason that can cause the gods to disagree. The world tree. There is only one answer that will make Subei regret it as long as he leaves after seeing it. Jasmine. This answer does not stand up to scrutiny at first glance. In Subei's impression, Jasmine is a living person with too many human characteristics, such as too cute, have a cute habit, be a little confused in life. She loves to laugh, and every smile can make people feel like spring breeze, and any bad mood will be cured. Possessiveness is particularly strong, and the taste of vinegar is very strong. Very easy to obey, can do anything, can accept anything, love to travel, like to see all kinds of customs and cultures, will care about everyone equally, even strangers, will mourn for the death of life, and will be happy from the bottom of their hearts for the prosperity. If you think about it carefully, everything seems to have been clued from the beginning. For example, the characteristic of Jasmine is the source, and the magic power is almost endless and never exhausted. Perhaps, Jasmine is the source of magic. For example, Jasmine will care about everyone equally, regardless of their status, wealth, or even a little too saintly, and never change. Perhaps, there is a connection between Jasmine and these lives. For example, Jasmine's inexplicable conceptual talent is affinity with monsters. With observation, Sube has long discovered that Jasmine's affinity is not only for monsters, but also for gods. Lin has long been out of the category of plague demons. Perhaps, it is because they have a special connection. Combined with Lilizi, she always likes to cry to Jasmine. Future Freedom has never bullied Jasmine. Elena doesn't argue with Jasmine. Fulian used to get along best with Jasmine. After the god of life descended, he didn't even correct the blood marks on Jasmine's palm. Fate corrects the fate of the devil and the hero, but never actively intervenes. Luck still leaves the highest favor to Jasmine. Elements are Jasmine's natural function. Since she started studying magic, Jasmine can use all kinds of elemental magic at will, and she especially loves fireball. Emotions are fully displayed on Jasmine. And the most crucial information is that Jasmine has mastered a world art that belongs exclusively to the Demon King. Jasmine must be the Demon King. This world art itself belongs to Jasmine. The answer may be about to come out. There are too many characteristics like this, and each one can be explained by coincidence. But when all the coincidences come together, it is a little less coincidental. All of this seems to point to an established fact. Jasmine and the World Tree have a very deep connection. The same is true for Luminera. But Sube couldn't give a definite answer to what extent. But Sube knew that if there was a connection between the two, and Jasmine happened to have some unpredictable problems. With a sigh, Sube slowly withdrew his thoughts and looked up at the sky. Perhaps, he really would be reluctant to leave. But, what is the connection between Jasmine and the end of the world? What changes have taken place in the World Tree? What role does Luminera play in this? How many layers of veil are there in the final truth of the Demon King and the hero? Sube became more and more confused. He had torn open the fog several times to reveal the so-called truth behind it. For years ago, he tore open the first veil covering the world, broke the fatalism of the Demon King and the hero, and took over the cause and effect of the Demon King. He overturned fate and reshaped the fate of the Demon King. A year ago, he tore open the second veil covering the gods, revealed the calculations of the Demon King and the hero, and destroyed all the cause and effect. He teamed up with wisdom to destroy the most critical ship. Now, everything is returned to the starting point. All this now tells Sube that the relationship between the Demon King and the hero has been fatalism from the beginning, beautifully packaged with the word calculation, and once again covered with the leather cover of fate. Fate. Still fate. If the truth of this last layer of fatalism is torn off, is there a deeper secret hidden behind it? You are obsessed. Freedom suddenly spoke up and reached out to grab Sube's brain. Sube shuddered. His eyes focused instantly, and he came back to his senses, looking at Freedom with a complicated expression. His cerebellum was wrapped by Freedom. Your hand. Sube reminded him with a hollow look. Hearing this, Freedom pinched it subconsciously, and seeing Sube's body stiffen and about to lose his balance, he slowly took his hand back and said calmly, Have you figured it out? Sube sighed. Some guesses. I can't see clearly. You once said that my appearance is also part of history. But I can't witness this history. So, can you tell me? Freedom rolled his eyes. Where's your brain? Sube looked at the bloody little brain in Freedom's hand, hesitant to speak. It's okay to say what has happened. But how can I say something that hasn't happened? Freedom tossed and played with the gadget in his hand, and said seriously, You can guess, but I can't say, because I don't know now. And you don't know either. Bei nodded, saying nothing, just watching Freedom repeat the throwing action. TSK. You're so stingy. I'm just playing around. I give it back to you. Freedom pursed her lips and said, We sisters are not so stingy. We have fun together. Not like you. Then can I play with it? Bei asked calmly. What's the matter? Freedom was stunned when he said that. Bei looked up, first scanning his brain, then scanning his whole body. You play with this. Freedom put Bei's brain in his hand and said hurriedly, I have something else to do. I go and do it first. According to the normal trajectory, I will go to meet the light. And I can only send you here. As he said this, Freedom disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bei stood there, looking around calmly. Unconsciously, he had stood in the kingdom of darkness and was deep inside it. Bei was stunned. Why did Freedom know where his destination was? Could it be that this is also part of history? Thinking about it, Bei looked calm and shook his head lightly. No matter what, he would not be affected. He would do everything he expected. Take down the darkness and persuade Fulian. Today, Chapter 576, Playing Bad Shifu. Fantasy Town. Mage Tower. Jasmine wore old black-framed glasses, held a textbook in her left hand, and held it in front of her chest, and held a black wooden stick for teaching in her right hand, tapping the content written on the blackboard. Today's lesson is the basic substance that constitutes the power of the world. Magic. Who can answer the teacher? The relationship between magic, rules, order, and characteristics? The class was full of discussions, and the students raised their hands in an orderly manner to answer. Magic is the basis of everything. Without magic, you can't understand the rules. Magic is the blue bar. The answers were varied, some right and some wrong. Jasmine kept smiling and listened quietly. After a while, she interrupted. But you know, according to historical records, there was no concept of magic before the end of the First War of Gods. How did such ordinary intelligent species learn the rules and transition from magic to order? This is today's topic. Get out of class dismissed. After class, Jasmine suddenly became uneasy. What happened outside? Why is it so noisy? At the border of Jinsokyo, the gray fog slowly spreads. If passing monsters and beasts absorb some gray fog, their bodies will expand rapidly in the blink of an eye, and the granulation in their bodies will grow wildly, turning into arms and heads. These organs drill out of the skin, and each one has an independent consciousness. If you look closely, you can see that the flesh on these organs is constantly wriggling. And in a trance, it looks like tiny insects climbing back and forth. And above the gray fog, there is a looming outline, which has already enveloped the entire Jinsokyo. Since you are dead, why are you trying to stop me? In the gray fog, the Nameless Lord speaks slowly, with a puzzled look on his face. He has lived for too long. Much longer than the 50,000 years of history of the original world. He commands tens of thousands of alien races and hundreds of alien evil gods. He is one of the few strongest alien gods here. Even the once fully evolved light was severely damaged by him. So he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand why the dead elements are still struggling to protect Jinsokyo and refuse to let him in. You didn't succeed 30,000 years ago. The same will happen 30,000 years later. The element manifested a young girl, who was not tall and looked extremely small in the face of the huge gray fog. But she did not retreat. Even though she was tangible, her body would be assimilated by the vast gray fog. The Nameless Lord. The voice was flat, not regretful for failure, nor proud of the upcoming success. Always calm, every world will be destroyed. This is an eternal truth. Your world has already reached the end of evolution, and the ending cannot be changed. I have to say that your world has indeed produced several interesting lives, with ingenious ideas that even I am amazed at, and can collapse history into a self-consistent circle, relying on killing time to violate logic and prevent external forces from breaking the cycle. But it is just a futile effort. There will be more and more flaws, and the logic will become more and more confused. The plan will have unexpected variables. Submit to me. I will give you a place to stay outside the domain. World destruction is the inevitable outcome, and chaos is the ultimate evolution of everything. And among you, there are many lives that can escape fate and wander in the universe. The element said nothing, but just kept attacking. Each move was fatal. Collapse? The element shouted, and with a finger pointing, large areas of gray fog collapsed, and then healed and gathered in the blink of an eye. I am the same as you. Tangible but intangible. How can I be torn apart by space? The Lord of Grey Mist sighed. Annihilation. The element concentrated, clasped his hands together, and clapped them vigorously, covering all the territories except Jinsokyo with the target. This was an undoubted miracle. And all tangible things were unforgivable. Large tracts of gray fog were annihilated, making a harsh explosion sound like insects being scorched, revealing the outline of the entity in the gray fog. It was a towering pillar that pierced the sky. A kind old man, regardless of gender, was chained to the center of the pillar, with his eyes closed and black beetles climbing on his body. As the beetles' wings flapped, large tracts of black-gray fog spread again, filling the world again. After a while, the nameless lord sighed softly. You are dead after all. You are too weak and have lost even the most important thing. Seeing a part of me is your limit. Get out of the way, or you will really die. Just like the light you once were, losing all your power and becoming one of the common people. The gray fog began to spread and forcefully squeezed into Jinsokyo. It could not be stopped. The elements did not give in. He was the god of Jinsokyo, and all the lives there were his people. He can't let him. Jinsokyo. Inside the library of the Mage Tower, Li Lizzie bit her lollipop and lay on the sofa, holding the omniscient code in her hands, staring at it intently, and occasionally gnashing her teeth to comment, with a hint of disappointment. Damn it. Why don't you sleep with freedom? You bastard Tsubei? He didn't do anything at that time. If he didn't do anything, let him have confinement. Stupid. 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 Don't chat with Guangming. He was still useful at that time. Let him go and do his work. Wait. What the hell is that skill you're secretly holding on to? What do you want to steal from wisdom? You can't steal it. You can't steal it. If you dare to steal it, Lily will beat you up. Wan Law. At that time, wisdom had learned how to turn off the eavesdropping method, so it must not dare to synchronize its brain with yours. Who knows? Maybe the bastard Tsubei would really steal some key treasure from it. Oh! Luckily it didn't steal it. So it's okay. Wow. So sincere. Weird. Does Guangming have no heart? That thing looks familiar. Damn it. Was Death inspired at this time? He really has many hidden hands. Don't blame Li Lizzie for being ruthless, and using you as a shield for Li Lizzie when necessary. Li Lizzie will humiliate and exploit Lin Law. Li Lizzie kept clicking her fingers and muttering to herself. She even forgot to chew the lollipop in her mouth. Her passionate words stunned the two people beside her. This made Elena and Luminera unable to calm down for a long time. No. Tsubei has jumped into the long river of time. How can you still spy on his whereabouts? Won't this make you meet yourself? Elena asked in confusion. This scene is too outrageous and weird. Who? Who? Li Lizzie looked up and pointed at her nose and blinked. But, I am Li Lizzie. Then the fingertip turned around and pointed at the screen. She is wisdom. Li Lizzie is Li Lizzie. Wisdom is wisdom. What does it have to do with Li Lizzie meeting wisdom? What does this have to do with Li Lizzie spying on the bastard Tsubei? It actually sounds reasonable. Elena nodded thoughtfully and took a step forward. According to this logic, could it be? Li Lizzie looked sideways in confusion. What? Elena took a few steps forward and slowly scanned the omniscient code. Is there a possibility that there is actually no necessary connection between Elena and light? No. Wait. Li Lizzie screamed in fear and kicked out quickly. But the white socks were held in Elena's palm. Li Lizzie screamed and closed the book, screaming, Now is not the time for you to catch it. Idiot. You are not allowed to look at it. But everything happened too fast. Elena had already glanced at the content of the omniscient code and looked at the light from the past. Both sides were stunned. The light was stunned because he noticed the sight. And this sight came from the future, with the same origin and root as him. Elena was stunned because she was stunned by the light. Then, something extremely terrifying happened. Under Li Lizzie's horrified gaze, Elena's body began to gradually disappear. I seemed to be in trouble. Elena paused and lowered her hand to look at her palm. Through her palm, she saw the wooden floor at her feet. She couldn't see anything. Her existence was being erased. The simultaneous existence of Elena and the light caused a serious logical contradiction. The light that was too powerful at that time noticed Elena's spying. He was so powerful that he could even project his power to this time through this line of sight. At this moment, the same person in two different times sensed each other's existence. But the weaker Elena was not strong enough to face herself in another long river of time. As a result, Elena was being corrected by the world at this moment. Elena's eyes were solemn, and she kept using means to save herself. But all means fell into vain. Lizzie hurriedly raised the Omniscience Codex, and was about to put a cap on Elena's head, trying to throw her in front of Lynn to save her soul. Yesterday is back. At this time, Luminara's right hand fell on Elena's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Elena's body solidified, regained her endless power in the past, and digested that visual collision. But something unexpected happened. Elena lowered her head, stroking the metal ornaments that appeared on her chest for no reason, and fell into silence. Time woke up too many times, causing time to gradually lose its original logic and began to lose its authority and rigor. This is not the first change. It will not be the last. 30,000 years ago, the light stopped, smiled, and murmured to himself, "It has indeed changed." In this case, the process is no longer important. The result is even more confusing. It seems that this is really the last time. Please have a clear conscience. He reached out and took off the small jewelry on his chest through the unknown prying line of sight. Throw it gently. Beside him, the free figure appeared and shouted in horror. "You are crazy. Without this halfway technique, how can you open the channel outside the domain? That's not just a halfway magic. It's also your main weapon." Bright eyes were calm. Movements were indifferent. "Die. Who's afraid of who? I think you're really crazy," Freedom said in disbelief. Dark Kingdom. Inside the Dark Temple, Subei sat on the chair in the same posture from the beginning, and never changed his posture for a long time. His expression was always frozen, and he never said a word. In front of him, the Dark Goddess, who was lying on the bed in a big shape, turned over with great difficulty, and exhaled in a very lazy tone. "Anything else to say? If not, you can leave now." From the brief contact, each god has undergone some changes and found a unique life goal. The same is true for darkness. But unlike other gods, the changes in darkness are negative, because he is completely rotten, compared with the light, who is full of fighting spirit and almost fighting his way out of an invincible blood. Darkness can be said to have taken a completely opposite path. Subei thought that persuading darkness would have various troubles, and establishing an alliance is never an easy thing. But the biggest obstacle was unexpectedly the inaction of darkness itself. Unbelievably, there were no believers or gods in the entire Dark Kingdom. Over the past few hundred years, all the dark gods have betrayed their faith and fled the kingdom, leading home one after another. Since then, darkness has never spread any faith. He has been messing around for a whole 100 years. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Subei asked with his eyes wide open, slightly turning his gaze to look at the expression of darkness. "Aren't you curious about my existence?" At that angle just now, Subei could even see through darkness's lace skirt and peek at darkness's inner wear. "Ah, I'm so tired. I might as well die. I don't want to think about anything," darkness muttered. "Let me think about what I should say. I don't know what to say. I show you how a god sleeps." After saying that, darkness waved his hand, trying to send Subei away. The whole process was full of decadence. There was no intention to block Subei's peeping sight. He really gave up completely. "I tell you a secret." Subei stared into Anand's eyes with a serious expression. "Ah, I'm so curious. What secret could it be?" Anand looked forward to it symbolically, and then sighed. "I really want to hear it. And I'd be more excited if you leave after you finish talking. If you have something else to say, I can listen to you all the way. Anyway, go ahead." As he said that, Anand pressed the edge of the bed with his right hand, turned over with difficulty, and turned sideways to face Subei. It can be said that darkness gave full respect, and the emotional value was maxed out. Just ignore the other party's flat tone. Subei raised his eyes, looked at this face that was almost the same as Fulian, and said seriously, "If you do nothing, you will die soon." "Ah, so scary," darkness said calmly. "I'm scared to death. What should I do? What should I do to thank him for giving me this relief? But I will be dead by then." Subei was stunned. He then realized the hidden truth of history. It was never the light that was determined to kill the darkness. It was the darkness that had long been determined to die. He was seeking death. Why? What did Subei need to do to convince an innate god who stood at the top of the world but was determined to give up? Su Bei began to have a headache. Chapter 577 The Reason Why Darkness Died. 10 days later. The sky was shining, and cracks appeared on the dome of the world. The bright light, carrying the power to destroy everything, hit the sky directly, adding crooked black cracks on the sky. Beyond the cracks, there was endless gray fog, fragmentary whispers, the scorching sun that dissolved the light, and the source that polluted everything. But everything lost its meaning in the kingdom of darkness. There was no one here. The tone of the environment was dark, and it was difficult to see the 5 fingers when you stretched out your hand. Only the dim light in the house was left, which often flickered. This is the darkness waking up again. His eyelashes trembled slightly. His eyes opened, and he yawned gently when she saw the outline of the figure in front of her. Her hazy sleepiness disappeared immediately, and her confused eyes focused, looking calmly at the back in the distance, with her right hand on the bedboard, supporting her chin. Why don't you leave? Darkness was puzzled. It's meaningless to waste time here. Or do you plan to lie down with me? Su Bei looked sideways and asked casually. Don't fight for it. You've asked this more than a dozen times. Darkness waved his hand. I'm a little tired of hearing it. Just lie down. I wait for you. Su Bei nodded. He had some ideas. He was waiting. 100 days later. Above the sky, the brilliant light continued to bombard, while on the other side, several forces were patching up the cracks. These forces collided violently with the brilliant light, destroying the world. Every day, gods fell, and new gods appeared and joined the battlefield again. The war between gods was about to break out. Aren't you going to help? Su Bei asked. Beside him, the eyes of darkness that had been gently closed began to tremble, and the eyelashes fluttered open, and it was impossible to tell what expression it had. After a while, darkness sighed. Who should I help? This one fights with that one, and that one fights with another one. This one doesn't play with that one, and that one has a conflicting philosophy with that one. Life and elements must start from scratch and bear the vast cause and effect alone. Light must fight out a unique path, but his actions are too dangerous, and will kill many lives. Wisdom cares about the world, but she can't protect anything. Destiny is building a weapon that can destroy the world, and doesn't care about everyone's safety at all. The Valkyrie is arresting people everywhere, but she can't bear to kill anyone. Sisters are busy saving the world, but it's boring. Boring. Really? Su Bei repeated. You don't want to do anything? I'm too lazy to think. In the past, when the sisters were at home, I listened to Guangming on major matters, listened to me on minor matters if we agreed, and listened to her if we disagreed. I rarely had time to think. Su Bei's breathing stagnated. Wouldn't it be better if you just said you would listen to the light? It's different. Whoever makes the decision should take the blame. I have to take some responsibility. Darkness waved his hand. But it's different now. I think they are all wrong. I don't want to help anyone. This doesn't sound like a boring statement. People who really think it's boring won't say anything, and they will feel tired if they say more. Darkness has a request. What is his request? What about you? Su Bei suddenly asked, looking sideways. What do you find interesting? Hearing this, Darkness was stunned, and felt that a sense of frustration in his chest was about to burst out, and he wanted to say something, so he turned over with difficulty. Sleep. 1 year later. This year, light was killing like crazy. Wisdom and emotion were beaten to tears, and they cried to find the Valkyrie, intending to ask for an explanation. Life and elements both hid away, no longer wasting time. Death and darkness gave way for a whole season, and swung for a whole quarter, and there was no such person on the battlefield. Luck and fate said they were building ships, and they haven't been seen for a long time. Freedom and light are in the same group again. Time is still dying. Many gods fought their way to the sky, but they returned one by one in defeat, as the sky was dyed into a sea of blood. The first top god, the leader of the Blood clan, Blood Ancestor, was beaten to a pulp. Half of his wings fell to the earth, attracting countless spiritual energy to spread. The War of Gods broke out. The Kingdom of Darkness. The outside world and the Kingdom of Darkness are two different pictures, and the war outside cannot affect this Kingdom of Gods. Darkness shut down all perceptions, and was indifferent to what happened in the outside world. When Darkness woke up again, he looked at Su Bei, who had not left yet, and finally ordered him to leave. You can really leave now, Darkness said lightly. I know what you want. Bei suddenly said. Sleep. Darkness responded and added. It's okay to eat something later. You don't want this world. Not these people. Bei looked sideways, looked directly into Darkness' eyes, and said seriously, You just want the 12 sisters to get along. Just like before. Oh! And then used his shoulders to lift his hands with great difficulty, clapping his hands like a poster applauding, and said lightly, Great. I give you an award later. Do you need a little red flower? You can also stick one on. Bei said, You have a plan. You have it at the beginning. And you can execute it at the end. So what? And then sat up, looking indifferent. Bei was about to say something, but suddenly his consciousness blurred for a moment. And then his whole body was tied up by countless tentacles. This is the power of the monster swallowed by Darkness, which looks like an octopus organ. This means that Bei's guess is correct, and Darkness is afraid to hear that answer. Just as Bei was about to open his mouth, a thick tentacle quietly entered Bei's mouth and blocked his subsequent movements. I don't want to listen to you anymore. Darkness stretched. Just be quiet for a while. Bei didn't struggle. Just looked at Darkness, sizing up the indifferent expression on his face. God wars usually last for a long time, and the impact on the world is destructive. Even Bei, who is in the kingdom of God, can feel the tremor. Bei was not in a hurry. With the help of time. What he lacked the least was time. The one who would be in a hurry would be Darkness. Darkness became restless. His legs kept folding, closing and separating, and his wine-red pupils, similar to Lin's, became increasingly dim. On the contrary, the dark clothes on his body were even darker and darker, almost blending into the background and the environment. He might be the ancestor of the assassin profession. As Bei thought so, the restraints on his body suddenly loosened, and the thick tentacles in his mouth were peeled off. I will go out in a while. Please don't make trouble. Darkness negotiated. You plan to sacrifice yourself to stop this war of gods. Bei gave his guess. Following this guess, Bei finally pieced together the outline of history 30,000 years ago. The cause was the clue of doomsday, involving the world tree. In order to stop the doomsday, Light used force to prove the truth, trying to break the barrier between the original continent and the outside world and complete a certain plan. Wisdom does not allow it. He believes that this move will bring destruction. Maybe he has another strategy. Every god has a way to save the world, but the way of Light is too extreme. This is roughly the reason for this war of gods. Although Bei doesn't know why Light does this. He didn't go to witness the truth with his own eyes. But Bei knows why Darkness does this. Bei said lightly. You plan to die in the hands of Light. So what? Darkness said lazily. This way, he will hate himself for the rest of his life and admit his mistakes obediently. For the rest of his life, he should take good care of the other sisters and never dare to do evil again. Bei said again. Are you not afraid of death? Darkness shook his head. No. I have lived for 20,000 years. I have lived enough. This world does not need darkness. My existence has no meaning from the beginning. Self-sacrifice is too noble for Bei. He has always been the one who is most afraid of death, and the one who is least willing to die. Everything he does is to survive. Bei added, You will die by coincidence. Completely. And cleanly. He stared at her with extremely resentful eyes, making him feel guilty for the rest of his life. A good idea. Anhui snapped his fingers and smiled slightly. You finally have some effect. Bei sighed. You thought about it for so long. And you came up with this stupid idea? Anhui's breathing stagnated. And he retorted loudly, Is it stupid? I don't think so. I think this idea is great. It's stupid. Bei thought for a moment and replied seriously. Have you not grown up? In 20,000 years, everyone is growing up. Why are you still like a 3-year-old child? Choosing to use self-harm to attract other people's attention? You are so unreasonable and presumptuous. Darkness glared at Bei. Bei smiled bitterly. Fortunately, Darkness regained some vitality. Perhaps because the plan was exposed. Darkness became more arbitrary. Are you going to complain? Darkness asked. No. Bei shook his head. I plan to make you regret it for the rest of your life. Why would I regret it? Darkness sneered. I'm going to die. And dead people won't regret it. You will regret it. Bei said lightly. His speech speed gradually increased. You died. So the Light died. I don't know what happened after the War of Gods. But 30,000 years later, The light has completely died and reincarnated. Su Bei's speech gradually became difficult, and his body became heavier and heavier. Stop talking. Your connection with this world is deepening. You will not be able to go back soon, Darkness said hurriedly. He could see the changes. Su Bei violated history, and he was suffering a terrible reckoning. First, his lifespan. Su Bei's lifespan was visibly decreasing. The lifespan of a human demigod was more than 300 to 500 years, and the lifespan of a transcendental one was more than 1,000 years, which was enough to squander at will. However, as a person of the same frequency, Su Bei's lifespan was only 1/3 of that of a normal human. Not to mention that every breath he took was taking several years. Su Bei had an indifferent expression. He took out the hilts of the holy and demonic swords, inserted them into the ground, one on the left and one on the right, and activated the cornerstone. He went all in. He wanted to fix this history. He wanted to convince the darkness at this moment. What exactly are you going to do? The darkness blinked in confusion. He didn't quite understand. Why did such a small and limited life have to pay the price of its life to tell him about the future? Su Bei exhaled, spoke slowly, word by word. What do you yearn for and expect in the future after death? Everyone is happy and carefree. Darkness quickly organized his words and replied casually. You are accelerating your death every minute. You only have a few minutes of life left. Are you sure you want to waste your time like this? I'm not interested in the future. Tell me you won't get any benefits. Su Bei nodded. In the future, you will be completely hostile to light. He has lost a lot of memories, and you have forgotten a lot of things. You have changed from best friends to enemies who kill each other until death. You used to have many friends, but now you have nothing. Everyone hates you. That's enough, Darkness shouted. You're running out of time. Su Bei's speech speed increased again, and he ended the topic with the last sentence. Your death has no meaning, and no one will understand your actions. Suicide is a very stupid thing to do. The word stopped abruptly. Su Bei stopped spreading the secret, pulled out the holy and demonic swords, and gasped. His black hair turned snow white, and his body became weaker. Su Bei only left himself 10 years to live. 10 years is enough. Either Su Bei breaks through to the quasi-god level and obtains a lifespan of 10,000 years, or Su Bei dies in the doomsday, which will come in 5 years. Su Bei raised his eyes calmly, looked at the darkness whose expression was slightly out of control, and said seriously, Now, do you regret your decision? You are really crazy, Darkness murmured. Why do you think that you can change the decision I made after 100 years of thinking with just a few words? This is the optimal solution I got after countless experiments. How can I change my mind because of your illusory statement? You take it for granted. You overestimate yourself and me. Silence for a long while. Su Bei shook his head slowly and said lightly, I don't intend to convince you. That's what you mean. Darkness was stubborn. Su Bei's eyes were empty, and he said, I just want to tell you that darkness also has its meaning for this world. Darkness sneered. If I were 2 years old, I would still be moved by your nonsense. But I am already 20,000 years old. I just think you are doing pyramid selling. Su Bei stared at him and said seriously, You are never redundant. You can save this for young girls, who are not very experienced in the world. It must have taken you a lot of effort to come up with such a heartwarming sentence. Right? And then sneered and waved his hands. Su Bei was amused. He swore. He must beat Anin. He must be severely bullied. Chapter 578 Death Arrives. Su Bei often wonders whether he is a witness of history or a drop in the ocean, an insignificant passerby in the vast sea of people. Su Bei no longer tries to persuade the darkness. It is meaningless. He cannot wake up a girl who is obsessed with her and has become obsessed with the world. This is a scene that happened in history, but it is not the history that Su Bei wants. 2 years later. Although time is with you, if you waste time like this, won't you be very stressed in the future? Darkness drank the hot soup that Su Bei had just cooked, and looked up. Gudong gudong. Slurped it down with a satisfied look on his face. I believe in time. Su Bei held the holy and devil swords. The front end of the magic sword in his left hand turned into a shadow of chopsticks and stirred in the pot, occasionally adding seasonings. The front end of the holy sword in his right hand turned into a shadow of a soup spoon and stirred in the pot, then handed out a full spoon. And just as Su Bei finished handing it out, Darkness held the bowl with both hands, and it happened to freeze in front of Su Bei. The spoon fell. The soup is full. After Sube poured himself a bowl, he continued, I believe in everyone too. TSK TSK. And Hei nodded. Such delicacies should be served to me. I don't want to die. And Hei used his thumb to wipe the soup from the corner of his mouth and shook his head regretfully. I used to eat pig food. Don't say that. Sube looked at the leaves that were about to rot and the extremely sour fruits at the head of Hei's bed, and reminded him, pigs eat better than you. And Hei was too lazy to argue, and swallowed another mouthful of soup, rubbed his stomach, changed to a comfortable position, and lay down again. Eat when you wake up and sleep when you're done. So cool. There are better things. Sube knocked on the simple wok beside him. Why don't you try and see? And Hei stared at the wok beside him, recalling the delicious food in the past year, and shook his head with difficulty. No. Forget it. I'm afraid my heart will waver. It's almost over. Sube nodded, without persuading him any more, but turned around and waved his hand. I'm going out for a while. What you do is meaningless. And Hei said, it's dangerous outside. In fact, you should have gone back a long time ago. Darkness was talking about returning to the history he should have gone to. Sube understood, but still shook his head. It doesn't matter now. After 3 years of getting along, Sube had obtained the qualifications to enter and exit the kingdom of darkness at will, and would not be driven out by darkness as soon as he left the door. But that was 2 years ago. This time, after Sube left, darkness completely closed the kingdom of darkness and did not intend to meet Sube again. That's it. Thinking so, darkness fell into a deep sleep. This will be the last time he sleeps. After waking up, he should put an end to this terrible world and this war. As Sube stepped out of the Dark Kingdom, the entrance to the Dark Kingdom closed. As the entrance closed, Sube's expression froze for a moment. But soon he regained his composure, and his footsteps were slightly raised, and his steps were steady. In terms of purpose, is this considered a failure? A man in a green shirt rushed out, and Shi Guang's right hand stopped on Sube's shoulder. Seeing Sube's gaze, he tilted his head back and suggested, go back? Even if I compress the time you need to experience this historical projection infinitely, the real time is still moving. If you stay too long, there will be a time extraterrestrial god infiltrating history. What will happen? Sube asked doubtfully. If I kill you, if he finds your trace, you will definitely die. He is a god. Time smiled and said calmly, there is no ordinary god. He is a manifestation that has reached the extreme on a road. Sube murmured, but why did he want to kill me? Of course it's for me. Time pointed to the tip of his nose. Kill you. Find me through you. Collapse time. Find historical flaws, and disintegrate the stability of the original continent from the inside. This involves the future. I can't say more. Sube nodded and exhaled. He could imagine the logic. How long do I have? Sube looked up at the sun and asked calmly. It's hard to say. I can't tell when he will appear. Sube asked again. Is he complete? Time paused and said hesitantly, the authority is complete. But the power is incomplete. But it is more than enough to deal with the gods. Sube thought for a moment and asked, I need you to give me some ideas. Time said helplessly, you can always follow the other gods. There is no other way to save you. Hearing this, Sube glanced at Time. His eyes went down along the other's neck and stopped at the other's collar. There was a pocket watch at that position. The pocket watch was very beautiful and colorful. There is only one pointer on the pocket watch, pointing to the center, and it never moves. Time inadvertently stuffed the pocket watch into his clothes. I saw it, Sube said. Time looked around blankly. What did you say? I don't understand. I don't understand. Sube sincerely suggested. That pocket watch is very beautiful. Lend it to me to play with. Time's head shook like a rattle. No. 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 This can't be played with. The pocket watch is his main weapon, which has the power to make up for regrets. Sube nodded. No longer struggling. Forget it. But I need 3 years. And I will leave after 3 years. After a while. Time slowly nodded. I will try my best. If that foreign god really finds this history, you must leave as soon as possible. He has been looking for me for a long time. If he finds you, he can follow the clues and go against the flow of time to find me. By then, I will no longer be able to hide, and time will lose its rigor. Everything will develop in the worst direction. Sube nodded slowly. Okay. I understand. After the conversation, Subei continued to walk forward, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. This is the second reason he knows that time must die. One is to stop all time systems from spying on the long river of time, randomly traveling through time, and changing history and the past. The second is to avoid the pursuit of the time system's outer gods. It seems that time is not easy either. Thinking about it, Subei sighed softly. Outer god. What role will the outer evil god play in the doomsday? After walking for a while, Subei completely left the border of the Dark Kingdom, and soon came to the Light Kingdom. The Light Kingdom and the Dark Kingdom are close to each other. Subei often comes here to walk. Unlike the Dark Kingdom, which is rotten from the inside out, the Light Kingdom has completely become the core of artillery fire, with wars all day long and a pessimistic and murderous atmosphere everywhere. Subei calmly stepped over countless corpses of the Wing clan, crossed the border, and went to a stronghold that had not been affected yet. There is a huge castle at the stronghold, which is in the style of a medieval church, with a landmark sculpture placed at the entrance. The sculpture is made of simple marble, and the image presented is a faceless goddess holding a sword, with a majestic aura. Subei looked at the castle over the goddess statue. From the outline of the castle, it can be vaguely seen that the castle has the core design concept of the Holy Light Church. In the center of the eaves of the house, there is a sun carved, hanging above the goddess statue. This is the only building in the Kingdom of Light at present, and perhaps there is a certain artistic content in it. Unfortunately, Subei couldn't appreciate it, and just felt it was a bit inexplicable. It would be better to just pretend to be a little girl when Guangming was a child. Maybe it would be more pleasing. Subei walked into the castle. He saw a scene that was completely different from the last time. The Wing tribe. There were very few of them. The number of Wing tribe walking around was much less than that of Subei's previous visits. The rest were mostly young children, and some elderly Wing tribe elders, who were four-winged, but extremely old, and had completely lost their growth limit. Empty nest elderly, and left behind children. That's all. Abnormal uncle. You're here again. A slightly older Wing clan member walked out from among the children. She was the oldest child here, leading and coordinating all the children so that they wouldn't cause any trouble. But her height was only up to Subei's neck, and she was still in the infancy of the Wing clan, where the Wing clan had not yet fully grown. Her name was Eleni. Subei raised his eyes and said hesitantly, "Your mother. She went to join the war." Eleni looked up proudly. "A month ago, not long after the uncle left, my mother went to the front line to join the battle. The war is getting more and more intense. Many bad guys want to occupy the Kingdom of Light and destroy the foundation of God." As she said this, Eleni squeezed her hands and swung them very hard. "We will never allow it. Nor will we tolerate it." The small fist condensed all of Eleni's beliefs, and it swung with a sound of breaking through the air. Subei looked around, looked at the timid children who cast curious eyes at him, and nodded. Then he took down the big pot behind him, presented the soup cooked in the Kingdom of Darkness to Eleni, and handed the whole pot over. "The soup prepared for everyone is still warm. Drink it while it's hot." Eleni smiled. She was very happy. This pot of soup can provide enough nutrition for the children and replenish the physical strength needed by the elderly. Eleni took it seriously and said seriously, "You are a good person." Subei sighed. "Enough. Don't give me a good person card so early." Eleni stared at Subei, looking at his helpless expression, and murmured in confusion, "But you are really a good person. Without you, everyone would have nothing to eat. The war consumed all our food, and everyone was hungry for a long time." As she spoke, Eleni waved her hands and called the children playing in the distance, and gave each of them a bowl of steaming hot soup. The children drank the hot soup with greedy expressions, but their behavior was very ladylike and elegant. This was the etiquette in their bones, laying the foundation for the future Holy Light Church. "Don't you regret it? Follow the light." Subei sat on the ground and asked casually. "Don't say that." Eleni smiled. "Everything is God's will. He never treats us unfairly. If even we are at a point where we cannot decide our own life or death, then God must be in a more difficult situation." Eleni believes in light, or perhaps the Wing tribe trusts light very much. This is a group of believers and their families with extreme faith. Hearing this, Subei nodded and watched the children share the hot soup with a calm expression. If it were Jasmine, she would definitely be very happy watching this scene, and she would be happy from the bottom of her heart. But Subei would not. Subei did not have any extra feelings in his heart. He was just using the excuse of delivering some food to observe Eleni more. The result made Su Bei not very satisfied. Eleni's faith was pure and her authority was compatible. How could such a person take the opportunity to usurp the authority of light and replace it? What happened in the future? Or did he miss something? Usually Su Bei would leave after delivering food. But today he rarely stayed for a while. Of course, the reason was obvious. He was driven out by the darkness. Now, Su Bei had nowhere to go. After noticing that Su Bei showed no signs of leaving, Eleni sat next to Su Bei and took the initiative to talk to him. If our god loses, will you help him? Su Bei shook his head. I can't help anyone. You are so weak. Uncle, Eleni complained. But your aura is so scary. And you can't do anything? Su Bei smiled. His eyes were calm. I am not a god. How can I participate in the battle between gods? Eleni was stunned. Why can he still laugh? And he can laugh so ugly? Eleni hadn't laughed from the bottom of her heart for a long time. And couldn't help wondering, what are you laughing at? Maybe I'm laughing at you. Su Bei sighed. Laughing at our helplessness. Su Bei couldn't convince the darkness. Eleni couldn't help the light. Essentially, it was because they were too weak. If Su Bei was strong enough, he could tie up the darkness and beat him up, so that he would give up the idea of committing suicide. But Su Bei just thought so. Perhaps he couldn't do it, and he wouldn't do it. According to the development of history, the death of darkness did end the ancient war of gods. But, can he really change nothing? Not necessarily. For this reason, he invited a guest. Are you looking for me? At the entrance, a girl with a sickle on her back slowly stepped into the castle. As the girl stepped out step by step, the souls of all the lives around her gradually tightened, and suffocated. The fireworks from the depths of the netherworld burned on the girl, burning her ordinary clothes into a gothic style, which was very deep. The dark flames around her body burned out, and finally gathered into a dark felt hat on the girl's head. Su Bei looked back. After only a moment of looking back, all the winged tribe fainted and fell into a coma. At this time, Su Bei finished his sidelong glance and happened to meet the girl's eyes. He nodded calmly. Hello, goddess of death. I want to ask you a favor. Death raised his head. In his small eyes, there was a big doubt. He also had a lot to ask about the other party. Chapter 579 Speculations about the First Doomsday. Death did not respond, but first stretched out his right hand, tapping his fingers flexibly in the air, peeling off a familiar soul from Su Bei's body. The soul kept squirming and changing in the air, and soon condensed into a mini version of Death's hand. It looked like a doll. Schwa. With a sound, Death stretched out his hand and suddenly pinched the neck of the soul, exerting force with his fingertips. Twist. Caw. The soul tilted its head, posing the action of having its neck twisted, and stuck out its tongue. Fun? Death suddenly asked. Su Bei looked at his nose and mouth without saying a word. Death did not look at Su Bei, but shook his right hand to shake the dying soul to wake up. Another click sound. The doll died again. Su Bei blew his nose and pretended not to see it. Death laughed angrily. Let's not talk about why you have a soul of the same origin and nature as mine. I want to know. Who taught you to call people like that? Su Bei looked up and smiled. It's my personality. For Su Bei, any method that can achieve the goal is a good method. The means are not important. Alas, Death did not hesitate anymore, and sat next to Su Bei, casually handing over the sickle in his hand. Help me take it. Su Bei took it. Death was stunned. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his right hand took back the sickle from Su Bei's hand and handed it over again. Su Bei took it. Death was stunned, and kept snatching the sickle and putting it down. Su Bei took it again and again. Death was so angry that he trembled all over, opened his mouth and bit the handle of the sickle, biting out. Crack, crack, crisp sound. Who trained it to be like this? Why can't it accept you? Su Bei nodded calmly. Maybe I am kind. What is the relationship between you and my future self? Death turned his head slightly, his delicate face fixed in front of Su Bei, and asked seriously. Friend. Su Bei said without hesitation. Death shook his head, expressing his disbelief. His divine characteristics and original authority are all reflected in his soul. This can be said to be the foundation of his path. How good a friend must be to be qualified to receive his soul? Looking at this situation, the answer given by Su Bei casually could not convince Death. But Death's question obviously stumped Su Bei. Su Bei thought about it seriously and asked, "Father-daughter relationship?" Death's breath stagnated. "Are you asking me?" "Wait." As soon as the words fell, something strange happened. Death waited for a long time, and his silent expression became more and more weird, with an unbelievable light flashing in his eyes. Su Bei did not encounter inexplicable divine punishment. This is incredible. No one is qualified to be his father, unless this person is indeed his father. And the messy soul carrier in Su Bei's body seems to be able to verify this statement. Death was stunned. Then Su Bei was also stunned. He realized that the joke he made casually was taken seriously by Death. "Just kidding," Su Bei responded. Death turned his head forward, avoiding Su Bei's sight, and said calmly, "No need to explain. I have my own judgment." Su Bei sighed. "You made a wrong judgment. Don't worry about it," Death replied, and took the initiative to mention Su Bei's request. "What do you want from me? If someone dies, can you help me collect his soul?" "Whose?" "Darkness." Death was silent. In his impression, darkness has been playing badly for many years. Why did it die? He is not stupid. And he quickly got the answer. It's difficult. If he dies in the hands of light, it is very likely that there will be no soul left. Light is too overbearing. Death's answer was ambiguous and too vague. His words emphasized the power of light, but did not give a negative answer. This can only mean one thing. It's difficult to do, but it can be done. "But you are Death," Su Bei murmured. "You are the real authority in this regard." Death's eyes fluctuated. His right hand rubbed back and forth on the sickle, his face expressionless. "I can help you, but you have to help me." Su Bei nodded. "How to help? What to help? If you want to help me, you must first remember my characteristics." Su Bei nodded and listened carefully. "You must remember that there is only one Death, and I am the source of disaster. Death is a state for other sisters, but it is a reincarnation for me." Su Bei was stunned. He only heard Death continue to say, "My characteristic is that every time I die, my soul can be equally differentiated and become two complete individuals. And correspondingly, I will periodically suffer the fate of certain death and die from cause and effect without reason." Su Bei's hands and feet began to get cold, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. "In the past 20,000 years, I have secretly died nearly 100 times, and buried hundreds of independent selves in the world. Some of them will become dragons. Some will become titans. Some will become trees. And some will become ants. The dead self, that is, myself, will gradually lose self-awareness as time goes by. And among these different selves, there will always be individuals who can reach the top and create a new path to godhood. My innate talent will not allow me to be buried by the times. Every time I am here, I will be the top in every industry. I need you to use a spell on me at a certain point in the future, when you receive this message from me, to help me gather all the souls and integrate them into one. This spell is called soul conjugation. I have a question." Su Bei suddenly interrupted. "Go ahead." Death's eyelids drooped, and his expression was calm. Su Bei's mind was already in turmoil. He realized that Lin was just one of the countless clones of Death. It was the Death self that seemed to be the most critical, but not so critical. If so, when countless dead souls converged, would Lin still be Lin? Would Death still be Death? The method about Lin that Li Lizzie mentioned might be this key technique. This is really a shocking secret. Will the future Death agree if you do this? Death was silent for a long time and gave an extremely helpless answer. What if he disagrees? Death? He will definitely die. His life cycle is logical and repeats itself. Even if you disagree, he will come to an end in the next reincarnation because his life ends. By then, how much of his consciousness will be left? Maybe only 1 in 10 will remain. This is the authority I have inherited. Su Bei felt a little lost. He didn't know why he felt lost. Perhaps it was because Lin would lose her original appearance. Or maybe Lin would die anyway. Maybe even in the last war between gods. The reason why Death died was not because he lost the battle, but because he lost to himself. But the authority of gods is not without reason. Why is only Death carrying? Curse? You will definitely die. Su Bei murmured. Death nodded. It's not a big deal. I'm used to it. But thanks to you, every Death will have a common flaw. What? Su Bei looked sideways. Hate men, Death said calmly, staring at Su Bei with an indifferent expression. Su Bei hesitated. I can't tell. You look no different from the others. Do you need proof? Death calmly reached out his hand. Before Sube could react, Death had already touched his chest. Then the change occurred. First it trembled. Violently trembled. Death's body trembled as if he had taken drugs at this moment. Clenched his teeth, and his wine-red eyes suddenly turned red. Even deep. His feet in black marten boots twisted unnaturally and trembled. And he accidentally hit the ground, creating a half-inch deep hole. Soon, the changes began to become obvious. Death's eyes were rolling white. His breathing began to increase. His face became more ruddy. His consciousness began to wander. And the horrible memories invaded his body like a wave. At this moment, he was like a lone boat floating on the endless ocean, being hit by huge waves layer by layer, constantly sinking and floating. I don't know how long it has been. In fact, it was just a breath. Sube looked at Death with empty eyes, as if he had been humiliated and bullied, and sighed. It doesn't have to be proved. Death glanced at Sube coldly and panted. You should know how excessive what you did was. Death's breathing began to slow down, and he exhaled in big mouthfuls, exhaling warm breath. You should feel guilty. Blame yourself. And repent. Sube responded sincerely. I blame myself. And I repent. In fact, it was not the case. Sube's heart was calm. No repentance. No condemnation. He didn't remember what he had done. But he knew that he must have his reasons for doing so. He was just perfunctorily talking to Death. Of course, Death didn't believe it. It's my fault. I had too high moral expectations of you. Death sighed calmly. There was no speech for a long while. After thinking about it, Sube nodded. I promise you, in the future, I will use that technique to help you gather your soul. Well, I will help you too. Death nodded, picked up the sickle and walked out. The sisters will be done soon. You should prepare early. As Death left, the topic between them ended, and the place fell into silence again. Sube sat on the ground and thought. About Lin. About Death. About darkness. About light. About Eleni. He had too many confusions. On the road to pursuing a certain answer, he would always passively jump into one huge pit after another. And at the moment when Sube was thinking, the sky curtain collapsed with a sound, and it completely cracked, revealing the boundless universe behind the sky curtain. Sube raised his eyes and saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. That was the outside world. The light did what he planned. The scene outside the domain was too horrifying, with countless strange carriers, breeding all kinds of strange monsters. With just one glance, Sube was pulled into the endless black tide, listening to the terrifying whispers. I am the Death Broom, the Lord of the boundless territory, the incarnation of the sun, the 10th unique sun in the universe. I will purify your sins and extradite you to the boundless territory. I am the apostle of the abyss, the Lord of the endless abyss, holding an entire endless abyss. Submit to me. I will give you supreme power. Step towards us. Become us. I am the undying God, the Lord of the King Ashes. If you hear my name, you will die, and then you will not die. I am the nameless Lord above the gray fog, the master of 90,000 worlds. I came. I saw. I conquered. This newborn and tiny world. He will become another collection of mine, and become one of my powers. One after another. The unique words echoed in Sube's mind. But they stopped in the blink of an eye. The voice stopped abruptly. The next moment, Sube finally indirectly saw the fuse that ignited the first doomsday. Sure enough, it was related to the world tree. The world tree was spreading and growing, with branches extending to the outside of the domain, blocking all the whispers. The power contained in the world tree was too terrifying, and these accumulated powers stretched it to its maximum, almost erupting. Buzz and invisible waves spread through the sky, and all the whispers outside the sky lost their sound. Bang, bang, bang. There were dense firecrackers outside the domain. Sube's breathing gradually accelerated, and he kept swallowing his saliva to remember the scene that could subvert history. This is enough power to destroy the world. A peak that no god can reach. This is the limit of power. Soon, the movement outside the sky stopped. The sky healed and gathered. Unlike before, the top branches of the world tree stretched out to the outside of the domain, greedily absorbing the energy outside the domain to replenish itself. Sube seemed to understand. Could it be that the truth of the first doomsday was because the original world was not enough to meet the energy needs of the world tree? Either squeeze the vitality inside the original continent to supplement the supply needs of the tree of life. Either expand outward and achieve self-sufficiency from outside the domain. In this way, the light is right? Maybe. If there is no expansion, the development of the original world will always have a bottleneck. And the War of Gods can only create large-scale killings to provide nutrients for the world tree. One day, the internal contradictions of the original continent will completely erupt. No one is willing to sacrifice. Everyone wants to live and spread out. At that time, a bigger and more tragic war will break out on the continent. After the expansion, the world will have the subsequent development, and more lives and races will gradually appear. Is this true? Su Bei was just guessing. History will judge right and wrong. Su Bei was just a passerby in history. As he was thinking, a hand suddenly came out from beside Su Bei and handed him a bowl of cold hot soup. What are you thinking about? The person who spoke was Eleni. Su Bei did not respond. Because he saw it. He saw the changes on the sky reflected on the soup. The sky suddenly became dark. It was like celebrating the coming of darkness. It was also like a memorial. The soup is cold, Su Bei said lightly. There seemed to be some sadness in the words. But it was not real. And the still ignorant Eleni was confused. Eleni tilted her head and asked with concern. Can I blow it? Huh? What a fool. The soup is cold. What's the use of blowing it? Eleni blew it. And a wave of heat came, blowing the cold soup to smoke and Su Bei's face hot. Su Bei looked sideways, but saw Eleni smiling and pursing her lips. There will be a way. We have to try it. Eleni held the bowl with both hands and handed it over. Chapter 580 The Butterfly Effect. If the ephemeral flower blooms only once, it must bloom more dazzlingly. Since the birth of the gods, the darkness has been like a pair of eyes against the light. And it is extremely beautiful in this moment. His brilliance is extreme and short-lived. And he does not tell anyone. Everyone thinks that the darkness is inexplicable. And perhaps even the light thinks so. But this time, someone knows. Su Bei raised the bowl, which was neither too big nor too small, raised it to the sky, drank it all in one gulp, and looked at the sky for a long time. The dark sky spread quickly and disappeared even faster. When there was no darkness at all, there was no more sound of fighting above the dome. After a while, the rain fell. The rain was dripping. The raindrops were not big, but very heavy, penetrating through the castle dome, dripping on Su Bei's feet, and slapping on Su Bei's forehead. It's so heavy, Eleni murmured. Heavy? How could it not be heavy? This is the whole of a god. It contains the truths of tolerance, assimilation, darkness, absorption, and embracing all rivers, which are poured through rainwater and sent to Su Bei and the thousands of lives baptized by war. Su Bei was speechless, and he understood a lot of things at this moment. No wonder there was no magic and various professional systems in the ancient times. But so many professions could burst out at once in the recent ancient times. No wonder the bottom life in the recent ancient times was enough to step into the ladder of godhood, learn the rules, and get a completely different development from before. It was this rain. This rain opened up the blooming of 100 flowers from 30,000 years before Duz to 10,000 years before Duz. The all-embracing darkness ended the ancient times with death, ended the war of gods, and sent down this baptism rain, opening a new prosperous era for the end of the war of gods. Only darkness with unlimited potential has the power to inspire everyone's potential. And he turned this power into a gift to the entire original continent to make up for the loss of vitality in the world. In fact, the bad girl who kept saying that as long as the sisters were in harmony, she didn't say many truths in the end. Her love for this world was no less than that of the other sisters from the beginning. This rain was considered a farewell. Eleni, Su Bei said slowly. Eleni looked up at Su Bei, who was in a trance, and asked in confusion. What's wrong? I need to get stronger quickly. Su Bei said something that made no sense. He remembered that in the ancient war of gods 10,000 years before Duz, Holy Light was the winner and got the most important treasure. What could it be? Su Bei had a guess. But Su Bei didn't want to guess. If Duz was the capital formed after the fall of the Kingdom of Light, how could Princess Jasmine of the former Duz Empire and Princess Luminera of Duz have no connection with Holy Light? After figuring out this logic, Su Bei sighed heavily, and finally pushed through the layers of fog and glimpsed a corner of history. He crossed the shackles of knowing more, having more questions. His confusion was decreasing. 1 year later. I'm going to die. Death took the initiative to find Subei. I'm leaving. Subei nodded and said goodbye. I die tomorrow. Death said seriously. I leave soon. Subei sighed. Darkness. Don't you care? Death sighed and asked. I don't care if you want to. I gave its soul away a long time ago. Subei said calmly. What do you mean? Death was stunned. Isn't that the darkness that Subei has been thinking about? Subei said calmly. It means that the soul of darkness is not with me. Death was stunned again, and said solemnly, Aren't you afraid of being snatched away and eaten? The soul of a god is not simple. You came here with so much hardship. Isn't it just to deal with the darkness? Subei shook his head. But I can't take away the soul of darkness. Nor can I revive it. So, what's the meaning of all this? Death asked curiously. Subei looked up at the sky and faced the light. It has a meaning. I packed its soul and gave it to the light. And let the light hide it in a spell. That is a historical layer. Only the light knows. No one else knows. Death asked puzzledly, the question is, how can you be sure that the light will use that spell at the right time? Subei shook his head and responded, I'm not sure. He was lying. Death saw the answer. It's up to you. Death didn't bother to care. Anyway, he would die soon. Subei was indeed lying. How could he not know that the light would eventually die? The future was already determined. Elena would appear beside him. Elena would save Fulian. As for how to convey this technique, the light would find a way. This was not something Subei should consider. This was the butterfly effect. Just a little change, even if Subei didn't participate in it, can bring a completely different ending. Thinking of this, Subei looked at Death and said calmly, How do you plan to die? Find a corner where no one knows and sleep. When you wake up, another mini version of me will appear. Death was not sad or distressed when he said these words. As if he was talking about an insignificant little thing. Death has no secrets about death. And it is not new. He was born from death and ended with death. Over and over again. Death is actually very painful. But very pleasant. Death narrowed his eyes and recalled that feeling. And smiled inexplicably. Have you ever experienced it? It's not pleasant. Subei responded calmly. You haven't felt it. So you don't know? Death retorted. In fact, death is a very pleasant thing. Broken off from the past. Reentangled with the future. Maybe? Subei looked up and said calmly. Fortunately, Subei had died once. Otherwise, he would have been fooled by death. Subei recalled the feeling and told the story. First, the blood dried up. Then it became difficult to breathe. The strength was gradually deprived. And finally even the soul was drained. Death was stunned. Blinked. And looked at Subei sideways without saying a word. Subei looked sideways. Met the expressionless Death's eyes. And continued. This is not fate. This is a curse. In the future, I will help you get rid of it. Stop talking big. Death looked back and snorted. Self-righteous. Then he stopped talking. Subei still broke his promise. He didn't leave before Death died. A day later, Subei specifically asked Eleni for a good place with good feng shui, and led Eleni to dig a small mound. Afterwards, Subei began to wander around the Kingdom of Light, walking aimlessly, and finally found Death sleeping with his eyes closed in an inconspicuous ruin. The place where Death lay was not hidden, and her sleeping movements were a little hurried, and her skirt was not even neatly arranged. Subei reached out and picked up the girl, feeling the cold touch, and sighed softly. Who is she? Eleni followed all the way and asked the first question of the journey. A friend, Subei said lightly. Eleni stopped talking. After the war, many people died. She was very scared, afraid that her mother would die in the war. Subei returned to the place where he had dug the pit, put the dead with closed eyes into the coffin, buried it in the soil, and inserted a sunflower. The dead are the greatest, and they should rest in peace. Then he sat beside the pile of soil, buried the pit, and erected a small tombstone. After that, he was stunned and speechless. For a long time. Oh! Eleni suddenly called out. The war is finally over. My mother is back. I have to go back. After saying goodbye to Subei, Eleni left with brisk steps. She would face her mother in the best possible manner and introduce a kind uncle to her mother. The girl embraced the wind, humming a song of freedom. The wind blew gently. It bid farewell to everything in the ancient era. It ushered in the beginning of the modern era. Changes began with darkness and death, and ended with death. In just a few years, Subei witnessed the changes of the times and the change of eras, and then realized what time meant to the gods. How could people remain unchanged? Time will train everyone to be unrecognizable. After Subei sat for a long time, he finally called time. Let's go. We can go now. Subei sighed. Time nodded. And at this moment, an angry roar suddenly sounded. Variable. You are the variable. You are a person from the future. Why do you keep going back to the past? I hate you. It's you who affected all the predetermined fate and killed the darkness. I won't let you go. I promise. Destiny suddenly appeared, with red eyes, and asked Subei sternly. He watched everything happen and never saw the fate of darkness falling. But after Subei appeared, everything was shrouded in fog. He traced the source and could only see this one unstable factor. It must be Subei. It can only be Subei. Subei was stunned, looking at the hysterical Fate, and laughed for no reason. This laugh made Fate confused, and even his confused mind was dizzy. Subei reached out and patted Fate on the head at this critical moment. Goodbye. As soon as the words fell, Subei's figure disappeared completely, lost his trace in this era. Only the confused Fate was left, blinking helplessly, his lips slightly opening and closing, wanting to say something but stopping. Not him? Is he sick? Fate walked in a daze. He didn't know when he left the place. He only remembered that he kept replaying everything Subei had experienced along the thread of fate, and gradually lost his trace. Another day passed. A two-winged angel stumbled and ran from a distance, running to the tombstones that had been piled up long ago. Irene, who was always calm and optimistic, rarely lost her composure, tripped over the uneven ground, and rolled helplessly on the ground for 3 times. She got up with difficulty and searched for her mother's name among the messy tombstones. She was afraid of seeing the familiar words, but also worried that she would not find her mother's trace. After a while, Irene collapsed on the ground, screaming helplessly, just like what the book said. We will eventually return to our mother's grave, howling like an abandoned dog. But this time, there was no shoulder to lean on, and no hot soup to warm her up. 5 years indoors. Gensokyo. Mage Tower Library. In a trance, Elena's memory became clearer, and she held the pendant at her collar and lifted it. The pendant was dim in the sun, but it was particularly eye-catching. It looks very special, Luminara thought. Ririko nodded. Ririko thinks you are right. Elena rolled her eyes at the two of them. I think you are talking nonsense. Idiots. Uh-huh. Want to fight? Bastard. Ririko crossed her arms fiercely. Don't make trouble. You get beaten. Luminara grabbed Ririko's collar and pulled it back. Don't stop Ririko. Ririko is going to beat her to death. Ririko hugged Luminara's hand tightly and strode forward. Don't stop me. Let go. Luminara looked at her sleeves tightly held by Ririko and sighed. It was hard for her to imagine that Ririko, who looked calm, smart and ladylike at the beginning, was the same species as the stupid, childish and cowardly Ririko now. Could it be a split personality? Just when Lizzie was trying to show her majesty, Elena opened the mechanism on the pendant. Her memory became clearer and clearer, and the influence it brought gradually appeared. I seem to remember it. What do you remember? Luminara asked. The half-world technique. Elena murmured, suddenly closed her eyes, inserted the pendant into her chest, and then pulled it out bit by bit. The pendant instantly burst into a brilliant light, and the golden holy sword that Elena had once held burst into flames and hummed at this moment. The ground trembled. What's the matter? Lizzie grabbed Luminara waist tightly to stabilize her body, and looked around blankly. It's terrible. Luminara sighed. The light was burning. The library was shaking, and the space was collapsing. This turned out to be my weapon. Elena murmured. It has never left me. Always by my side. Dawn. This is his main weapon. Elena looked at this weapon, and her thoughts were like a tide. He once used this weapon to chop the bishop of the Holy Light Church to pieces. But this history may not be worth mentioning compared to his own value. This weapon is inlaid with the art of half a world that can open up the world, and each slash is enough to create an incomplete world layer. And the history of the darkness that he found was the fragments of the world that the light once slashed out. Elena raised this artifact and swung it hard towards the void. The space broke layer by layer, revealing the boundless universe behind the space. Countless fragments of dark souls overflowed from the cracks, drifted away, and returned. The dark soul was hidden by him in the space. At this moment, the complete soul gathered in the abyss. Fu Yan in the abyss felt it. His consciousness gradually spliced back and took the leading position again. When the consciousness was neutralized, Fu Yan stopped abruptly and turned around. He faced the huge pupil chasing him again. This huge pupil is the master of the abyss, the creator of all the abyss's weirdness, the god of deviation from the rules, and the apostle of the abyss who dominates all the weird powers. Interesting. Your soul is complete? The extremely huge pupil narrowed, as if mocking. But you have long been eroded by the abyss, unable to escape, and have become my strongest weapon. When did I say I would escape? Flynn murmured. I am darkness. I should have sunk. Chapter 581. It's a boyfriend. Su Bei is back. Li Lizzie was the first to notice the change. While Luminara was still immersed in Elena changes, Li Lizzie had already broken free from Luminara restraints, came to Su Bei with a small jump, and poked Su Bei's head. Being bullied? Li Lizzie asked in confusion. So listless? Su Bei quickly came back to his senses, stretched out his index finger to press down Li Lizzie's fingertips, and said calmly, Is the matter resolved? Look. Li Lizzie poked her thumb back. Changes have occurred, but the result is unclear. What did the dark side say? Su Bei shook his head and replied with Li Lizzie's words. I don't know. This question and answer made Li Lizzie confused. Li Lizzie could be unclear because she didn't participate in anything. But how could you? Su Bei. Not know. Li Lizzie asked confusedly. Then why did you go there? Hearing this, Su Bei sighed softly. I didn't do anything. Li Lizzie frowned and asked. Or die? Su Bei nodded. I didn't change the ending of Darkness's inevitable death. Li Lizzie continued to ask. Didn't you take the opportunity to persuade him? Su Bei continued to nod. I didn't form an alliance with him. Li Lizzie's breathing stagnated. Because Elena had a problem some time ago. Li Lizzie put away the omniscience code and didn't observe and spy at any time. So Li Lizzie didn't know what Su Bei did later. At this moment, she couldn't help but ask a soul-piercing question. What on earth did you do? After thinking about it, Su Bei gave a vague answer. I planted a possibility. Because it is a possibility. Anything can happen. What is this possibility? Li Lizzie was stunned. After thinking seriously, she finally figured it out. This is clearly not saying anything. How dare you pretend to be a riddle man in front of Li Lizzie? Li Lizzie was angry and kicked Su Bei in the waist, stepping on him hard a few times. How dare you? Li Lizzie is the master in this field. You are just showing off your skills in front of Li's door. You bastard. Do you know who I am? Li Lizzie. Bastard? When Li Lizzie pretended to be the Riddler. You were sweeping the streets of Winter City with that tetanus iron sword. Although he said that, Su Bei did not lie. Su Bei clapped his right hand and knocked off the foot on his waist cleanly, adding, That's enough. He is such a goody-goody. I don't think he will turn a blind eye to saving the world. As long as he is still dark, he is very likely to take action. Li Lizzie was stunned. But 30,000 years have passed, and no one knows if he has changed. Is he still the same? This is indeed a question. There are many people who have been trained by time, and many of them have even undergone serious changes in their personalities. So it is very likely. Su Bei responded indifferently. Of course, there is a possibility that he will not come. Just let it go. Just let it go. Li Lizzie grabbed Su Bei's sleeve and shook it back and forth, saying angrily, The outer gods have already arrived at the door. We will all be lying on the ground soon. How can you say such cold words? Now is not the time to let it go. Idiot! This is indeed a problem. Thinking so, Su Bei's head suddenly hurt. So, what did he do when he went back 30,000 years ago? If you think about it, it seems that he did a lot, witnessing the changes in history and digging out many truths. But thinking back carefully, it seems that nothing has been accomplished. Even the darkness has not been completely conquered. Seeing this, Li Lizzie's lips moved. After thinking through the logical cause and effect, the tight string was really broken completely. The little heart that was beating up and down could no longer beat. Su Bei sighed and patted Li Lizzie's shoulder with his right hand. Relax. While Su Bei was talking to Li Lizzie, Elena ended her transformation. At this moment, Elena held the special weapon Dawn, and her body was filled with unparalleled confident light and color. Like a rising sun. So dodgy. Li Lizzie murmured. Indeed? Subei nodded. It's a pity that it's still a false god. Luminara sighed. False gods can't stop the Nameless Lord. He is a unique existence in his world. And there are countless false gods under his command. 10,000 false gods can't do anything to a complete foreign evil god descended from the gods. I may be a little short, Elena said calmly. But 1 + 1 is greater than 2. We can give it a try. Now Elena, with Luminara world technique, has the power to destroy an entire world. In terms of pure destructive power, it is the best in the original world. You will die if you try. Li Lizzie made a reasonable judgment and poured cold water on him mercilessly. 30,000 years ago, you fought hard but failed to win. You could only barely stop him from the outside of the domain. The result will not be better 30,000 years later. Compared to that time 30,000 years ago, you are not any better now. 50-50. Elena retorted. I thought he was ordinary at that time. Li Lizzie ruthlessly exposed. But everything is ordinary in your eyes. And you still think so now. This is the truth. Elena nodded. But if we delay any longer, the element will be killed soon. Every time we say something, he will spit out blood. The two of them argued fiercely. But Luminara only had one feeling in her heart after listening to them. Tired. How many truths did Elena tell her? Didn't she say that light was once half invincible? Stop arguing. Subei interrupted inside. Anyway, hold on for a while. I go find help, Subei said, and quickly left the scene. A few people who were hesitant were left, constantly weighing the pros and cons. What the hell? Let's fight him. Elena said so. Raise the dawn. And slash the void, creating an incomplete small world. You go in and hide. I will fight the Nameless Lord one-on-one. Li Lizzie was crawling into the small world. And halfway through she suddenly turned her head and asked in confusion, what if we can't win? Let's die together. Elena said indifferently. It's not like we haven't died before. Who here hasn't died once? Really? Luminara was stunned by this. Li Lizzie was afraid, and used her hands and feet to crawl out again. That's not necessary. I haven't finished my homework yet. Let's go. You dropped out of school a long time ago. This excuse can fool that honest man Subei. Luminara ruthlessly exposed it, and pushed Li Lizzie's, but into the small world. Don't talk nonsense. Don't spread rumors. At this point, the three left the library, and rushed to the front line, taking over the second baton against the Nameless Lord. At this moment, Jasmine is in class. Teaching is still a little difficult for her, who has just turned 18. Mainly due to 2 factors. First, Jasmine looks too young. Her height is not bad and does. At least not too prominent. But in this Jinsokyo where people are overnourished, it is not good enough. As a result, many people even have to squat down to cooperate with Jasmine, so as to accept Jasmine verbal teaching and criticism. Second, Jasmine's tone of voice is too gentle. Even if it is a fierce and harsh scolding, it will make people feel that she is acting coquettishly. In particular, most of the children in Jinsokyo have received strict education since childhood and have never come into contact with a teacher like Jasmine. As a result, although students recognize Jasmine's teaching quality, they cannot maintain due respect for Jasmine. And because Jasmine is too succubus, it often makes students unable to control their emotions and difficult to concentrate on studying, causing the management of the Mage Tower to replace all the students in Jasmine's class with girls to avoid some unnecessary troubles. Teacher-student love has always been a red line. What are you looking at the teacher for? Look at the blackboard. Hey, you have this idea? This is great. Classmate. That won't do. If you use magic in this way, your body will explode. It's not allowed. No. Be quiet. We are in class now. Shut up. Don't touch my head. Don't make dirty comments to the teacher. Girls are not allowed either. You, all of you, go stand outside as punishment. No one is allowed to laugh. The homework will be doubled later. You can laugh now. The classroom was in chaos, full of nonsense and lewdness. Subei could hear strange noises from a distance, most of which came from Jasmine's harsh scolding. Really? Teacher Jasmine is so cute that it's easy to be liked. That's right. She's popular with both men and women. And have you noticed that Teacher Jasmine is getting more and more scary? What do you mean? Now whenever I see her, it becomes very hard for me to resist her. And I want to listen to her in everything. Me too. I have this weird thought too. I really wonder if Teacher Jasmine is a succubus. But can succubus attract the same sex? Aren't succubus killers of the opposite sex? That being said, I just can't resist. I feel like it's a reward when Teacher Jasmine scolds me. Every time I listen to Teacher Jasmine teachings, I forget what she said. And I just feel the pleasure of being humiliated. God, you feel the same way? You wouldn't. Could it be that? It's hard to say. But I feel like I was rewarded by Teacher Jasmine. This is too unfair. Didn't Teacher Jasmine cast some magic? Too bad. Can these guys really be human to talk about such abstract content? Subei wondered if she had come to the wrong place. The students who were discussing at the door suddenly saw a cold-faced man passing by, and glanced at them expressionlessly, with inexplicable pity in his eyes. It was like watching a puppy on the roadside. The girls stood at attention. Who is he? I don't know. He doesn't look like a good person. I think so too. Kidnapped? Killed? The girls looked at each other, nodded very carefully, and suddenly rushed forward. Water, steam, ice, knife, secret technique, thousands of water movements. I am the thunder messenger, a citizen of the elements. Secret technique, thousands of thunder illusions. Fire. At the same time, several formations, spells, skills, and rules were superimposed, and they were natural, with an exceptionally harmonious and natural beauty. She is indeed a genius. This coordination is good enough to threaten the demigod in the awakening stage, causing a half-minute restriction, thereby arousing the demigod anger, and then being successfully bullied and suppressed. Subei looked calm, and after easily dodging, bang bang, 3 punches. These unknown species, who claimed to be genius girls, were printed with 2 big red flowers. The gap is obvious. The girls knew that they could not fight, and they all said fiercely, "You wait. Don't run if you have the ability." Subei nodded. In the blink of an eye, several girls had already fled, crying into the house, and invited their most trusted teacher. Jasmine. What's going on? Who dares to bully my students at the door of my classroom? Jasmine rolled up her sleeves, showing a fierce expression, and walked out step by step, full of majesty. Teacher, there are bad guys in the crowd. He doesn't look like a good person. He looks like a weird uncle who would seduce and deceive lowly. That's right. And his eyes are cold, as if he has eaten a child. Jasmine was stunned by what she heard, and raised her head solemnly, ready to start a war at any time. It sounds too scary, and we must take precautions early. Don't worry. I take care of everything. The word stopped abruptly. Jasmine raised hand suddenly stopped. Jasmine blinked. Huh? Jasmine hair trembled. She was stunned. Her lips moved slightly, and she wanted to say something but stopped. It's no wonder that Jasmine's brain suddenly short-circuited. It's just because Subei has never taken the initiative to come to the classroom to find her. This is the first time. Something very important must have happened. A student pulled Jasmine's sleeve and said, "Look, Teacher Jasmine. She is really scary. Isn't she?" Yes. Yes. Hey, don't go forward. Do you know who is in front of you? Hearing this, Subei, who was walking forward, paused, raised his head slightly, and asked calmly, "Who is it?" One of the students puffed up his non-existent chest and said proudly, "Teacher Jasmine is the youngest transcendent in Jinsokyo, the youngest honorary mentor, the most proficient member of the council in magic. The most? Okay." Molly blushed and reached out to rub the head of the classmate next to her. Don't say it. Beyonce. Everyone go back first. It's embarrassing to show off these insignificant reputations in front of Mr. Subei. He is a friend of Mr. Molly. Molly swallowed her saliva and reached out to poke, mustering up the courage to emphasize. Huh? The 3 students at the door said in unison. Boyfriend. Molly bit her lower lip and added, making the matter public. Huh? The students in the classroom looked at her curiously. No gossip. Molly glared back fiercely. Study first. If the teacher is not back, remember to ask other teachers to take over the class. By the way, Lillian is out for a while. Subei came in a hurry and left quickly. So far, Subei appeared in the public eye as Jasmine's boyfriend for the first time, and took Jasmine and Lillian away forcefully. leaving the students with confused faces, whispering behind their backs. The classroom was full of discussions. What will they do? One man and two women. No matter how you think about it, it can only be studying. Right? Why did you drag Lillian? You ask me? How do I know? Chapter 582, Arresting the God of Nature in Forests. On a small road, Subei pulled Jasmine, and Jasmine pulled Lillian. The three of them trotted out of the academy and ran straight to the library. Hey, Mr. Subei? You look very anxious. What happened? Urgent. Subei nodded, thinking that it was not enough to emphasize the urgency of the moment. So he added, and it's very urgent. Huh? Jasmine exclaimed. If it was so urgent, she would definitely listen to Mr. Subei unconditionally. Lillian said nothing and followed the two quietly, but her body trembled slightly, obviously recalling something. The two guys in front of her were harmless when taken alone, but they could only be described as crazy when combined. She had a deep understanding of what happened at the last concert, and it was still vivid in her mind. For this reason, Lillian knelt in front of the statue of the god and deeply repented for 3 days. If the god had not sent down a decree to point out the reason to her, Lillian thought she would definitely be kept in the dark. Little did they know that this was exactly the ingenious plan of Jasmine and the evil Lolita King, just to completely trap her and ensnare the great being behind her. I won't say a word until my backer comes. Lillian suddenly squeaked and explained her situation seriously. Jasmine blinked and smiled at Lillian, very sweetly. Don't worry. We won't bully you. Lillian pursed her lips and said nothing. Unlike Jasmine, Subei nodded calmly and made it clear, it's him I'm looking for. Subei made it clear why he was looking for Lillian's backer. Faced with this direct theme without any foreshadowing or prelude, Lillian was quickly stunned and added carefully, and before that, I would not agree to go to some unknown paths. Especially with you. Lillian looked at Subei carefully, with full vigilance. Although there were two extremely dangerous titles after the Super Lolita King. When this title came out, no matter what title appeared alongside it, it was eclipsed. This title is too terrifying and dazzling. However, Subei didn't understand why Lillian was so worried. Although he did plan to take Lillian to some unknown small worlds, the rules of Jinsokyo are special, and gods cannot descend under normal circumstances. He couldn't communicate with the god behind Lillian. For this reason, he thought of two ways. One is to ask Lillian to go to the incomplete small world opened up by Elena, so as to attract the god behind her to come forward and discuss relevant topics. The second is to forcibly arrest and kidnap Lillian to go to Ririko's omniscience code, relying on Lin's strength and Ririko's home advantage to use both soft and hard tactics on the god behind her. In short, no matter what method is used, there is a necessary premise. Take Lillian to an unknown path. After a brief thought, facing Lillian's emphasis, Subei did not give any response. Lillian panicked. Unconsciously, Lillian suddenly felt that Teacher Molly's hand holding her became stronger, making it impossible for her to break free. This, could it be? Lillian swallowed her saliva and tentatively said, I actually have something else to do. Subei rarely replied, this is important. How important is it? Lillian was stunned and warned sternly, saying, don't go too far. I have someone behind me. Seeing this, Jasmine touched Lillian's head. Calm down. Calm down. Lillian, nothing will happen. It will be over in a moment. This sounds terrible. Lillian heard that some families have such a bad taste. In order to enhance the interest between lovers, they will specially tie up young girls, who are not well versed in the world, to act as sex toys between the two. Usually the consequences of such girls are not very good. If it's just Jasmine, it's not impossible. But if there's a perverted Lolita uncle, it's absolutely not allowed. Lillian quickly trembled and kept swallowing saliva. No. 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 What do you want to do? Don't think I'm a soft persimmon that you can bully. You must make it clear. Otherwise I'm going to turn back now. I know the phone numbers of all the police stations. I have specially studied the punishments that Lolita lovers will receive after committing crimes. I am familiar with various laws. Lillian was under so much pressure that she could only stack buffs through words. She was worried about her personal safety. There were only wrong names, but no wrong titles. Every title had its reason. No one would become a Super Lolita King for no reason, unless he was originally a Lolita King. Don't lie. Jasmine touched Lillian's head and smiled. You're too nervous. Lillian stood at attention. Soon, a familiar building appeared in front of the three of them. We have arrived at the library of the Mage Tower. We have arrived. Subei stopped in his tracks and pushed open the door of the library. There was wind blowing. No sound was heard. All was silent. Subei was stunned. Jasmine looked at Subei in confusion. Subei was stunned for only a moment. That's right. Li Lizzie and the others went to help the elements. Whether they could help or not is not mentioned for the moment. But they did help. Therefore, both Plan 1 and Plan 2 have lost the premise for implementation. Then, only the last method is feasible. Subei bit his finger, drew lines on the floor of the library, and began to draw an exquisite teleportation array. Wait! Is this a way to summon the devil? Lillian understood the array and screamed. Every devil is above the quasi-god. Are you going to sacrifice us to the devil? I promise you everything. Even if you want to kidnap me to watch you study. What are you talking about? Molly knocked Lillian's head with a chestnut, interrupting the other party's inexplicable words, and then showed a solemn expression and held Subei's palm. She is not afraid of the devil, but needs to be careful. The pressure of facing the quasi-god can be imagined. She guessed what Mr. Subei's subsequent plan was. Now all she needs to do is to unconditionally support Mr. Subei's decision. Subei was singing slowly, great and selfless existence. Your great dedication has given countless lives a second life. I have felt the pain for a long time. I beg you to take me to the paradise and become your believer. While singing, he described the formation. And the drawing action was very fast. There are two main reasons for this. One is that Subei is in a hurry. The other is that Subei has painted once before. So practice makes perfect. Just when Lillian was about to collapse, a guide servant in a black tuxedo slowly walked out of the teleportation array exit. Hello. Poor lost lamb. Lillian was about to suffocate. At the same time, the guide servant stopped talking. Wait, it's a bit weird. One man and two women. Handsome and beautiful. This configuration doesn't seem like the type that will lose hope in life. How could such a group go to the Gold Coast? And, does that man look familiar? The attendant wiped his eyes, and after seeing Subei's face clearly, his footsteps suddenly stopped. He quickly retracted his body, and withdrew the fixed words he was saying. Excuse me. We are in the wrong place. No. You are not in the wrong place. Subei pulled Jasmine forward. You are in the wrong place. Go back. Lillian screamed. Jasmine grabbed Lillian, who was holding the table tightly, and pulled the table into the corridor and walked into it. No. I don't want to go. I will be sold. Teacher Jasmine. I will listen to you in everything. Let Lillian go. Let Lillian go. I will be your loyal mate from now on. I don't want to be taken away by the devil. I can cooperate with anything. Oh. Very soon. Lillian will be obedient. I will reward you with delicious food when you come back. Jasmine said in distress. You don't want Lillian to do anything. Why are you so scared? Lillian's reaction along the way was so big that Jasmine was a little puzzled. It was just to receive the god descent. Why was Lillian so panicked? Could it be that the god descent had to pay a heavy price? On one side was Lillian, who was unwilling to enter the Gold Coast, and was forcibly dragged into it by Jasmine. On the other side was the guide attendant, who was unwilling to let the three people enter the Gold Coast, and was forcibly inserted into it by Subei. You are on the blacklist of my lord. Please retreat. The guide attendant stretched out his hand to intercept him, and simply confessed the truth. Goodbye. It can be seen that the guide attendant's evacuation action was very skillful. In the blink of an eye, the guide corridor shrank to a small circle, and the small circle was still shrinking, and soon became a point. There were not enough for several people to pass through. Lillian was even more frightened. She forgot to resist for a moment, and was dragged by Jasmine to move towards the corridor. What could make the devil servant so scared? It must be the Super Lolita King? Lillian looked at Subei with fear in an instant. What did he do that was so outrageous that a devil servant felt scared and refused him entry? Could it be the Lolita who had destroyed the whole world? The more Lillian thought about it, the more scared she became. Soon, she was scared to the point of having difficulty breathing. His eyes turned white, and he fainted. Subei did not notice Lillian's change. He was completely absorbed by the actions of the attendant. The attendant was very fast, casting spells smoothly and quickly. But Subei was faster. Subei pointed his finger and inserted it directly into the shrinking dark tunnel, pulling it hard. The tunnel was forcibly torn open by Subei's brute force. expanding to a range large enough for people to pass through. This was enough power to tear open the space, proving that Su Bei's strength had recovered to a certain level. Then, Su Bei stepped into it and scooped with his right hand. He scooped Jasmine and Lillian into the corridor. After doing all this, Su Bei patted the shoulder of the reception attendant and nodded calmly. "You can lead the way." There was silence for a long time. Only breathing. This scene scared the reception attendant. He was only a 5th level. Where had he seen the scene of opening a space corridor with bare hands? This was at least a demigod method. After a long while, the reception attendant smiled helplessly, bowed sincerely, and took the initiative to say, "Sir, please go back. Your last visit indirectly changed nearly half of the beliefs of the Gold Coast, and seriously damaged the quality of the souls handed in by tourists, causing me to be severely criticized and punished by the master. Until now, there are still cult ideas such as pears can't be burned out by fire, and they will grow again in the spring breeze on the Gold Coast. I really don't dare to take you over. It's not a negotiation." Su Bei patted the shoulder of the reception attendant. "What are you saying?" The reception attendant put away his smile. His expression instantly became serious, and said coldly, "Do you mean that you are threatening a reception attendant that the devil values most?" "You can think so." Su Bei nodded and politely said, "Hurry up. I'm in a hurry." The guide servant laughed angrily, put his hands together, and offered hundreds of souls on his body as sacrifices to guide the great 5 senses pillar devil. Great. However, the guide servant's chanting was not smooth. There was a bang sound. Molly raised her staff and hammered him on the forehead, making the guide servant see stars and feel dizzy. Molly gritted her teeth and threatened viciously, "Hurry up and lead the way." The attendant was stunned. What was this fierce and cute threat? Besides, he had just used a mysterious body technique that was enough to hide his body in the mist. So how could he be hit so easily? The attendant frowned, stepped back a few steps to distance himself, and cast a spell again. There was another bang sound. The attendant was quiet. He couldn't see it. It would be easier if he saw it. This meant that the gap between the two sides was extremely limited, and he had the possibility of fighting back. The biggest problem is that he can't see. This means that the opponent's ordinary attack is enough to penetrate all the tricks and hit his forehead accurately. If he can hit his forehead this time, he can smash his skull next time. "Lead the way." Jasmine raised her staff, penetrated the layers of fog, and poked the waist of the guide. The guide was startled and raised his hands. Lead, 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 lead. First of all, everything you two friends did has nothing to do with me. It is definitely not the Gold Coast that I, number 007, took you to. You can be anyone, but you are definitely not 007. Molly gritted her teeth, narrowed her eyes and threatened, "Don't be so clever. Otherwise I will punish you severely." The escort servant was honest. So far, the two of them successfully stepped into the Gold Coast. Then in an unknown hut, they woke up Lillian, who had been unconscious for a long time. "Wan Law. It's the invincible Lolita King. I'm dead now." Lillian shuddered and soon fainted again. Su Bei sighed, woke Lillian up again, and threatened seriously, "Call someone. Call your backers. Otherwise." Su Bei pointed at the title of Super Lolita King that had just appeared on his head. Lillian trembled and fainted again. Seeing this, Jasmine gave Su Bei a knife. "Don't scare people. Stupid Mr. Su Bei." When Lillian woke up again, the situation finally changed. It was a pair of green pupils, holy and gentle, as if hiding the beautiful nature. "He is the god of nature and forests. Bad guy. How can you bully my child like this?" The tone of the god of nature and forest was calm, but there was a hint of accusation in his words. Su Bei was stunned for a moment, feeling that this kind of negotiation was not right. So he showed his thumb that he had bitten not long ago and smiled slightly. There was a bright blood stain on it, which had not yet dried, reflecting a beautiful luster in the sun. He recalled the memory from a long time ago. The moment the blood appeared, the face of the god of nature and forest turned pale in an instant, and he was about to faint. Fortunately, Jasmine supported him in time and used several healing skills to nurse him back. "Wait." The god of nature and forest swallowed his saliva and trembled. What do you want to do? This is not right?" The voice was soft and weak, with a little panic. The offensive and defensive momentum changed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 583 Confirmation of the Conjecture. 10 minutes later. In the room. The god of nature and forests drank the tea in the cup, calming his panic with this action, and enjoying Jasmine comfort with peace of mind. Hey, are you really a god? Jasmine gently patted the head of the god of nature and forests to comfort him, and asked curiously. Of course. The god of nature and forests looked at Jasmine caressing and answered softly, I am a second-generation god, derived from the goddess of life, and was born naturally in nature and forests. I am a god born and raised by nature, not an acquired god, and I have extremely strong authority. Hey, aren't there only 12 innate gods? Jasmine asked curiously. The god of nature and forest shook his head. On the surface, there are only 12 innate gods, but in reality, there are still some gods similar to me, and each of them holds unique authority. Since the first war of gods, all innate gods have cultivated direct second-generation gods, some of whom were born from innate creatures, and some inherited the authority of deceased innate gods. For example, the goddess of holy light is an acquired god. She has inherited almost all the legacy of light, and has risen to the level of being able to compete with the innate gods. As for the rest of us, there is still a certain gap compared to those 12. The god of nature and forests suddenly closed his mouth, his eyes full of doubt. A bit strange. The god of nature and forests showed a confused expression, holding his chin, thinking seriously. Why did he enjoy Jasmine's touch? And he could reveal all his past secret history without any vigilance. He naturally knew that Jasmine was the demon king, and had a unique talent for affinity with monsters, and that she had a huge secret. But this doesn't make sense. He is a god, and he admits to being friendly. He is naturally closely connected with all things. What else is there that is worthy of his active approach? Even if the goddess of life came in person, it would be just like this. Right? So the god of nature and forest couldn't figure it out. He racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. Could it be that because the other party's profession is a teacher, and Lillian's heart is still a child, causing him to be affected by the host of the god descent? It must be like this. After thinking it through, the god of nature and forest sighed deeply, and once again enjoyed it with peace of mind. He squinted his eyes unconsciously, and uttered an unguarded light hum, and happened to look at the smiling Jasmine, and was suddenly stunned. Immediately, his face turned slightly red. He coughed, and moved his head back with great difficulty. Okay. Don't touch me. The psychology of the god favor is still a little fragile, and it is easy to satisfy unnecessary physiological reactions. This is to signal Jasmine not to touch again. The words are a bit profound, but fortunately Jasmine understood them. However, Jasmine did not say a word, but smiled slightly and retracted her hand, then gently pulled the right hand of the god of nature and forest, and then cast her eyes on Mr. Subei. We need to communicate well later. You can't quarrel. The eyes of the god of nature and forest turned cold. Luckily, there was Jasmine. Otherwise, he would have used his magic skills when he saw the blood, relying on the army of PCs to protect himself, and shot Subei into a sieve. We can talk, Subei said calmly. The god of nature and forest looked at his nose and mouth, looking down without saying a word. This was a silent protest against Subei's previous unreasonable behavior. Subei didn't indulge him, and bit his thumb to show him what it meant to bleed profusely. The god of nature and forest was angry. When he looked up, his hair was flying wildly. The green factor in the air appeared and kept falling, gathering and closing on his body. It was like a thin green gauze was put on him. No quarreling. Jasmine raised her staff with her left hand and poked Subei's waist. Her right hand went up along the back of the god of nature and forest and gently patted his head. This eased the conflict between the two. Don't worry about it. The god of nature and forest did not intend to stop there. He stood up and slapped the table. He is a god. How can he allow crickets and ants to provoke him like this? This is not something that can be solved by patting the head. Jasmine puffed up her lips and stared at the god of nature and forests without saying a word. The god of nature and forests was stunned for a moment, and inexplicably felt guilty. He unconsciously retracted his hand that was slapping on the table and protested. He is provoking the gods. How can the power of the gods be provoked? Jasmine humped, and kept staring at him, and seriously pulled the right hand of the god of nature and forests. The god of nature and forests slowly arched his body, and sat down slowly, seeing that his bow was about to touch the chair. The god of nature and forest became tough and refused to sit down. I must declare that I have dignity. At this time, Jasmine pursed her lips and smiled. Okay. Everyone should be harmonious and not quarrel. The tense atmosphere disappeared instantly. The god of nature and forest sat down honestly, holding the right half of his face with his right hand, turned to one side sullenly, and muttered, "It's not right. It's not right. What on earth is she? This is not the authority of the Demon King. Is she a succubus? Strange. Even if 100 succubi stripped naked and seduced me, I would not be fooled. Why was I easily persuaded by a creature of the same sex?" The god of nature and forests repeatedly scanned Jasmine, and with difficulty moved away. Then looked at Su Bei and sighed softly. This scene was clearly seen by Su Bei, which deepened his guess. It was indeed so. Jasmine's natural affinity can work on anyone. No wonder he couldn't help but think Jasmine was cute when he first saw her, and couldn't help but have some offensive thoughts. But Jasmine was only 14 years old at that time. People can't. At least not in this way. If Jasmine herself carries this gene, the possibility of Su Bei taking Jasmine in when they first met would be 100%. The right to choose was in Jasmine's hands from beginning to end. It was Jasmine who took the initiative to ask Su Bei for help. In other words, he was the one who was chosen. Why? Why is it like this? Su Bei sighed. There was no need to bring Jasmine with him from the beginning when he negotiated with the god of nature and forest. He just wanted to verify a guess. But after confirming this guess, it gave him a headache. Jasmine's innate talent is particularly prominent when facing the gods with indifferent emotions and the monsters with pure nature, which can better illustrate the horror of her talent. It can almost be said that, except for a few humans with complicated hearts, Jasmine can kill men, women, old and young. And as Jasmine grows older, this affinity becomes more and more terrifying, gradually growing to an incredible degree. Before, Jasmine could only charm the reincarnations of new gods like Lin and Lilizi. But now, even the old gods like the god of nature and forest can hardly resist Jasmine's charm. This kind of charm is no longer in the category of talent. It is more like a manifestation of the power of the world. Su Bei could only think of one word. Mother. And the word mother coincided with the guess that Su Bei had already emerged in his mind. The world tree is the mother of the original continent and the cradle that gave birth to everything. Only he can make everyone respect and like him, and obey him from the bottom of their hearts. So why did Jasmine come to him? Was it for some purpose? Or was it a helpless act, destined by fate? And the way she looked now, was she holding back? Or was it her nature? Su Bei's eyes gradually became blurry and turbid. He couldn't see clearly. It was the first time he couldn't see clearly. Jasmine, who was obviously close to him, obeyed his orders, and thought of him in everything, became so strange and blurry for the first time, and became more and more mysterious. Why did she choose me? What is the connection between her and the world tree? While Su Bei was thinking, the god of nature and forest took the initiative to speak many times, but he did not get a response. Let me hear what you want me to do. You can tell me now. Why don't you speak? Do you look down on me? Why don't you look at me straight in the eye? Are you too arrogant to respond to me at all? There is no way to communicate. Absolutely no way to communicate. Look at him. What does he mean by this? The god of nature and forest was angry, and took Jasmine's hand. His hands caressed Jasmine's arm, and gently caressed it. His lips were close to Jasmine's ear, whispering something unknown to others. The corner of his lips touched Jasmine's earlobe from time to time, constantly slandering Su Bei's image. He attempted to establish friendly diplomatic relations with Jasmine and achieve some unknown adoption purpose. Jasmine would certainly not be seduced by such an easy strategy. She first symbolically appeased the god of nature and forest, and then began to call Su Bei. Mr. Su Bei? Molly pointed her index finger at Su Bei's forehead, poked it repeatedly, then blinked her eyes, and kept calling. Mr. Su Bei? What are you thinking about? Don't be in a daze. Mr. Su Bei? Mr. Su Bei? Seeing that Mr. Su Bei remained unmoved, Molly had no choice but to purse her lips, swallow hard, and move closer very quickly. Muah, tap and put gently. It flashed away. The god of nature and forest was stunned. At this moment, an emotion that should not have appeared in her heart actually emerged. Envy. Or jealousy. He is a god. How could he be jealous of ordinary people? But at the moment, when the corner of Jasmine's lips touched Su Bei, she inexplicably felt a strange feeling in her heart. If the person she kissed was me, I might be very happy. This thought flashed through her mind. And the god of nature and forest quickly reacted. And a look of horror gradually emerged in her eyes. Oh my god. What the hell is she? Is it me or her? The god of nature and forests has never had such feelings before. But at least he believes that if he has feelings, his sexual orientation will be normal. And the feelings he has at this moment completely overturned his cognition. He gradually began to doubt his life. Unlike the god of nature and forests, Subei's reaction can only be described in 2 words. Shame. When the corner of Jasmine's lips touched Subei's face, Subei suddenly felt serious self-blame in his heart. How could he think so of Jasmine? Jasmine is cute and innocent. How could she have any intentions towards him? What could Jasmine want? She couldn't be thinking about his silence, stiff expression, and scary smile. Right? After thinking it through, Subei immediately reached out and forcibly stopped Jasmine's evacuation. Huh? Jasmine exclaimed. And her body, which had not yet sat up straight, was grabbed by Subei. And then a pair of warm hands wrapped around her from behind and gently pulled forward. Touch. Hug. What? What are you doing? Mr. Subei? Jasmine's cheeks were slightly red. Feeling Mr. Subei's sudden strong action, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Thump. Thump. Mr. Subei hadn't taken the initiative like this for a long time. What was he going to do? Could it be to be more intimate? Wait here? In front of Lillian, who was possessed by the god of nature and forests. In front of her students. In front of a god. Mr. Subei. No. Isn't it good? Jasmine murmured. Her body gradually softened, and she gently lay on Subei's chest, listening to the other person's powerful heartbeat. He threw the initiative to the other person. Sorry. Subei suddenly said something strange. Huh? Emily was stunned, looked up suddenly, and exclaimed loudly, Huh? The book said that a boyfriend's sudden apology and love are likely to be the guilt he felt after he had done something wrong to you before. Mr. Subei. Emily gritted her teeth and said viciously, Are you hooking up with a little girl behind Emily's back again? Subei was silent. Sometimes people are helpless. Of course, it was not just Subei who was helpless. There was also a certain god who was emitting green light. You too. The god of nature and forest said word by word. I said, Are you two okay? I want to ask. Are you two really okay? What is your purpose in looking for me? The god of nature and forest was so jealous that he trembled all over, and his eyes were burning with terrifying anger that seemed to be able to eat Subei in one bite and forcibly occupy Jasmine. He said word by word, Enough. I really will get angry. Enough. Enough. Subei casually echoed and immediately got down to business. Then he started to discuss the specific matters of cooperation with the god of nature and forest. There was a lot of content, mainly cooperation and mutual assistance. And the main purpose was to drive the foreign evil gods out of the original continent. The two did not reveal any details of the final result and the specific content. But the discussion process did not seem to be harmonious. Molly only remembered that the two people talked more and more heatedly and fiercely, and finally even developed to the point of stuffing stinky feet into each other's mouths to block each other's words before they would stop. And they were just about to fight each other until they died. In the end, the party ended in a bad mood. And even the Five Senses prison pillar devil, who was peeping at the party, thought so. Their cooperation fell through. It seems that the result is not satisfactory. Chapter 584, Going to the Front Line. After the god of nature and forest left, Subei led his girlfriend Jasmine and the light bulb Lillian, and the three of them went on a simple tour of the Gold Coast. Jasmine was in the middle of the two, strolling leisurely, holding Subei and Lillian's hands at the same time. The lively and energetic spirit that she inadvertently revealed was enough to infect the two people around her and add some vitality to them. Hey, this place is very nice, Mr. Subei, Jasmine muttered, and then sucked the fries on her lips into her throat bit by bit until she swallowed them. Occasionally, she would jump slightly, and the vitality would be sensed by the two of them, and they would jump lightly together. This made Subei particularly uncomfortable. However, it was precisely because Jasmine held the two of them with both hands at the same time that her movement space was restricted to a very small range. So Subei took the opportunity to practice stealing skills at the vendors on the beach, and borrowed some snacks to block Jasmine's mouth, which was how he was able to curb Jasmine's jumping behavior. As a result, Jasmine's cheeks were stuffed with snacks. If she jumped a little, she would burst out a mouthful of snacks. She could only digest the food in her mouth honestly. And then the jumping action stopped. Of course, Jasmine was still in a good mood. She couldn't guess Mr. Subei's little thoughts, but simply enjoyed the process of being fed snacks by him. She was so happy that her eyebrows were curved and her hair was swinging up and down happily. Jasmine likes it here. Jasmine expressed her inner joy. Subei nodded, recalled his past memories, and responded, indeed. This place is very suitable for preschool children and teachers to play. At least Jasmine and Lizzie had a lot of fun here. If everything is over in the future and they are still alive, maybe they can consider borrowing this world from the Five Senses prison pillar devil and rest here temporarily. After a brief chat with Subei, Jasmine looked to the left, smiled and shook her left hand. What do you think, Lillian? Isn't this place great? It was a symbolic pampering of Lillian for a second. Lillian nodded hesitantly. She could be seen lagging slightly behind Jasmine, hiding her body on Jasmine's left side, using Jasmine's body to block Subei's sight, keeping an angle that Subei couldn't see. Hearing this, Lillian coughed and echoed, "It's really a very good place. It would be a good place for a vacation. There is warm sunshine and beaches wrapped in wine and hot waves. And there is an atmosphere of freedom and peace everywhere. And most people are very young. The children are tender and cute. The boys and girls are youthful and lively. The young men are handsome and sunny. And the girls are beautiful and confident. The only thing is that there is a flaw. And it makes me feel very uneasy." Molly asked curiously. "What is it?" "It seems that being a Lolita here is not illegal," Lillian replied anxiously. Molly was stunned. Subei looked around subconsciously. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Lillian always felt that there were a few young Lolas on the beach who were too sensitive to the uncle next to them. It can be said that the two parties were almost in a zero-distance interaction. This would be arrested in Jinsokyo. But the men, women, old and young here are not only not opposed to such things, but also not only have common indifference, but also seem to enjoy it. Occasionally, they will communicate with each other and experience each other's feelings. Here, everyone is enjoying the moment, and even has friendly exchanges and sports among many people. It's simply that the world is going downhill, and it's yellow to the extreme. Sure enough, there must be something unreasonable in the devil's world. I don't believe this place is as beautiful as it looks. Lillian thought about this and became more and more uneasy. She began to think about the purpose of Subei bringing them here. According to the data she observed, it is reasonable to speculate that her current situation can be said to be very bad. Doesn't this mean that if the perverted Lolita King wants to do something to her and teach her Jasmine in such a place, they have no way to resist? Resisting and calling for help will not get any help. And it may even be regarded as a fun program to entertain others during study. Yeah. Molly looked around, blinked hurriedly, and took a few steps forward with a slightly red face, and let go of the two people's hands. Immediately, she stood on tiptoe, touched the ground with her toes, and spun half a circle on the beach, blocking Subei with her left and right hands, and walked backwards following Subei's forward steps. Don't look, Mr. Subei, Molly warned gently. There are a lot of things on the beach. Anyway, don't look. Or will Mr. Subei be interested? Not interested, Subei responded calmly. And they are not Lolita. They are much older than you think. Based on the experience Subei gained from the last time he came here, these Lolita are likely to have sold their souls and returned to life after a deal with the devil. And they were frozen from ordinary people into Lolita bodies. This is an artificial Lolita. There is a fundamental difference from the natural Lolita. As we all know, Lolita is not just a body shape, but also a feeling. Wait, Subei ignored these useless information and emphasized, I am not interested. From the beginning, Subei was not interested in playing on the beach, nor in group sports on the beach. Coming here to play was just Subei's statement. Subei's real purpose was to consolidate the spatial coordinates and provide more convenience for the next smuggling. God descent was not allowed to unfold in Jinsokyo, so it was particularly important to have a different world that could be reached at any time. This was Subei's choice. After completing his purpose, Subei quickly cast a spell and took Jasmine and Lillian away from the Gold Coast. As the site changed, the free elements in the air suddenly became richer. This meant that the three people successfully arrived at Jinsokyo and landed safely. After the three returned to the library, they all felt a strong tremor outside the border of Jinsokyo. What happened? Lillian screamed. Jasmine grabbed Subei's palm with an uneasy expression. Subei's face was solemn. Compared with the previous smokeless battle between the elements and the Nameless Lord, the battle between Elena and the Nameless Lord can be said to be fist of flesh and extremely fierce. The collision between the two could easily detonate space, causing violent movement and shaking the entire continent. You go back to school. Subei's eyes moved sideways to Lillian and mentioned it casually. Then he moved his soft eyes to the front, stretched out his hand to rub Jasmine's head, and whispered, "You go to teach." Lillian ran away, as if escaping. But Jasmine held Subei's palm tighter. "Not taking Jasmine with you?" Jasmine puffed up her lips and protested. "Without Jasmine help, Mr. Subei would not be the devil. Without Sister Luminera, Mr. Subei would not be a hero. How can Mr. Subei, who is just detached, participate in a battle of that level? I can't help it all." Subei was stunned when he heard this. Molly's logic was meticulous. Her analysis was on point, and her words made sense. But Subei still rejected it. "Don't make trouble. Just stay here. I can handle it." So Mr. Subei is going to abandon Jasmine? Molly smiled with her lips pursed and narrowed her eyes. This strange smile made Subei feel very bad. Subei said coldly. "What?" "Not much." Jasmine stood on tiptoe and gently combed Subei's slightly messy hair. Her eyes narrowed to an extremely dangerous arc, but the corners of her lips were slightly raised, revealing a gentle smile. And she said softly in an extremely gentle voice, "Molly is not asking for Mr. Subei's opinion. Mr. Subei, don't make trouble." Jasmine's movements were very slow, and her eyes followed the movements of her hands and continued to move down. She paused for a while on Subei's abdomen and whispered softly, "Molly will consider everything Mr. Subei says. Mr. Subei must have his reasons. If Mr. Subei doesn't want Jasmine to go, of course Jasmine can choose not to go. But?" Jasmine looked up and smiled at Subei. Her smile was as bright as a flower, but there was a strange emotion in her eyes. If Jasmine has tried so hard for so long and still can't help, Jasmine will be very sad and very sad. She will be so sad that after Mr. Subei leaves, Jasmine will think about it for a long time. If she figures it out, she will just wait for Mr. Subei to come back at home. But if Jasmine can't figure it out, she might get angry and cry. Right? Isn't it embarrassing, Mr. Subei? Jasmine smiled slightly and said nothing more. But this scene was deeply engraved in Subei's mind, and he could never forget it. Subei's breathing was briefly stagnant, and his emotions were like water in a bottle. After being filled with heartache and guilt, the remaining part flowed out of the bottle, gradually piling up, and he could not digest it, and gradually filled his heart. Jasmine is really gentle. Her way of persuading Subei is different from the crying and making a fuss that Lilizi would use, and also different from the tough giving that Lin would use. In other words, Jasmine's approach is different from all possible persuasion methods that Subei could imagine. She just told Subei the consequences that would happen if he didn't take her with him, and Subei's thoughts were completely disrupted. Maybe this is Jasmine's own little trick? However, this unique style of approach caused too much damage to Subei, and completely disrupted Subei's plan. Can Jasmine meet the world tree? Subei sighed, and his headache became worse. Jasmine is gone. Jasmine smiled and waved her hand, and walked out of the library without looking back, and raised 2 fingers with her back to Subei. Mr. Subei has rejected Jasmine twice. 3rd time is better than last time. There won't be a next time. Subei sighed and nodded. After watching Jasmine leave, he walked towards the border of Jinsokyo. Subei was very fast, and as he got closer, the vibration he felt became more and more obvious. Looking far ahead, you can see a glimmer of light in the distance. The light is constantly dissolving the collapsing gray fog, like a raging fire boiling the sea, burning a huge hole in the foggy sea, which is particularly dazzling. But the situation does not look optimistic. Apart from that glimmer of light, the rest of the area is full of fog, and the proportion of that glimmer of light in it may only be regarded as a sun in the infinite universe. Seeing this, Subei pulled the artifact tied to his wrist. This is the twin connection, a set of 2 configurations, which has the function of communicating with the other side of the artifact, and its only ability is unlimited calling and transmission. Subei pulled his wrist, and the other party quickly received the message. Then Subei's eyes went dark, and the whole person was torn into the space crack and fell into a space tunnel. Bang. With a sound, the heavy object fell to the ground. It hurts. Subei's eyes were hazy. And he focused again. And his expression froze instantly. The current posture can only be described as bad. Subei was seen kneeling on top of Lin, with his hands on both sides of Lin's head. His legs and calves split and fixed on both sides of Lin's petite body, close to the other's calves. Lin's eyes were calm and indifferent. She blinked slowly, and soon turned into a pair of small eyes. Uncle, is 3 minutes enough? The situation is quite tense now. I may have to help later. Please do it as soon as possible if you need it. The action only lasted for 2 breaths. Subei regained his senses in the first breath, and stood up at the end of the second breath, giving Lin a finger snap. Rejected. But in this brief moment of contact just now, Subei saw one thing clearly. Once, when Subei had come into contact with countless previous deaths, he learned about an inherent attribute of the soul of the origin of death. Dislike of men. Subei originally thought that Lin did not have this attribute. After all, he got along well with his predecessor Azura, and the same was true with himself. But if this is the case, it would be a very bad thing. Which means that Lin is not the soul of the origin of death. Once Subei performs the technique entrusted by the previous death, Lin will become a vassal of the origin of death, not the main body of death. But just now, Subei realized the truth. Lin was fluctuating. Lin's expression was calm and indifferent. Her body was relaxed and natural, but her soul was subconsciously trembling. Lin's soul was afraid to avoid contact with this matter, but Lin herself was indifferent to it. Unlike Jasmine oversensitivity, Lin was more afraid than sensitive. This caused Lin's soul to recall that unforgettable experience in an instant, falling into extreme panic and fear, and producing corresponding subconscious behaviors. Fortunately, Lin's symptoms are still controllable, not as serious as her predecessor's death, and her eyes will roll back if she is touched. Thinking of this, Subei raised his hand, gently touched Lin's head, and sighed helplessly, physically satisfied, spiritually afraid, emotionally excited, subconsciously resisted. This made Lin forcefully suppress the discomfort every time, showing a satisfied expression, and eagerly enjoying the behavior of getting close to Subei. Just like a child who is allergic to bananas, he desperately eats and fills his stomach with all kinds of banana products, forcing himself to get used to and enjoy this behavior. This can be considered as self-abuse. Right? What a contradictory and lonely soul. Subei's eyes wavered, but he saw Lin looking at him with a pair of small eyes. And he said, "TSK. Uncle, what are you thinking about? It always feels very rude. If you pity Lin, just take Lin home and take good care of her. Otherwise, what's the difference between Uncle and the scum who puts on pants and runs away after having fun?" Subei retorted. "The 2 points you said don't sound related." TSK. "Yes," Lin said calmly. "The former deceives feelings but not people. The latter deceives people but not feelings. Generally speaking, the former is more excessive. What do you think, Uncle?" Subei remained silent. He really didn't expect that these two diametrically opposed views could be so strangely connected. TSK. "You are really a useless uncle. You are so bad that you can't even answer." Hearing this, Subei reached out and rubbed Lin's head again, and Lin responded with satisfaction and disgust. This changed the topic. Afterwards, the two looked up together and watched the battle in front of them. Elena is still struggling. Can she win? Chapter 585. Speculations about Lilizi's final thoughts. The Nameless Lord looks very strong, and Subei cannot observe the specific characteristics of his authority at first glance. The essence of his power is completely different from that of the native gods of the original continent, and is very messy. Elena looks very bright, and she will not appear dim even when wrapped in fog. She can still illuminate an area and is tenacious and strong. For both sides of the battle, both of them have played their own fighting characteristics, and their characteristics are distinct. It's just that Elena's condition doesn't look very good. At a glance, this scene is strikingly similar to an ancient scene in Subei's memory. Winter City. Silent City. The situation was the same at that time. Elena was lingering under the siege of the cannibals, and was almost eaten up to the point where not even a bone was left. Her current strength has increased so much compared to before, but the situation she faces does not seem to have improved much. It has to be said that fate is really incredible. So, Will someone replace Su Bei's former position this time and rush into the fog to carry out another rescue? Difficult. Thinking, Su Bei took the initiative to ask Lin beside him. What is the purpose of the invasion of the evil gods from outside the domain? Lin replied. Uncle once asked Lin a similar question. This time, Lin's answer is still similar to the last time. Su Bei fell into memories. Once in the plague continent, Su Bei asked the plague demon at that time a similar question. Soul, female relatives, opportunity to become a god, land, food, resources. This is the answer Lin once gave. Thinking carefully, it is indeed true. What is the purpose of invasion? It is nothing but resources. Ordinary people pursue money and wealth. Magicians pursue powerful magic. Nobles pursue noble status. Gods pursue power. And Lolita lovers pursue Lolita. Desire is like a ravine and abyss. It can never be filled. There is not much difference between species. What about the evil gods from outside the domain? It is not difficult to guess. It is nothing but a plot to make resources more precious and unique. It seems that the most attractive resource for the original world to species from outside the domain, apart from the 12 innate gods, is only one left. The World Tree. Are they plotting against the World Tree? Perhaps. The outbreak point of the Second War of Gods was triggered by this. What are his characteristics? Su Bei asked again. Lin shook her head and said in confusion, I don't know more than you. This is the first time I have come into contact with this evil beast. Su Bei was stunned. Quite polite. This evil beast. Just as Su Bei was thinking about this, he heard Lin continue to say, there is only one special thing I have observed so far. His existence is in two states. One is gray mist with form but no substance. And the other is a substantial but invisible entity. The attack that hits him will first be swallowed up by the gray fog. And when the attack penetrates all obstacles and reaches the core, something strange happens again. His body has no entity. The law of reality and illusion? Su Bei pondered. Lin hesitated and shook her head. It's a bit like that. But I'm afraid it's wrong. You can ask first. Su Bei nodded, took out the omniscient codex, and sent a message to Li Lizi. Su Bei, borrow the elements for a while. I'm at your house. Li Lizi, surprise. Su Bei, ? And at the moment when Su Bei received the message, a breeze blew through the kingdom of wisdom. Then the breeze turned into raindrops. Drip, drip, dropping on the chairs beside the two of them, and transformed into a white-shirted Lolita in the robes of a court wizard. He was the elemental body. What are you doing? Lin showed a pair of small eyes, and coldly glanced at the element that suddenly appeared. You deliberately turned into a Lolita to suit the uncle's vulgar taste. What are you thinking? What taste? What Lolita plate? The element listened in a daze, frowned and looked down at his own body, and sighed and explained, Hey, I've been beaten back to my original form. I can't even maintain my appearance. Yuansu's face was full of worries. His facial features were almost twisted into a ball. He was anxious and uneasy, and his face was slightly pale. From Lin's perspective, you can see that Yuansu's head was marked with a dead label. From Su Bei's point of view, Yuansu's breath was disordered and depressed, and it seemed that he would vomit blood if he breathed hard. Seeing this, Yuansu raised his head slightly, looked at Lin and Su Bei, and took the initiative to say, Let me introduce myself. I am the goddess of elements, the god who controls the free elements in the world. I control the elemental kingdom of Jinsokyo. I am one of the current counselors behind the Mage Tower. The secular world calls me Counselor Francisco Mailspin. Mailspin is my surname, and Fran is the family prefix left when I established my faith. It's too complicated to elaborate. You can just call me Cisco. As he spoke, Cisco pointed to the live broadcast scene in front of the two people. As you can see, Jinsokyo is suffering from an unprecedented terrible disaster. Due to some unknown reasons, another foreign evil god successfully sneaked in and caused serious damage to this place. But unlike before, this foreign god did not squeeze into Jinsokyo during the War of Gods, violating the inherent rules of Jinsokyo, resulting in the appearance of a foreign god out of thin air. But no local gods descended to confront him head-on. I am very worried. Su Bei nodded. Jinsokyo has unique inherent rules. Once a god descends here, the world barrier will be torn open, providing a channel large enough to accommodate a foreign god to log in. But for some unknown reason, this dynamic balance was strangely broken, allowing the nameless lord to successfully sneak in through unknown means and log into Jinsokyo forcefully. This has had a serious impact on the current situation. Psyker stretched out his hands, holding Lin and Subei's left and right hands respectively, and said distressfully, "There are two fatal problems at present. The first point is that there is no complete god in the local area, and it is far inferior to the other party in terms of status and innateness, and cannot compete with it. The second point is that he is very mysterious. So mysterious that to this day, he has not yet shown all his authority, so that the hidden gods are not sure of a one-shot kill. But fortunately, now you are here." When Psyker said this, his solemn expression relaxed slightly, as if he had some confidence in Subei. "Why? Fortunately I'm here," Subei repeated, muttering, and pulled his right hand back from the element's palm, with a puzzled look on his face. Cisco pursed his lips and explained, "Wisdom said that if it were you, there might be a solution. So I came down. I believe in wisdom. He can always think of ways that we can't think of. I also know you. You have walked in the gaps of unknown history many times, and have had in-depth exchanges and cooperation with time. Although you have never controlled the direction of history, you have witnessed countless magnificent legends, have amazing courage and wisdom, and hold many titles recognized by the gods." As he spoke, Cisco pointed his finger at the sky above Subei's head and sang a little praise. "Look! The unprecedented Super Lolita King on your head. It's really, damn. What kind of title is this? Are you kidding me?" Cisco froze. His pale face turned green in an instant. His lips hesitated, and he couldn't say a word. He really didn't know how to interpret this title. "TSK. Your soul and essence have already left the category of Lolita. Uncle will not be interested in you. Even if you want to sell yourself, you can't do it." Lin looked at the elemental goddess, who called herself Psyker, with little interest, and soon lost interest in observation. She was so bored that she started to play with the opening line of Subei's sleeves. Subei silently put away the title exposed by Psyker. He was expressionless and calm throughout the process, but he was stunned the moment he heard a certain name. Counselor Francisco Mailspin. After putting away the title, Subei took out the paper that Lilizi had sent him. The recommendation letter from Grand Mage Dolan, the honorary professor of the Mage Tower. According to Lilizi, this is a letter of recommendation she obtained from Dorian Gray through special channels. And the key person involved is Mr. Francisco Mailspin, a congressman. Is there something fishy about this? Who is Dorian Gray? Subei asked casually. Cisco blinked in confusion. Does this question have any constructive help for the current thinking direction? He was confused by Subei's question. Subei shook his head. Just curiosity. Cisco was stunned again, and asked in confusion, "Don't you know the answer to this question? You should know it very well. You, and he can even be described as very close." Cisco's description was too bizarre, and Subei instantly locked on a certain answer. Lilizi. Subei used a declarative tone and repeated calmly. Or, wisdom. Cisco realized something. His expression was hesitant, and he suddenly remained silent. Seeing this, Subei's breathing stagnated. He seemed to have said nothing, but it seemed that he had said everything clearly. As everyone knows, Dorian Gray is the most mysterious prophet in Duz, with a terrifying power that can predict everything, and is loved and respected by countless people in Duz. Moreover, the great magician Dorian was the chief wizard of the Friend Empire, the predecessor of Duz, and happened to be Jasmine's honorary teacher. He was in contact with the changes of 2 generations of empires and participated in the most core wars of gods and nations 1,000 years ago. His existence runs through the entire branch plot of Winter City, and is inextricably linked to the 4 quasi-demigods of Winter. He secretly organized and coordinated everything, like a chess player with his hands behind his back facing the people, calculating everything. And for such a famous existence, no one can give the specific appearance of the other party. Subei often heard that Dorian Gray had many mysteries, but he had never seen him participate in any specific deeds, so he didn't have a deep impression of him so far. Even Jasmine herself had never seen Dorian Gray's true appearance. No wonder. If Dorian Gray was Wisdom's former vest, then everything makes sense. The Duke of Gloucester, backed by the Russell family, has enough financial resources and influence to create a fictitious character and exaggerate it infinitely. In this process, Wisdom only needs to use his authority to show some miracles to consolidate Dorian Gray's mysterious image and design this character to be deeply rooted in people's hearts. But in this way, things become strange. Jasmine once said that the road she took when she first encountered Subei was the only way out given by her teacher, Sir Dorian. But by then, wisdom was already dead. In other words, it was not wisdom who gave the guidance at that time. It was Li Lizzie, who was only 14 years old. Li Lizzie took over wisdom's instructions and borrowed the vest of Dorian Gray to give this choice when Princess Fran was running around. Push it back. When Subei was confirmed to be unable to break through, it was the Winter Academy that proposed that Subei go to the Magic Tower to obtain the possibility of breaking through the third level. And Dorian Gray, played by Li Lizzie, has an inseparable and close connection with the four directors of Winter City. She only needed to mention it casually and guide it simply to finalize the final direction of the topic. That's why she happened to appear inside the Magic Tower, leading all the processes. And when she finally met Subei, she gave several options with clear purposes. In fact, there was only one answer from beginning to end. Li Lizzie knew how Subei would choose. It seems that before planning to destroy the holy and demonic swords, wisdom had calculated every key node in advance and set up all the details. It's just that this matter has long passed, and Subei had made a similar judgment a long time ago. To confirm this view, we can only verify once again that wisdom is calculating. But is it really so? Subei captured several special information through the phenomenon. Wisdom runs through the history of Fran and Duz, and occupies a pivotal position in it. But how could wisdom escape the eyes of the local god of Duz, the Holy Light Goddess, when it has made so many plans? If Subei's guess is not wrong, Duz is likely to be formed by the fall of the Kingdom of Light. Rumor has it that the Holy Light Goddess is the biggest beneficiary of the War of Gods thousands of years ago. She has unparalleled combat power, close to the innate gods, and is believed everywhere. Duz is full of her eyes. Wisdom calculated everything 1,000 years ago, but ended up dying. But he never gained anything. So where did the harvest go? The harvest will not disappear. It will only be transferred. Not to mention, Luminera was born in Duz. Jasmine was born in Fran. And the holy and demonic swords belonged to Duz from the beginning. Why would Holy Light let the holy and demonic swords wander outside and not occupy and collect them? He acquiesced. It seems that there must be an unknown PY transaction between the two. The answer is obvious. Holy Light is the strongest support and backing behind Li Lizzie, and is the ultimate secret that allows her to do whatever she wants. Moreover, the most crucial point is that Ellen is in Jinsokyo. After figuring this out, Subei straightened his back suddenly. It is not an exaggeration to say that Li Lizzie is his biological daughter. Li Lizzie's good sister is the good sister of Subei's biological daughter. In other words, the goddess of Holy Light can also be Subei's biological daughter. And Alina and Ellen have a close relationship. And there is still some special feelings between them. It seems that the former half of the Invincible Light and the current half of the Invincible Holy Light are likely to join forces here. Can they merge into a truly invincible one and kill the nameless lord on the spot? Thinking about this, Subei's purpose instantly became clear. They need intelligence. What Subei needs to do now is to provide absolutely accurate intelligence. Chapter 586 Intelligence First. Intelligence has always played a huge role in the balance of victory and defeat between the two sides. In the fight between the two, intelligence is supreme. What Subei needs to do now is to provide his side with complete information about the Nameless Lord through various observation methods. In front of him, the light order released by Elena was enough to destroy everything, burning the half-mile gray fog around him. And it was difficult to stop. But as long as it exceeded the half-mile limit, the light order quickly lost its strength and was gradually hidden by the gray fog until it dissipated. The speed of fog destruction is slower than its replenishment speed. Subei observed and asked, "Do you two have any ideas about fog?" "It's alive." Lin's voice suddenly appeared behind Subei. Subei looked sideways and looked into a pair of wine-red eyes calmly. He could see that Lin's expression was extremely serious. These fogs have the characteristics of being alive. There are a lot of free souls in the space. So many that they can kill people with intensive phobia. It might be fun to set a fire. Lin's observation angle was completely different from everyone else's. But it gave Subei a lot of inspiration. Alive? Indeed. At first glance, the collision between the two parties seemed to be a consumption of power. But it could also be seen as a process of wearing out power with life. Resonance, Psyker said solemnly. All the fog areas seem to share the same brain. But they are separated, each with its own functions. and can carry out smart actions on their own. These fogs are independent and coexist, which is very strange. One main body, multiple parts. Subei suddenly had an idea in his mind, and he seemed to be thinking about something. He had an idea, but it was not enough. He needed to explore it himself. Thinking of this, Subei faced Lin and said seriously, "Lend me some strength. I will try it myself." Lin showed a pair of small eyes and said in shock, "Uncle fights the Nameless Lord? Is it true? Even if Uncle eats Lin whole, he will definitely not be able to do anything to that ghost thing. Unless Uncle can eat 3 or 5 Lins in one breath. Can 3 be done?" Subei was surprised. On the side, Psyker was shocked by the topic of greed between the two and trembled all over, and glanced at the two strangely. So he forced himself into the topic and said, "It's very dangerous. Quasi-God is the threshold to see him. Pseudo-God is qualified to face him. And he will be interested in you only if you become a god." Subei sighed. "So, only gods can resist him?" "Not really." Lin shook her head. "When you become a god, it is very likely that the uncle will still be eaten by Huali. Let him have a good meal, and replenish his authority." Subei's breathing stagnated. The element sighed. "Do you think I'm weak? Even if I'm dead? With Jinsokyo behind me and countless free elements in my hands, the power I can unleash is enough to stop any god. But I tried my best, almost to the point of death. But I still couldn't force out his full strength. Now that you haven't entered the realm of God, you don't know how strong he is. When you get a glimpse of the corner of order, you will find that he is so far away from being a god." Lin Duo explained, "The gods outside the domain are different from our system, but the essence of their power is similar. The end of the divine realm is a complete order. As long as you master a complete path, you can manifest the order, connect the throne, and enter the realm of the gods. If he is converted into our power system, he is likely to have touched the limit of an order path, or even the limit of several paths." Subei fell into silence and gradually figured out the current situation. It's a bit tricky. Subei didn't think so at first. Until just now. He had no idea about the power of the Nameless Lord and the evil god from outside the domain. The Nameless Lord suddenly appeared from the air, without any foreshadowing. As if he suddenly appeared, and launched an invasion in a very short time, which gave Subei too much of a sense of emptiness and blur. It was like a passerby walking on the road. And a magnitude 10 earthquake suddenly broke out somewhere. And it was said that it would soon shake him. Others reminded everyone to run quickly. But there were always people who were indifferent, saying that it was difficult to empathize. Only when passers-by personally experience the earthquake, they will suddenly realize and involuntarily exclaim, "Wow! It's a magnitude 10 earthquake. I'm doomed." Not having to face the Nameless Lord in person, Subei is optimistic about the current situation. After all, if the doomsday only comes from the invasion of evil gods from outside the domain, it doesn't sound so desperate, and it is more targeted than the vague source of the doomsday. But now it seems that the situation is just the opposite. The current situation sounds very bad, giving Subei a feeling that we are really finished. Watching Subei absorb and digest the information and fall into deep thought, Cisco gave an example. "If you don't understand this concept, I can explain it to you in detail. The last person to reach this level was Guangming. He alone could suppress dozens of gods. If there was an innate god cooperating with him, he could even fight at least 5 innate gods without losing. But at this moment, Elena temporarily recovered 90% of her former strength through a spell, but was beaten back step by step in front of the Nameless Lord, and was in danger. Defeat is inevitable." Subei nodded. He had a concrete idea in his mind. After thinking about it, Subei sighed, rubbed his head, and after ruffling his hair into a mess, he opened the Omniscience Code and said slowly, "We have to give it a try. If you don't feel the pressure yourself, you don't know how great the pressure is. I'm not afraid of bearing pressure. I'm afraid I can't tell the difference between the pressure and the pressure." "Don't scream here." Lin grabbed Subei's messy hair and warned, "Uncle, you think too much. When Jinsokyo is breached, a bunch of foreign evil gods will invade. Who do you think will be the most anxious? This is the point that will trigger the 4th God War. The gods will be as anxious as Lolita on a hot pot. They will be the first class to be involved in the war, and each one will be more panicked than the other. By then, I can easily eat a dead or injured god. If I'm lucky, I might even be able to eat a few innate gods. It's much better than rushing to give away my head now." Instead of attacking proactively and consuming your own strength, it is better to sit back and wait for death and reap the benefits. As she spoke, Lin stood on tiptoe, put the back of her hand to Su Bei's lips, and pressed it between Su Bei's teeth, and said calmly, "Then uncle can eat a fresh Lolita in one bite. What do you think?" It must be said that Lin is a genius to use such a metaphor to describe the current situation. The advice given completely hit Su Bei's ultimate dream. Completely rotten. She even extended her right hand considerately, and gave a scene simulation in advance to seduce Su Bei, trying to arouse Su Bei's Lolita control behavior that was so serious that it was about to become a disease. However, before Su Bei could react, Psyker panicked first. Psyker raised his hand and said in panic, "No, no, no. Please don't say such irresponsible words. Ms. Lin, since you have all moved into Jinsokyo, you are a loving family. How can you say such horrible words? We should all work together." It can be seen that Psyker was really panicked. He subconsciously held Su Bei and Lin's hands, and looked at them with a pair of worried eyes. With a solemn expression, "We can just move out," Lin suggested reasonably. "I'm not familiar with you anyway, and I can't log into Jinsokyo." Su Bei was stunned for a moment, but saw that Psyker let go of Lin's right hand, and instead held Su Bei's hands, and said sincerely, "Although I have not met you many times, I have always admired you as a person. I know that you are bold and careful, responsible and serious, and have participated in many important historical processes. You really have the heart to do this, don't make it up. What's the benefit of helping you?" Lin suddenly interrupted, poking the nameless lord with her right hand. "He is a complete outer god, and the price of helping you is very high." Psyker blinked. Lin continued, "Elena is ours. Li Lizzie is ours. The hero is ours. And the Demon King is also ours. After you leave the battlefield, everyone here is ours now. You can say that we are spending a lot of money to help you fight the group, but there is no reward. If you have points, give me some coins." Psycho raised his hand and pinched out a mountain of coins, clattering, filling the ground. Lin sneered and pulled Su Bei to Li Lizzie's boudoir. While getting rid of the elements, they planned to live a shameless life together. Su Bei realized early that Lin was fighting for his own interests, so he entered the silent field that he was particularly familiar with in advance and obeyed Lin's actions. "Wait." Psycho quickly stopped the two of them, hesitating. "But helping each other is what we should do. I have helped Wisdom before, and never asked for any reward. You can't fight him." Lin held Su Bei's hand and continued walking. "If you really can't fight him, don't go. Uncle, what do you want?" Cisco held their hands again and asked sincerely. Lin looked at Cisco. "First of all, you have to be ours." Cisco hugged himself and pointed at Su Bei in confusion. "He is a super Lolita king. I can understand that he can't control himself." Cisco pointed his finger at Lin and said in disbelief, "But you are the contemporary death. Why do you have any intentions towards me? You are sick." Lin cursed, then explained, "After this battle, whether you win or lose, you can only unite with us in the future. You have to stand on the side." Cisco pursed his lips, hesitant. "I can't put Jinsokyo in the flames of war with my own hands." "Oh, then if nothing unexpected happens, Jinsokyo will disappear within a month," Lin said calmly. At this time, Su Bei gently slapped Cisco's palm away, and under the other's disappointed and stunned eyes, he gently rubbed Lin's head, calmly interrupting the words that the two were about to blurt out. "Okay, that's enough." Lin Lung snorted. "TSK." Su Bei sighed and continued, "When I'm not around, don't quarrel between you two." As he spoke, Su Bei stepped out of the omniscient code and stepped into the mist under the shocked eyes of Li Lizzie and Luminera next door. He didn't put forward any conditions, nor did he intend to use this to threaten the elements and seek any benefits. As Su Bei dissected and advanced the truth of history, and used time to continuously observe and influence history, the barriers of the original world would gradually become thinner, and the stability of the world would become worse and worse. Perhaps, when he carries out the investigation to the end, the world barrier will be completely broken. By then, countless evil gods from outside the domain will invade, and the situation will only be worse than it is now. But what can everyone do? Although life has been violently raped, life must go on as usual. The Nameless Lord will not stop invading. Su Bei will not stop exploring the truth either. although the incident was not caused by him. It was also because of him that the process was accelerated. He and the evil gods from outside the domain will eventually have friction. Why not take advantage of now to understand it clearly? Ah? Did the element drug the bastard Subei? Why would he risk his life for no reason? Lilizi asked in confusion. Luminera frowned. I don't know. His thoughts are always weird. But what's interesting is that I can feel that his emotions are very stable. He doesn't look panicked. But isn't the bastard Subei always like this? Lilizi said uneasily. Luminera was stunned. This seems to be stepping into the gray fog. Subei immediately felt something strange. As expected, personal experience is much clearer than observation. The magic is burning. The gray fog bit and eroded Subei's body. First eating the magic, then eating the stable rules and the tiny order. Then, the flesh felt a series of stabilizing pains, and the soul began to withdraw. During this period, Subei could feel that his consciousness was being read by the other party. His memory was being copied by the other party. And his power was being deprived by the other party. What a terrible power. Just stepping into it, Subei felt that he was about to stop being himself. The body was decomposing and almost merging into the gray fog. And this was just the feeling Subei had when he touched the gray fog. And he had not even faced the nameless master. However, after experiencing it personally, Subei quickly got the first information. Bugs? Subei murmured. Very interesting power. It turned out that all the gray fog was created by bugs that were so small that they were almost impossible to observe and perceive. Subei stretched out his fingers, crushed a piece of gray fog, and observed it carefully. Each bug contained extremely chaotic power, and the essence of the power reached the level of order. But the bug itself was extremely fragile. Interesting. Very interesting. Then, try to make this power your own? Thinking. Subei closed his eyes with a calm expression, as if he was thinking about something insignificant. What is he doing? Subei's action of closing his eyes was simultaneously transmitted to the perception of all the onlookers. Soon, everyone was stunned. Subei was turning into mist. First, his body decomposed, and then the gray mist around him became thicker and thicker. Subei was quietly invading the gray mist. This is the same frequency. This is not just the same frequency. Everyone's hands and feet were cold and creepy, and they felt that Subei seemed to be more evil than the evil god from outside the domain. Damn. Is he really open? And the Nameless Lord had no idea of what was happening. He felt that he was about to kill Elena. Chapter 587 Strategy. Or Strategy. In this vast gray fog, Subei's existence is so small that it is almost not worth mentioning, and naturally cannot attract the attention of the Nameless Lord. It is really that the range covered by the gray fog is too wide, and the area affected by Subei is too small. This scene is not difficult to imagine. Just talking about the battle between Elena and the Nameless Lord. The gray fog that is purified and destroyed every second is several miles in range. Occasionally, a conflict breaks out, and this range has to double. At this moment, Subei is located in the gray fog, occupying an area of less than a few square meters. The gap can be imagined, just like a drop in the ocean. Subei is slowly adapting to the changes in his body. The changes are made in an instant, but the physical sensation of the changes is slightly delayed. The feeling of the soul and the body being torn apart is very real. It is not pleasant to have the body torn into hundreds of millions of pieces in the blink of an eye. The moment of tearing. The pain swept over in the breath. Pain. Blood horse pain. It can be imagined that in the historical fragments, when Lin was cut into her soul bit by Subei, she would scream and cry in pain. But at that time, the cutting process was at least divided into several nights to allow Lin to adapt to the smoothness. At this moment, Subei felt the pain instantly. After Subei passively endured the tearing pain, his consciousness became free, as if floating in the air. Ups and downs. It was as if he was torn into hundreds of millions of pieces. Okay. Not as if. When Subei came to his senses, he realized that his body was indeed cut into hundreds of millions of pieces, and each consciousness had its own operating logic, but shared the same center. This was a very novel experience, and the perspective changed from first person to third person. At this moment, Subei was walking in the gray fog, constantly resonating with the surrounding gray fog, obtaining information, and swimming bit by bit towards the place where the gray fog was thickest. He gradually adapted to this change. He planned to take a look at the boss first. Unlike Subei's exploration, the battle on the other side has entered a white-hot stage. Elena held the dawn, facing the heavy fog that surrounded her, raised her right foot to hold the sword, and touched the sword with the fingertips of her left hand. The fingertips slid from the hilt to the blade, and swung the sword while retracting her foot. 3,000. Clang, 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 the sound came from far and near, and layer after layer of worlds were chopped and broken, sucking up the surrounding gray fog like a whale. Each world that was swung out had a vast territory, capable of swallowing up several miles of gray fog. And when the world was saturated, a ray of light followed closely, condensing at Elena's fingertips. Point. Buzz. Crash. One saturated world after another was destroyed and collapsed, clearing everything around Elena. This move completely cleared the field, making the moves of the Nameless Lord exposed to the public for the first time. Everyone saw it. Sha-sha. A sound like a beetle flapping its wings came from the mist, and the mist around it turned into a huge gray finger, pressing down heavily on Elena. Seeing this, the element hidden in the Omniscient Codex hurriedly sent an encrypted call to Lilizi, and shook Lilizi and Luminala into the Omniscient Codex. So far, the four people gathered briefly. Seeing Lilizi arrive, the element said seriously, "This is a unique chance to win. If the opponent has a means similar to the Order of Reality and Illusion, he will be in a physical state from the moment he attacks. This is the moment when his true body is most clearly visible." Luminara frowned and thought, "The thickest part of the fog is his true body? What kind of existence is that? In any case, this is indeed an opportunity." Lin added, "It's worth seizing." Lilizi nodded and closed her eyes. She is trying to connect to Elena brain. Initiate sharing application. Application failed. The other party is very busy. Rejected your application, and imagined a Subei to you, trying to knock you off your thoughts. Lilizi's expression froze instantly. Lilizi frowned hard. A big 3 appeared on her forehead. Her hair was bent into A. Her fists were clenched, and she took out a lollipop unconsciously, looking at the scene in front of her in a trance. A bastard Subei dancing in the square. It's a bit strange. The other 3 looked at each other and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's a bit strange. Not quite right," Lilizi replied subconsciously. Lick the lollipop. Lilizi, take another look. Has the message been delivered? Ah ha ha ha. Lilizi smiled awkwardly, shook her head quickly, threw out the strange figure that lingered in her mind, and started the room booking application again. Apply for sharing again. The other party is reviewing. The other party is thinking. Approved. Connection successful. I'm very busy. There is a time limit for reproducing this magic yesterday. It's not suitable for a tug-of-war. If you have something to say it quickly. Elena's thoughts were churning, and she sent the message very quickly. Lilizi quickly shared the message she just chatted with through her ability. Are you sure it will work? You can try. There's no point in testing. Huh? What do you mean? There's only one chance. I used the trick I used to break the world barrier and seize the opportunity you mentioned. Lilizi was stunned. At this moment, when the fingers condensed from the gray fog touched her, Elena's eyes locked onto the core of the gray fog, the thickest part of the gray fog. Immediately, her eyes lit up, and a pure force of collapse shot out from her pupils, pointing directly at the core of the gray fog. Light. A glimmer of light was gathering, and the energy rolled up 1,000 layers of tornadoes. A pure and extreme golden energy gathered in Elena's eyes, and then swept out from the pupil at an extremely fast speed. This golden flame was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, it hit the thickest part of the gray fog. The huge finger was destroyed. Swish. Where the pure energy swept, the elements were burned to ashes in the flames, and some of the powerful foreign races, who were still able to flee in a panic. But at the moment of contact, blood gushed out, and their flesh and blood turned into powder in an instant, and even their souls were annihilated into mist. If the world had not ended, I'm afraid that all the material energy would disappear completely at the point of energy impact, and turned into dust in the energy storm. But strangely, this energy hit nothing, penetrated the thick gray fog, and shot straight to the world barrier outside the edge of Jinsokyo. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the energy hit the world barrier, and even the sky and the earth were shaking. Jinsokyo kept shaking, and was almost crumbling. The element took a breath and made a shaha sound, muttering, "This is too shocking. I don't know how to speak next time." Lin's mouth twitched, and her eyes became more and more obvious. "This is too abstract. I don't want to say a word. This move looks very scary." But it missed. In layman's terms, it's like Elena punched cotton with all her strength, without causing any splashes. In abstract terms, it can also be said that a loli punched a loli control, which was purely the impotent rage before being bullied. Elena retracted the sword, panted lightly, and sighed. "I lost the bet. This is not the order of reality and illusion. He has no body from the beginning. What am I fighting against? 30,000 years ago. The way the light stopped the Nameless Lord was the simplest and most direct power confrontation. Using the light that destroyed everything to continuously burn the gray fog until the world tree healed the barrier, thus stopping him outside the domain. But this move is obviously not applicable today. 30,000 years later. This time, Elena felt for the first time that she would really die completely. This death is different from the past. Elena could feel that the Nameless Lord was very interested in his body and power. Perhaps he would be completely eaten and become a part of him. In the Kingdom of Wisdom, looking at the magnificent scene, Lilizi and Luminera blinked in confusion. "Is this fireworks?" Lilizi said with emotion. "Is this a holiday? As expected of you. Can you still laugh now?" Luminera said solemnly. "It missed. It's not the law of reality and illusion. It's a big problem. Elena can't stand it anymore." Thinking of this, Luminera lightly lifted her footsteps and planned to step out of the domain. "Next. It's my turn." "No. What can you do?" Lilizi looked at her in confusion. "Just now, Lilizi wanted to bring in her super reinforcements. 1 + 1 is sometimes much greater than 2. And the reinforcements that Lilizi brought and Elena can produce a similar bond resonance." Listening to the conversation between the two, Lin became more and more silent. Her eyes were blurred, and her thoughts were empty. In fact, he was the one who should have taken action. Maybe everyone had forgotten, but he remembered. When Sube returned to the historical fragment of 30,000 years ago, he did not separate his soul. The death of 30,000 years ago noticed this point, so he deliberately gave up that game and let Sube go. The price of this action was that the death died earlier than him in history. And that is to say, Lin listened to the entire conversation between Sube and the previous death, including that technique. That technique was not a request from the previous death to Sube from the beginning. How could Sube make a decision for Lin? This was a conversation between the previous death and Lin. It was a choice for the current death. Using that technique, Lin could merge all the souls separated by death, thereby breaking through the upper limit and entering an unprecedented realm. But correspondingly, Lin would receive countless memories in an instant. And these individual souls might have existed longer than Lin herself. With multiple memories mixed together, Lin didn't know how much of herself she was. Will he forget the uncle because of this? If he gains power, his feelings for the uncle will fade. If he does not gain power, he will die in Jinsokyo with the uncle. This is a very difficult decision. Is the process important? Or is the result important? Rin actually had the answer long ago. She just felt unwilling to do so. It is so difficult to remember. Why is it so easy to forget? Ririko heard Lin's voice, hesitated for a long time, and finally pulled out the lollipop that she had just held in her mouth, gently put it into her mouth, and comforted her. "It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Don't think too much." Bang. With a sound, Lin punched Lilizi on the head. But Lin did not take out the lollipop from her mouth, but slightly turned her face to reveal half of her rosy face. Seeing the three people so entangled, Yuan's face turned cold, and suddenly showed an expression of fearless death, and said seriously, "Don't be embarrassed. If there is no place to hide, I will explode with him. I just want to die together." Too pessimistic, Luminera wiped the dust off her sleeves and said lightly, "I am not without the strength to fight." At this moment, Lilizi read Luminera thoughts, and was suddenly stunned. Luminera said slowly, "Yesterday's reappearance was a world art. And I am the holder of the world art. I am not ordinary because I can master the world art. After all, I am Luminera." When Luminera said this, her expression was calm, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. She is not bad now. She was able to enter transcendence in just a few years, and became the most recognized hero of all time. But Luminera thought this was not her limit. Where is her limit? Perhaps she will get the answer when she is at her strongest. No one knows what kind of changes will occur when Luminara hits her with the reappearance of yesterday. Even Luminara herself does not know. However, Luminara will still hesitate. By doing this, isn't she denying her efforts all along? Is bloodline greater than talent? She is unwilling to admit it. If possible, she would rather create the strongest with her own hands. Soon, several people were stunned. Because of a change, the 4 people stopped their actions at the same time, staring at the changes in front of them, and all gave up their thoughts. What is that? Am I seeing it wrong? Yuansu opened his mouth slightly. What is the uncle doing? Lin murmured. He is really a genius. Lily jumped up and was so happy that she lifted Lin up with both hands. But soon, because of exhaustion, she was pressed under Lin. As expected of him, he always does unexpected things. Luminara smiled bitterly. Compared to Luminara, who followed the rules and pursued the path in a rigid manner, many of Subei's actions had caused great shock to her. Women's clothing, strategy for lowly, calculating gods, and this time, infiltrating the enemy. So, what did Subei do? On the battlefield, the vacuum environment created by the sword was quickly filled with gray fog. The gray fog gathered very quickly and soon surrounded Elena again. The scene seemed to have entered a dead loop again. The only difference from before was that Elena was pale, breathing heavily, and her physical strength was seriously reduced. She was about to run out of power after reproducing this spell yesterday. But at the end of the world barrier that Elena and the Nameless Lord had not noticed. At the base camp of the foreign race, a wisp of gray fog had quietly groped here and stopped at the position where Elena hit with all her strength. Some people would ask, how could Subei, with his tiny body, affect the giant Nameless Lord? There will be a way. The bacteria that kill humans are only tiny in size. Cancer cells only occupy 1,000th of the body from the beginning. A 1,000-mile dam collapses because of an ant hole. What Subei is doing now is almost the same type. He found that these bugs can communicate. They have simple consciousness and simple thinking. And most of the time they act on instinct. He is fooling the gray fog. So is there a possibility that the Nameless Lord actually has 2 entities? Is it possible that I am also the Nameless Lord? Just like I can be the former Azura. Subei thought so and started the familiar strategy plan. But this time the target of the strategy is bugs. Chapter 588 Bugs and Subei. Who would conquer bugs? If someone asked Subei this question, he would definitely smile and then simply reply, stupid. But as people grow older, they often become the person they once hated the most without realizing it. For example, some people who don't want to be Lolita lovers are forced to become Lolita lovers and fall in love with some cute little species. For example, they don't want to conquer bugs, but they have to conquer bugs and communicate with them. When this thought came to Subei's mind, he felt that his life was over. However, when the insects swarmed, Subei still smiled from the bottom of his heart and against his will, expressing his unique kindness. And the next second after Subei smiled, he vaguely realized his life might really be over. As everyone knows, Subei's smile is very scary, to the extent that it can easily scare children to tears. Scare the insects to tears is naturally a piece of cake. Subei seemed to have foreseen the scene where the insects were frightened to tears and then bit him madly. However, something that Subei could never have imagined happened. Just like a saying goes, there are always people in the world who can tolerate all of you and like your shortcomings that everyone hates. For example, Jasmine. For example, insects. Everything that happened at this moment completely dispelled Subei's concerns. It turns out that Subei's smile is not ugly. It's just that he didn't meet the right species. Only at this moment, Subei would also think he can attract insects to like him. Is there something wrong with him? But when Subei felt the sudden joy of intimacy from the insects, he quickly put his thoughts aside and smiled from the bottom of his heart. How could he think like that? How could he have a problem? How could simple creatures like insects know how to weigh the pros and cons and flatter? They must like him from the bottom of their hearts. Subei was so moved that he almost cried. With the idea of not disappointing the insects' favor, Subei decided to use this consciousness to send the insects back to where they should go. Thinking about it, Subei conveyed an idea to his compatriots. We want to go home. The insects were confused and chattered. What is going home? What is going home? Subei was stunned and changed his mind. Going home is a very happy thing. The insects flew back and forth and continued to ask, "What is happiness? What is happiness?" Stupid. Subei couldn't help it. What is stupid? What is stupid? Subei was numb. He realized that he had no way to communicate with these bugs. They only followed the most instinctive instructions. But they would get close to the smiling Subei. Why? Subei did not think about it anymore. He first separated a small part of the gray fog body to deceive the midfield gray fog group and drag everyone to slack off. Then he separated a small part of the gray fog to participate in the attack on the gray fog group and support Elena. He separated another small part and looked at the thickest part of the gray fog to explore, intending to take a look at the specific appearance of the nameless master. The remaining large part transformed into a palm, picked up the holy and demonic swords, and fiercely chiseled at the world barrier hit by Elena. As the holy and demonic swords were raised and dropped, the world barrier, which had already been shot with a small gap by Elena, trembled slightly, but there was no extra change. Subei sighed. It seems that there is no way to chisel it open. He originally wanted to trick the gray fog into running away by itself and solve the problem from the source. After giving up this idea, Subei began to win over the surrounding free gray fog, and in the area far away from the nameless lord, he madly exuded his damn charm. Of course, Subei's goal is clear, but the road is bumpy. It can be said that it is very difficult to advance the overall plan. The action is not smooth. The group of insects that Subei deceives seems to be close to him, but the nameless lord issues an order, a random thought, and can make the insects give up all thoughts and complete the tasks assigned by him. This is a natural gap in priority. The nameless lord. The insects that he does not want to manage are the ones that Subei can fight for. Once he wants to manage, then Subei can also be his. Seeing this situation, Subei did not feel sorry, so he temporarily gave up the idea of taking over the identity of the nameless lord, and put the idea of tricking the bugs into the second echelon. He planned to go and see what the nameless lord looked like first. The idea came up in the last second, and the action was launched in the next second. Subei separated a wisp of consciousness and followed the bugs that were charming around him upstream, groping towards the thickest part of the gray fog, because they were all his own people. Subei's plan was implemented very smoothly, and he quickly penetrated the thickest part of the gray fog. He saw it, on a towering pillar that pierced the sky. A kind old man, regardless of gender, was chained to the center of the pillar. His eyes closed. His expression was painful but kind, peaceful but twisted, full of hatred but not resisting. Why did he show such an expression? Subei moved closer and observed again. Black beetles were climbing on his body, and as the beetle wings flapped, a large area of gray fog spread again, filling the world again. These beetles were strange in shape, like longhorn beetles, and each beetle had a strange human face, with a distorted expression and a hateful face. There was a pair of winding tentacles on his head, and there were sections of black and white joints on the tentacles, with different lengths. They lived on the old man's towering body, crawling back and forth. At a glance, they looked like pets kept by the old man. Subei stared at them in shock. So that's it. These gray mists are the eggs excreted by beetles. These gray mists were constantly excreted from the beetles, roaring and leaping, blending into the vast gray mist, and were sent to various places in the area by the beetles in batches, each performing its own duties. Therefore, the enemy fighting against Elena was actually just a pile of eggs excreted by the pets kept by the nameless lord. This is too amazing. The enemy that created the gray fog was not the horrible old man who was tied up. It was not the human-faced beetles that the old man raised. It was just the thousands of eggs that these raised beetles pulled out in one breath. The gap was too big. So big that it was unbelievable. And there were many details that were not quite the same. Subei fell into deep thought. In a way, Elena was the ceiling of the original continent, although the power of the Valkyrie was suitable for one-on-one fighting. In terms of destructive power, the divine characteristics contained in the light were obviously more destructive, with an extremely domineering collapse and destruction. When Subei faced Elena, the pressure was already great. If ordinary transcendents watched her fighting form from a distance, their bodies would spontaneously combust for no reason until they completely collapsed. Subei was the same. But facing this old man, he did not have a similar feeling. Subei could feel the horror of the old man. He was the real body of the nameless lord above the gray mist. He was one of the most powerful supreme outer gods among the group of extraterritorial invaders of the original continent. With just one glance, Su Bei could see the changes of time and eternity in the old man. But why didn't he feel any change in his consciousness when he faced the old man? After thinking of this, Su Bei suddenly showed great fear. At some point, his vision suddenly became very close to the old man. And he could clearly see the wrinkles on the old man's face, the texture on his skin, and the mud in his fingertips, and the old man's eyes that seemed to be mocking. The old man smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to rub Su Bei's head, and said calmly, "Interesting ability. This power does not belong to this world, but to the vast and boundless gaps in the sky, and belongs to the outside world. So that's how it is. No wonder this long-dead world can be revived again, make sense of itself, and give birth to so many lives. You are one of the anchors. What a good child. You have touched the world. Do you want to become the world? Replace this world and live again? No. You have tried very hard." As he said this, the old man smiled kindly, his face gentle, like the most pious priest in the world. Then he said the last words that Su Bei could hear, "You can rest now." Poor child. Su Bei looked up blankly, and suddenly saw a pair of tentacles hanging from his head. His body felt uncomfortable for no apparent reason, and began to undergo many uncontrollable changes. Uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. The mouth was secreting saliva. The pelvis was expanding. The body was bending unnaturally. The bones were compressing. He began to have an inexplicable desire for flesh and blood. Wanted to eat meat. Flesh and blood. When Su Bei was in this state for more than 10 seconds, something horrifying happened. In a trance, Su Bei saw it. That was the largest beetle, the one with the longest tentacles, crawling on the old man. The tentacles on his head were 10 feet long, and the black and white joints were full of wonderful rhythms. He let out a piercing roar, then buried his head into the old man's body, tearing out a large piece of bloody flesh. As the giant beetle began to swallow, the other beetles moved together, bloody, cruel, crazy, as if in the most barbaric jungle, abiding by the most primitive laws. These black beetles were constantly gnawing and biting the old man's flesh. As the flesh and blood were swallowed by the beetles, they began to expel large amounts of gray mist to replenish the lost parts. Su Bei felt that the old man was groaning, shouting, screaming, and rejoicing, but he did not make any movement. This scene was too horrible, and Su Bei's pressure suddenly surged. And then, an even more horrible scene happened. After the largest beetle took a few bites, it suddenly shifted its sight to the side and shot straight at Su Bei. Staring at Su Bei, the black and white joints on his eyes flashed together, and his eyes were dark and cold. At the same time, dozens of beetles came to watch. Su Bei's consciousness began to fade. What are they doing? Why are they looking at me? Wait, I am a ball of gray fog. Why do I have eyes, and can feel the abnormality of my body? Su Bei subconsciously lowered his head, through the bloodstains that spread after the old man's flesh was torn. His own figure was reflected. He was stunned in a trance. He saw a small and tiny beetle. In those pupils, Su Bei's original appearance was reflected. Ugly, horrible, chaotic, indescribable. So, I am a bug. Congratulations on discovering an unspeakable secret outside the domain. You are becoming a root mother bug. This is a pet raised by a great being. It feeds on the world and continues to grow stronger. Each of the weakest root mother bugs has the power to gnaw the barriers of the world. You will become them and become them. The holy demon swords gave a key reminder. But Su Bei could no longer hear any sound. Su Bei slowly leaned down, opened his mouth towards the old man's flesh and blood, and bit down. After a while, his pelvis exploded, and countless gray mists spread and sprayed in all directions. You are eating the world. You have become stronger. You have mastered the immortal order. You have mastered the eternal order. You are marked by the nameless master on the gray mist. You are marked by the void mother nest. You are marked by the apostle of the abyss. Darkness begins to shroud, and the abyss invites you to join. Fate plays with fate, trying to return you to the parallel world. Time cuts off the long river of time, trying to go back in time. Can't hear. Su Bei couldn't hear anything. He felt good. This feeling of getting stronger by constantly devouring. So good. This is how he has always gotten stronger. Just sink into it. No need to think about anything. Just follow the most brutal survival logic. I am getting stronger. Mr. Su Bei. Mr. Sube. Jasmine heard it. Jasmine is here to help you. No. What am I feeling good about? Sube regained consciousness in an instant. In a trance, Sube instantly gave up control of this consciousness and quickly pulled it out. His expression terrified. He looked at the gray fog around him and his unchanged gray fog body. And then he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. What happened? As soon as this consciousness emerged, the surrounding insects took the initiative to surround him, as if they were trying to please Sube. But Sube was not as optimistic as he was at the beginning. No. Who would like insects? Sube could attract these insects. So there must be something wrong with him. His life is really over. Thinking of this, Sube sighed deeply and recalled the horrific scene just now. What kind of scene did he see? What kind of shocking secrets did those words contain? That old man? Those beetles? And the gray fog? Strange parasitic method. What kind of existence is this nameless master above the gray fog? When did Sube become a beetle? Becoming a beetle. Is this a magic? What is the world? Could it be the world tree? Could that old man be a world? What is Sube the anchor of? When did Sube touch the world? This world has long been dead. Does that mean the world tree is dead? Jasmine. He seemed to hear Jasmine's voice at the end. Is that true? These thoughts kept emerging in Sube's mind. And Sube soon found that the environment had changed again. At some point, he appeared again in the thickest part of the fog. He was approaching the pillar. Why again? Isn't this natural? Sube looked down in horror and suddenly realized the source of the change. He was turning into a beetle. After experiencing a change, Sube's physical reaction was more obvious. But he still couldn't stop the change. Not to mention taking precautions in advance. He quickly abandoned this consciousness and tried to transfer his consciousness again. Can't think about it. Can't think about it. At this time, an old voice came from the dome. Give up struggling. You don't understand power and can't compete with this power. Once, I was a whole world. Could this be the truth of the end of the world? Chapter 589. Sube became obedient. He realized that he had come into contact with a copy that he shouldn't have come into contact with too early. It's a bit interesting. If you see it, you will become a part of it. If you imagine it, you will be pulled and grabbed. This is also a seamless combination of skills. This power seems to be beyond the scope of order. Is it on the same level as the world tree? Sube thought so, and suddenly felt a burning pain in his back. The holy and demonic sword stabbed him. Sube was stabbed back to his senses. He quickly abandoned this body and transferred his consciousness again. Has it become a part of the gray fog? The old man on the pillar pondered. A wonderful imagination. But can it escape? The old man closed his eyes, and the endless gray fog surged and jumped, surrounding the gray fog body formed by Sube's incarnation. Sube said nothing, dismantled into countless pieces of consciousness, and hid in the surging gray fog, relying on the pure natural friendship between him and the insects. He continued to evade the capture of the nameless lord. He fled madly under the identification of gluttony, and was in danger. Left. Gluttony screamed. Right. Brother. Smile. Smile. The bugs here don't know you. Brother on top. Brother on top. He looks like he's chasing his wife. No. Brother. You didn't say you could merge with bugs. Wrong. Brother. Wrong. The group in front is controlled by the other side. Wait. Something's wrong. Brother. We're surrounded. Do you think we can run away if you smile? Oh my God. You're really my brother. After a lot of struggle, the two of them chased each other, and there was a tendency of stalemate. This made the nameless lord arouse some interest. You are very interesting, and your value is equal to that of this world. I am somewhat interested in you. The nameless lord said softly, and his eyes moved sideways. He saw a huge beetle hovering on his body, flapping its wings and flying into the gray fog. Wherever it passed, countless gray fogs merged together. If the gray fog disappears, where will you go? As he said this, the huge beetle opened its mouth and swallowed up all the gray fog around it like a whale. The gray fog dissipated. The center of the gray fog was revealed to people for the first time. A strange atmosphere began to spread. Elena pressure suddenly dropped, but it reached its peak in an instant. The wind rustled her clothes. The world was changing colors. At this moment, everyone felt a terrifying thing. The gray fog was not the weapon of the nameless lord, but his limiter. He was not only the nameless lord, He was above the gray fog. The old man shook his head and sighed. I don't want to destroy this world in this way. But I have spent too much time in this world. Since we have found one of the solutions. Let's stop here. The world is shaking. The flesh and blood of the organisms are seen surging. And insects are crawling out of the pores of the body. Bang. With a sound, the body of the species exploded, turned into a gray mist, and was eaten by the beetle. The world is changing, gradually turning gray. Comparatively different rules are born out of thin air, gradually replacing the original 12 innate orders. Subei can't escape. The gray fog dissipated, and the last gray fog left in the area at this moment was his body. Subei gave up running away. He cancelled the illusion, held the holy and demonic swords, and closed his eyes to face the terrifying aura. The gray fog was rampant, but Subei remained motionless. He began to visualize the attack of the world tree that drove away countless foreign evil gods 30,000 years ago. He began to perform the same frequency. His flesh and blood were exploding. He raised the holy and demonic swords. At this moment, countless information rushed into Subei's mind like data. This is the real-world technique, he heard Jasmine cry. At the same time, Subei saw all the changes around him. He saw Li Lizzie throw a hot heart, and then slapped his hands on the omniscient code, connecting everyone's brain. Domain expansion. Shaolin mental arithmetic. With Li Lizzie's power, Subei saw death perform an extremely terrifying technique. Countless souls returned from all directions and merged into his body. Among them, there were even several acquired gods. He saw darkness covering the entire sky. The abyss descended, and a palace covered the sky, suppressing one of the beetles. He saw the holy light and the light join hands to cut a sword move that could cut the entire world. Destruction. Elena sighed. Rebirth. Eleni panted. After that, they joined hands and waved together. Reincarnation. Slash. He saw Luminara use the reappearance of yesterday on him. And the result was an extremely bizarre change. Luminara turned into a Valkyrie. If this news happened at any other time, it would be enough to shatter Subei's worldview. He saw fate stirring up the long river of fate, sending countless artifacts and gods from the parallel world. He saw freedom appear in the body of the nameless lord, with countless chains wrapped around the entire pillar. He attempted to exchange absolute freedom for the other party's relative unfreedom. He saw the elements dissolving his body and condensing into a brand new world tree. He saw life and elements merge, giving new life to this world tree. No wonder they are always inseparable. They actually have a set of exciting combo skills. He saw the emotion playing with absolute control, inserting into his head, and detonating a large-scale control. He intended to control all beetles. Can he do it? He saw luck turn into a curse and lock the nameless lord. He saw all kinds of second-generation gods, acquired gods. So, when the end of the world comes, all gods will panic. They tacitly maintain the same tacit understanding and send out the strongest move to prevent the world from changing. But will it really work? Maybe. However, at the same time, countless evil gods from outside the domain attacked at the same time, all blocking the authority they were most familiar with. Each of them was not a simple commodity. Just as the long-lost heart was about to completely merge with Subei, and the hilt of the holy and demonic swords were about to complete the last piece of the puzzle for Subei, a change occurred. Time suddenly froze. Subei heard the nameless lord let out a sigh. I have been wary of you for a long time, and I have wondered if there will be any extra conspiracies. But I can't see clearly. I have been watching this world for 20,000 years, and I have never seen any new changes. The world tree is dead. Who can stop me? It's meaningless. There's no need. It's useless after all. When time went all out, Subei realized something. Before, the gods always had questions. Whether the peak light was closest to the world tree, or the great death was closest to the world tree, or the darkness that merged everything was closest to the world tree. And some would guess that the luck of having your wish come true was the most favored by the world tree. And some even thought that the most lovely and incompetent wisdom was the most compatible with the world tree. But at this moment, the answer was undoubtedly lost. At this moment, all the gods and the evil gods from outside the domain stopped moving. Shi Guang stood in front of Subei, frowning distressfully, and sighed. Is it still not working? Subei seemed to have lost all his strength at this moment, and sighed. Isn't working hard enough? This is not your problem. Shi Guang comforted. Su Bei asked, if I stab this sword and cooperate with all the gods to attack together, can I kill him? Time asked back, what's the price? Are you willing to pay such a price? Su Bei was silent and looked around blankly. The price of this collision was too high. Several gods were willing to sacrifice their immortality for a final explosion. But the result was unknown. In front of them were more than 20 foreign evil gods lurking in the original world. The weakest of them could match the acquired gods. Not to mention that after too many gods entered the field, the world barrier was overwhelmed, and countless foreign evil gods forced their way in. Moreover, no one knows how powerful the Nameless Lord is. Even Elena, who once intercepted him outside the domain, doesn't know. Su Bei sighed bitterly. This is different from the doomsday I saw. Time stretched out his index fingers and slowly brought them together into an acute angle until they fit together. The world line converges. The process is strange and winding, and the result will eventually return to one. Su Bei understood. The world is destroyed. But why? Time told the truth, because he didn't exist in the first place. This is the truth. Su Bei was silent, but his expression did not change much. This truth did not scare Su Bei. Perhaps he had already guessed the answer, but just didn't want to believe it. Fake, Su Bei retorted. Oh! Time did not refute. Sat next to Su Bei, and said lightly, if you say it's fake, then it's fake. We are indeed all fake. Only you are real. Fake, Su Bei retorted. Everything will happen in front of you later. Does it matter whether it's real or fake? Fake, Su Bei retorted coldly. Sure fell into silence. Su Bei, who was usually calm and free-spirited, was as stubborn as a child at this moment. Su Bei smiled lightly and his eyes narrowed. In this case, we can only give it a try. Su Bei held the holy and demonic swords and shook his head at Shi. Cancel your spell. You look like you are about to die. Okay. Shi suddenly smiled, and there was a smile in his eyes that could not be concealed. He immediately raised his hand. I just scared you. The heart that Li Lizi threw out and was frozen in the air was held in the hands of time. Actually, we succeeded. Su Bei was stunned, watching time press the heart to his chest and push it. Boom, boom, boom. The heart beat vigorously. The half-handled holy and demonic swords became the key at this moment, unlocking the lock on Su Bei's soul. It was a lock, but also a shackle. Time praised and sighed. This is actually the most perfect world line we have planned. The laws in Su Bei's body began to change. Order was generated for no reason, and a very familiar and extremely strange force was returning. At this moment, the account began to be retrieved. A ladder to the gods that countless people were very familiar with, but had never appeared in front of Su Bei. Many people understand the laws of space, but no life has ever learned the order of space. The seat at the end of this road is empty. It is hard to imagine that such a powerful road of order has never seen a god in history. It was because this order was hidden in a heart, locked with the holy and demonic swords. And it was not only the road of order that was locked, but also Su Bei's memory. At this moment, the lock was opened and the power returned. At the same time, Su Bei's memory was gradually restored. Su Bei's eyes suddenly became vicissitudes. Although his emotions returned, his eyes became more and more indifferent. No wonder. Su Bei sighed heavily. He was the most whimsical guy. Attracting the evil gods from outside the domain was just the beginning. What he was planning was to steal an entire world and blame the false fate on the other invading worlds in exchange for a brand new world fate. The plan involved was too complicated, and each link was carefully designed. At this moment, it finally connected into a complete closed loop and came to the starting point of the plan. That's right. At this moment, it was the starting point of fate. It was the starting point of the end of the world. It was also the starting point of the plan. Su Bei murmured, I have always known the root of the end of the world. Shi Guang pursed his lips. You have always known. So you have been looking for the best result. Su Bei continued to murmur, there is no better result than now. Time nodded. Countless timelines converge. And this is the best result you are pursuing at this moment. Wisdom destroyed the only ship, and you went back to the past to trigger the doomsday on this timeline, leading to the appearance of the Nameless Lord. This is the best choice that can be fought for after countless experiments. Su Bei smiled freely, not daring to imagine how he dared to be so bold and dared to seek an entire world. He is the weakest world. Time encouraged. It is the only world where we have the opportunity to deceive and calculate. Bei sighed. But he is still a whole world. How can I beat him? Even if you leave the spatial order for me, I am just a step to become a god. The gap between gods and the world is greater than the gap between me and Jasmine. Are you referring to lowly and lowly control? Time smiled. Bei's eyes were empty, and he sighed. You know what I'm talking about. This is your choice. It has nothing to do with me. Time shook his head and stretched. I am only responsible for fixing this time and sending you back to where everything started. You have a lot to consider. Thank you for your hard work. Bei's eyes slowly solidified, nodded, and said sincerely, thank you for your hard work too. Bei knew that the pressure on Time was no less than his. Remember this time? Remember all the important nodes you have experienced. I died countless times just to fix a starting point and an end point. Remember your mission. Wait for you at this time. At this moment, I will give you the entire history and process. Don't let me down. Don't let down all those who believe in you. A true stranger. Make your choice. Time waved goodbye and sent out the last magic that had been preserved for 50,000 years. The ultimate mystery of the time system. Backtracking, Time pointed out. And Time went back. Bei's body continued to shrink. His cognition and memory were greatly reduced. And his body fell back heavily. At this moment, he seemed to see the nameless master. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a hint of mockery. In the 5th year of Duz, at the end of March, Time really died, thus freezing this period of history forever. Perhaps history will not repeat itself. Or perhaps history is already the same. Who can know? Chapter 590, A New Beginning. The starting point of the world. In the haze, Bei's thoughts kept sinking. When his heart returned, many memories came to him, allowing Bei to piece together all the details at this moment. That's it. Everyone is trying to live. Thinking so, Bei finally closed his eyes. Time went back. Thoughts were infinitely stretched. This is the beginning of the world. The beginning of the birth of the gods. At this moment, the tree of the world is lush and full of vitality. The 12 innate gods maintain the shape of gas of different colors, swirling around each other, chasing each other, and the sisters had a close relationship. However, the picture at this moment was different from the original world after all. Among the 12 groups, the blue color that should have existed had quietly disappeared, replaced by another group of slightly darker blue. The consciousness carrier of this group was Bei. Now, he was space. At this moment, Bei looked dazed and a little lonely. What he replaced was time. During this period of time, time is truly dead. And from then on, time will become a long river rolling forward, with no option to go back and stop. Time uses itself to become authority, freezes that period of history and the nameless master at that time, and defines the final outcome of this world. This is the end of the plan. After setting the end, time exchanges time with Bei, sending Bei back to the starting point of time when he had not died. Arrived at the starting point of the plan. This is why time remains dead from beginning to end. He only lived at the beginning and the end, and died in the entire blank history. He never affected any historical process, and did not participate in all causal fates. And all this is to entrust all the blank spaces that he never interfered with to Bei at this moment. Just because Bei is the only special one. There is only one reason why time can do this. Solve the doomsday. The historical process of the original continent is real. But the beginning of this world is a false closed loop that cannot withstand any scrutiny. If it is observed and explored by high-dimensional forces, it will be easily overturned by any world power. Only Bei is real. The exchange of time and Bei allowed Bei to join this world legitimately and participate in it, using the real Bei to consolidate the entire unreal history. Everything Bei saw and experienced can be used to reinforce the authenticity of this history, making the entire history logically rigorous and without loopholes. However, this is only a temporary solution, because the world tree was dead at the beginning. The closed loop can only be maintained for a period of time, and the world will eventually be completely destroyed because of this false closed loop, which is also the real root cause of the end of the world. For this reason, Bei had experienced countless doomsdays, witnessed countless endings, and felt powerlessness and despair again and again. The hundreds of game memories that Bei kept at the beginning were just a drop in the ocean of thousands of replays, and a few remnants of redundant memories. Fortunately, after countless replays, Bei finally ushered in a turning point in a certain replay and found the most likely solution. Replace the false world with the real world. Steal an entire original continent through the spatial order mastered by Su Bei. Transfer the original continent to the outside of the domain. And replace the falsehood of the world when it was first born. So far, Su Bei continued to look back, looking for the world with the best chance of replacement. Fortunately, Su Bei found it. For this purpose, Su Bei abandoned his memory, blocked his power, and left only the most instinctive desires and emotions to avoid being discovered by the other party. No world can resist a world without a world. This is more fascinating than Lolita attracting Lolita control. In a certain retrospect, a world in charge of insects discovered the original continent and aroused the desire to occupy and devour it. For this reason, Su Bei constantly set up nodes to seduce the greedy desires of the world outside the domain. The Nameless Lord finally took a greedy step. He invaded. He invaded once 30,000 years ago. And he hesitated and acted with some reservations. He knew that the time in this world was very unstable. And there was a ship that could go back to the past, creating an unlimited closed loop of time. But after the holy and demonic swords that served as anchors were destroyed, there was no object in this world that could make him hesitate. He was sure that the people in this world were all stupid. So he took drastic actions. At this point, the plan has formed a closed loop. Time sacrificed itself and performed a spell that had been prepared for 50,000 years, using itself as a ship to send Su Bei back to the starting point and start the last retrospection. This last retrospection is the last chance for the original continent. Su Bei needs to make history develop at a pace that is completely consistent with the previous life without interfering with all the historical processes of the previous life, and finally perfectly overlap with that frozen fragment. In this process, Su Bei also needs to obtain the power to arrest the Nameless Master. He needs to defeat a living world. Is this really possible? It only takes 50,000 years. If all this is compared to a game, the enemy Su Bei faces is a GM that exceeds the upper limit of the game itself. It is a world that makes the rules of the game. The strength gap is huge, but it is worth a try. After all, at this moment, Su Bei can be said to have truly taken back the power leveling account and merged millions of archives into one. Born as a god, mastering the spatial order of the 12 innate orders, he can recycle all memories, obtain complete authority, and be familiar with all branch plots, plot branches, historical trends, etc. Su Bei has never fought such a rich battle. Just as Su Bei was thinking this, the innate god was born. So far, the world has restarted. Ancient era. 50,000 years ago. The beginning of the rebirth of the gods. Su Bei was born very early. Earlier than all the innate gods. So, Su Bei entered the world tree as soon as he landed and took this place for himself. This is the center of the heart of the world tree, which was next to the residence of life before. Now it belongs to Su Bei. This change is harmless to history. Only the gods know the home of the gods. So it doesn't matter if Su Bei acts recklessly. At this moment, in the center of the tree, a fruit was about to fall, looking tender and hungry. According to the memory that Su Bei had recovered, this fruit was the predecessor of Luminara. But what was the relationship between Luminara and the Valkyrie? Was the reappearance of yesterday a projection of some kind of power? Or a reappearance of the scene? And where did Jasmine come from? If Su Bei did not recover his memory, he might never get the truth. But even though Su Bei recovered his memory, he still had only a vague understanding of this. In the endless memories he knew, Su Bei had never heard of a species being upgraded to a world. Similarly, the world had never been downgraded to a species. But all signs showed that Jasmine was the world tree. And there was no doubt about that. What was going on? Su Bei pondered and set his immediate goal. In this life, in addition to finding the true meaning of power and obtaining the power to arrest the Nameless Lord, what Su Bei had to do was to understand the birth and appearance of Jasmine. This was very interesting to Su Bei. In order to ensure that history is the same as before, observation and recording are the only remaining pleasures for Su Bei. And observing the birth of Jasmine can be said to be one of the things that Su Bei is most interested in at present. And in this way, Su Bei can completely get rid of the title of lowly control, because he will become a baby control, and will train Jasmine from a baby to an adult, and train her to be a well-behaved and obedient child bride. As for White Jasmine, this is as it should be. Countless repeated memories told Su Bei that he had never changed his choice. He likes Jasmine. He did in the past, and he will do so in the future. However, The days of waiting are unbearable. I just hope Jasmine will be born soon. For this reason, Subei plans to secretly pour liquid on the fruit to promote its growth and maturity until it falls to the ground. It is a means of stimulating birth. Because Luminara and Jasmine appear at the same time, the fruit falls to the ground, which means that Jasmine will not be far away from appearing. Of course, Subei only mentioned this idea and did not take any action. The elements were not yet born, and there was no water in the world. Since the problem cannot be solved, forget about it for now. Subei thought so, sitting in this room in a daze. At this time, a voice sounded softly in Subei's mind, conveying words that can be easily understood. Are you the sister who is particularly taciturn? I know you. You have a very wonderful power. A green-shirted lowly walked slowly, her eyes full of closeness and curiosity. You were born so early. Are you my sister? He is Life. A newly born Life. Subei looked sideways, with a little emotion in his eyes. In his memory, Subei had met all the gods countless times. But the difference was that, before, the gods knew Subei, but Subei didn't know them. This time, the situation was completely reversed. Subei returned to the starting point of time with all of his memories. But the gods at this moment were just born. Because time was completely dead, the gods lost the possibility of communicating with their future selves. The gods now were clean and simple, like a blank sheet of paper, allowing Subei to do whatever he wanted. And they didn't know how to resist. Thinking about it, Subei retracted his gaze, shook his head, and denied, no. Not a sister? Life blinked confusedly, slowly approached and sat next to Subei, looking at the delicate boy who was the same height as himself, and asked, Then are you our sister? No. I'm a brother. Subei explained. Brother? Life understood the meaning of this word, but didn't understand the significance of this word, and said confusedly, Is there any difference between us? Subei responded calmly, Yes. Then are we sisters? Life's big eyes full of hope blinked, and asked again. Subei was stunned. He stopped talking and sighed helplessly. He realized that the gods now were not very smart, and it was difficult to communicate. So, Subei gave up explaining and said calmly, Yes. We are sisters. In the ancient era, 10 years after the birth of the gods, Subei got used to his new identity, and occasionally began to water the fruits and talk to himself while sitting in the house. He knew Luminara couldn't hear him, so it didn't matter what he said. Do you know? You are a lowly. The fruit trembled, as if protesting, or jumping for joy. Maybe it was happy. Thinking, Subei smiled from the bottom of his heart, and suddenly realized something. Character. His character seemed to be worse than before. More emotions, but less moral integrity. Gradually losing the complex emotions mixed in human nature, and began to become simple and pure. It's normal to have more or less. People always change after experiencing the vicissitudes of life. This is true for Subei. This is also true for the gods. The gods gradually grew up. Their bodies gradually stabilized, and they had a little bit of the meaning of little adults. But it was more lively than at the beginning. Cricket light. Come and get punished. Little darkness. How ridiculous. Stop arguing. Stop arguing. Let's go play games together. Is death hiding and sleeping again? Where is space? Is Sister Space still growing fruits? I told her that the fruit won't ripen. By the way, Wisdom has been acting weird lately. Do you know what's going on? It was very lively under the world tree, with the gods' laughter and chatter. Subei only felt the noise. The liveliness belonged to others. He needed to keep the rhythm of time, quietly watching the changes in the world, and watching the normal development of history with a cold eye. He was doing the work that Lilizi once did, watering the fruit and chatting with the world tree. Occasionally try to learn to comprehend deeper powers. Speaking of which, Subei seldom practices to comprehend. Debts owed must always be repaid. 50,000 years is enough time for Subei to practice until he vomits. In the ancient era, 30 years after the birth of the gods, today is a little different from usual. Wisdom, who has never visited Subei, took the initiative to visit, and knocked on Subei's door carefully. Sister Space, I am Wisdom. Subei looked a little surprised, put down his hand that was fiddling with the fruit, and waited to open the door. Strange. The other sisters would occasionally visit Subei, but Wisdom had never come, and had never even spoken to Subei. Some gods could not hide his abnormalities. including Wisdom's ability to read thoughts. As for why Su-bei and Wisdom were so unfamiliar, there was only one reason. Su-bei was involved in pornography. He relied on rich pornographic waste to fill the underlying logic of his brain all day long, in order to avoid Wisdom's constant information reading. Over time, Wisdom was trained by knowledge to become the timid character he is today. After 30 years of baptism, the Wisdom now is completely different from the Wisdom in history. So, why did Wisdom come to visit today? Su-bei cast a glance. A little curious. But just a simple sidelong glance scared Wisdom so much that his body trembled, and he clamped his thighs together unnaturally. He quickly took out the omniscient code that he had cultivated and refined at some point, and pointed it at Su-bei, trembling and warning, "No. No. 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 Don't move." This action was purely to give Su-bei a stress response. Seeing this, Su-bei smiled unhappily and waved his left hand. Under the horrified eyes of Wisdom, he easily stole the omniscience code from the other party. Then he raised his right hand and arrested the fleeing Wisdom with a little effort. "Wait! Don't!" Wisdom screamed. Wisdom's body shape changed, and Daimao appeared in Su-bei's palm in the blink of an eye. He was tightly grabbed, and then the whole person rolled out of the void. So far, Su-bei successfully stole a Wisdom. Seeing Wisdom trembling uneasy and swallowing saliva in his throat, Su-bei did not take the opportunity to say some bad words to tease the other party, but gently placed Wisdom beside him and rubbed Wisdom's head. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Su-bei said calmly. After a while, Wisdom slowly calmed down, looked up at Su-bei, and looked uneasy. After a long while, a weak voice sounded faintly, full of inquiry, "Will the future me and you really have a good relationship?" Su-bei was stunned. No wonder Wisdom could refine the omniscient code so quickly. Sure enough, Wisdom overheard some secrets. Su-bei sighed softly and remained silent. "I have learned to control the characteristics a long time ago." Wisdom tugged at Su-bei's sleeve. "I don't want to hear your secrets." Su-bei looked sideways, and Wisdom subconsciously shrank her head in fear, and nervously begged, "Can you tell me some stories?" "Anything is fine." Su-bei looked at Wisdom's body trembling slightly, and asked calmly, "Aren't you afraid of me?" "I was afraid at first. Very afraid. I was afraid that you would suddenly come over and bully me." Wisdom pursed her lips and smiled slightly. "But then I figured it out. Actually, you are the one who is afraid of me. You are afraid that I know too much. You have many secrets. But you can't tell me these secrets." Wisdom is still too smart, and he easily guessed the truth. It is precisely because Wisdom is smart enough that he can make a way for both parties to get along comfortably. Wisdom rubbed his calves with both hands and continued, "So, I haven't wanted to know for a long time. Aren't you curious?" Su-bei was puzzled. Curiosity is curiosity. How can I not be curious? It's better to say that I am very curious. Wisdom gently pulled Su-bei's sleeve and took the initiative to move closer for the first time. "But I don't want to embarrass you. Because we are the closest sisters." Wisdom smiled sideways. Su-bei wanted to refute a point in Wisdom's words, but after looking at Wisdom, he suddenly stopped, nodded slightly, and said, "Yeah." After getting the response, Wisdom seemed a little less afraid of Su-bei. So he mustered up his courage and said in a very serious tone, "Can you stop thinking about those things?" Feeling very offensive, Wisdom swallowed his saliva. He saw it clearly. Each of the heroines in the picture was his image, and the sense of substitution was too strong. Su-bei looked blankly and nodded. If it wasn't for this method being the most effective, Su-bei wouldn't have done it. "I promise. I also promise that I will never eavesdrop on your thoughts." Su-bei and Wisdom agreed to this and made a pinky promise. In the ancient era, 50 years after the birth of the gods, 50 years have passed since Su-bei returned to the beginning of the world. During this period, the number of times the gods took the initiative to visit Su-bei has visibly decreased, and more often they visit each other and play around. No one wants to take the initiative all the time. This is a good thing for both parties. Su-bei is happy to be free, and the gods are having fun. But today is slightly different from usual. It's not a visit from the gods. It's the fruit that Luminara transformed into that trembled. It felt like fetal movement. Something was wrong. This aroused Su-bei's great interest, and he immediately stopped the day's project at hand and rushed to the fruit without stopping. Squinting his eyes, he looked at it. The fruit trembled again. Subei supported his chin with a gap between his right index finger and thumb, frowning and thinking. Paw. Suddenly, a branch hit Subei's head, and with the sound of landing, the fruit stopped trembling. Subei was stunned, lowered his head and picked up the branch, and raised it. What is this? Subei squinted and observed the leaves on the branch, always feeling a little familiar. Is this dogtail grass? Subei raised his eyebrows in surprise, wondering why the leaves that looked like they were dying had not yet withered. Thinking that he had found a companion for the fruit, Subei kept the branch. After that day, Subei captured 2 clouds next to the fruit and planted the branch. The days of raising fruit and leaves began. In the ancient era, 100 years after the birth of the gods, Subei sat in the room, observing the movement of the fruit and branches day after day, occasionally feeling his own authority, gaining something in his heart, and gaining a deeper understanding of space and power. In addition to Subei's own changes, the other 11 gods also grew up. They grew up very fast, and the immaturity of their birth gradually faded away with the passage of time. Each of them developed a unique personality and characteristics, and began to add color to the world. These newborn gods are the brushes of the new era, exuding vigor and vitality, and full of curiosity about everything in the world. Of course, Subei never participated in it. His painting style is very different from that of other gods, and he is incompatible with them. Subei is just a lonely ghost of the old times, guarding some worthless memories, and bearing the loneliness intertwined with the times alone. But this is just the beginning. 3-1, 4-1, 5-1, 6-1. In this century of loneliness, Subei has learned to play cards with himself. It's a good pastime. But somehow, Subei is more uneasy than usual. Thinking, when Subei came back to his senses, he had completely messed up the game without realizing it. Seeing this, Subei stood up neatly. He planned to go shopping today. As soon as he walked out of the house, Subei realized something was wrong. Far away, a girl in gray was walking on foot, heading towards the edge of the world. He was deaf. Subei pondered, searching in his memory, and soon locked onto the special event at this time point, nodding his head in understanding. This was the first time Death died. He explored hell and buried his first body in hell. Subei planned to follow and see. Chapter 591 describing the world. During this period of time, the original continent seemed particularly thin, like a piece of paper spread out, without too many ups and downs, without extra colors. Life did not understand the meaning of life, and had never created life. The elements had not yet embellished the world, painting mountains and rivers. All the gods were like this, only caring about playing with each other, hoping to live a happy life without worries, like a high school student without homework, or a college student who failed every day, happy and self-aware. In short, they are all fun people, except for Death. He was born with a curse. He understood death, knew death, and feared death since he was old enough to understand. Death knew that he would eventually return to the arms of Death. Today was the first time that Death felt the coming of Death. His not too big feet stepped on the flat ground, leaving a series of footprints, deep and shallow, starting from one end of the world, and continuing to the end of the vision. Death's thoughts were not big, and could even be said to be insignificant. He just wanted to take a look at this world before he died. Thinking this way, Death took firm steps, and walked further and further away. The wind blew, and he took a step, and the small footprint was soon covered by a bigger footprint. This is Subei. He followed the gray-clothed girl like this, keeping almost the same pace and speed, step by step. There was a lot of time, and Subei was not in a hurry. As time passed, Death gradually stopped his steps, found an open area and sat on the ground, put his elbows on his knees, and supported his chin. Looks like she's thinking. Subei noticed the change, so he stopped and watched from a distance. Sister? Death suddenly called out. Subei paused. He didn't understand when he was exposed. Subei didn't dwell on it too much, took the initiative to walk up, slowly approached Death, and finally sat next to Death, and took the initiative to ask, "What are you doing?" Death turned his face to the side, stared at Subei for a long time, then slowly retracted his gaze and said calmly, "What do you think?" "Sister? Traveling around the world." Subei gave the answer calmly. "So sister knows," Death said calmly, looking at the end of the horizon, looking at the endless plain at the end. He lowered his head calmly. He felt that he could not reach the end. Maybe the world has no end at all. Death sighed, turned his face to look at Su-Bei, and took the initiative to talk. Sisters all think that Sister Space doesn't like everyone. Su-Bei denied and shook his head. Not really. Yes. Death answered very quickly. This response without thinking made Su-Bei stunned. This tone sounded as if Death understood Su-Bei's meaning better than Su-Bei did. I didn't take the initiative to play with everyone. I didn't fight with everyone. I didn't play games with everyone. I didn't chat with everyone. Death counted on his fingers and listed 10 serious cases. Then stretched out his hands and gestured in front of Su-Bei. Then he looked at Su-Bei and said calmly, to sum up, my sister doesn't like everyone. It doesn't sound good. After all, Shurji has a good relationship with the 11 little ones. Maybe not very good, but it can't be said that he doesn't like them. This made Su-Bei start to think whether his previous approach was wrong. Su-Bei thought about it, sighed heavily, and nodded. I know. I will pay attention in the future. Hearing this, Death raised his eyes slightly and asked curiously, Sister, are you worried about something? Worried about making friends with us? Hearing this, Su-Bei hesitated for a moment. According to Su-Bei's previous memories, Death would forget all memories every time he died. Normally, Death would die soon. So Su-Bei didn't need to hide the truth. But before each death, Death would deliberately pass on some of his memories to the next death to avoid causing panic among the other sisters. After thinking about it, Su-Bei gave an ambiguous answer, maybe. But Death didn't bother about the answer at all. From the beginning, he didn't care what Su-Bei would answer. Compared to that, Death cares more about whether the world has boundaries and what death means. Space sister? I am. You have great power over space. Can you feel the end of the world? Su-Bei hesitated for a moment and nodded, yes. Hearing this, Death blinked, turned sideways, and looked at Su-Bei with his big eyes, his gray-black eyelashes gently slapping his lower eyelids. And there was obvious surprise in his eyes. In Death's cognition, Space Sister is the type who will pretend not to know the answer even if she knows it, so as to intercept various questions in advance. This is the impression Su-Bei left on the gods. He was totally different from the other 11. Death wants to see. Death said seriously, Sister, are you willing to help me? Su-Bei fell silent. Death's expression was complicated, with a little curiosity in his eyes. But the curiosity was not strong. It was as if he felt that it would be best to see it. But it's okay if you can't see it. Speaking of which, it seems that Death has always had this Buddhist attitude. Everything is done to the best of one's ability. And it's okay if it can't be done. I will try to strive for what I expect. And if I can't achieve it, I will just give up. Except for Lin, who seems a little paranoid. Countless memories told Su-Bei that this generation of Death saw hell, and was finally buried in hell. But since death is inevitable, after thinking about it, Su-Bei nodded slowly, took the hand of Death, and took a step forward. Let's go. Take you to see the edge of the world. The space is shrinking infinitely, and the location is like a mark point for Su-Bei. There are countless coordinates in his mind, and each coordinate can establish the x, y axis with the world tree as the starting point, making it the easiest to determine and lock. And the edge of the world, in Su-Bei's memory, is 999,999. Position locked. Start the jump. Wu only after hearing Death's rapid exclamation. The two rushed at high speed in the space layer and arrived at the end of the world in a blink of an eye. Here is the antipodal point with the sky. The farthest position from the sky in terms of senses, and longitude and latitude. But within the scope of space, it is closest to the sky and can be touched with a hand. It is a very strange concept. The three-dimensional space here is almost turning into a two-dimensional picture. Looking up is the blue sky, and reaching out can touch the pale earth. At this moment, Death sat on the ground infinitely close to the sky, looking at the infinitely close singularity, and murmured, what a magical place. That is the limit of the world. Su-Bei nodded, maybe. Death stretched out his hand and reached out to the singularity, asking as he approached, how did Sister find this place? Death's right hand tried desperately to reach out, but it couldn't squeeze into the narrow hole, so he gave up the attempt, calmly withdrew his hand, and looked at Su-Bei. Hearing this, Su-Bei fell into deep thought. That was an ordinary experience in Su-Bei's memory. In one reincarnation, Su-Bei gave up the idea of resisting the end of the world and traveled around the world with Jasmine. after completing a task commissioned by a fairy. He happened to find this location. It's just a coincidence, Subei responded. Death retracted his gaze, then slowly leaned on the ground and looked up at the sky. He smiled with relief. Sister is a good person, so Death will not betray Sister. Subei was stunned, looking at Death with doubt in his eyes, as if he was undecided. Sister's soul essence is completely different from ours, Death said calmly. He did not look at Subei, but looked at the sky by himself. Muttering to himself, Death can see the essence of the soul. Sister, it's not the soul born by the 12 and 8s. Right? Subei fell silent. Indeed, the similarity between freedom and the authority of space is too high. Relying on the spatial order to pretend to be the 12 and 8 orders can only be regarded as a helpless choice. For gods, space has no secrets at all. This is why a god ability more or less involves the authority of space. However, there are too few ways for Subei to ascend to godhood. Space is Subei's only choice. He comprehended and mastered space in countless retrospections, and successfully ascended to godhood with this order. He developed this channel to ascend to godhood to the extreme, and then evolved the stealing technique. Despite this, Subei could only act a little recklessly in front of the 11 little creatures, while the power of the innate gods had not yet been fully developed. It was hard to say who would win in the future. At least at this moment, Subei could easily defeat the 11 and play with them at his fingertips. Thinking about it, Subei collected his thoughts and sighed. No. He could only deny it. He had to deny it. Otherwise, who would make up for the time gap? After being exposed, Subei did not show any extra expression, but felt that the innate gods were really not simple. And each of them was not a simple thing. Wisdom that detects memory differences. Death that detects soul differences. Replacing time is not a simple matter. After answering, Subei sat beside him in silence. And Death also did not speak. After a while, Death slowly closed his eyes. I'm dying, Death suddenly said. Subei nodded. Have a good trip, Death slowly said. Sister seems to know that I'm dying. Subei shook his head. I don't know. Death smiled, stretched out his hand and poked Subei's back, whispering softly, it's not important. The next Death will not remember what I said to you today. You have not let me down, so you will not let me down either. After saying that, Death slowly closed his eyes, and suddenly his body became lighter. Then his right hand subconsciously stretched out and grabbed something he could grab. And then he opened his eyes in confusion. Subei lifted Death up, and Death's hand was tightly grasping Subei's collar. Subei's expression was indifferent. Death's expression was calm. Where are you going? Death asked curiously. Subei said calmly, Hell. What will happen if you don't go? Death asked a rare question. After thinking about it, Subei gave a series of chain answers. In the future, Hell will lose a king, which will weaken the connection between the continent and the outside world, and it will be more difficult to break through the world barrier. Death smiled. His eyes narrowed, and his smile was sincere. He immediately put down his little thoughts and leaned on Subei's arms without any defense. Happy. He didn't ask another question after that. What he wants is never an answer, but an attitude. When Subei revealed all the secrets, Death completely gave up the idea of attacking from the side. This was the closest time for him and Sister Space. This was a heart-to-heart communication. If you exchange your sincerity with her, you will only get a sincerity in return. As for where Hell is and what will happen in the future, Death never cares. In the ancient era, 150 years after the birth of the gods, in Subei's room. At this moment, Subei is doing his daily work of deceiving people. Specifically, it means to instill the fruit in the tree with the idea that you are a Lolita. As for whether it will affect the future course of history, Subei is not too worried. It is just a change in body size, which has no specific impact on the course of history. Besides, witnessing a generation of heroes born in the body of a Lolita and engaging in a heroic battle with a Lolita Demon King is better than an adult beating a child. Although the Demon King won the first 2 wars, strangely, every time Subei did this, he was always attacked by inexplicable branches. Unable to resist. Difficult to predict. This is the case at this moment. There was a sound of snap. A branch hit Subei's forehead directly, slowly slid down Subei's forehead, and landed in Subei's palm. Subei looked up, staring at the incomparably huge world tree, with a little doubt in his eyes. Still can't stop it? In addition to satisfying Subei's bad taste, being beaten by the world tree can be regarded as the second benefit of the coaxing fruit. This is not a bad thing. This is a serious world-class attack. The attack mode is very strange. The angle is strange and mysterious. But the force is not great. The damage is negligible. It is more like a punishment warning. Perhaps he blamed Subei for bullying his daughter. However, Subei was not ashamed, but secretly happy in his heart. Every time he attacked, Subei would analyze the attack by the same frequency and reproduce the wonderful principle. Now Subei has reached 1/10 of the same frequency. And mastering this attack may be just around the corner. What Subei didn't know was that whenever Subei teased the fruit, the world tree would utter indignant words that no one could hear. Wait for me. Wait until I shrink into a human. After Subei was spurred and rewarded by the world tree, he would take away the branches that had been whipped by the world tree and graft them to the place where the branches were planted at the beginning. It can be seen that at this moment, the potted plant is filled with dense branches, which grow in a spiral and twist it into a ball. But there is only one leaf on the top of the branch, swaying in the wind, becoming more and more colorful and dazzling, fading the initial weakness and sluggishness, and slowly stretching. Subei looked at it curiously, but didn't take it seriously. He reached out and gently patted the ignorant leaf. Interesting little thing. Subei thought about it, and always felt that this leaf was so strong that it might not be called dogtail grass. It was too disrespectful to it. This is a strong and lovely dogtail grass. Subei can easily get many popular names by combining two of these words. Bitch, rose, stutter, love grass. The first name is very distinctive. The second name is beautiful. The third name sounds easy to raise. And the fourth name is comprehensive. Your name is Mugwort, right? Subei thought seriously and extracted the best name from it. As Subei expected, the leaf trembled with satisfaction. And the next second it waved the branch to whip Subei, and played with Subei simply to release the joy in its heart. This was the first time that the leaf made a sound in 150 years. Judging from the sound, it must be very satisfied. Subei thought so. Played with the leaf briefly, and couldn't help boasting, I am still so good at naming. In the ancient era, 200 years after the birth of the gods, since Subei had a deep exchange with the first generation of death, he realized some truths. Although the innate gods were as pure as a blank sheet of paper when they were born, as time passed, it became easier and easier to find something wrong. Although they look stupid and cute, they are not stupid, but smart. Wisdom and death can find problems. Can't the other gods find them? Really can't find them. Subei thought so, and kept convincing himself in his heart. Moreover, Subei not only changed his mind, but also his behavior. Specifically, Subei would take the initiative to visit. The frequency was slightly less, but it had to happen. Of course, Subei would not participate in activities such as fighting between each other. Whether he could win or not was another matter. But the fights between gods were very brutal. Subei had secretly watched a few fights and saw with his own eyes that freedom entered the body of darkness, bit the head of light, inserted a foot into the mouth of life, and sat on the forehead of the element. The scene was extremely chaotic, and it was not strange for each other to appear anywhere. And because they had learned language, the scene of babbling and screaming was common. If Subei participated in it, such close physical contact would easily lead to the false identity of sisters between each other being exposed, and the other party would have some handles, especially the freedom to drill anywhere. This is not a wise move. But in general, change is a good thing. And Subei's visit is not just a casual wandering. In recent decades, Subei often went to the elements to discuss the origin and types of the elements in the world, and to provide some ideas from the side, to seduce the elements to depict mountains and rivers, and to embellish the world with colors. The plan went smoothly, because the elements were not only stupid. He was obviously stupid. It was like the old-fashioned student who would lower his head and copy down the wrong answer neatly when the teacher gave the wrong answer during class. This was also the fact. So that's it. Should I fill the ground with minerals, evolve into various single-element metals, and treat them as treasures of nature? Yeah. Subei nodded. More species will be born in the future, and gold can serve as a scarce resource, providing species with resources for exchange. So profound. Element lowered his head and recorded in his notebook, nodding from time to time, as if expressing his inner approval of one of the sentences. Su Bei continued to soothe and brainwash. There are many designs like this. You can use your imagination to draw the world into the way you like. For example, there is an element called fire, which can be obtained by drilling wood. It has the function of roasting ingredients and cooking. There is also an element called water. You have it in your body, and everyone has it in their body. It is a necessity in the body of the species. You can feel the flow of liquid in your body and create a large area of water, so that rivers are formed. Rivers converge into lakes, and lakes lead to the ocean. Su Bei constantly proposed advanced knowledge structures, madly polluting the pure elements in the brain. Soon, the element's mind was filled with all kinds of strange ideas, which made the element dizzy. As long as the element can outline the world earlier and understand the essential meaning of the element, it can develop its own authority earlier, consolidate the road, and improve its strength earlier. As for whether this is useful, everything depends on human efforts. Individual power is difficult to influence the final direction, but quantitative changes can cause qualitative changes. It is always right to lay out in advance. Element's head, which was overwhelmed by knowledge, was gradually clearing up. After thinking it through, Element raised his head in confusion, stared at Su Bei, and asked in confusion, "Space sister, I don't understand something." "It doesn't matter. Don't understand it if you don't understand it." Su Bei touched Element's head and comforted him. Element's breathing stagnated. After thinking it over and over again, Element couldn't help but ask, "Why is sister's understanding of Element so profound?" "Obviously, I am the Element," Su Bei said without hesitation, "because I am sister. You are my younger sister. Anyway, you still need to practice." "I got it. Thank you, sister." Element nodded sincerely, always feeling that Sister Space was too considerate, and would specially urge him to learn and improve. It can be said that Element respected and admired Sister Space from the bottom of his heart. So, he couldn't help but propose the activity that could best enhance friendship among the gods. "Sister, I want to learn from you and exchange experiences with you. Are you willing?" Su Bei waved his hand and said goodbye. But the Element refused. After understanding some of the true meaning of the elements, he is now very strong. He raises his hand, and several elements burst out. He taps the ground with his footsteps, and various elements such as wind, fire, thunder, lightning, ice, grass, etc. turn into huge millstones, covering the world and rolling up thousands of layers of tornadoes. "I am not talented, but I would like to ask my sister for advice." Su Bei calmly pulled his hand away. "Paw!" With a sound, a willow branch hit the element's shoulder. The thousands of layers of tornadoes were instantly shattered, and he looked up with a calm face. The element was stunned and smiled bitterly. "Just as my sister said. It was true. He still needs to practice." Chapter 592: The Prelude to the Dawn of the Gods. In the ancient era, the gods were born 250 years ago. Time has no special meaning to the gods. Just 50 years seem to have passed in the blink of an eye. But the changes are obvious. Since the elements have awakened early, the other gods have learned by analogy, and their thoughts and ideas have been constantly colliding with each other, and they have begun to add color to this world. First, new life is born. The first life species to appear is plants. Trees, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. Densely packed, life imitated the world tree, the mother of the gods, and planted trees that towered into the sky in this world. As thoughts changed and inspiration emerged, the types of trees were constantly modified. Soon, the original continent became a world of trees, filled with colorful vegetation. The deep cooperation between elements and life depicted a new change for the world. The world began to become colorful, and this change fed back to the other gods, greatly stimulating the gods' interest in creation. The original world is gradually becoming interesting and rich. It seems that the birth of new species will not be far away. Su Bei watched this drastic change in the house, and felt a lot. This is the origin of the world. One day, in the past 50 years, Su Bei has not played with fruits and leaves much. He has been talking about useless nonsense to kill time, passively avoiding the world, and wasting time at home. Why is this so? There are 3 reasons. One is health preservation. Since Su Bei whipped the elements with a whip, he quickly became honest. Because Su Bei had used that world-class attack that he had not yet fully mastered, he was left with extremely serious sequelae. Hands trembled, unable to hold things steadily. How much fun it was to whip him! How embarrassed he was now. Fortunately, Su-bei had enough time to recover, and it was not without benefits to whip him. After all, it increased his proficiency and made him understand this attack more deeply. This first reason led to the second reason. After a simple fight with the element, he attracted the interest of the Valkyrie. Over the past 50 years, the Valkyrie would often forcefully enter Su-bei's home under various excuses, sit down on the ground with a slash, and insist on having a one-on-one duel with Su-bei. This caused great psychological and physical pressure on Su-bei. The psychological pressure came from the Valkyrie's fiery eyes from time to time, and the obvious desire for aggression in her eyes. It would be fine if the other gods had a tentative mentality. After all, most gods had a reference threshold for the upper limit of their future. But the Valkyrie did not. Countless flashbacks show that history has never given the upper limit of the Valkyrie's strength. This makes Su-bei always unsure of the Valkyrie's strength. Not to mention the physical pressure. In the past 200 years, the gods have grown slightly taller. All of them have grown to more than 1.4 meters. Su-bei is no exception. And Su-bei is far beyond the average, already reaching a terrifying 1.45 meters. Facing the other gods, it can be said to be a dimensionality reduction attack. However, the Valkyrie is simply a weirdo. He is 1.5 meters tall. This makes Su-bei feel inferior when standing in front of the Valkyrie. Not to mention the battles between gods, which often have a positive correlation with height. Su-bei is very distressed. There is no reward if he wins, and he will be beaten if he loses. This makes Su-bei not want to go out for the past 50 years, so as not to be remembered by the Valkyrie. And this third reason can be said to be the most important point. The leaves and fruits have signs of breathing. It's a bit interesting. Did Luminara become intelligent so early? Maybe it's not enlightenment, but just a sign of birth. This aroused Su-bei's great interest, and he stayed in the house to observe this historic scene. You should know that Su-bei had never stayed at this time point for a long time before. It was because of the replacement of time that he was able to appear at this moment and observe the fruit from such a close distance, and observe the whole process from the birth to the landing of the fruit. Witnessing history is a great thing. There may be many secrets hidden in this birth process, and many of them are secrets that Su-bei did not know before. Su-bei was very interested. Just as he was thinking about this, he inadvertently and subconsciously uttered, "You are a lowly." Snap. With a sound, a light red mark was printed on Su-bei's head. Ah! I got whipped again. This was in the ancient era, 260 years after the birth of the gods. Days passed day by day. Su-bei was mixed day by day, and soon his peaceful life was broken. On this day, after the Valkyrie defeated all the sisters again, she specially brought her favorite drink, willow nectar, and walked into the house without paying attention to anyone else. Stewardess. Long time no see. Su-bei felt a headache, and rarely said a long string of warning words in one breath. My name is Space. You can call me sister, or call me Space Sister, or even just call me Space. Stewardess is not allowed. Besides, we just met last month. Su-bei sighed. He didn't know which god had started to spread this inexplicable way of deleting words. Although in this era, the term stewardess does not have any special meaning, but in Su-bei's impression, the term stewardess represents a profession. Calling Su-bei stewardess is too abstract. None of this matters. The Valkyrie smiled foolishly and handed over the can in her hand. Please drink it. Willow twig nectar. The dew from the willow branches at the 10,000-meter dome of the World Tree is transparent in color, sweet in taste, and has many beneficial effects. Su-bei waved his hand. No need. However, before Su-bei finished speaking, a can of food was stuffed into the center of his hand. You're welcome. The Valkyrie smiled sincerely. We are all sisters, and what's mine is yours. Having said that, Su-bei didn't think so. The Valkyrie seemed to be unconditionally showing goodwill to Su-bei, but in fact it was not, because every time the Valkyrie entered the house, she was very interested in Su-bei's potted plants, and her pair of silver pupils seemed to be glued to the leaves and fruits, and she couldn't move her eyes away. I like this fruit. The Valkyrie hinted with the most subtle words she could imagine. Su-bei nodded, holding the potted plant in one hand and the fruit in the other, walked into the depths of the room, and replied with a smile, I like it too. I mean, good things can be shared. We are the closest sisters. The Valkyrie followed Su-bei, reaching out and constantly fiddling with the fruit in Su-bei's arms. I will share any good things I have with you. Don't you want to share with me? This scene is not accidental. It can be said that it is the inevitable show effect after the Valkyrie enters the house. He has been coveting Subei's potted plants for a long time. No! Subei shook his head and refused, squeezing the potted plants into his arms. In the final analysis, whether these two treasures are Subei's remains to be studied. But they are definitely not the Valkyries. Subei doesn't remember that there has been a plot in his memory where the Valkyries secretly occupied the fruits for nourishment. Oh! Then let's have a competition. The Valkyrie changed the topic and touched the sword at her waist. I don't know when. The Valkyrie has created her own special weapon. Subei threw the fruit in his hand high and waved at the Valkyrie. No. No. The injury is not healed yet. Then he caught the fruit with his palm facing up and held it in his arms again. Enough. Subei was stunned, subconsciously holding his breath, and looking sideways seriously. The Valkyrie crossed her arms and suddenly frowned. 60 years. A full 60 years. Do you know how I have been through these 60 years? The Valkyrie couldn't help crying. For 60 years. My sister and I prayed every day and visited every month. But until today, I couldn't communicate with her. I just want to learn from her. Why didn't she agree? Does she look down on me? Or does she not like us at all, and have no attachment to our sisterly love? Subei opened her mouth slightly and stuttered. I didn't say. I want to spar. I want to spar. I want to spar. Today I have to fight with my sister. Otherwise, I will have to live here for the rest of my life. Subei was numb. His hands holding the potted plants and melons were frozen in midair, looking at the Valkyrie, who was so angry that she jumped up and down, with a dull expression. He didn't know much about the Valkyrie. He only knew that the Valkyrie was unparalleled in martial arts, was very fascinated by the sword and martial arts, and was not ashamed to ask for advice from the sword masters of all ages. But he was proud of his temperament, never looked down on himself, and had a clear understanding of his own strength. It was the first time that Subei saw the strong emotions that the Valkyrie showed at this moment. So the Valkyrie was a stupid little girl who would cry and make a scene when she couldn't spar with her sister? Subei's inherent filter for the Valkyrie was suddenly broken. My injury hasn't healed yet. Subei raised his right hand holding the potted plant, shaking constantly. The Valkyrie stared with her big silver eyes and said word by word, How long will it take before you can spar with me? About 40 years. Subei said casually. The Valkyrie, who was crying the previous second, smiled happily in an instant. It's a deal. I come back to visit you in 40 years. The Valkyrie left the house with brisk steps. Subei put the potted plants and fruits aside inside. Then he took out the diary that had been written on his chest for hundreds of years, opened one of the pages, and began to record 260 years of the origin of the gods. The Valkyrie is a sister complex. If she can't get a fight, she will cry and make a fuss. During this period, he held the sword 7 times, tried to take the potted plants 11 times, and tried to take the fruits 21 times. His eyes were erratic and locked on my right hand, constantly checking whether my injuries had improved. Rating, extremely dangerous, or slightly violent. Note, not suitable for strategy. It is recommended to stay away. Looking at the content of this page, Subei flipped the diary forward and turned to 200 years. 200 years since the origin of the gods. The element goddess is a bookworm, and she will ask questions to find answers to any problem she encounters. During the period of acquaintance, element mentioned nearly 100 times. How did my sister know? Thousands of times. Why? And more than 10,000 sentences. So that's how it is. During which time element would always ask me about some future events from the side. Evaluation, good at reading. Reading good books. Good at reading, but cautious. May have some admiration and curiosity towards me. Note, the progress of the strategy is 10%, and will subconsciously think about problems based on my words. If you continue to turn forward, the diary also records rough information about death and wisdom. But Subei closed the diary directly, and then began his daily teasing life. You are a lowly. Subei poked the fruit with his index finger. Swoosh. With a sound. The leaves beside him? Swinging the branch. He slapped Subei straight at him. Snap. With a sound. Unlike usual, this branch did not hit Subei's forehead. There was no light red mark on Subei's body. Subei's trembling right hand stabilized in an instant, shaking like a wave, knocking out a completely consistent collision sound in the void. Wave, the space spread out layer by layer, and Su-Bei and it twisted in a wave shape, with a calm face. The contact was only for a moment, and it was separated at the touch. Yi Zi was stunned. Su-Bei retracted his steady right hand, and soon it began to tremble. It was as if the old injury had not healed, and a new one had been added. Oh! The injury is serious again. Su-Bei hunched his body a little, and continued to cultivate and water the fruits and leaves. As for whether the injury was serious, and whether he had learned the frequency of the world trees beating, for this, Su-Bei could only give a two-word evaluation. Almost. That's all. In the ancient era, 280 years after the birth of the gods discussed with each other and decided to create a new species today. Interestingly, the birth of new life is not achieved overnight, nor is it created by life alone. After discussing with many sisters, life took a branch from their mother, the tree of the world, and gave it authority through its own imagination, providing it with a constant supply of nutrients, and nurturing it over several years. The species created by life are extremely large, with a body similar to that of a god. Only one pupil is as tall as a human, with strong arms that stand tall, eyes that contain infinite majesty, and hands that can support the sky. Life gave him the name of his race, Titan. He was nearly 500 meters tall, with green hair and green eyes, exuding a majestic aura that made people tremble. He raised a hurricane with his breath, and thunder and lightning with his eyes. The gods prayed for him with all their heart, and sent their most sincere blessings. Valkyrie, you will be brave and good at fighting. Destroy all difficulties. Cut through thorns and thorns. And not be afraid of dangers and obstacles. Destiny, escape from destiny. Dominate destiny. You are the world. Freedom, run. Run. Run to the end of your life. Travel around the world. And walk around for us. Life is silent. Just looking at freedom. Luck, you are favored by the world. And you will be free from illness and disaster in your life. Wisdom, you will be full of wisdom. Death, if you don't want to live anymore, you can die. Light, you have the courage to destroy everything, and your heart is towards light. Darkness, you have the understanding to learn everything, but you are in darkness. Elements, you know all the skills and understand all the principles. Finally, the Titan giant looked at Su-Bei and bowed respectfully. Space nodded. Well, it's pretty good. Suddenly, all the gods looked at Su-Bei, narrowed their eyes, and cast a complaining look. Su-Bei was stunned, and suddenly thought that he was also a god. He touched his nose awkwardly and hurriedly blessed. You are the best. The blessing ended here. The Titan ancestor stood up and chased after the sun, as if chasing hope and freedom. Then he gradually walked away from everyone's sight and gradually disappeared. This was the first species created by life with all its efforts, and it was blessed by the gods with the most sincere and pious blessings. No one knows how strong the Titan ancestor is. Of course, they don't plan to fight with the Titan ancestor, so there is no need to know. This is like an insignificant episode in history. After this day, life began to recuperate after the month of confinement. The other gods used their imagination to prepare for the next creation of life. No one paid attention to the Titan ancestor's plan and continued the same life pattern as before. But Su-Bei was different. Su-Bei knew that this Titan ancestor played an extremely important role in promoting history. So he spent some time observing him and planted a mark on him. The ending of this incident was encrypted by the gods 50,000 years later and classified in the ancient secret scroll. Roughly speaking, it can be called the Titan hitting the world tree. No one had ever thought that the immortal Titan ancestor would die completely after 20 years. His blood spilled on the earth. His body transformed into thousands of lives, and opened up a corner of civilization. At this point, the period of the birth of the gods ended and entered the early stage of the dawn of the gods. However, Su-Bei watched the whole process on sight and got an incredible answer. The shape of this Titan ancestor looks wrong. It doesn't look like a Titan ancestor. It looks like a large Titan Lolita. Maybe it's an illusion. But Su-Bei did not see the handle of the Titan ancestor. The observation angle is a bit novel. But fortunately Su-Bei did not dwell on it too much and just regarded this matter as a small episode in history. In history, there was a Titan clan that could feed on dragons and tear mythical creatures apart with bare hands. They had the greatest power of natural laws and the greatest physical strength, and once climbed to the top of the food chain. But there is a qualitative gap between the Titans and the Titan ancestor. In the next 50,000 years, There is only one person who has the opportunity to reach the height of the Titan ancestor. The brave man. Apart from this, no other creature can bear the blessing of the 12 innate gods at the same time. But why would the Titan ancestor give up such a perfect innate and choose death without hesitation? Subei walked and watched, observing closely. He did not participate in history. He was observing. 3 years later, Subei saw the answer. Lonely. Very lonely. Very lonely. The Titan ancestor is the darling of the new era. But now is not the new era. He respects the mothers who created him. But he cannot communicate with the gods of the old era and cannot play together. In a trance, Subei actually felt a little empathy. Yes. He is a lonely ghost of the old era. He is a lonely product of the new era. They all have pain and boredom in their hearts that they cannot tell others. One is not daring. The other is not being able to. But is that the only answer? Another 5 years passed. And Subei changed his mind. Not just loneliness. The Titan ancestor changed. From the loneliness at the beginning, he became extremely envious and jealous. Why can the gods love each other, play and fight with each other, and keep each other company? But he is alone. Why can't the gods make more friends for me? Why can I only be me? After traveling through mountains and rivers, the Titan ancestor returned to the bottom of the world tree and questioned life. At this moment, life has not yet recovered. Weak and exhausted, but he still showed the best face to his child. I am very tired now. I can't make a child at the same level as you. But I want it. The first Titan roared. Life sighed and waved goodbye to the first Titan. You go ask the other sisters. I'm powerless for the time being. The first Titan was unwilling to turn back and knocked on the door of Wisdom. Wisdom shook her head desperately. No. No. It hurts sister life to death. I don't want to give birth. The first Titan was stunned and knocked on the door of the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie waved her sword and frowned. But we don't have the right to create life. This is not our domain. But you have it. You can make it yourself. The Valkyrie's reminder awakened the Titan progenitor. Yes. I have the power of the creator. Why can't I make it myself? The Titan progenitor began to study how to have children. 10 years passed. 15 years passed. The Titan progenitor went crazy. He couldn't have children. So he could only clone himself. But it was useless. He couldn't create his own kind. He was the only God-created species in the world. He became depressed. He began to commit suicide. He started to go crazy. So crazy that he shit everywhere. Subei understood. So the Titan ancestor got depressed because he was not loved. And because he had no friends to play with. His depression escalated into bipolar disorder. And finally he crashed into the world tree and killed himself? After thinking about it, Subei sighed. Pressed one hand on the head of the Titan ancestor. Collapsed and suppressed his body. Compressed it to 5 meters in size. And then removed his head. The Titan ancestor looked up in confusion. Want to make friends? Subei asked. The Titan ancestor nodded. Looked at the body in the distance. And blinked. I know a place where anyone can make friends. Subei said calmly. The Titan ancestor's eyes lit up. Full of stars. Mom. I want to go. I'm not your mother. Subei first denied this point of view. And then said, 3 years later, you will smash your body on the world tree and give up this body. As for your head, I will throw it somewhere else. And you will find many friends there. The Titan ancestor asked in confusion, but why should I hit the world tree? I will be very weak with only one head left. Then don't you want to make friends? Subei asked. The Titan ancestor nodded quickly, yes. Subei said calmly, then don't ask. The Titan ancestor thought and wanted to speak again. But if you ask again, you will have no friends. Subei warned. The Titan ancestor closed his mouth tightly. As the crisp collision sounded, the Titan ancestor's head, ding ding bang bang, fell into hell. It is said that hell is connected to the outside world. Who knows what is outside the world? Subei thought so and waved to the head of the Titan ancestor. This was considered a farewell. As for whether the Titan ancestor could make friends, Subei was not worried about this. Before leaving, he taught the Titan ancestor 3 wise sayings. You will never be hated. Live well. Happiness comes first. Not long after bidding farewell to the Titan giant, time came to the 300th anniversary of the birth of the gods. This year, Subei and the Valkyrie agreed to exchange ideas. This year, the Titan ancestor hit the world tree, opening the prelude to the evolution of the world. This year, the era was completely named, and history recorded the dawn of the gods. Chapter 593, Collision at the Bottom of the World Tree. In the ancient era, the gods were born 300 years ago. Under the world tree. Wind. Wild wind. Cold wind. Whistling wind. Wearing silver shirts sitting quietly at the bottom of the tree. The Valkyrie closed her eyes and waited for the appointment to come, but was disturbed by the wind. The Valkyrie opened her eyes slightly and smiled. At dawn, it seemed like there was fog. In the hazy shadow of the fog in front, there was a person standing quietly, wearing simple cloth. The Valkyrie could not see the other person clearly, but could only see a figure that was grayer than the fog and more dazzling than the dawn. He already knew who this person was. As the other party approached, an indescribable pressure came, like an invisible gust of wind, pressing down on him. The Valkyrie's pupils suddenly contracted. Her muscles suddenly tightened, and she held the long sword at her waist. He had sparred with all the sisters. Except that one. Except that one. There would never be another person in the whole world who could give him this kind of pressure. When the Valkyrie saw Su Bei's face clearly, he had changed from sitting to standing. His eyes were burning. There was a branch in Su Bei's palm. The branch was shaking and swaying, harmless to people and animals. He is more reserved and mediocre than a branch. When their eyes met, it was like spring meeting snow, and the breeze blowing over the hills. The Valkyrie did not move, waiting for Su Bei to approach step by step. But the pressure between them was more terrible than tit for tat. He knew that his weight was worth it. While all the sisters were still playing and fighting, the space had secretly entered a new realm, leaving them far behind. Although this pressure was invisible, it had ignited his blood and burned through his limbs and bones, burning his whole body. The Valkyrie suddenly asked, "Did you succeed?" Su Bei said, "Almost." The Valkyrie said, "What happened after that?" Su Bei said, "I didn't see it." The Valkyrie was silent for a long time, and said, "That's not enough." Su Bei said, "Oh?" The Valkyrie said, "You have to see it. Otherwise you will lose." Su Bei shook his head and sneered. The Valkyrie stared at him and said, "You didn't see it, but you touched it." Su Bei was silent for a long time, and shook his head again, "Almost." The Valkyrie sighed. Her eyes gradually became dazzling. "Let me see." Su Bei rarely took the initiative, and nodded. "Then what are you waiting for?" The Valkyrie stopped talking, raised her sword and stepped forward. The end of her was the sword in her hand. The sword was in her hand, and it was about to be unsheathed. Su Bei's calm eyes narrowed, and he stepped towards the Valkyrie. The space was constantly switching, and after one step, the two were still in the same place, and the space layer was cutting at a high frequency. The two just walked forward step by step, but there was no displacement, because Su Bei moved the space. The Valkyrie moved the sword. This is the pinnacle collision of skill and order. The sisters watching were stunned. "Wow." Wisdom covered her mouth and screamed with emotion, "Fortunately, I haven't had a fight with space. He looks like the type who would hold someone down and beat up his opponent regardless of their life or death." Destiny nodded, with invisible lines flashing in his eyes, connecting the two people in the battle, colliding in the sky, and muttered, "It's getting interesting." The collision with space caused the originally clear destiny lines of the two people to begin to change, and they were deviating in an unpredictable direction. As he spoke, Fate stretched out his hand, trying to straighten the fate line of the two and move it back to its original position. Click. With a sound, Fate's pupils bulged and then retracted. Then he lowered his brows, looking at the burnt gray smoke on his fingertips, thinking. The watching gods felt a lot, and the fighting parties felt even more deeply. Su Bei and the Valkyrie kept changing their positions in space, and no one moved, and both closed their eyes, although they seemed motionless. There were hundreds of collisions every moment. If anyone was a little bit off, they would be torn apart by the opponent's power. In this kind of confrontation, neither side can have any disadvantages. Otherwise the attacks will accumulate, and anyone will be crushed by the accumulated attacks of the two. This is Su Bei's home court. But the collision has fallen into a stalemate. Buzz, the attacks are stacked and accumulated, concentrated at one point, and exploded. Layers of spatial fluctuations are pushed out like waves, and tens of thousands of slashes are spread across the folded space, which are lined up to both sides and spread thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. The gods raised their hands to resist. But even at such a distance, It still contains the essence of the fight between the two sides. Death was hit by the sword without paying attention. His petite body was cut apart in an instant, and the fragments of his body floated in space, and sank into the cracks of space. Oh! Freedom body trembled. And at the same time, his body appeared in tens of thousands of parallel spaces. With the blessing of luck, he struggled to gather Death's body and brought it back. The 10 little ones were obedient now, and quickly hid behind the world tree, with their heads stacked high, looking towards the center of the competition together. It was like a strawberry cake stacked up to 10 layers. Are they sparring? The element with the head at the bottom asked. No. It's like a fight. Going up one level. Life answered. I think it's a fight for the top spot. Going up one level. Light thought and gave an answer. I think Light is right. The darkness above Light said so. It's like flirting. Death above darkness said coldly. Will anyone die? Luck on Death's head asked a new question. It's hard to tell for now. But fate has indeed led to a bloody disaster at this time. Fate looked uneasy, and his words seemed a little unsure. Hearing this, the wisdom on Fate's head said oh, and kept calculating the possibilities of the future with his fingers. And the hair on his head was running wildly. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. On the wisdom's head, Freedom reached out and rubbed the overloaded wisdom in the brain, and comforted, it's okay. It's normal for you to not be able to figure it out with your stupid head. At the highest point, the emotion gave the final answer, don't worry. They are both very calm. Maybe it's just an ordinary competition. The emotion gave the answer, like a reassurance to the 10 little ones. And the sisters quickly calmed down. But they would secretly doubt one thing in their hearts. Why did the competition have to go to this extent? The sisters said nothing, but just looked over, trying to see the answer clearly. On the battlefield, the first round of collision has revealed the winner. Space is ineffective against the Valkyrie. This means that in Subei's home court, Subei cannot cause any injuries to the Valkyrie. What's more terrifying is that the Valkyrie has not yet used the forbidden source of power. This is such an exaggerated number that even Subei, who had prepared himself mentally in advance, was shocked. Only like this? The Valkyrie sighed. It can only be like this. Subei nodded calmly. Just a little bit. The Valkyrie stretched out her hand, and a gap between her index finger and thumb separated, and said regretfully, more than a little. Subei sighed. It seemed that he was only a little short. But Subei had already reached the end of the road of space. This was his limit. But it was not the limit of the Valkyrie. Perhaps the upper limit of the acquired order was here. This little shortfall was in the innate. They were the children of the world tree. Subei didn't know from which corner he had jumped out. It's my turn? The Valkyrie raised her sword and made a sword gesture. Her aura merged into one, turning into a sword out of its sheath. Subei nodded and shook the branches. His movements were leisurely, and his breath was gentle. It seemed as if his whole body was full of flaws. The sun shone down, casting silhouettes through the gaps between the leaves, outlining black spots on the ground. There were many people, but no voices. Even the most noisy Freedom, the most talkative Wisdom, and the Death who could least understand the atmosphere shut up, because they could also feel the pressure. Suddenly, there was a slight sound, and the sword energy broke through the clouds. The Valkyrie raised the long sword, and the sword was very ordinary in the sun. An ordinary sword. An ordinary person. Subei stared at the sword tip and whispered, "Come!" He did not look at the Valkyrie, the sword in her hand, or her eyes. Her eyes were calm. Her movements were frivolous, and her body was loose. This is a taboo in sparring. Disrespecting the enemy, disrespecting yourself, and disrespecting sparring. Both parties in a sparring match should carefully observe each other's slight movements. Every look, every expression, and even every muscle twitch, without missing a single detail, because every point could be a factor in determining the outcome of this battle. Subei has been through hundreds of battles, and has so much experience that it can be said that the current 11 little ones are far inferior to him. How could he not understand this truth? Subei would never make such a mistake. But he had no choice. His hands were shaking. This was not panic or contempt, but simply because Subei was overexhausted and had to show a huge pre-swing before using a certain move. In order to stop his hands from shaking, Subei thought of a way. As long as his whole body follows the arc of the hand shaking, then the hand is not considered shaking. This is relative motion. This led to the fact that in the eyes of the other gods, Subei quickly changed from a frivolous movement to a Parkinson's twitch, and his body moved in an incomprehensible and strange rhythm. Subei understands science, but the Valkyrie does not. He just thinks that Subei does not respect people. Either Subei's brain is sick or Subei's body is sick. But no matter which part is sick, it makes the Valkyrie feel disappointed. The Valkyrie's eyes were as sharp as a sword. She saw not only his hands, his face, his twitching, but also his heart. Subei said again, "Come." The Valkyrie suddenly put away her sword and sighed, "Not now." Subei frowned, "Can't?" The Valkyrie shook her head, "Can't do it." Subei asked calmly, "Why?" The Valkyrie said, "Because your heart is not calm yet." Subei was silent. The Valkyrie said, "If a person's heart is chaotic, his moves will be chaotic. If a person's moves are chaotic, he will definitely die." Subei shook his head calmly, "I'm not confused." The Valkyrie said, "If you lose now, you're losing to me." Subei's twitching gradually slowed down, "So you don't want to take action now?" The Valkyrie did not deny it. Subei sighed, "You don't want to take advantage of others' misfortune?" The Valkyrie did not deny it either. Subei said, "But you have been waiting for this battle for a long time." The Valkyrie said calmly, "I can wait." Subei was curious, "How long will you wait?" The Valkyrie nodded and said, "Compared to waiting, I am more afraid that this is not worth waiting for." Subei suddenly raised his head and stared at him, with a hint of admiration in his eyes, which could not be concealed, and soon turned into a wanton smile. Subei rarely smiled. The Valkyrie is indeed very different from the other gods. The other gods are stupid children who never grow up, and he is an independent seeker of knowledge in this vast galaxy. Seeing this, Subei sighed and hooked his finger at the Valkyrie. "No need to wait. Just do it. Use all your strength to willingly accept your defeat." The Valkyrie smiled, raised her sword, and thousands of laws were annihilated at the tip of her sword. This is a forbidden method. Chapter 594 Titans crash into the World Tree. The result will tell you that the wait is worth it. Come on. Use all your strength and then lose happily. I tell you what comes after God. Subei's calm words stimulated the Valkyrie. You know, geniuses can't stand stimulation the most. Not to mention that she is a genius among geniuses, and the only Valkyrie among gods who is willing to sacrifice her life to seek the truth. She longs for change, longs for the strong, and longs for competition. Just hear. Buzz. With a sound, a star rose. The Valkyrie's divine nature appeared. The previous ones were just appetizers, just testing Subei's background. This round, the Valkyrie showed something completely different. Divine nature. What is divine nature? The other gods were puzzled, but Subei's eyes were dazed. The divine nature was growing wildly, spreading, and climbing. It was so bright and crystal. It was completely a work of art. The light shone in the sky. It was a field of stars, covering the entire space, and a seat was built behind the Valkyrie. This is the king chair. The meaning of the Godhead has an answer at this moment. The Godhead is the position of God, the most critical throne for a false god to become a god, the symbol of the innate god transition from a juvenile body to a lowly, and the sign of the original continent's recognition of the god position. Only by obtaining the Godhead, it means that the position of the god has been confirmed. At this moment, the Valkyrie has become a real god. She has taken the first step, and it is the most critical step. The Godhead is complete. It can be said that he has left the realm of a young god and grown up to become a young girl, and it has only been 300 years since his birth. This is an incredible improvement. Although the other sisters have already reached the realm of gods, their essential strength is not much different from that of quasi-gods. But the Valkyrie is different. He has already comprehended one of the hard conditions, sat on a unique chair, and held the power. But this made the Valkyrie even more confused. He has already perfected his godhood. Why doesn't he feel a qualitative improvement in his power? He knew that he was still in the realm of gods, but he had taken 2 more steps on this road. It was forward, not leaping, and certainly not surpassing. The sky was torn apart. The earth was shaking, and all elements were subject to this great power. This was the true power of the Valkyrie. He could have done it alone against 10, and manipulated the other sisters into various postures to his liking. The Valkyrie looked at Subei. "Let me see what you are." He looked forward to it. He waited. He wanted to know what power Subei had tapped. looking at the expectant eyes of the Valkyrie. Su Bei sighed calmly. Su Bei's exploration of the essence of divine power is too superficial. The artifact has never been made. The kingdom of God has never been established. The Godhead has never been created. The divinity has never been perfected. The soul has never been cultivated. Even the body has not spent too much effort to improve. So what has Su Bei done in the past 300 years? Su Bei gave the answer. The space is shaking. Su Bei opened his hands, and the top spatial order began to spread, which could easily shake the whole world. Su Bei only focused on exploring the order of space, and she did so for 300 years. But this disappointed the Valkyrie. Order meant nothing to him. It meant nothing at all. He was a forbidden technique. The Valkyrie slashed out with a sword. This was the first time that the complete power of a god appeared on the primordial continent. This sword was completely different from the usual fights between sisters, and it could easily send the other 10 little ones into reincarnation. This sword shattered layers of space cracks, smashed chaotic and disordered space layers, and cut straight into Su Bei. Su Bei flew backwards, unable to stop it. This was a terrifying force, and the other sisters trembled all over. The other 10 gods all secretly made up their minds, thinking that they would never fight with the Valkyrie. This is really going to be a big deal. Su Bei rushed out of the smoke, his eyes calm but full of power, and shattered the space with a punch and smashed it into the Valkyrie's chest. The Valkyrie took the punch. Boom! The space behind him cracked layer by layer. But his clothes were not messy. The strong wind blew his hair, but it was not messy. The Valkyrie remained motionless, slightly opening her eyes. There was regret, disappointment, and praise in her eyes. Several emotions turned into a sigh, and she returned the sword. There must be a way forward, but I can't find it. I am confused. Boom boom, Su Bei was slashed again. Although most of the sword slashes were sent into the gap in space during the backward flight, the cloth on her chest was still exploded by the sword, exposing a chest that was completely different from the other sisters. Su Bei's expression froze instantly. He could only release the force, but it was too difficult, and the order disappeared the moment he touched the forbidden law. The current situation can be said to be very embarrassing. The sisters who were watching blushed, and looked at Su Bei's completely different physical condition and started a heated discussion. Wait, he is different? Yes, different from us. It doesn't look soft, but a little hard. Strange. The other gods are different, but wisdom understands. He was stunned when he saw Su Bei's physical condition for the first time. Why is that body shape exactly the same as those attackers who were silent and focused on doing questions in the study materials? No. Could it be that there are really 2 genders in the world? The wisdom head was buzzing, and soon it became confused, and the body was hot and scorching, gradually heating up. On the battlefield, after taking this sword, Su Bei sat on the ground with a helpless expression and a bitter smile. It's too much. He wanted to see the true strength of the Valkyrie, so that he could have a rough estimate of the upper limit of the Valkyrie in the future. I never thought that his growth curve would far exceed Su Bei's expectations. Perhaps it would only take 10,000 years for the Valkyrie to reach the limit of the original continent. Thinking of this, Su Bei changed his clothes, stood up calmly, and looked at the Valkyrie, looking at the other parties gradually receding back. It felt a little funny. At this point, the winner was already obvious, and there was no need to continue. The Valkyrie didn't want to hurt Su Bei, so she turned and left. You're leaving now. Don't you want to see more? Su Bei suddenly said. The Valkyrie turned slightly to the side. Expression calm. Is it still necessary? I didn't think it was necessary. Su Bei sighed and said modestly, because I think it's bullying. Now I've changed my mind. The Valkyrie turned around. Su Bei continued to say, I always feel that you will be very unwilling if I don't beat you up. Su Bei was telling the truth, but the Valkyrie was confused. He clenched the hand holding the hilt of the sword and swung it out with force. The sword slashed forward with great force. Su Bei smiled and closed his eyes. He swung the branch in his hand. Buzz, the space was twisting. But it was not the space that was twisting. It was the whole world. The silver light was spinning in the air. The long sword slipped out of his hand, turned several times in the air, and stuck in the ground not far away. The hilt of the sword shook slightly. The Valkyrie slowly reached out, touched the light mark on her face, and blinked in confusion. He lost, but he smiled. He smiled happily, with a bright smile. He saw a new path. Stewardess. Thank you. Just when everyone was attracted by the whip, Su-bei had already left everyone's sight and quietly returned home. At this moment, Su-bei was teasing the fruit and leaves in his hands, silently counting down the time he had calculated long ago. 3, 2, 1. Boom. As the word stopped, there was a violent movement at the bottom of the world tree. The gods were shocked and flew up, and the Valkyrie was shocked and confused. This is exactly the same as the time given by Su-bei. The Titan ancestor hit the world tree. The world collapsed, and the sun and moon changed. Su-bei sighed softly, sent the last blessing to the Titan ancestor, and pieced together this last piece of the puzzle. In order to prevent the gods from discovering that the Titan ancestor had no head, Su-bei paid a big price and was hit by several swords. It really hurt, and it was very difficult to act. There was only a sound of bang. The world was quiet. The outside was in an uproar, and fierce words kept ringing. The end of a god usually means a new chapter is about to begin. The dawn of the gods has arrived. From now on, the original continent will become more and more prosperous and gradually get back on track. Of course, all this has nothing to do with Su-bei. Su-bei turned to a new page in the diary, wrote down this content, and then pointed his index finger at the fruit in front of him. You are a lowly. Chapter 595 Population Census and Self-Sacrifice. However, does the future really have nothing to do with Su-bei? In the ancient era, 300 years after the birth of the gods, the original continent began to change. The body of the Titan ancestor turned into thousands of nutrients to supply the earth, and countless new species began to breed and multiply silently. The original world gradually changed. The mountains and rivers became higher. The sea became wider. The sky continued to rise, and the ground gradually sank. The already vast world was infinitely expanded and became even wider. This is the dawn of the gods, also known as the era of the origin of all things. The era of the origin of all things. The first year of the dawn of the gods. Festivals have always been of great significance to Su-bei. The new year brings a new atmosphere, and at the time of the change of this era, Su-bei rarely simply decorated the atmosphere of his home and added furniture to the layout. Specifically, a cloth wreath was placed on the top of the fruit, and a cloth shirt was put on the leaf. As for where the cloth came from, it was naturally the one that was cut into several pieces by the Valkyrie. This move moved the fruit and the leaf so much that the two plants could see their inner joy and excitement, from the fruit's violent trembling to the arc movement of almost breaking the shell, and the leaf's excitement of waving branches like taking drugs. No need to do that. It's just a matter of convenience. Su-bei comforted him and patted the fruit. The fruit trembled even more. Su-bei thought for a moment, closed his eyes, carefully felt the ideology slowly growing inside the fruit, and smiled slightly. It turned out that it was not just excitement. It looked like it was coming soon. Would it be a lowly? Or would it be the same as usual? Su-bei kept thinking about it, and his right hand let go of the fruit and began to feel the changes on the leaves. As for the leaves, the changes were a bit strange. Su-bei didn't quite understand. It can be seen that the leaves are becoming more colorful, and the branches underneath are grafted into a tree trunk. The overall trend of change is developing in a good direction, but the overall vitality is very weak, almost dissipating. It looks like it's dying. Why does it look energetic when whipping and waving the branches? But it's usually wilted? Maybe it's a short-lived species. Su-bei didn't quite understand, but didn't take it seriously. So after simply comforting the two plants, he began to practice. He is forging the godhood. This is not difficult for Su-bei. In the long history, Su-bei has forged countless times. He is a pseudo-innate god, and it is a natural thing for him to obtain the godhood. It's just a matter of going back to the way he came. However, Su-bei's practice of forging the godhood is not smooth, because there are naughty children making trouble. Soon, there was a strange movement outside the room. Space sister. Space sister. A large lizard appeared in the east. Su-bei raised his eyes, puzzled. He could tell who the voice came from, but he couldn't figure out why it was him. Freedom. What did freedom come to do? For 300 years, Su-bei's communication with freedom was not only not close, but could even be described as unfamiliar. They rarely met. What Su-bei couldn't have imagined was that freedom-friendly and ordinary greeting at this moment was the most humane move he could make. Soon Su-bei would realize that he was about to spend the most painful decades of his life. First of all, the way he appeared. Freedom appearance is different from other gods. Other gods all go through the front door, and they will knock on the door, which is very polite. But Freedom will not. He is the only god who can scare Subei and make him doubt his life when he first appears. First, there is the movement in the chest. This is a pair of small hands that grew out of nowhere, stretched out from Subei's chest, and kept stroking his waist and abdomen, up and down. Strange. Really different. Strange. Very strange. How could it be like this? It's different from the other sisters. And it's different from me. No. How can there be nothing at all? Logically, there should be a little bit. Even a fool has a little bit of wisdom. How can there be nothing? Did I not find it? Then I have to look carefully. Subei's eyes were empty, and he reached out to hold the restless hands. The hands suddenly disappeared, and then grew out again from Subei's abdomen, and it seemed that they were about to touch the 3 lower parts. What about other places? I touched them all. Let me touch them. Subei shouted anxiously. That's enough. The palm stopped. There was silence for a long time. Perhaps because there was no follow-up movement. You can see that the 2 fingers of the palms are put together as feet, and they are constantly moving down along Subei's belly. Snap. Subei intercepted the palms with a dark face, grabbed one of the hands, and dragged it out. Come out. Come out quickly. The free head slowly emerged from Subei's body, and couldn't wait to explain. Space sister. There are many strange species outside recently. Don't you want to go and see them together? Subei nodded woodenly and lowered his head. He looked at the colorful hair color that suddenly appeared on his chest, and a pair of hidden hands that touched his abdomen very smoothly, and sighed helplessly. I know. As soon as he finished speaking, Subei grabbed Freedom head and continued to drag it out. Grab. Throw away. Freedom flew out freely and was thrown to the ground by Subei, melting and sinking into the ground like mud. Then Freedom head emerged from Subei's body again, smiling at Subei. This is Freedom. His abilities are so strong, and his thoughts are so dirty. Ever since Subei revealed the differences between her and the other sisters, Zio had the idea of exploring the details. So, he took advantage of the good timing today, and forcibly entered Subei's body under the pretext of delivering intelligence, exploring the unique characteristics of Subei that belong to men. Dragon Clan? Subei pondered the answer he gave. Oh! Great! It's a dragon. Zio opened his lips slightly, exclaiming, but there was no curiosity about the dragon species in his eyes. Instead, he looked at Subei straight, and started another exploration plan. Of course, Freedom will not succeed. Subei raised his hand and hung Freedom on the branch. Are you okay? Subei looked at Freedom hanging on the branch, swinging back and forth, with a cold expression. Yes, of course. What am I doing here if I have nothing to do? Freedom asked back. What do you think I'm doing here? Sister space? Boring. Subei grabbed the collar of Freedom, bent his legs, bent his waist, stood firmly, and threw it hard. He faced the sky and threw Freedom in his hand hard. Show me off. Whoosh. With a sound, Freedom body disappeared into the distant sky, and soon became a tiny dot, until it disappeared. After doing all this, Subei clapped his hands, turned back, felt the soft touch of his palms, and sighed. What a ghost. Where is it? Where is the ghost? Freedom asked curiously, poking Subei's chin with his finger. Subei had 3 wrinkles on his forehead, clenched his fists, and said coldly, Do you want to fight? Zio was obedient, and suddenly stopped stretching his hand. Blinking dully, Zio began to tremble. Zio began to sweat. Zio got into Subei's stomach, and said in a muffled voice, Sisters have to agree to fight with each other. You can't hit me for no reason. You are the elder sister. Don't you let my younger sister? I am the younger sister. I am the younger sister. This was said with confidence, although Subei didn't know where the reason was. It did sound somewhat reasonable. What are you doing here? Subei sighed. Zio stretched out a finger and said seriously, Register. It was indeed a registration. Because of the convenience of Zio and spatial ability, the sisters discussed letting them work together to do a simple registration of all new life on the original continent. It was a census. Subei really didn't know about this. Most of the time nodes he had experienced in the flashback were concentrated in the Duz era and the recent Ancient era. He was familiar with the major events that happened in the Ancient era, but not so much about some minor events. I never thought that the gods of the ancient era had advanced their thinking to this extent. However, this is also a good thing, because Su Bei just wanted to learn about the first batch of mythical creatures that appeared. So far, Su Bei left the cabin for the first time for a long time, and wandered around the original continent with freedom, registering and checking the specific information of the new species that appeared on the map one by one. In the dragon's nest. Do you know who I am? Freedom stood on the head of the ancestral dragon and looked down at the behemoth. It should be my food. Zulong answered honestly, opened his bloody mouth, and swallowed Zio in one gulp. The next second, Zio was completely taken into Zulong's mouth. He kept chewing. Zio's face was dull, looking at Su Bei, who was standing aside and recording information, not caring about anything, and then looked at Zulong, who was constantly licking and biting him, and said angrily, "What else can you do except make me drool? Let me go! It's a bit salty and hard to chew." Zulong commented honestly. Something interesting happened. The iron fist swung by Zio could not break Zulong's defense, and fell on Zulong's head like raindrops, blocked by all the dragon scales on Zulong's body. And his resistance not only did not dispel Zulong's thoughts, but aroused Zulong's interest in biting. But at the same time, Zulong's biting could not cause substantial damage to Zio, and could only leave circles of sticky saliva. Su Bei looked at this scene, nodded, and briefly recorded Zulong's basic information in his diary. The first year of the dawn of the gods. Zulong is suspected to be a generation of dragon gods, who likes to devour freedom, has no respect for the innate gods, and looks down on lowly. The newly born Zulong only masters the superficial rules of power, or has mastered other powers, but does not know how to build order, and currently does not pose a threat to the innate gods. However, its physical strength is extremely terrifying, with 50% magic resistance. Suspected to be female. Evaluation, 50-50 with freedom. Currently considered a scumbag. About 1.2 normal freedom. 2.1 normal wisdom. Note, suitable for strategy. Can be used to tame freedom. Tied at the gate to prevent freedom from entering anywhere. After Su Bei finished recording in the diary, he simply doodled on the census icon handed by freedom, and drew a picture of a fire-breathing dragon swallowing a little lowly. This was considered to be the completion of the task at hand. After doing all this, Su Bei looked up. I saw freedom being chewed by the Zulong, with only the head exposed, and it was about to be swallowed into the mouth. Su Bei stepped forward to grab freedom and pulled him out. Zulong was quite strong, while Su Bei was not, so it took a lot of effort to drag him, and the situation was stalemate for a long time. After a lot of struggle, there was a sound of pop, and the sound of a cork being pulled out of the bottle mouth was heard, and finally freedom was saved. Paw. Zulong sprayed fireworks at the few people, and drove them away. You won't let me eat. Get out of here. Get out of here. The fireworks chased the two people, and it seemed that they were about to burn their buttocks. Freedom quickly drilled into Su Bei's body, and arrived at the next survey site through Su Bei's fixed-point transmission. Why didn't you save me earlier? During the process, Zio kept wiping the sticky liquid on his body, and his eyes were filled with tears. Su Bei was a little at a loss for a moment, and wondered, you are Zio. How can he bite you if you want to leave? Zio said angrily, the problem is that I was bitten. I must bite back. Su Bei fell into silence. So that's it. Zio is a petty lowly. Su Bei nodded, and after a simple perfunctory, he and Zio came to the next census site. Snake Cave. This is a winding underground passage, and no one knows how deep it is underground. Are you sure it's here? Su Bei looked sideways in doubt, then quickly retracted his gaze and touched his nose. Of course, the population mark is made by life, and he can't miss it. Freedom kept wiping the mucus while walking. You can see that the clothes on his body are soaked by Zulong's saliva, which just outlines his completely smooth figure. Although he couldn't see anything, and Su Bei knew that he couldn't see anything, he would still maintain an attitude of not looking at anything indecent. Not being able to see is one thing, and seeing or not seeing is another. As he walked, the entire hole suddenly vibrated violently, and the ground rolled up and down. Su Bei paused and subconsciously looked up. What? Freedom kicked Su Bei. This kick was sent into Su Bei's palm, and Su Bei grabbed it, and the whole person flew into the air. Run! A large mass of seawater poured in from the hole, rushing towards Su Bei and Zio with great momentum. However, No matter how fast the seawater was, it could never be faster than space. Subei easily escaped from the disaster site. And then he let go of Zio, who had been yelling wow wow all the way, and raised his head solemnly. Are you really sure that this is the nest of a new species? After hearing Subei's question, Zio began to lose confidence and asked tentatively, then where do you think this is? His stomach. As soon as the words fell, huge waves filled the tunnel from front to back. Subei grabbed freedom and jumped lightly, leaving the scene. At the entrance of the snake cave, the giant python with its tongue spitting out opened its mouth slightly, sucked in 10,000 tons of seawater, and muttered to itself, I haven't eaten for a long time. Did I eat them? I should have eaten them. Right? As he said this, the giant python shook its body, revealing its true appearance of 100 feet. Freedom widened his eyes. Woo upright arrow. And sighed. Subei was thoughtful, lowering his head to record the latest information. The first year of the dawn of the gods. The ancestor of the earthly python, suspected to be Jormungandr, is good at disguise. The python is proficient in the rules of space, or has mastered other powers, knows how to build a superficial order, and currently poses no threat to the innate gods. Its physical strength is also terrible, comparable to that of the ancestral dragon. Female. Perhaps because time does not exist. The earthly python's innate time talent has disappeared, and has turned into space and destiny. Evaluation. 60:40 with freedom. Currently considered as 60% nerf in combat. About 1.4 normal freedom. 3 normal wisdom. Note, not suitable for strategy. The size is much larger than the young Zulong. The growth limit is locked. The future direction is fixed. And the potential is limited. After recording, Subei put away the diary, drew a huge python on the census form, and drew freedom fleeing in its belly. Next, Subei said calmly, over there. Freedom pointed with his hand. The survey process is long. During the two people's travels around the world, Subei screened out many mythical creatures that existed in the ancient times. Not all creatures can be called mythical creatures. There are many species that are born, and they have been strong and weak since their birth. The so-called mythical creatures are powerful species that have always occupied the top of the food chain from the ancient times to the end of the law. They are not strong because they are alive. They can live forever because they are strong enough. When the Titan ancestor ate the blessings of the 12 innate gods and became the first new species in the original world, he received far more gifts than Subei could imagine. This authority not only came from the innate gods, he also carried the luck of the original world. But now this change is still beyond Subei's expectations. Subei walked and recorded freely. And a full 100 years passed in a flash. And in these 100 years, Subei has not returned home once. At the heart of the tree, in Subei's house, at some point, a huge shadow appeared in Subei's room. Observing carefully, it can be seen that the huge consciousness is trying its best to flow into the leaves, and trying to stuff its shadow into the fruit. He has tried his best to fill it for a whole 100 years. But he has not stuffed 1% of himself in. He gave up the action and muttered to himself. Everyone is great. He has done a lot for my world. I should thank him in person. But I am too big. No matter what I do, I can't leave myself. One can't be divided into 2. One can't be divided into 10. One can't be divided into 100. And one can't be divided into 1,000. It's really distressing. No one can understand his whispers. Because he is a whole world. Who is qualified to communicate with him. 100 years after Subei left, the world tree fell into entanglement. His huge body gradually spread out, scattered all, and dispersed its power. His infinite consciousness fell into a deep eternal sleep, entered a deep sleep, and dispersed responsibilities. His majestic soul kept cutting and separating, picking up the millimeters, and dividing again. After so much weakening, he finally separated out 1/10 of the soul. And when he abandoned the body, authority, power, etc., he separated the 1/10 of the soul and consciousness. Send the soul power into the fruit. Send the soul consciousness into the leaves. This is how he preserved this extremely precious memory. There is a way now. He wanted to be downgraded from the world to a species, and thank Subei in person. Of course, it would be enough to express his gratitude well. After that, he could play with the children more closely, take good care of his children, and understand and accompany this world. But he must be the world tree to support this world. Otherwise the world will collapse, and nothing will exist. You can't have both. He was in a dilemma. So he thought of a way. He started the sacrifice. Sacrificing his own power. Distributing authority to the world. And making the children more powerful. Enough to protect their own power. And he can use this to infinitely weaken himself and degrade to a species. After playing enough, let the children return the power to him and support the world again. Can he succeed? He is not sure now. But history has undoubtedly given the answer. Obviously. His first experiment failed. This will lead to the first doomsday of the world. The first doomsday does not come from external factors. It comes from the world itself. 100 years after the dawn of the gods. The era of the origin of all things. Wisdom and destiny were playing on the swing. And suddenly they both froze, staring at the withered yellow leaves in front of them. Oh my God, there are withered yellow leaves on the world tree. This has never happened before. Destiny quickly estimated the fate line, and saw a very terrifying truth. Strange. The world is developing in a good direction, and developing very rapidly. But my mother is showing signs of decline. 10,000 years. In just another 10,000 years, the world will reach its peak. But our mother will enter decline at this time. As long as this situation lasts for more than 20,000 years, the decline will be completely irreversible. Hearing this, Wisdom concentrated and calculated. Observing the basis for the changes in the world tree through phenomena, Mother. She gave all her power to this world. Why did she do this? She may want everyone to live a better life. But we have no way to repay her. This is not a dynamic balance. This is an irreversible one-way flow. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Wisdom was so anxious that he jumped up and down, and easily analyzed the future destiny. He underestimated his own energy, and overestimated our ability. Where will he replenish his lost power? Hurry up and call a sister meeting. This is the end. Chapter 596, The Consciousness of the World Tree. 100 years after the dawn of the gods. The first Gods Conference was officially held because Fate observed an unstable future. The meeting was presided over by Fate, with Wisdom coordinating the overall situation, and the Valkyrie in charge of the whole process. It was officially held in a room under the World Tree. So, why is it my home? Su-Bei looked at the 10 little ones, who were on high alert, and the Freedom, who had slipped away from him at some point, and successfully infiltrated the main force. And sighed slightly. Oh! It doesn't matter whose house it is. Business is more important. Sister Space. Wisdom ate the lunch that Su-Bei had just prepared openly, and generously shared it with the other sisters, saying while eating, "What's this taste? It's a bit strange. It's not right. Let me try it again. Everyone try it. Help Sister Space analyze it. It would be bad if there is any poison hidden in it," Wisdom said, and attracted the 2 little ones, Lucky and Death, to whisper around the stove built by Su-Bei. Sister Wisdom is right. The situation is indeed very critical. So we might as well wait at my sister's house, so that we can hold a meeting as soon as possible. Destiny nodded in agreement. But he said so. But his eyes did not look at Su-Bei. He and the Valkyrie looked at the potted plants raised by Su-Bei from left to right, thinking. Destiny looked at the leaf and said, as a matter of course, "This should be mine." He and I have a destiny intersection. Destiny dragged the leaf's branches and pulled hard. But it was really impossible to drag it. So his feet were stuck on the wall. And he pushed the wall horizontally with all his strength. After a while, he was sweating all over, and gritted his teeth and said word by word, "It can be seen that he really wants to go with me." However, the leaves were firmly rooted in the pot. Shouting loudly that no one could hear, "Let me go! Let me go! You unlucky child!" The Valkyrie looked at the fruit and nodded in agreement. "This should be mine. I don't know why, but it should be mine." He stretched out his hand to the fruit and ordered in an extremely domineering tone, "Please come with me." The fruit twisted its body and turned around. What? Is my sincerity not enough? The Valkyrie fell into deep thought. In the far corner, Yuan-Su was flipping through the census atlas submitted by Su-Bei, and he also found Su-Bei's diary, nodding his head as he read it. What is this text? I don't quite understand it. I see. I see. I see. On the other side, Xing felt the excitement of the sisters, and from time to time, he looked up and glanced at Su-Bei's charcoal black face, swallowed hard, and began to control the sisters' stupid behavior. Everyone calm down. Stop making noise. Stop making noise. It's impolite to make noise again. But Freedom doesn't think so. He just thinks that everyone is not having enough fun. So he keeps adding fuel to the fire, and provides emotional value for everyone. This is delicious. It's delicious. Eat more and eat more. What's yours is definitely yours. Keep going. Sister Destiny. You can definitely take him away. I've convinced you. I've completely convinced you. Is there a possibility that this fruit actually turned around to let you take him away better? What do you think? Sister Valkyrie. Sister Dark. Sister Light. Are you trying on clothes? They look great. Maybe you can put that on your head. How about trying it like this first? Sister Element. Are you studying the pattern? It is said that this is the text created by Sister Space, which has infinite uses. But I just can't understand it. Subei's house is not big. It is just right for living alone. But it is extremely difficult to accommodate more than 3 people. Not to mention a basket full of unknown creatures. Now Subei's house was in a state of chaos, with clothes that Subei had sorted flying everywhere, and all kinds of noises, making it a mess. More than 10 kinds of pungent lowly body fragrance filled the house with smoke and smog, and the people were living in misery. Subei clenched his fists, and veins on his forehead condensed into a well character, and he gritted his teeth. Noisy. Very noisy. Very noisy. These guys, they are simply lawless, bullying men and women, doing evil, taking advantage of others' power, and pretending to be powerful, committing heinous crimes. Subei was angry. Space Sister. Life stretched out his hand cautiously, poked Subei, who had a dark face, and called softly, Maybe I should beat everyone up first. Subei clenched his fist and prepared to go forward and fight. Hearing this, Life's body trembled, and the finger poking in the air trembled, and said nervously, Me? Do I want it too? Huh? Subei was stunned and looked sideways. Now he found that there was a life that did not participate in it and help the other sisters to create chaos, but stood beside him instead. Subei asked curiously, What's wrong with you? Life nodded. There's one thing I don't understand. Subei nodded. Go ahead. Is Sister Space different from us? Life pondered and said slowly, Hormones, body shape, organs. Not only different from us sisters, but also different from all creatures in this world. Subei was silent and fell into thought. That's true. This is about men and women, males and females. Subei can easily draw a conclusion through the free population census. There is no distinction between opposite sexes in the original continent, and there is no conception of birth. For now, no creature will be born, grow old, get sick, or die. So there is no need to reproduce. It can be said that Subei is the only alien on this continent. It is impossible to hide it. Subei nodded and admitted this concept. Yes. I am a man. Male. Life was thoughtful and kept thinking about dissection. Since birth, I have had the cognition of men in my mind. And I know the difference between male and female species. But I don't know the meaning of the difference between species. And I don't understand why species should be divided into male and female. Life paced back and forth around Subei, constantly asking questions in his mind. But why did Space Sister never say it? And never mentioned it to us? And, when I knew that Space Sister was a man, why did my body involuntarily produce emotions and desires such as shyness, distance, vigilance, worry, confusion, etc.? What is the essential difference between men and women? Why are there 2 genders in the world? After Life asked the question, before Subei gave an answer, he muttered to himself, Since our mother specially instilled this concept in us when she created us, and divided us children into 2 types of men and women, it means that each gender must have its own role. Why? I'm so distressed. I need to understand the meaning of this. Reproduction. Subei gave the answer. According to normal historical development, life will understand the concept of reproduction during the dawn of the gods and spread this concept. Specifically, it is because of the friction and struggle between species, which led to the large-scale death of a large number of species. The life watching all this could not bear it, and suddenly felt something. So, he gave more organs than half of the species on the original continent. Male characteristics. Thus began the life pattern of species reproduction. And after this feat, life was recognized by the world and officially became the goddess of life. After that, she continued to comprehend until she mastered the divine power and founded the kingdom of God. All this has a certain connection with the decentralization of the world tree. Subei thought, constantly recalling the memories in his mind. and came to a conclusion. At this moment, it just coincided with the time node when life comprehended the concept of reproduction. In summary, Sube opened up the thinking of life and started a journey. Reproduction, progress, survival of the fittest. Life shuddered, trembling as if struck by thunder, with an electric current flashing through his mind. Life paused, thinking about his own physical characteristics, and subconsciously patted Sube's chest. That's it. That's it. Life frowned, speaking faster and faster. Yes. That's it. Every time I see those new species fighting over food and dying one after another, I have an unspeakable distress and sorrow. I'm very sad. I think the birth of species is beautiful. They are all the hard work of the mother to decorate the world. Sister Space used this word very well. It gave me a lot of inspiration. Reproduction is reproduction. Life became more and more excited. The tone gradually rose. The expression was excited, and the eyebrows were dancing. They should all have the ability to create offspring. Our world has been created from nothing from the beginning. But this should not be the power of the Creator. All species should be like this. Everyone should have the ability to reproduce, so that the world will become more and more interesting and colorful. The idea you provided is really great, Sister Space. Life was so excited that he danced with joy. He stood in front of Sube and kept tiptoeing to hug her. But he couldn't reach out his hand. He began to hesitate, although he had hugged the other sisters. For some reason, when facing Space, he had an indescribable strange emotion. This emotion seemed to have existed since they were born. After hesitating, Life still planned to reach out and hug Sube, but his action was stopped by Sube. Sube held the Life's head, staring at the branch that had stopped at his nose tip without knowing when. He kept his eyes cold and watched the branch slowly retract. Sube's nose was sweating, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Could it be that he came here to supervise me? To prevent me from bullying his children? Could it be that this leaf is a substitute for the world tree? The more Sube thought about it, the more he felt that this was possible. And his thoughts suddenly became clear. This leaf can continuously graft branches of the world tree. Although it looks like it will die, he at least has the authority to control the branches at will. There is indeed such a possibility. Then, is it possible that he is Jasmine who has just gained consciousness? Space Sister? Space Sister? Sube suddenly came back to his senses and stared at the Life that was standing on tiptoe and waving its right hand in front of him. He was stunned. What? The Life discussed. I have thought about it for a long time and have many new ideas. I think the evolution between species makes sense. The reproduction between different species should be done in 3 directions: improving genes, improving defects, and complementing each other's strengths. It seems that reproduction is very necessary. It can improve the competitiveness of lower species and preserve the blood of higher species, so as to promote the world to develop in a more vigorous direction and form healthy competition. This is the principle of natural selection and survival of the fittest. However, I still have many questions about how to reproduce, what to rely on, and how to give birth. As he said this, Life lowered his head, blushed, and mustered up the courage to say, "So, I want to study the differences between Sister Space and me, so that I can do the next research." Before he finished speaking, the leaf that carried the will of the world tree couldn't hold back any longer. No! His cognition was extracted from Sube's memory, and his moral level was still too high. He naturally knew what the 2 sexes meant to men and women. Life was so young. He absolutely would not allow Life to have an in-depth discussion with Sube and secretly study the next content. Absolutely not. They are all his children. Not because of anything else, but simply because they are his children. So he must take good care of them. It must be like this. The leaf thought so and subconsciously twitched the branch. And just as Life's words fell, Sube moved sideways in fear. Dozens of vines instantly came and hit the place where Sube was standing. At this moment, Life still kept his head down and stammered, "Sister, shut up." Sube hurriedly opened her mouth to refuse. In an instant, countless vines rushed into Sube's mouth, trying to block Sube's ability to speak. Life lowered his head and swallowed. "Okay." "No!" Sube struggled and shouted, constantly using the power of space to change his position and flee back and forth in the room. Behind him, Yeezy controlled countless branches and chased Sube madly under the stunned gaze of the other sisters. Life always kept his head down, and his breathing began to quicken unconsciously. "Take it off. Help! Subei struggled to fly out of the house. And suddenly his right foot was tied by the branches. He slowly dragged him into the house. Life narrowed his eyes, misty eyes, and raised his head. Close. With a sound of snap, the branch whipped Subei on the forehead. Then there were dense snap, snap, snap. It was like raindrops hitting the ground, one after another. And the other sisters were so scared that they turned pale and ran away. What? Life looked up intently. The head tilted, and the lips opened so wide that it seemed that a pear could be stuffed in. The picture froze at this moment. After a long time, Subei pointed to the bump on his head and said nothing. He stared at life with no desire to live. Sighing helplessly, an hour later, in Subei's room, around a round table. At this moment, the round table was placed in the center of the room, with 12 little ones sitting neatly around it. Fruits and leaves were placed in the center of the round table. You mean? These two things are actually projections of our mother's will, carrying our mother's memory and power respectively? Life blinked and asked Destiny beside him. Destiny nodded, his eyes flashing a dim red light, and observed that there was an extremely thick Destiny line on the two. This thick fate line continued to extend upwards, closely connected to the world tree. Hearing this, Wisdom climbed onto the table and reached out to poke the trunk under the leaves. Seeing the leaves stirring the branches, Wisdom quickly pulled back his hand. His face turned pale, and explained to everyone, "We held a meeting to talk about this matter. Fate observed that the mother scattered her power, which would cause the future world tree to be unable to support our world. The collapse of the world is just around the corner, and we will die sooner or later." Lucky was puzzled. But why did Mother do this? Death said, "For fun." Snap. With a sound, Death was whipped on the head, and immediately lowered his head without saying a word. The Valkyrie thought, maybe it is to improve our strength? Does this mean that the world is not safe? Leaf raised the branch and made a 7? Light asked doubtfully, but if the world tree collapses in the future, what will happen to the world? Darkness asked, if the world tree really collapses, what should we do? Emotional speculation. Maybe Mother already has a perfect plan. Everyone cast their eyes on the leaf. The leaf was motionless. The fruit was motionless. Freedom frowned and thought, could it be that Mother really sacrificed herself because she wanted to have fun? Snap. There was a sound. Freedom was also whipped on the head, and soon buried his head without saying a word. Then Freedom quietly touched Death's side, and the two began to whisper under the table. After thinking about it, Wisdom raised his initial confusion, but Mother can sacrifice herself to give us the authority. How can we give it to Mother? As time goes by, the free authority will be less and less, and the less Mother can absorb. What if the energy is not enough to support Mother's recovery? What should we do? Element was busy recording the content of the meeting, nodding his head and echoing, I think Mother Chun-Chun is just playful. Otherwise. Snap. With a sound, the element was hit on the head again, and soon buried his head and fell into silence. Several gods began to communicate with their eyes. As we all know, the more people avoid something, the more they want to hide it. Wisdom quietly opened the domain, started the little blue mental arithmetic, and communicated with the sisters face to face. Wisdom, have you found a problem? Destiny, Mother is very naive. Luck, Mother is very playful. Freedom, Death, and Element said in unison, I have said it long ago. Mother just likes to play. Light, perhaps. We should take Mother out for a walk, so that she will go back obediently. Darkness, I think Light is right. Emotion, in that case. Sisters, how about taking each of us out for 100 years? Life, if we go back earlier, the power will not be completely absorbed, and Mother will be more complete. Valkyrie, is it possible that there are other reasons for Mother's sacrifice? Not just for fun. Space, maybe. Yeezy raised her hand in agreement. The sisters fell into silence and dispersed. The first round table meeting ended here. The gods discussed with each other and came to the same conclusion. The world tree loves to play, so it sacrifices itself to give back to the world. It intends to lower itself so that it can travel around the world and play everywhere. But is it really so? The world tree is so great, and its consciousness is enough to spread throughout the world. Is it necessary to lower itself to play around the world? The answer is obvious. The truth may be hidden. Subei has a guess, but can't tell the other sisters. This will cause unnecessary panic. He looked at the leaves and fruits left here, sighed, and said slowly, They are here, right? The leaves trembled. The fruit swayed. And all showed small movements of varying degrees. Looking at the reactions of the leaves and fruits in front of him, Subei became more determined in his inner thoughts, constantly piecing together the future direction and his inner speculation, and gave the only possibility. The evil gods from outside the domain did not suddenly appear 20,000 years later. They have existed since ancient times, and from ancient times to the present. They have continuously invaded various worlds and destroyed the civilizations of various worlds. The world tree silently guards the original world. But the world barrier is under attack by the evil gods from outside the domain. Rather than sit and wait for death, it is better to spread the power. He intends to cultivate the gods in the original continent so that the gods can resist it. This may be the idea of the world tree. He would rather bear the risk of collapse alone, but also spread this power to give these new species a chance to fight for themselves. The world tree has no choice. Either sit and watch the children being slaughtered, or bear the cost of collapse alone. He made a choice. This is a two-way process. Subei thought so and sighed slightly. It's all difficult. Fortunately, the future is still good. The gods are very motivated and have obtained enough power to resist the attacks of most evil gods from outside the domain. The world tree successfully survived 20,000 years later. As for whether this choice is right or wrong, Subei can't give an answer for the time being. Most of the time, he is just a spectator, watching what happened before happen again, but can't change it. Maybe he can change, but he can't. The ending is important, so the process is not important. Subei must ensure that the plot is always correct and protect the only ending left for him by time. Only when the process is correct can he reach the only destination and achieve the final result that Subei wants. Subei thought, holding the leaf and the fruit, and began the first 100 years of playing with the world tree. You have tried very hard. So, please believe everyone. Yeezy was silent, just feeling that Subei was so annoying. The guy outside this world is really damn smart. So smart that it makes him a little uneasy. If they know each other in the future, their relationship must be very bad. Right? Chapter 597 Behemoth. Time flies, passing in a flash. 100 years is neither long nor short. It slips through fingers in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace. Why is there no trace? Because Subei did nothing. So he left no trace. If a person only knows how to eat, sleep, water, and play with melons, what can you expect from him? During the 100 years that Subei led the leaves and fruits, his daily routine was no different from usual. And he still repeated these 4 activities. This puzzled Yeezy. He knew Subei's origin and could figure out Subei's roots. But he didn't know why Subei came and what his purpose was. His fate only allowed him to see these things, because he could only live for 30,000 years. This was a fact that no one would believe. He knew the ending since he was given life. He lived for 30,000 years, and the creatures in the original world lived for 20,000 years. This was fate. So he made a slight change and sacrificed himself. In this way, he lived for 20,000 years, and the creatures in the original world lived for 30,000 years. He felt that living for 20,000 years was enough. But living only for 20,000 years was unfair to the children and cruel to him. What happened after that? We will talk about it later. Anyway, it is not his business. After all, he was already dead by then. However, he would be surprised sometimes. His fate with the stranger in front of him was sometimes entangled, sometimes separated, intermittent, and yet connected. There was only one result of creating such a fate line. They will conflict with each other in the future, and will continue to be entangled under some kind of irresistible cause and effect. Perhaps it is the jealous enemies who collided with the most intense sparks in an instant. And even their fates are intertwined and close to each other. But occasionally they are strangers. Yeezy's thoughts are not clear, so he doesn't understand. But at least he knows the order of the past and the present, and will not be affected by speculation. At this moment, he carried the memory of the world tree, and was downgraded to thank Subei. What happened after that? Let's talk about it later. If there is a future. Generally speaking, the first 100 years did not change much. The days when Subei took care of Yeezy passed quickly. Because he had a secret. He was restrained in his behavior to a certain extent, so as not to scare Yeezy. As for using this opportunity to build a good relationship with Yeezy and cultivate her early, Subei did it secretly. Specifically, he added salt to the water used to irrigate Yeezy. It is said that to capture a woman, you need to capture her stomach first. Loli is a woman. Leaves can also be women. Leaves that have eaten fine bread probably cannot accept tasteless coarse grains. As for the fruit that has not yet awakened. Anyway, since it has not yet awakened, it is only worthy of drinking the lowest quality mineral water. In addition, there is another big thing. It is said that people who are famous are prone to gossip. And Subei has not escaped this law. The 12 innate gods are unique. And this small and exquisite human form is too rare for other new creatures. How can there be such a small gadget in the world? Or these little gadgets created them. This attracted many creatures to come here, saying that they wanted to open their eyes, see what the innate gods are, and understand the difference between them and the innate gods. Among them, most of the new creatures have just awakened, with simple minds and strong limbs. But at least they can be taught and know some etiquette. Creatures with good personalities will receive guidance from the innate gods and receive some blessings, which will protect them from smooth sailing in the future. But some creatures are extremely barbaric and unreasonable, trying to tame the innate gods and take them as servants. Especially after the success of life, the second generation of direct descendants was born. Subei soon encountered it, and it was not the first one he encountered. It was a behemoth beast, holding pure power order, with an indestructible body and unparalleled combat power. It was the offspring of the behemoth beast and the titan. He first smashed the door of the wisdom house to pieces, and then fought with death to a draw. Unfortunately, the two gods failed to capture anyone. So he changed his mind to arrest freedom, and came to Subei's door under freedom provocation. At this moment, he came to the door of Subei's house, intending to take the treasure land in the heart of the world tree and own the space goddess. You can see that freedom bowed very respectfully and said respectfully, "Great behemoth. This is the home of Sister Space." The behemoth looked at freedom with disdain, and said in a condescending tone, "I always heard that the innate gods are the children of the Creator, and the 12 strongest in the world. Now it seems that they are not worthy of the name. And they are not very good. They are just good at escaping. It's because Mother gave up power. You are big and eat more and absorb faster." Freedom complained in his heart, but he put on a flattering smile. "Yes, we are ordinary. But Sister Space is extraordinary." "How extraordinary?" Behemoth sneered. Freedom thought about it carefully and replied seriously, "If Sister Space and I become one, we will be the strongest in the world and the first among gods." "Boring." Behemoth shook his head and responded in a muffled voice. Although he was not very smart, he could see that the authority of the Statue of Liberty was reflected in the word freedom, which emphasized flexibility and freedom. In this way, the authority of the goddess of space should be the word space. The superposition of the two powers can indeed stack the body's skills to an extremely terrifying level, reaching the fastest speed in the world. But no matter how fast it is, what's the use if it can't break the defense? Your innate gods have too low combat power, not as high as our newborn mythical creatures. Why don't you give up this best position so that we can become stronger? The behemoth shook his head and sneered. The good place belongs to the capable. It's our turn to eat something good. Freedom said confidently, "But we are the mother of your mother's mother." "So what? Can you eat it?" The behemoth stretched out his hand to pinch Freedom, sneered and opened his mouth. "It looks delicious. But I don't know what it tastes like." The behemoth opened his bloody mouth, threw the tiny Freedom into his mouth, and swallowed it in one gulp. He didn't care about these. He felt that there were 12 guys above him, which was too dazzling. Every time he raised his head, there were 12 rules pressing on his head, making him breathless. Whenever he went out hunting, he would always hear his mother nagging and teaching. Whenever the teachings mentioned the 12 so-called innate gods, he would be annoyed and angry, and always felt that there was a depression in his heart that he had nowhere to vent. He hated these rules. Rules were meant to be broken. He would make new rules. He would tell the world with fists that only big fists could make rules, and he should be the rule itself. The behemoth swallowed coldly, chewing continuously, and felt that his free body turned into bubbles and dispersed, and sneered. "You don't know what you can do." Freedom followed the esophagus to the heart of the behemoth, then grabbed the heart and kicked it hard. The heart jumped. There was no more noise after that. No wonder the behemoth didn't care. Freedom really couldn't break through the defense. Freedom was so anxious that he screamed and started to cause trouble everywhere, doing evil in the behemoth's stomach. The behemoth didn't bother to pay attention. His internal organs had long been trained to be as strong as a copper wall, and were not afraid of any damage. The distance was not far, and he walked quickly and arrived soon. He knocked on the door, leaned over, and looked into the house through the crack of the door with one eye. He saw Su-Bei sitting in the room to recuperate, occasionally reaching out to poke at a small fruit beside him, muttering strange words such as Lolita, money-losing goods, and his movements were leisurely. The behemoth knocked on the door with a sneer, and the voice was deafening, and shouted loudly, "Are you the space goddess who can join hands with freedom and firmly become the world's fastest? What do you mean by teaming up? Speed and goddess? 3 logical loopholes in one sentence. It can't be him, right?" Su-Bei thought so, and glanced casually, but saw that the door of the house was occupied by huge pupils, leaving no gap. And then he replied, "It's not me. I don't care if it's you, whether you are the first in speed or the first in escape. I am here today to break the halo above the heads of you innate gods. I must tell you innate gods that identity does not represent everything. Strength is king." The behemoth's expression suddenly twisted and ferocious, and it roared ferociously, "Come out and get beaten." Zio was stunned by these words, and hurriedly left the behemoth's internal organs to avoid being affected by the battle later. Zio frowned and began to estimate the combat power of both sides. The behemoth is very strong, and under normal circumstances, it is about equal to 50 of him. If he goes all out, it may be 80 of him. But Su-Bei is not bad. He had the strength of 100 of him 100 years ago. And even if he is standing still 100 years later, it is enough to suppress the behemoth. This might be a battle of equal strength. Zio estimated that it was a 50-50 chance. The behemoth had already seen the future of crushing Su-Bei, but Su-Bei's expression remained calm. He first patted the leaves beside him to comfort them, and then poured some mineral water on the fruit. Then he climbed up from the sofa chair slowly, leaned down, and patted his wrinkled trouser legs. He immediately stepped on the ground. His body flew into the air, and punched out, "Practice again." The space collapsed. During the 150 years of the dawn of the gods, a 10,000-meter deep ditch appeared at the door of the space house, stretching for dozens of miles. A prehistoric giant beast lay in it, bleeding and wailing constantly, with a pink bump on its head, vaguely showing its original majestic appearance. Freedom stood there dumbfounded, realizing for the first time that the gap between innate gods and innate gods was so huge. This further strengthened his heart. To lie flat, not to roll inward. He should have a good life with Sister Space. Su-Bei didn't know what Freedom was thinking, and didn't care, but he saw Freedom from a distance. So he nodded and smiled at him, which was considered a greeting. Zio was frightened by Su-Bei's smile, but when he thought of how Space had just helped him, he went forward with a smile on his face. "Sister Space, you are so awesome." Su-Bei nodded. "Indeed. Su-Bei is indeed very strong now. Several orders of magnitude stronger than before the time travel. He has the power of a god, and has secured the throne of Space God. But I'm not bad either," Zio boasted with a smile. Su-Bei said nothing. "This behemoth has the power of a quasi-god. It's really not weak." Zio also looks delicious. "They are not bad indeed. Why are you so lazy?" Su-Bei frowned and asked. This sounded like a teaching, which reminded Zio of the words and deeds that the Valkyrie often said, and he subconsciously shuddered. "Don't scold me. Don't scold me. Don't scold me." Zio waved goodbye and fled in a hurry. Su-Bei was thoughtful. In the early stage of the dawn of the gods, all gods were in the enlightenment stage, and the power of each god had not been fully developed. The new myth species were still growing and in the development stage. At this moment, the power and body of the mythical species have an advantage. But the authority is insufficient, and they have not yet comprehended the path to becoming a god, while the innate gods have complete authority, but have never comprehended the essence of power. They have power, but do not know how to use it. They are two extremes. It was not until the first disagreement among the innate gods that each innate god grew rapidly, quickly established their own godhood, and developed various power characteristics from it, becoming a god in one step. So, when was the first disagreement? Su-Bei pondered and searched in his endless memory, and suddenly sighed. It's almost time. The fuse of the first disagreement came from life. After being awakened by a punch, the behemoth found its position, and then specially transformed into a human form, guarding the gate of Su-Bei day and night, intending to take a few more punches to understand the true meaning of power. As the saying goes, learn from the barbarians to defeat the barbarians. Sleeping on firewood and tasting gall. 3 years of hardship can swallow space. The behemoth realized one thing deeply. The strength of space is stronger than the other 11 small ones combined. He planned to steal the master first, and then kill the master. As long as he could learn the secret of the space becoming stronger, he could become stronger. Even if he couldn't fight the space one-on-one, it would not be a problem to suppress the other 11 innate gods. The idea was very beautiful, but the reality was cruel. The behemoth followed Su Bei for 10 years. Not only did he not learn anything, but he also learned to lie down and talk to himself. But it was not without gain. He discovered something. The space would often repeat to itself. You are a lowly. S remarks. This may be the opportunity for him to become strong. After learning, the behemoth realized it. On this day, Su Bei took a leaf out for a walk and saw the behemoth transformed into a young boy lying at the door. Muttering, I am a lowly. I am a lowly. It must be sick. Su Bei sighed, and felt a sense of independence in his chest, and a depressed feeling of being sober while everyone else is drunk. Most creatures in this world are sick. Either they want to be a lowly, or they are lowly. He is different. He is a Lolita lover. No wonder he is out of tune with the world. Su Bei has a potted plant on his head, in which fruits and leaves are planted, and begins a walk that only happens once in 100 years. The movement is not loud, but there is movement. The behemoth jumps up at the sound, looking at Su Bei, who is about to go out, and shouts at the top of his lungs, I have learned your unique skills, and there is infinite power in my chest that I cannot release. I want to fight you to the death. Su Bei was stunned, looking at the behemoth with Lolita, power, bondage, invincible in his mouth. What? Just like that. Ah! He rushed over yelling. A fight to the death is impossible. Every mythical creature plays an important role in history. Death in his hands will have a butterfly effect. So, Su Bei punched him again, leaving a similar big bump on his head, symmetrical with the previous big bump. It was considered to be the dream come true for the behemoth. The behemoth cried. His heart of Taoism shattered, and he ran home crying and shouting. He couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out. Why did he learn from Su Bei to play badly during the day, secretly practice and train at night, and even use the unique skills hidden in the space, but still couldn't block a punch? But he did not give up, but began to practice harder, until one day, he pointed at his father and muttered, You are a lowly. You are a lowly. The behemoth ancestor was dumbfounded and began to educate his son with a stick. Of course, all this has nothing to do with Su Bei. Today, Su Bei just wanted to take a detour and visit his sisters to learn about the progress of each sister's strength. He first knocked on the door of life. It can only be said that he is worthy of being the third of the 12 little ones. And the progress of life practice is very fast. He ascended to godhood. It can be said that he ascended to godhood in one step. After understanding the secrets of reproduction and education, the contribution made by life was recognized by the free order, and it evolved from an ignorant little girl to a legal lowly in an instant. He is 1.5 meters tall. This is an exaggerated progress, which means that his paper strength exceeds Su Bei and is close to the Valkyrie. This makes Su Bei feel ashamed. But life does not look happy. Sister Space, I don't understand something. Life subconsciously asked for advice. Well, it's okay if you don't understand. Su Bei comforted, it's normal to not understand. Just don't understand for now. Su Bei left, leaving behind a life with a messy mind. The corners of his lips moved slightly, hesitant to speak. Of course, Su Bei's behavior is not only incomprehensible to life, but also to the world tree. Yi has been with Su Bei for a long time and thinks she knows Su Bei well enough. But she still feels puzzled by Su Bei's actions. Sometimes he helps, sometimes he doesn't. And his code of conduct is confusing. Is it to do whatever one wants, or to be cautious? Afterwards, Su Bei knocked on the door of the second of the 12 little ones, the Valkyrie. Something happened that made Su Bei confused. At this moment, Su Bei was still 1.45 meters tall, but the Valkyrie was 1.6 meters tall, which was beyond the scope of a legal Lolita and advanced to become a girl. This made Su Bei feel incredible. Seeing Su Bei coming, the Valkyrie was full of joy, walked up, and waved the sword in front of Su Bei. Look at my sword. Su Bei's pupils suddenly contracted, and he watched the Valkyrie swing out the rhythm of the branches dancing, and hurriedly pulled away to say goodbye. No, I'm busy. It was too scary. Subei learned the attack mode of the world tree through repeated trial and error at the same frequency. Why is he a Valkyrie? Subei didn't understand. Fortunately, Subei was not a person with internal consumption personality. If he couldn't figure it out, he would just give up and leave here happily. Then he knocked on the door of the elements. I have some experience recently. I always feel that the world should not be so monotonous. Maybe we can copy ourselves and create more innate gods to fill the world for us and perfect the world. Element's idea is right, and the implementation will be smooth in the future. Subei did not give any guiding opinions. Every innate god should have his own path. As the fourth of the 12 little ones, Element's growth is no slower than any god. After bidding farewell to Element, Subei came to the home of Light and Darkness. Now Light and Darkness have a good relationship, living together and eating together. Sister Space, do you think our relationship will always be good? Subei hesitated. It should be like this. But fate is never reasonable. Subei said nothing. Just blessing. I hope so. Light and Darkness have not yet worked hard to practice. And their true strength is still at the stage of demigod. It's okay to be carefree. After all, they will be under the greatest pressure in the future. Afterwards, Subei visited Fate. And luck happened to be there. Fate didn't want to see Subei, and he only left Subei a sentence. You and I are not compatible. Subei seemed to understand and thought a little. Unlike before, Fate, who always believed in the Fate line, never hated Subei. But now, he took the initiative to distance himself from them. Perhaps, he had seen Subei's fate. It turns out that Fate can also hate fate itself. Instead, he began to pin his hopes on luck. What a contradictory individual. Then, Subei visited wisdom, freedom, and emotions. The three little ones are indeed the troublemakers. It turns out that their troublemaking character has been seen since birth. They never practiced, are heartless, and deserve to enjoy everything they have at the moment. Like happy and self-aware elementary school students. No wonder they never grow taller. It turns out that they never grow up. Finally, Subei visited Death at the end of the 200th year of the dawn of the gods. Death at this moment is the third generation. And the second generation of Death was buried by Subei in the Dragon Cave. The third generation of Death is more taciturn than the previous Death. And the frequency of playing with other sisters is much lower. Most of the time, he stays alone. And no one knows what he is thinking or what he is going to do. He has never practiced, but his strength has steadily increased. He is already at the transcendent level, and has the possibility of comprehending and developing authority at any time. If we are born to die, what is the meaning of living? Death doesn't understand. Subei doesn't understand either. But he pretends to understand. To live better. But I'm not living well, Death said calmly. Subei patted Death's head gently, handed the leaves and fruits to Death in the 2nd century, and whispered, I give it to you. Go see this world with him, and find the meaning of your life. Death seemed to understand, but felt that life had a little weight at this moment. This is responsibility. Chapter 598, The Age of Gods. In the following years, Subei did nothing. Without the company of leaves and fruits, Subei had too much free time. Too much that wasting a whole day was just wasting a whole day. After wasting a few years, Subei began to practice. At this time, the spiritual energy revived and the authority was decentralized. As long as the chosen path to becoming a god was complete. Even a pig could become a god after living for tens of thousands of years. Of course, this was just a polite remark. But living to transcendence was not a problem. If one could get the favor of a god, becoming a quasi-god was not difficult. For pig, quasi-god is the upper limit. But for Subei, god is the lower limit. In front of Subei, the god realm is like a lowly swimming in the sea in Subei's Sakumizu. It can be said that everything is visible. And there are very few secrets. Except for the few years wasted at the beginning. The remaining 100 years for Subei are only for creating godhood. From the time of raising the thought to the progress of the progress, there is only one thought. And after Subei mentioned the idea, the condensation action officially began. First, calm down the mind and connect the order. This move is only to combine the free order with one's own authority into one, turning it into a diamond-shaped crystal. The crystal is covered with countless unobservable threads, covering the entire world, and closely connecting countless orders of the same attribute. This is the Godhead. What Subei condensed is naturally the space Godhead. Since there is no one before, No other life has ever seized power and order with Su Bei. So there is no resistance for the time being. Just follow the steps. As for what is the use of the Godhead? The function of the space Godhead is to connect all the space orders of the original world, and to carry out artificial rules or artificial orders at any time. Cultivate the gods. Spread faith. And absorb faith. Moreover, those who come later will be sensed by Su Bei and restrained by him when they step into the space. For example, if the Godhead is likened to paid learning materials, then anyone who wants to observe the learning materials up close, or even touch the learning materials, will need to pay Su Bei to get the threshold. This is paid learning. This learning material cannot be saved yet. It is worth savoring repeatedly. And every study can lead to some understanding and improvement. Students who have some understanding of the learning materials can also share the materials with more newbies for a fee. Develop their own learning circle. And become management. This is how to develop downlines. What is even more terrifying is that Su Bei can cut off the source at any time, forcing others to stop learning when they reach the key point, causing their learning mood to drop significantly and fall into a state of depression. This will cause learners to go astray. And the most fatal point is that learners will not only not say they will not learn, but will increase their investment in learning, rush to learn, and squeeze to learn until they are broken. Only by learning from them can we improve. Only by learning from them can we change our destiny. And only by learning from them can we change the latter. This is an open conspiracy. And when one of the true geniuses has learned to the end, he will face the most terrifying thing in the world. Some things are destined from birth. Hard work and talent are useful, but not enough to change fate. Although all roads lead to Rome. Some people are born in Rome, or even called Rome, while some people can only be cattle and horses for life. This is learning material. But it is more than learning material. Of course, this example cannot fully explain the role of Godhead. In fact, the role of Godhead is much more important than learning materials, because it is difficult to cross the class by relying on knowledge. But magic can. However, the Godhood may be useful to other gods, but it is dispensable to Su Bei, and it can only play a role in confirming his identity as a space god. He has never spread faith, and does not intend to develop downlines. He can do without it, but he cannot do without it. The Godhood is successfully condensed, and the road is halfway through. And then it is to establish a connection with the free space order. It took Su Bei a certain amount of time to create the Godhood. With a little more effort, he can set many marks on this road to Godhood. But Su Bei stopped the next move. This was enough. He did not intend to monopolize the market. I saw a throne slowly emerging behind Su Bei, holding him up. The throne was solidifying, looming, and the void rolled up layers of space storms and countless free orders. The space system broke away and jumped out of it, and continued to pour into the Godhood gathered by Su Bei. This process took only 100 years. The time was not long, nor short. 100 years did not mean much to the gods, but just a snap of the fingers. But Su Bei still felt a little bored. Fortunately, he could be lazy during the whole process of condensing the Godhood. The steps did take some effort at the beginning, and he had to immerse himself in it. But in the middle and late stages, the whole process was a natural thing. Even if Su Bei did not take the lead, the spatial order would naturally converge and flow towards him. He had become the spatial order itself, and was ranked as a spatial god. This allowed Su Bei to do other things at the same time. He was now a well-deserved space. He could go wherever he wanted and see whatever he wanted. So, Su Bei began to spy on Death's journey and observe Li's every move. You can see a crack on Death's head, and a pair of eyes looking down through the crack. Nameless desert. Death is walking barefoot in the desert with a potted plant on his head. The branches in the potted plant are intertwined and twisted into branches. There is a leaf on the top of the branch, and the leaf holds a fruit. The third generation of Death is as Buddhist as ever. He has no interaction with the leaves and fruits. He just walks on his own, leaving deep and shallow footprints in the endless desert. Su Bei simply glanced at it, and quickly began to think. Death's life is too bland and short, and it is difficult to understand the weight of life. Su Bei planned to add some spice. He cut the space with his right hand, connecting to the sea, and cut the space with his left hand, aiming at Death, and snapped his fingers with both hands. It rained heavily. Death was stunned. He looked up blankly, watching the drizzle of raindrops falling, getting more and more intense, and turning into a downpour in the blink of an eye. He didn't run, or even move. He held a potted plant above his head in his arms, facing the sky, and then closed his eyes, feeling the baptism of nature for a long time. Subei originally thought that death would run, hide, flee everywhere, and find a place to take shelter from the rain. In fact, it was not the case. Only when being beaten and decorated by such warm raindrops, death could feel more deeply that it was still alive. He laughed wantonly, raised his feet, and jumped clumsily in the puddle. His mood suddenly improved, and his eyebrows and eyes smiled, and he laughed like a silver bell. Another 100 years passed, and time came to the 300 years of the dawn of the gods. The first disagreement between the gods occurred. The cause was that the newborn baby gods created by the elements and their sisters were eaten by the misseed offspring. This made the elements very unhappy, and they planned to kill those bad seed offspring themselves. But Life didn't think so. He believed that the evolution between species had its own reasons, and they should not interfere. All species are everyone's children, and no one should be partial. Besides, there were also misseed offspring hunted by some newborn gods. This is natural selection. Survival of the fittest. Nothing more than this. The two quarreled fiercely. This was the first time that the elements and life quarreled. But it was not the last time. In the next 1,000 years, life and elements would quarrel because of the destruction of nature by mythical species, and the destruction of sustainable development of the world. In fact, they were all trivial matters. But after quarreling too much, the two people started fighting. The battle was very fierce. Both of them stepped into the realm of gods. One of them was perfect in divinity, and the other manifested a complete kingdom of gods. The battle caused the sky to collapse, and the earth to crack under the world tree, and all the beasts retreated, and the new gods ran away from home. The other sisters tried to dissuade them, and tried to stop the fight, hoping that everyone would reconcile. They were so anxious that they jumped up and down, crying and making a fuss. But they really couldn't dissuade them. So in the end, the Valkyrie had to use violence and punched each of them. This made the two of them behave themselves and barely ended the farce. The gods seemed to understand, and life and elements were in the clouds. But Subei understood the core, so he didn't participate. Innate gods are no different from humans. As the innate god's strength steadily grows, the competition for resources is bound to occur in the future. The divinity of life is perfect, so the thoughts and ideas gradually fit their own path, and they begin to lose their original emotions and become the great Tao. Elements create the kingdom of God, so they care about their own people and relatives, need to consolidate their faith, and inevitably have deviations in their hearts. This disagreement is just the fuse, and the root cause is the deviation on the path to becoming a god. Of course, this has little to do with Subei, because Subei does not cultivate divinity, and does not create the kingdom of God. When the outside world was disturbed, Subei was hiding safely at home, holding a potted plant leisurely, and watching all this calmly. For 1,000 years, the leaves and fruits passed through the hands of various gods, and now they are back in Subei's hands. Everyone agreed that Subei should persuade their mother to go home. Subei verbally agreed. Of course, agreeing is one thing, and persuading is another. If the world tree wants to go back, it will go back by itself, without Subei's persuasion. If the world tree does not want to go back, Subei will not go back no matter how he persuades. In summary, Subei believes that he does not need to persuade. Now the consciousness and soul of the world tree have not returned, and now it has a tendency to grow stronger. But the fruit has not yet awakened. Yizi fell into a rare silence. Perhaps she was sad about the conflict between the children? Subei couldn't bear it, and took the initiative to persuade and comfort. Aitsao, you don't have to be sad. The survival of the fittest is right. Everyone has his own way. Yizi listened to it, and his body seemed to be re-energized. Soon, he was full of energy, and began to play with Subei. The branches waved, making a lot of noise. Subei also smiled and started to interact with the leaves. He couldn't help but feel proud of himself. He was really too gentle. If this continued, perhaps the world tree would be conquered soon. As for whether the world tree was jasmine, Subei still had no idea. Just like he still didn't know whether Luminara was a fruit. Time was speeding, and soon it came to more than 2,000 years later. This was 2,700 years after the dawn of the gods. This year, resource conflicts broke out to the extreme, and many of the ancestors of the mythical species of the first generation ascended to the gods with resources and held power. This year, Sube completely learned the general attack of the world tree. This year, the Valkyrie forged a divine tool, perfected her divinity, and consolidated her godhood. The Trinity was about to reach the peak of the gods. This year, Life forged the godhood, perfected the divinity, and took the second step after ascending to the gods. This year, the elements forged the godhood, opened up the kingdom of God, and clung to life, slightly inferior to the Valkyrie. This year, both light and darkness perfected their authority, and were about to forge the godhood and officially ascend to the gods. This year, Fate came from behind and completely ascended to the gods, successfully forged the godhood, and opened up the kingdom of God. This year, Luck and Fate broke up, and strength did not improve at all. This year, the third generation of death died. The fourth generation of death was born with perfect divinity, and more Buddhist temperament. This year, wisdom, freedom, and emotion have been away from home for 1,000 years. They teamed up to steal the senseless form of Sube and wandered around the world, and have not returned yet. Some sisters are still making progress, while others are standing still. But wisdom, freedom, and emotion are different. The three of them teamed up. One of them was responsible for eavesdropping and listening to the voice of the heart. One of them was responsible for controlling and stirring up emotions. And one of them was responsible for getting everyone out of danger. The three of them cooperated, each doing their own job, making the original continent a mess. And the young gods and descendants in the myths were miserable and resentful. The three of them joined forces, which was really disgusting. The three of them were a pile of shit separately, and no one had the ability to break the defense. But together they could form a big pile, causing the targeted creatures to suffer both mentally and spiritually. For example, when the first generation of wind gods and the first generation of water gods were training, the three of them whispered in the water god ear, "He doesn't like you in his heart. Can you accept this?" Wisdom asked curiously. "He and you are teaching Pei to think about others in his mind. Do you really not mind?" Freedom thought in distress. Strange. The excitement they have accumulated has waned in an instant and is turning into anger. Emotion reminded with wide eyes. The three gods fled in a hurry, and a storm was rolling behind them, with great momentum. For example, when the behemoth ancestor was educating the behemoth, the three gods would point fingers at the side. "Why don't you use more strength? Your son thinks you are a lowly, and you haven't eaten yet." Wisdom gave a hint. He started to get anxious. He got anxious. He got completely anxious. He got so anxious that he exploded. Emotions were in high spirits. Freedom grabbed the two and ran away. From this, we can see that the travel model of the three gods of wisdom, freedom, and emotions is the prototype of the adventure group in later generations, laying the foundation for the configuration of the adventure group in later generations. They can make up for each other's shortcomings. Wisdom attacks and breaks the defense. Emotions observe the progress of anger, and freedom is responsible for escaping, which just makes up for each other's shortcomings. But the net of the vine is wide and wide, and nothing can escape it. If you often walk by the river, you will definitely get caught. Perhaps because they did too many evil things. The three of them finally got caught. This year, the three of them did not cooperate well, which led to their emotions being taken away by the Yamata no Orochi, and their lives and deaths were unknown. Wisdom and Freedom went home crying, hugged their sisters, and kept accusing the Yamata no Orochi of evil deeds. This triggered the second sister meeting of the innate gods. At the meeting, the elements scolded life in grief, and every word stabbed the heart of life. "I have long said that many new species have no need to exist. They are rude and unreasonable, slaughtering countless innocent lives. They should have been killed long ago. Why don't you believe it? Why are you so stubborn?" Life sighed, raised his dark green eyes, and sighed calmly. "Sister, emotion has been taken away. Right and wrong are no longer important. The most important thing now is to save people first. I will kill. I will save." Life set off and headed for the nameless sea. However, after thousands of years of practice and enlightenment, Yamata no Orochi has entered the realm of gods and successfully mastered several powers. His body is extremely hard, no less than a real artifact. This battle lasted for a long time, until the life returned with emotions, and the gods realized the seriousness of the matter. From a distance, I saw that the life was covered in blood, and his body was filled with hundreds of wounds of various sizes. The wounds contained the truth of order and attached various indelible order forces. You have been hit by strong acid corrosion, and the wounds cannot be restored or cured. As time goes by, they become more and more festering. You have been hit by fire, water, ice and poison, and you are affected by the ice-slowing odor, burning odor, and water poison odor, which lasts for 3 months. These dense wounds obviously came from more than one mythical species. I killed Yamata no Orochi, which caused other mythical species to help me, and I was surrounded at the first moment. Life said calmly, fortunately, I have killed Yamata no Orochi, and I am in a good mood. The overall result is still good. After saying this, Life smiled, and it seemed that divinity spread over his body. But he didn't hold on for a while, and his body fell forward and fainted. The sisters panicked and came forward one after another. Wisdom and Freedom cried with red eyes and regretted it. This year, all the innate gods realized one thing. They were mortal, and they were never at ease. But this was just the beginning. The innate gods were injured. Not a light injury, but a serious injury. And the injured innate god was not the last one, but the goddess of life, who was among the top 3 innate gods. This sent a signal. The innate gods were not irreplaceable. Since their birth, the internal hierarchy of the myth species has been extremely strict. The strongest one, the closer the territory is to the world tree, the more authority he can absorb. It can only make the upper limit of these mythical species with inherent deficiencies higher. They fight and kill each other, but never stop their sights at the bottom of the world tree. As we all know, that is the realm of God. They are the descendants of the world tree. They are the creators of the world. They are so high above, occupying the best resources, but rarely work hard, and do not need to fight and struggle. Why? More and more mythical descendants began to appear, active near the world tree, staring at it with a covetous look, constantly showing their fangs. They are waiting for an opportunity, that can change the world. For this reason, many descendants of mythology began to make tentative attacks, trying to provoke several of the innate gods. The response to the test was very good. Most of the innate gods were soft and cute. Their strength was not much different from that of the first generation of mythology, and their endurance was far inferior. Some of them were as weak as a chicken. For example, they enjoyed provoking the descendants of wisdom, because wisdom usually looks soft. But once they bully wisdom, they will find that wisdom is really soft. But there are unlucky ones. For example, a certain celestial dragon provoked the Valkyrie, causing it to quickly become honest. The result is obvious. The celestial dragon knelt down and cried, and swore that he would never step into the foot of the world tree again, and thus escaped. Similarly, some mythological descendants who provoked the elements also had a bad end. After that, the mythological descendants kept probing and attacking like opening a blind box, and the innate gods were panicked and uneasy. After that, the innate gods were divided into 4 groups. One group is protected by the Valkyrie, and in their house live wisdom, freedom, emotion, and death. For useless people who have no ability to protect themselves, living together. One group is protected by the elements, who look after destiny, luck, and the 3 of them form a horn and look after each other. One group is formed by light and darkness, and the 2 of them go out in teams and fight with the descendants of various myths, thus becoming stronger quickly. The rest are led by Su-Bei, who takes care of the seriously injured lives and stays in the house without leaving. With all these changes, the saddest thing is the world tree. Yi was very sad. He lowered his body, and no matter how Su-Bei called him, Wormwood, he remained indifferent. Su-Bei sighed, feeling a little distressed, but didn't know how to comfort him. After a while, he heard a soft question from behind. Did I really do something wrong? Su-Bei said nothing. Did I really do something wrong? Su-Bei started to cook. Did I really do something wrong? No. Are you asking me? Su-Bei raised his head helplessly and looked at Life calmly. But he saw that Life's eyes were full of confusion. Su-Bei finally answered, the fault is not in the concept, but in the strength. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. This is an eternal truth. It was true in the past, and it will be true in the future. This sentence is applicable now and in the future, and it will never be out of date. Life understood. At this point, the dawn of the gods ended, and the era name was changed to the era of the gods. At this point, time entered the middle period of the origin of all things. At this moment, only 3,000 years have passed. Chapter 599 Resolving Friction. It is clearly recorded in history that the landmark event that demarcates the dawn of the gods and the age of the gods is the first friction that will occur soon. The names used in historical records for this friction are different, but the results are the same and the process is similar. Specifically, it starts with the demarcation of the boundary between the innate gods and the mythological species, and one side shows weakness and temporarily stops. After that, small frictions continued and large frictions occurred occasionally, which lasted until the outbreak of the ancient god war, and the friction was finally detonated. This led to the first war of gods. At this moment, it was already a time when friction and conflict could be caused at any time. If either party was not careful, they would be caught in the center of the storm, and it would be difficult to extricate themselves. But Su Bei was not in a panic. In history, the time at this moment was still in Schrodinger's death, so the space just had to pretend to be dead. As for whether to make some changes, Su Bei thought so, and his thoughts drifted to a long time ago. It was originally a simple commission. He and Jasmine accidentally entered the Kingdom of Destiny. After completing the task commissioned from the Destiny Priest, they got a Treasure of Destiny, which opened a role-playing plot branch. The plot type is a rare historical reappearance, and the historical time node is exactly at this moment. The plot content is that Su Bei and Jasmine are substituted for fate and luck, and use the identity of young innate gods to prevent the innate gods from having friction with mythical species. The plot is very long, and it can be deleted and restarted repeatedly. It does not involve fighting, and various means can be used, but the plot is very difficult. Su Bei accompanied Jasmine to restart the plot again and again. After hundreds of replays, he barely completed the plot in a snowy environment and got the dungeon reward. Su Bei recalled and sighed softly. Today, he has forgotten too many related memories, but he still remembers Jasmine's actions at that time and the questions she once asked. Under the snowy scene, Jasmine leaned down and rolled the snowball at her feet bigger and bigger, breathing slightly and exhaling warm air. While walking, she suddenly turned her head and asked with a smile, "Mr. Su Bei, will the future always be beautiful?" "Yes, it will be. Can everyone be happy and worry-free for the rest of their lives?" "I will." Su Bei came back to his senses, and found that he could not remember the tone of his response. Was it more of a perfunctory response or more from the heart? Perhaps it was both. At that time, they spent a lot of effort to promote world peace, and they must have yearned for a better future in their hearts. However, Jasmine did not know that there was a hidden branch after that. 10,000 years after the completion of the reconciliation plot, the original continent entered the first war of gods ahead of schedule. The war of gods was larger in scale, lasted longer, and had a more tragic ending. No one could have imagined the final result. All the innate gods died. Freedom that can run the fastest. Wisdom that is the most cunning. Death that is the most difficult to die. The most invincible Valkyrie. Light that has the greatest staying power. Su Bei looked at the ending that flashed by on the settlement inscription and covered Jasmine's eyes tightly. "Mr. Su Bei? Why did you cover Jasmine's eyes? Don't look at it. You won't be surprised if you look at it." It's all right." Thinking back, Su Bei's expression was the same as usual. He brewed tea for himself and took a sip. Suddenly, a weak question came from Su Bei's side. The voice was extremely weak, but extremely clear, like a needle piercing Su Bei's mind, rolling up the waves. "Sister Space, will the future always be beautiful?" Su Bei was stunned and looked sideways. Life raised his head slightly, and a confused emotion appeared on his pale face. He repeated and whispered, "Sister Space, will the future always be beautiful?" The figures intertwined, as if Jasmine stood in front of Su Bei tens of thousands of years later. The white-haired girl frowned slightly, her hair scattered, and smiled at Su Bei and asked this sad question, which was deafening. "Space Sister?" Life's dark green pupils moved. Her face slightly closer, but still kept a certain distance, and her tone was concerned. Su Bei trembled suddenly, then came back to his senses, and nodded immediately. "Yes, I will." Life blinked. "Since Space Sister said so, there must be a good way. Right? Pa." With a sound, Su Bei lay back and lay on the floor. "Maybe?" "Space Sister, what does maybe mean? When you don't know the answer, you can say maybe. Doesn't that mean there is no solution?" "Maybe." "Space Sister, why do you lie in the house every day? Are you worried about something?" "Maybe." "Space Sister, why don't you continue to explore the path to becoming a god?" Don't you have a direction? Maybe? Space sister. Can I take off your clothes? I really can't do that. Most lives are relatively quiet. But since Su-Bei started to use maybe to prevaricate him, he began to get anxious. Fortunately, the life is relatively stable. And after a while, it stopped being anxious. It was in a state of anxiety, and began to rest and recuperate normally. In the second half of the month, the activity area of the myth seed air became more rampant. Occasionally, some species that are good at camouflage touched the bottom of the world tree and began to wander at the door of Su-Bei's house. This day, Su-Bei held a potted plant and led the life to bask in the sun at the door. He saw a familiar boy approaching, holding a myth air with a human head and a snake body in his hand. Su-Bei sat up straight and asked curiously, "Is this a food delivery?" The boy who came was the former behemoth. At this moment, he had already shown signs of being a god, with stars all around him and a majestic aura. And what he was holding in his hand was the Nanta clan that was now multiplying wildly. It was said that they were the descendants of the mythical species Typhon and Medusa, but the bloodline seemed to be somewhat diluted, and it was estimated to be 3 generations later. The behemoth raised his head proudly, raised the Nanta in his hand, and said, "Now I have learned a lot, and I am no longer the same as before. After integrating your killer moves, all enemies are just lowly in my eyes, and they pose no threat at all. I have initially constructed the Lolita Godhead, and I am just 1 step away from joining the Titan clan. The enemy is a Lolita. What about you?" Su-Bei glanced at it and asked curiously. The Lolita Godhead is still a bit strange, which touches Su-Bei's cognitive blind spot. I don't know what kind of changes this unprecedented ability will bring to the future. And Su-Bei is also very interested in the ability of the Lolita Godhead. Of course, it has nothing to do with whether the other party involves the word Lolita. He is just simply curious about the function of this unprecedented new ability. Behemoth looked up to the top and said, as a matter of course I am. Lolita King. And the moment this sentence fell, Behemoth's words came true, and countless stars surrounded his head. And a new title, the God of Lolita, condensed in his mind. Behemoth ascended to godhood. A wonderful path to godhood that has never been seen before and will never be seen again. And he took a different path to godhood. This is a bit interesting. No matter what his ability is, Behemoth is a god after all. There is no ordinary god. The god who controls Lolita is naturally not ordinary. Unfortunately, he met Su-Bei. The title above Su-Bei's head slowly emerged, and it was the Super Lolita King. This is an outrageous title that Su-Bei could not completely get rid of even if he went back to the past. He could cultivate it no matter what. And it was recognized and approved by the original continent many times. When this title appeared, the behemoth was dumbfounded. He surrendered, and did not even make a move. He raised his right hand and put it down again and again. No matter what. He could not swing his fist. He knelt down, his eyes flashing with disbelief. And he wailed heartbreakingly, "How is it possible? This is not true. This is not true. I don't believe it. Since there is a Super Lolita King, why is there a Lolita God? Why do you treat me like this?" The heart of the behemoth was shattered again, and he cried to the sky. This scene was seen by Life. When the behemoth revealed his title, he was so shocked that his head was twitching. Soon, Life found that he was shocked too early. Life's shock was violently crushed when Su-Bei showed his title, and he fell into silence for a long time. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration, connecting countless past scenes, and came to an incredible conclusion. He took a breath of cold air in an instant, trembling all over, as if falling into an ice cellar. Space sister. Is she a Lolita lover? Life couldn't believe it. Stretched out his hand and trembled to point at Su-Bei, and then slowly hugged his body. They are 11 in a litter, but they all grew up from Lolita. Of course, outrageous experiences are just embellishments in life. Most of the time, life is reasonable. A big fist can also be considered a reason. At the moment when the behemoth howled, the sky suddenly darkened. Su-Bei looked up. I saw a shadow covering the sky and the sun, and a tall and powerful figure landed in front of Su-Bei's house. With a deafening sound, I said that my son was not right after returning home. It turned out that you, the innate god, were the evildoers. I don't know what means you used to confuse my son's mind, causing him to step into the position of the god of Lolita and become what he is now. It has come to this point. Right or wrong has nothing to do with me. My son's path to godhood cannot be changed. I can only deal with you, my son's nemesis, and clear the obstacles for my son to ascend to godhood. The behemoth raised its head and was stunned. Subei raised his eyes slightly and sighed. A descendant of the Titan clan. A direct descendant of the Titan giant. A mythical species. This title seems a bit strange at first glance, but his other identity can make all the innate gods very familiar. The direct descendant of the Titan ancestor. If Subei remembered correctly, he was the one who picked the head of the Titan progenitor. Right? However, if the Titan was the father and the behemoth was the mother, why did she give birth to a male behemoth? Is this right? Wouldn't it violate the laws of nature? Shouldn't it be the Titan? Subei glanced at Life in confusion, but saw that Life had already retreated far away and cast a scrutinizing look. Unlike Subei's doubts, the behemoth felt that his father's sudden visit was a bit hasty, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Subei looked up at the shadow that blocked out the sun and sky. He didn't say anything, but felt a little speechless. I didn't expect that staying at home would cause trouble. Dad, this is a private matter between me and the goddess of space. You don't have to care. The behemoth roared to stop the fight. Nonsense. I will destroy your foundation, disturb your Tao heart, and ruin your ladder to godhood. Today I will take this historic first step for the mythical creatures and completely sink the exaggerated halo of the innate god. The Titan sneered and interrupted the behemoth's words, with infinite murderous intent in his eyes. The confrontation was so noisy that the surrounding mythological descendants heard the noise and rushed here one after another. When they saw the two sides in confrontation, they were horrified. Titans. This is a mythological creature within the ring of the world tree. It is said that it is the blood descendant of the legendary Titan ancestor. It holds extremely terrifying power, and was officially deified 1,000 years ago, after the mythological descendants recognized the identity of the Titan giant. Their eyes kept on Subei, and they kept whispering to each other. Is that the goddess of space? She looks petite and lovely, but her strength is very average. She has just entered the realm of God, with only godhood. Even if the other party holds innate power, he will not be a match for the Titan giant. The gap is too big. Yes, the power held by the Titan giant is no less than that of the innate god. He alone has inherited 5 innate orders. He is a unique race, and the road to godhood he has opened up is unheard of. For the Titan giant, this is a battle that is not worth mentioning in his long experience. But this is the first appearance of Subei, the innate god. The two of them will inevitably be compared, only after fighting with the Titans, the top mythical species with the most top bloodlines, and barely not falling behind, and playing at a 73:1 level. Will Subei's strength be recognized by the mythical species? Otherwise, except for the Valkyrie, life, and elements, there is no other innate god who can play high-end games. Seeing this, Life subconsciously clenched his palms. His palms trembled slightly. His face turned pale, and even forgot the title of Subei's Super Lolita King. He was about to step forward and stand shoulder to shoulder with Subei, fighting for his own foundation to protect Subei. Compared to the Yamata no Orochi, the Titans are stronger than the Yamata no Orochi. This battle is too difficult for the space that only condenses the divine nature to fight. As for the whip that Subei used to kill the Valkyrie in 1 second, Life has not yet figured out the reason. It is really uncertain about the specific power, and whether it can cause injuries to the Titans. More and more mythical species are watching in secret. The innate gods are coming. Life may have anticipated this scene a long time ago. The expression is not too surprised, but frowned and reminded Subei, "Drag it out, and it will be fine when the Valkyrie sister comes. This way, Subei doesn't have to fight. The Valkyrie can pick all the mythical species by herself." The scene was still deadlocked. Subei looked at the curled-up leaf, then looked at the Life with a sad face, and then his eyes kept moving sideways, seeing the various aspects of life on the faces of many mythical species, and couldn't help laughing. No wonder they are called monsters. It turned out to be a beast. Only the behemoth looked dazed, always feeling that this scene was familiar, as if a very bad scene would appear soon. The Titan was too lazy to say more. He took a step, and heard the rumbling of his bones. Several orders were gathered and closed in his body. Unlike other gods who ascended to the gods in order to release the order and occupy the geographical advantage, the Titan's order was gathered. This scene made Subei look familiar. Yes, This was the way of practice of Tianma Luo in later generations. He stuffed the power order into his body, proved the truth with force, and thus opened the path to the gods, achieving the effect of being invulnerable to all methods. The Titan stuffed an entire kingdom of God into his body, and acquired a physique comparable to the authority of the Valkyrie god. The Titan giant punched out. Boom! Su Bei's body was shattered and shattered. Oh my god! One move. The descendants of the myth wiped their eyes, and took a breath of cold air, opening up the kingdom of God, condensing the godhood, and ascending to God in the flesh. The Titan giant is so terrifying. This move is not only to kill Su Bei, but also to directly wipe out Su Bei's soul. The sad thing is that Su Bei has no support. Only the half-crippled life can force a move. But the life did not make a move. At this moment, he was still calm. That space, a space that has never been defeated. Although space rarely takes action, it has never been defeated. Right? The broken space slowly healed. Su Bei's body was pieced together, and the corners of his clothes were not dirty. The smiles on the faces of the descendants of mythology slightly restrained. What kind of power is this? What exactly is the spatial order? And what level has it reached? The Titan giant couldn't understand. But his face was full of ridicule. I don't understand. I really don't understand what these things are. But what does it matter? He is a Titan. Does he need to know so much? The Titan punched, and the sticky order that this world can feel at any time did not react at all under his power. It was as if his fist had no power, just waving it in a plain way, no different from that of mortals. But this power. Bang! The space in front of the Titan was directly penetrated, revealing the space barrier of the original continent. The mythical creatures watching were stunned, not knowing how to evaluate this terrifying power that was enough to destroy the world. Even space would be shattered by this punch. Su Bei stood still. The wind blowing in layers blew his clothes, and the gray cloth fluttered backwards. His face was calm. His expression was normal. And he was even dazed. He didn't want to do it at first. It's best to stay out of it. But it's okay to be involved. When the wind pressure dropped to half, the surrounding space collapsed, and he was the only one in the sky and on the ground covered by the fist wind. Su Bei moved, just slightly raised his hand. From today, this friction will stop. The invisible wave was spreading, sweeping the surrounding fist wind very quickly, and then covered the entire arm of the Titan. In the blink of an eye, the arm began to tremble. At this moment, the descendants of mythology and the Titan had not yet reacted, and their expressions were still frozen in a scene of rampant and grim smiles. Behind Su Bei, life stepped on the ground, and hundreds of branches were rolling along Su Bei, preparing to perform rescue measures. The leaves pulled out branches, intending to save Su Bei once. As a repayment of karma, time began to flow. The expressions of the descendants of mythology changed very quickly, and Zirong Dan Ran immediately became horrified. At this time, the Titan giant's shaking arm showed symptoms. First it collapsed, and then it exploded and shattered piece by piece. This is a world-class general attack. Su Bei stepped on the bursting meat, jumped high, stretched out his hand to grab the Titan giant's head, and threw it lightly to the ground. Bang! At this moment, at the door of Su Bei's broken house, the 10,000-meter deep ditch deepened again, stretching for hundreds of miles away. The high-spirited Titan giant lay in it, bleeding, and his head moved. As for why the Titan giant's head was taken off, Su Bei thought. He first removed the Titan's head, and then threw him where the behemoth had been lying. The combination of the two can be regarded as letting him experience the difficulties of father and son. Su Bei tried to influence the Titan with love and let him learn to empathize. He was really too kind. After doing all this, Su Bei led the sluggish life back to the house. His expression was always calm, and his movements were neither hurried nor slow. The descendants of the myth who were watching everywhere quickly dispersed, and no one dared to say a word, and they all went back to report the news. After a while, the world tree became quiet. The sisters came late, one after another, and were shocked and speechless when they saw the huge movement under the tree. The Valkyrie arrived first, leading the 4 little ones in one after another. After seeing Su Bei, who was unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, the Valkyrie teased, "I have never dared to underestimate you. But now it seems that I still underestimated you. Sister Space, when will you spar with me again?" Su Bei lowered his head and held the potted plant, moving his fingers up and down, teasing the leaves, and responded calmly, Maybe 10,000 years later. The Valkyrie believed it. After a while, the elemental group arrived. He played with Subei and Life, and insisted on checking their injuries, and confirming that they were fine before he would stop. It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. Light and darkness arrived last. And seeing everyone having fun, they quickly breathed a sigh of relief. After that, the sisters began to chat. The atmosphere was warm. Watching this scene, Subei held the potted plant, lifted it high, and looked up calmly. Can you rest assured? The leaves trembled slightly, and stretched out branches to gently touch Subei's palm in response. There was a burst of joy in the house. As for the behemoth outside the house, he has been kneeling since the battle with Subei, and now he doesn't need to get up. So he just kneels all the way down and won't get up. I just hope Subei can calm down and forgive his ignorant little father. Chapter 600 Wisdom and Lilizi. After the battle, the aftermath was huge. And the aftermath was not over. Rippling for a long time. This battle temporarily stopped the friction between the innate gods and the mythical species. And the entire mythical species circle was in turmoil. They were all in great shock. And they felt that the pressure on their heads was endless, making it difficult for them to breathe. A Valkyrie had already made them breathless. And then another space popped out. This is the first space. But who can guarantee that there will be no next space? What if wisdom is pretending to be weak? But in fact, he can already absorb the IQ of all mythical species and supplement his own? What if freedom is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? But in fact, he can not only achieve complete freedom for himself, but also imprison the freedom of all mythical species? The mythical species are afraid. They put away their thoughts and practice harder. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. This is the truth. Soon after the battle, the innate gods in Subei's house said goodbye and went home one after another. And soon the house was empty. During this period, Fate specifically looked for Subei once, seemingly asking and teasing between friends, but also like a meaningful request. He asked such a question. Who are you? I. Subei first replied with one word. And after thinking for a long time, he pieced together the answer, I am space. Subei guessed that Fate must have seen something. His ability is more vague than that of the other sisters, involving many abilities such as cause and effect and prophecy. He is the third innate god who has the ability to see through Subei's identity after wisdom and death. But Subei is indeed a space. There is nothing wrong with this answer, but it is a bit tricky. Destiny lowered his head and did not answer. He just walked forward and sat next to Subei, looking at Subei with a pair of orange eyes. Subei did not answer. After a while, Destiny stood up, glanced at the fruits and leaves, and looked up at the endless world tree, and murmured, Hate you. Subei nodded, okay. Destiny did not say why, and Subei did not ask why. The two of them said vague words, and said goodbye in silence. After most of the sisters had left, Life and Subei were alone in the room again. However, their positions had changed to some extent. Space sister. You are not actually my sister. Life said affirmatively. This sentence contains a double meaning. Not only is she not my sister in the literal sense, but she is also not my sister in terms of blood relationship. Maybe? Subei did not deny it. And his expression was the same as usual. He did not make excuses when he was caught, nor did he get furious when he was exposed. This made Life's words, which had been brewing for a long time, choke in his throat. So? Subei looked at Life, who was confused, and asked curiously, What are you going to do? Life stammered, I don't know. At first, I thought it was very awkward, and I wondered if you were planning some big conspiracy. But after thinking about it more and figuring it out, I felt that it was actually nothing. Subei nodded, and Life continued to say, You are very good to us. So, you are everyone's space sister. Always. That being said, not long after Life finished speaking, he left the house. Perhaps after the identities of both parties were exposed. The title of Super Lolita King, and the situation of a man and a woman living together made Life feel uneasy. So Life said that he didn't care, but living together still made him too nervous. When Life left, Subei's house became deserted again. At this time, Subei lay down on the homemade rocking chair, raised the potted plant in his hand, swayed it, and said goodbye with pursed lips. It's good to be here. Go back. If you don't go back, the world will be in chaos. After that, time officially entered the Age of Gods. which means that the original continent is now full of gods. There are countless species that have entered the realm of gods. However, energy is conserved. The people below eat more, and relatively, there is less authority for the world tree to absorb. Fortunately, the consciousness of the world tree returned. He returned to where he should have been, supported the world again, and consolidated the world barrier for the original continent. Begin to absorb the free authority. The original world is booming. This is the best era, with endless opportunities and paths to the gods. This is the worst era, with everyone cultivating themselves but not their minds, and only focusing on hard work. After the world tree was separated, the leaves fell into a state of sluggishness as usual, and fell into a state of dying again. But the fruit began to grow gradually and mature. The world tree took away consciousness, but not power. However, the fruit grew too slowly. Apart from that, everything returned to the starting point again. On this day, a heavy rain fell on the original continent. Subei left the room after a long absence. There was not much change under the world tree. There was nothing more or less around Subei. At least, that was the case in front of Subei. The huge gully that collapsed at the door still existed. And because of the heavy rain in recent days, it gradually turned into a small river. The Titan's body was soaked in the gully, and his head served as a bridge for the sisters who came and went to trample on it. And they dared not resist. A skinny boy knelt beside the giant head, with a sincere expression, still repenting earnestly. Atonement for his useless father. The Titan's head saw the whole scene. As a god who dominated the first ring of the world tree with his body, the separation of the head and body did not affect the Titan at all. He had long since recovered the strength to carry out daily activities. But the injuries on his body were too severe, and he still could not digest the attack that Subei had launched. Whenever he thought of that scene, the Titan giant felt a trembling feeling, as if he was going against the whole world and was about to uproot the world tree. How dare he? This scared the Titan giant and made him more honest. He was indeed too ignorant. Looking at the current changes, Subei's thoughts surged in his mind, and his memory went back to the past again. Why did the world perish faster after the innate gods and the mythical species shook hands and made peace? In that reincarnation, Subei tried his best to find the answer, and the result he finally got was incredible. The reason is that it is too peaceful. Too peaceful is not peaceful. Subei didn't understand it at that time, but now he understands it. Energy is conserved. A world can only carry the energy of one world. The more people there are, the larger the base of energy sharing is, and the less energy can be absorbed. Not only the path of God, but also the basic magic, rules, and order are limited. Limited resources, unlimited life. When everyone divides the resources equally, the world will explode into a bigger war, because life is still being born. But resources are almost exhausted, because of greed, because of desire. As long as someone wants to progress, someone will die. This will lead to those who occupy more resources. The resources will become more abundant, and those who occupy less resources will find it more difficult to survive. The poor get poorer, and the rich get richer. This is pathological. If this is the case, it is better to maintain this small area of friction and struggle on the surface of the original continent and keep the population at a relatively constant value. This world needs war. At least it is needed at this moment. This contradiction will erupt sooner or later. And the god who first understands this truth and is willing to take the initiative to step into this throne built by blood is the one who hates Subei the most. On a quiet night, he went to each sister's room to say goodbye one by one, and finally left the world tree. 100 years later, the first star began to twinkle in the sky. The kingdom of destiny appeared. After that, Typhon, who was located in the far North Sea, divorced Medusa and joined the kingdom of destiny alone. Some of his Naga tribes moved with him and became the followers of the goddess of destiny, in charge of divination-related authority. Established the Temple of Destiny. After that, small-scale wars began to break out frequently in the original continent. The source of the war was difficult to trace. The reasons for the war were all strange. If someone traced back to the source of the incident, they could only see a vague river. Strange. Really strange. 100 years in the age of gods. Winter. That day, Subei got up early and planned to go outside to pick some mushrooms to eat. The taste of mushrooms is actually average, mainly because after eating, Subei can fall into a mysterious state. Sometimes you are in a sea of Lolita. Sometimes you are in the blue sky. Sometimes you are sober. Sometimes you are intoxicated. Wonderful. Indescribable. Eating at once will make Su-Bei have endless aftertastes and unforgettable tonight. It is like knocking your head. Su-Bei had just left the room when he saw from a distance that the skinny boy was carrying a small basket, kneeling on the ground, and cleaning up the fallen leaves carefully. The basket on his waist seemed to be filled with various mushrooms. Su-Bei saw it, and was embarrassed to pretend that he didn't see it. So he walked up and took the initiative to say hello. "What are you doing?" The behemoth kowtowed to Su-Bei, and his head hit the ground, splashing 10 feet of snow, making a clanging sound, and said sincerely, "Goddess of Space, your basket is here. I brought it to you." Su-Bei was stunned, watching the skinny boy holding the basket with both hands and handing it to Su-Bei steadily, with a pious attitude. You can see that the basket is full of mushrooms. The number is so large that at least half of the world tree must be plucked to collect them. "This is not mine." Su-Bei responded calmly and stepped out. "No. No. No." The behemoth wiped the sweat from his forehead, his knees rubbing against the snow. Sparking fiercely, he moved straight to Su-Bei and kowtowed again. "Goddess of Space, this basket was woven from the green plants at your door, and these mushrooms were planted near your house. How can they not be yours? To go deeper, even my path to becoming a god was guided by you. I can be yours, not to mention the basket." This was said in a serious manner, and it sounded somewhat reasonable. Su-Bei glanced at the behemoth with his eyes lowered, nodded, and hesitated for a moment. "So, this is really what I dropped?" "Of course." The behemoth nodded in fear. He really wanted to improve. Seeing Su-Bei accept the basket, the behemoth kowtowed again and said humbly, "Please forgive my father, the space goddess. He is not very sensible. I will teach him well when I go back." After accepting the mushrooms, Su-Bei naturally spoke more politely and nodded. "Okay. Remember to discipline him." Hearing this, the behemoth smiled, of course. The titan head was overjoyed and said in a muffled voice, "Thank you for the forgiveness, the space goddess." Su-Bei nodded and said nothing more, hoping that after this disaster, the titan giant would be able to understand the truth, listen to the advice of the behemoth, and stop being so ignorant. When Su-Bei returned to the house, the behemoth transformed into its true form, holding up his father's body and head, and walked towards home step by step. "Son, where did you get this mushroom? I see you have been kneeling here and have never left." "I forgot. I saw a basket hanging on the treetop next door, so I took it." After a while, a fierce scream came from the top of the world tree. "My! Mushrooms! Mushrooms! Where are they?" The scream startled countless birds, and the sound broke through the clouds. Su-Bei raised his eyes, with a puzzled look on his face, cooking mushroom soup in an orderly manner, and said to himself, "Is this voice wisdom? What's wrong with him? Forget it. He lost mushrooms. What does it have to do with my mushroom soup?" But the matter did not end there, because wisdom is extremely vengeful. He kicked open the doors of the sisters' houses one by one, asked from the side, and finally stopped at Su-Bei's door, after stealing the memories of all the sisters through his ability. Go in or not? Wisdom hesitated again and again, swallowed his saliva continuously, and finally convinced himself. For the mushroom soup. "Fight!" Just heard. Dong dong. 2 knocks on the door. Su-Bei snapped his fingers, and was stunned, looking at the 1.4-meter tall wisdom at the door. He was a little dazed for a moment. Their eyes crossed, as if he saw the figure of an old friend from the other person. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen Li for more than 3,000 years. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Wisdom frowned. His eyes suddenly narrowed, staring at the mushroom soup that Su-Bei was stirring. Su-Bei looked sideways and shook his head. "No. I remembered something." "What is it?" Wisdom said nothing, walked forward with a serious face, leaned over to the mushroom soup, and took a deep sniff. "Mushrooms. It really doesn't look like Li. If it was Li, she would have found an excuse to search everywhere in the house at this moment, and it would be absolutely impossible for her to focus on Su-Bei's mushroom soup." Su-Bei thought so and argued, "Mushrooms. Mushrooms. Mushrooms. I'd take a sip. Not cooked yet. I don't care." "Are you sure?" Su-Bei was stunned. This mushroom soup took root here, and shared the same soil with the world tree. Its medicinal effect was incredible, if it is not cooked thoroughly before consumption. it is very likely to cause serious problems. For example, fungal poisoning, fungal infection, etc. And this is exactly the second project Su-Bei is studying. The wise eyes scanned up and down, turning back and forth between the mushroom soup and Su-Bei, and asked tentatively, I lost a basket of mushrooms. Do you have any impression? But these are mushrooms. Su-Bei responded calmly. Zhou frowned, but you never leave your house. Where did you get these mushrooms? Someone gave them to me. Su-Bei responded very quickly. Zhou lifted the basket beside Su-Bei's legs and said word by word, then sister space. Guess whose basket this is? It belongs to the behemoth. Su-Bei looked at his nose and mouth. And at this moment, he realized that something was wrong. But now that things have come to this, right and wrong are no longer important. Because the mushrooms have been put into the pot. The mushrooms in the pot cannot be taken out of the oven. Once they are out of the pot, they will become mushroom soup. Wisdom laughed, turned the basket over, pointed at the blue book pattern on it, and asked word by word, Are you sure this is from the behemoth? Su-Bei fell into silence and said nothing. Wisdom was so angry that she trembled all over, pointed at Su-Bei's nose and cursed, You are going to disappoint people. Space sister? I didn't expect you to be such a space sister. Su-Bei quickly served a bowl of mushroom soup, scooped up a mouthful and poked it into Wisdom's mouth. Don't argue. Drink first. Gulp gulp gulp. Zhou swallowed with his throat moving, his expression still fierce and ferocious. He opened his throat and was about to continue to output, but suddenly his brows tightened. No, Zhou. Smash it. After savoring it for a while, he opened his mouth towards Su-Bei. Ah. Su-Bei handed over the spoon sensibly. Zhou took a sip, closed his eyes and thought, then pointed at the pot of mushroom soup and said seriously, Mine. Mine. Su-Bei denied it. Hearing this, Zhou first pointed to the basket beside him. Mine. Then he pointed to the mushroom soup that was being cooked and repeated. Mine. Su-Bei's eyes were empty. Zhou stood up straight and said firmly, Half for each of us. Su-Bei nodded. After properly distributing the mushroom soup, the two of them quickly finished their own portions. After a while, the side effects slowly surged into their hearts, gradually paralyzing their brains. Delicious. Great. Zhou gave a thumbs up, stood up dizzily, and fell down while walking, muttering, We are home. We are home. Let's have a good sleep first. Drinking hot soup in winter is the good life that God should live. Ignoring the crazy words of wisdom, Su-Bei narrowed his eyes and immersed himself in the dream woven by fantasy. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to Winter City again, and met Jasmine, who had just escaped at the door of the deserted underground city. Now he stood in the distance, watching his former self pass by Jasmine, and shouted desperately to his former self. Don't let her go. You must keep her by your side. Then, the quiet village, the magic tower, the magic tide, the rescue of Zayamizu, the White Dragon Mountains, the encounter with Fulian. One thing after another came to Su-Bei's mind. The hand that wanted to touch, but withdrew in the memory. The eyes that deliberately collided, and then avoided reservedly. The words that were thought about for a long time, but never spoken. Su-Bei had never drunk alcohol, but he was already drunk by the memories. This is not just the story of the Demon King with his head down, and the princess with a smile. It is also a stage play performed by countless flesh and blood characters. Su-Bei was lost in memories, but he didn't notice that Zhou had opened his eyes unconsciously. His eyes were dazed and slightly absent-minded, and his mood suddenly became extremely low. He couldn't remember when he opened his telepathy, but he did hear a lot of things. They were all things he shouldn't have heard. If time could be reversed, he would choose not to hear anything. But time couldn't be reversed, and he already knew what he shouldn't have known. He knew it a long time ago. He knew it from the beginning. Space Sister had a very good relationship with a girl named Lilizi. However, when these memories flowed into Wisdom's mind through his telepathy, he could experience the difficulties in person. He could feel the difficulty. They were more like sisters. Was I an accident? Perhaps. It would be best if I died. If Wisdom didn't die, Lilizi wouldn't appear. Wisdom would die. I will die anyway. Wisdom thought so, and left the room in a trance. His back was lost. He began to be confused. When Su-Bei's thoughts returned, his eyes quickly turned from turbid to clear. He slowly stood up. His movements were stiff, and he sat on the chair in a daze. He sighed slowly. Although the memories were beautiful, they were also painful. Subei thought so, and made a well-thought-out decision. He would not drink mushroom soup this month. As for next month, let's talk about it next month. After making the decision, Subei stretched himself, walked out of the house, squinted his eyes, and looked at the scorching sun in the distance, feeling his body gradually getting hot. Before he knew it, he suddenly found rows of lonely footprints on the snow. The footprints were staggered, and the steps were very small. So small that the distance between them was almost invisible. The wind and snow came, pressing down the dense rows of footprints, burying them bit by bit. Subei squinted his eyes. In the haze, he seemed to see a blue-haired girl walking away slowly in the wind and snow, with a rare desolate background. What's going on? Is it an illusion? Yes. Wisdom is so heartless. How could it show such a back? Subei retracted his thoughts, slowly raised his head, looked at the swaying branches of the world tree, and smiled. He leaned back, his back against the endless tree roots, closed his eyes, and took a nap. In this way, does it count as hugging Jasmine again? Time quickly came to the end of the month. Early in the morning, Subei left the house with a basket on his back, and returned at night with a full load. He carried a whole basket of mushrooms. The moon is coming soon. Chapter 601, Inward-Looking Kingdom of Gods. Age of the Gods. 1,000 years later. In the next 1,000 years, there were constant frictions. More and more descendants of mythology were born, and many acquired gods gradually ascended to the throne and held power. Fortunately, the innate gods did not give up like before, and began to roll inward secretly. Now, 9 innate gods have condensed their godhood, enough to protect the pure land at the bottom of the world tree from being disturbed by war. In addition, the reputation of the Temple of Destiny gradually faded. But behind each organization and force, there seemed to be traces of the organization. The connection between Destiny and the sisters is weakening. Roughly speaking, Subei has not seen Destiny for a whole 1,000 years. At first, the sisters didn't take it seriously, thinking that Destiny was just out for fun. Just like the 3-person team of Wisdom before. Sister Destiny will go home after playing for a long time. Wisdom smiled. Of course. We have lived together for so long, and have never been separated. Freedom nodded in agreement. I hope so. But there has been no news for a long time, which is inevitably worrying. Lucky frowned slightly, looking uneasy. In that case, how about we hold a sister meeting? The Valkyrie suggested. No one took it seriously. As time passed slowly, when the sisters really couldn't contact Destiny at the gathering, everyone realized it belatedly, as if they realized something. Destiny maybe won't come back. Soon after, the familiar figure in the sisters' memories began to blur and faded away little by little in their memories. Destiny broke through. This is the power of Destiny. He is eliminating his own destiny. Occasionally, there is a message sent back, and Destiny is passed on by the hands of a Nada god. And most of the content is some reminiscence and family talk. This makes the sisters very sad. After that, there were fewer such gatherings, and everyone began to get busy with their own things, and had an unspoken understanding of each other's departure, different wisdom, emotions, and freedom. The 3 of them would wander around and visit each other, forcing the sisters to reminisce and chat, so as to deepen the connection between the sisters. The more experiences Subei had, the more he could understand and began to feel the changes of time. Time would take away everything. Even the purest feelings would deteriorate. And these great figures in history, each of whom left a deep impression, had their own legendary stories. First, Fate. Fate played an indispensable role in maintaining this nearly 20,000-year period of the gods. His role was to fan the flames. Observe Fate. Observe ways for various organizations to further their power, and provoke conflicts between the opposing parties. There are so many means, and they have used every possible means to stir up class opposition, asset independence, gender opposition, lowly and queen body opposition, lowly control and normal men opposition, etc. All of this is just to ignite conflicts and start small-scale wars, so as to dilute the opposition between the innate gods and mythological species and divert the trouble. This can not only indirectly protect the safety of the sisters, but also directly solve the resource inequality caused by overpopulation. This is the macro control of Fate. He is like a pair of hands from heaven, constantly stirring in this long river of fate, presiding over the development of the original continent just right. in order to achieve the most perfect balance. If this is the answer that fate has sought for a long time, then Subei can only bless it. No wonder fate hates Subei. What he hates is never Subei. It is the future that Subei carries, which he can never see clearly. In addition, there is another thing that Subei has remembered for a long time. The Valkyrie comes to visit. It was a summer more than 600 years ago in the Age of Gods. That day, Subei sat on a recliner made of the trunk of the World Tree, holding a fishing rod made of the branches of the World Tree, and sat in the gully in front of his house to fish. Of course, in this Age of Gods, there are no normal fish in the gully, so it is not strange to catch anything. Subei's fishing gains over the years have been varied, including socks, bowls, a young behemoth, a mythical creature whose race cannot be recognized, a blood clan lowly offspring, a lost grass god, and just now, Subei caught what can be regarded as the most valuable thing in his fishing career, a Valkyrie. Subei still remembers that when he slowly pulled the fishing rod, a golden hair tip appeared along the fishing line, and then he met the Valkyrie's honest and clumsy eyes. Well, honest and clumsy. After being soaked in water, the Valkyrie looked even more stupid. The dark golden eyes lost their sharpness and became hazy and peaceful. Let go. Subei swung the fishing rod. The Valkyrie jumped up with the force, stepped on the grass, and walked towards Subei. She sat aside carelessly and sighed. It's so hard to see you. No. Subei denied. Subei rarely lied. But he lied this time, because the Valkyrie was almost there, and she was vaguely touching the end of the realm of God, and was about to make up for the needs of God in 5 directions. She was only one step away from divinity. She was only one step away from the kingdom of God. She was approaching perfection in her godhood. She was completely transformed from her soul. She was in touch with God. She was holding a divine weapon. It could be said that the Valkyrie was almost at the end of the realm of God, and could cross this last step at any time and become the first complete god. Not to mention that he also secretly learned Subei's unique skills from the World Tree's general attack. Subei is far behind. He has only condensed the godhood so far. If the Valkyrie insists on sparring now, Subei has no idea at all. He doesn't want to be beaten. What's the matter? Subei looked at his nose and mouth, and fished quietly. Nothing. I'm busy. Busy means fishing? The Valkyrie wiped the wet hair, took off the soaked coat, wrung it out a little, and put it on simply, cast her eyes on the lake where Subei's fish hook landed, and took the initiative to talk. I'm a little confused and can't figure it out, so I came to see my sister. Subei didn't slow down and said seriously, if you are confused, you can think more. You are still young. It's good to try more. The Valkyrie looked sideways, holding her chin with one hand and staring at Subei's face. She is 1.7 meters tall. At this time, Subei has not grown up yet. With a height of less than 1.6 meters and a slightly childish face, it is still difficult to tell whether she is male or female. If it were 2,000 years ago, the Valkyrie would not recognize her. But as life perfected the reproduction path of the original world, the characteristics of men and women became more and more obvious in the eyes of the gods. Not to mention him. Maybe even Freedom can see that something is wrong with Subei? However, the Valkyrie did not bring it up. He retracted his gaze and whispered, I see the end. The words were plain, just like the casual chat between sisters. Then what? Subei asked. There is no road behind the end. The Valkyrie sighed. Then what? Subei asked again. I am confused. The Valkyrie lowered her eyelids. Then what? Subei asked. I can't figure it out. As she said that, the Valkyrie closed her eyes, put her index finger and middle finger together, and gently passed them in front of Subei. This is a world-class general attack. The Valkyrie realized it. I can't figure out what this move has to do with the realm of God. I saw the end. But this system is not at the end of God. Subei nodded and continued. What's next? The Valkyrie narrowed her eyes. No. Now I just want to fight with my sister. Subei waved his hand. No. The Valkyrie came closer. I want to spar with you and verify the future path. Subei moved away. No. I'm not in good shape recently. The Valkyrie's tone relaxed. I want to go out and take a look. Subei was stunned. The topic changed too quickly, and Subei didn't react for a while. What is outside the world? The Valkyrie stared at the sky, looking longing. I don't know. Subei looked up. thought about it, and shook his head again. It's not just Subei who doesn't know now. Subei still doesn't know after searching through the stack memories. Just follow your own ideas. Subei said one more thing. But the Valkyrie is very conflicted. I don't want to perfect my divinity, which will make me lose my sensibility. I'm worried about my other sisters. They can't take care of themselves. That's true. Subei nodded in agreement, without denying. In fact, I'm only one step away. And this step is not from external forces, but from myself, the Valkyrie added. Then you need to think more about it. Subei nodded repeatedly. The Valkyrie laughed angrily. He found that no matter how he hinted, Sister Space could always extract the most useless information and give an answer that had no effect at all. It was like the Valkyrie holding her child and saying to Subei, I'm leaving. What about the child? Subei replied. Then what should I do? The Valkyrie looked at Subei's empty eyes and pretended to be stupid, and laughed unhappily. I don't know if I can leave, but I know it's best for me to leave. So? Subei asked again. Hearing this, the Valkyrie sighed, no longer caring about Subei's answer, and directly asked what she was thinking. If one day I'm gone, can Sister Space take care of everyone for me? The topic was heavy. The content was explosive. Subei couldn't make any promises. Most of the time he was just a spectator, just to find the true meaning of power and break the last game. Subei was about to open his lips, but the Valkyrie's index finger gently pressed them. I don't want to hear your answer. I don't want Space Sister to fail to do it after promising, or to reject me directly, or to lie to me deliberately. I don't intend to ask Space Sister to do it. This is not a request, not an order. So Sister doesn't have to answer. Then why are you asking? Subei sighed. I said, I don't want an answer. The answer is not important. Besides, if I don't say this, will I not take good care of my sisters? We are the closest sisters. The Valkyrie laughed heartlessly. But this action of not asking for an answer was full of Valkyrie's little tricks. If the Valkyrie didn't say it, Subei really had no intention of taking care of the other sisters. If she said it, she would inevitably weigh the pros and cons. Let's go! After the Valkyrie said it, she let out a sigh of relief. Her thoughts were stable and clear, and she left with a carefree and unrestrained back and light steps. Goodbye. The two said goodbye. Thinking about it, Subei sighed and closed his eyes to think. According to the clues given by history, the Valkyrie was active in the Age of Gods. But during the First War of Gods, she did not show too many traces. The only clear record of her attack was that she stopped the Great Light at that time. Besides that, she only showed miracles intermittently. Some people said that the Valkyrie was dead. Some people said that the Valkyrie went to the outside world. Others said that the Valkyrie turned into a light and shone on the earth. The answers are varied and different. As for the real answer, who can know? Subei was too lazy to think about it. After chatting with the Valkyrie, his life became more abstract, sleeping during the day and fishing at night, avoiding the normal time difference. He avoided the opportunity to communicate with the other sisters to a great extent. Although he said he was sleeping, Subei was actually practicing in the house. There are 5 directions for the cultivation of gods, advocating both internal and external cultivation and comprehensive development. However, there are very few directions for Subei to choose. First, the soul. This is too difficult for Subei. Subei thinks he is gifted and has excellent qualifications, but he has never completed his soul. As for why he can't do it, Subei has the answer in his heart. His soul does not belong to this world. It is incompatible with this world and cannot be repaired here. The second is divinity. Subei has never considered this direction. Every time he thinks about it, Subei will deliberately skip this step. He is rational enough. If he loses the few remaining emotions, the result can be imagined. He was afraid of forgetting the purpose of coming back and changing his original intention. Excluding these 2 options, Subei considered again and again between the kingdom of God and the body. After consideration, Subei chose to study the kingdom of God. What is the kingdom of God? As the name suggests, the kingdom of God, according to the explanation of the realm that will be repaired in the future. The kingdom of God is the entity after the field is developed to the extreme. In the field, the power of the professional will be greatly increased. In the kingdom of God, the power of the gods will be greatly increased. Not only that, the kingdom of God also takes into account the functions of cultivating dependence and storing authority. If necessary, you can even use your hands to lift it as a weapon to throw it to attack and perish with the opponent. According to common sense, this is the case. But if he practices according to common sense, the kingdom of God will not increase Su Bei's power much, because his imaginary enemy is the nameless Lord. Even a kingdom of God, as big as Jinsokyo, cannot withstand the erosion of the nameless Lord. Even if Su Bei summons the kingdom of God, it will be eaten away by the gray fog in a moment. What should I do? Su Bei got some inspiration by observing the cultivation method of the Titans. They can put all the power and order into their bodies. Why can't I put the kingdom of God into my body? The more Su Bei thought about it, the more his thoughts became clearer, like a laxative. And his thoughts flowed like a spring. It's like this. It can only be like this if we continue to improve step by step according to the normal routine. The strongest one will be another Valkyrie, which is meaningless. The Valkyrie will definitely reach the peak of the realm of gods. But can she beat the nameless Lord? The answer is yes or no. Su Bei can get this answer without thinking. The Valkyrie can't beat the World Tree, so naturally she can't beat the nameless Lord. As for whether the World Tree can beat the nameless Lord, the answer is still unknown, which is not within Su Bei's current thinking range. I have to innovate. I have to change. The path that the predecessors have taken may not be applicable to me. The result of blindly maintaining the status quo can only be a slow death. Su Bei paced back and forth in the room. His brows stretched and tightened, wrinkled and loosened, over and over again. After Su Bei perfected the details, he slammed his right fist into the palm of his left hand and made a decision. Do it. The movement scared the fruit and leaves subconsciously. Even the World Tree was confused. He muttered, "What is he trying to do?" Su Bei wanted to do something big. This idea is very clever, but it is difficult. Once the idea is successfully implemented, Su Bei will transform himself into the kingdom of God, and he can step on the kingdom of God anytime and anywhere, forming a world of his own. Su Bei thought so and started the research plan. First, Su Bei needs to put his own domain in his body. It is not difficult to release the domain. But what about annexing the domain? Su Bei does not understand. Fortunately, there is a sequence in learning, and there are specialties and skills. Su Bei does not understand. But there are people who do. Su Bei searched his memory, and after calm thinking, he quietly touched the door of the darkness house in the dead of night and knocked on the door of the darkness house. Are you asleep? It is polite to greet in advance, but it is easy for other sisters to notice. A surprise visit at night is more foolproof. But this is too exciting. Enenen's body trembles, and he subconsciously wants to run to Guangming's house next door. Su Bei noticed this scene, and quickly got into the space crack, and stretched out his hand to block Enen. He looked at Enen, who was trembling and seemed a little panicked, and smiled kindly. Don't be afraid. This smile was so incredible that Enen fainted. Su Bei touched his nose in confusion. After a while, Enen slowly woke up, and after seeing Su Bei clearly, he breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. I thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be Sister Space. Who else? Su Bei asked in confusion. I don't know. Enen shook his head. Then what are you afraid of? Su Bei was surprised. Enen was puzzled in thought, and shook his head blankly. I don't know. What kind of strange disease is this? Su Bei was confused in thought. Seeing this, Enen specially explained, I don't know why. I get scared easily when I'm alone, and I get less afraid when there are more people. Thinking about it, Su Bei seemed to be thinking about something. No wonder darkness would refine the Hall of Heroes, a divine weapon that is completely incompatible with him. It turns out that he is afraid of being alone. Sister Space came to visit so late. Is there something wrong? Darkness blinked in confusion, then crawled into the bed, revealing a pair of wine-red eyes. It's very late. If there is anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. As he said that, Darkness lifted a corner of the quilt and patted his side. Do you want to sleep together? Su Bei hesitated for a moment, then slowly walked to the bed and sat next to Darkness. He was thinking whether to leave and come back tomorrow, or to make things clear now. After thinking about it, Su Bei decided to strike while the iron was hot. Since he was here, he should solve the problem first. I came to you to help you, Su Bei said calmly. Help me? Heian was puzzled, but I haven't encountered any trouble recently. No, you have, Su Bei said earnestly. I don't. Heian thought hard and shook his head. I shouldn't have. Should? You are too naive. Subei suddenly raised his voice, his face serious. Don't you know how serious the situation is? If I hadn't come to help you, you would soon be in a very difficult situation. Darkness's face turned pale instantly, and he blinked blankly. Is it so serious? There was a lot of uncertainty in his tone. Yes. You have a request. And I heard your request, Subei whispered. Constantly fooling, so I came. I came to help you. Because I am your sister. I have a request? Darkness widened his eyes in confusion. Yes. You have a request. Subei took advantage of the victory to pursue. Hearing this, Darkness nodded thoughtfully, and quickly took Subei's arm, and said seriously, Yes. I have a request. I need help. Sister Space must help me. Subei smiled with relief. I came here for this matter. What do I need to do? Darkness humbly asked for advice. Subei gave the answer word by word. Refine a divine weapon. Silence for a long while. The corners of Anand's mouth twitched, and his expression changed from being as flustered as a frightened little white rabbit to being speechless. He just looked at Subei. So, Sister Space came to disturb me so late just to supervise my progress? And inside, there's no need to use this method. Seeing this, Subei's expression froze instantly. He fell into silence. He was played? Yes. After all, he is a god who has lived for 3,000 years. No matter how much he looks like a lowly, his mind is not as simple and pure as a lowly. This doesn't seem to be the first time Subei has been fooled. Besides, wasn't my magic weapon successfully refined 1,000 years ago? Subei was startled and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the dark head emitting a dark light, making the sky, which was already in the night, even darker and darker. Darkness was hidden in darkness, almost transparent, looming. Then, a palace stood in the void, slowly covering Subei. This is it. This is it. Subei kept muttering in his heart. This is the artifact that is integrated into the body. It is both an artifact and a kingdom of God. This is the Hall of Heroes. It is similar to the omniscient code that wisdom carries with him, except that the Hall of Heroes in darkness. It has gone a step further on this basis, and can be completely integrated with itself. Unfortunately, it still has not deviated from the original concept of the Kingdom of God. And the essence of the Kingdom of God is still external. And this is what Subei needs to improve. Looking at this scene, Subei was delighted. His expression was slightly moved. He reached out and held the dark hands, and said seriously, Please let me study it. Research. Research what? Darkness blinked in confusion. Your body. Subei answered very quickly. Snap. With a sound, the branches of the world tree whipped Subei away from a distance. Only the confused dark duck was left sitting there, blinking blankly. After a while, Darkness wrapped himself tightly in the quilt and screamed loudly, What? Chapter 602 Subei succeeded. Chapter 602 Subei succeeded. In the early morning, there was dew. At the top of the world tree, under a pile of messy leaves, a head with no desire to live popped out. This was Subei. At this moment, Subei held the leaves devoutly and prayed to the great world tree. I just want to study the mystery of the dark special weapon. What's wrong with me? This is the study of things to gain knowledge. The world tree trembled slightly, and the leaves, shaw, fell, sounding like they were convinced. Seeing this, Subei smiled slightly. Snap. With a sound, a branch hit Subei's head. He thought there would be resistance, and thought that Darkness would disagree. But he didn't expect that the biggest resistance came from the world tree. It was right for Subei to study things to gain knowledge. It was also right for the world tree to protect children. So what was wrong? Subei couldn't figure it out. So he sighed and said seriously, You have to study. You must carefully study the body of Darkness to understand the mystery. Can you understand me? The world tree didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. I won't hurt him. I've never hurt anyone, Subei said calmly and softly. Seeing the branches of the world tree that were holding Subei loosen slowly, Subei's expression gradually eased, and he kept saying some words of assurance, explaining things to him. Darkness is my sister. My own sister. No one will bully their own sister. The world tree fell into silence. But soon he remembered something. Is Subei his child? Could he not know? He stowed away. He stowed away from the future. The child he planned to have never hit space. The world tree knew that Subei had replaced time. causing time to only travel in a straight line and never turn back. So Subei could never be the biological sister of the 11 little ones. Not to mention that he was a man. When the World Tree thought of Subei's night attack on Darkness last night and his attempt to study Darkness' body, he was so angry that his whole body trembled. No one wanted their precious daughter to be taken away by a pervert. You know, Darkness is just a child over 3,000 years old. After thinking it through, the World Tree decided not to listen to Subei's nagging, and raised its branches and hit Subei's forehead again and again, making a sound like bang bang bang, like hitting a wooden fish. Subei's eyes were empty, and he just endured the beating in a daze, and his thoughts were flying. His memory fluctuated, and Subei thought of an experience in a certain reincarnation. At that time, he was still in Winter Academy. Unlike this life, this time Jasmine did not choose the commission of Silent Village, but chose the commission of collecting flintwood. Winter is coming, and the mountains are covered with snow. Heating has become the biggest problem for every household. Flintwood is a good material for drilling wood to make fire. The energy it contains is enough to provide the expenses of Winter City for the whole winter. With flintwood, Winter Academy is guaranteed in winter. Moreover, flintwood is the core material for professionals to refine matching treasures, and can be used to refine the main hand staff with fire attribute bonus. This was very attractive to Jasmine, who was only at the second level at that time. Jasmine signed up and secretly joined the adventure group without Subei's knowledge. They went to an unnamed area that had been marked and successfully collected flint. Because someone in the team was greedy, they tried to cut down a whole flint and take it away. This attracted a third-level king-level subdragon species. The team encountered an unprecedented challenge. The result is predictable. In order to rescue Jasmine at that time, Subei tried his best, fighting the third level with the third level, and it took a whole day to kill the subdragon species. Afterwards, Subei patted Jasmine's head to comfort her and asked calmly, "Why did you sneak out?" At this time, Jasmine opened her clenched palms and revealed the flint seeds in them. Mr. Subei didn't want to spend Jasmine money, but Jasmine couldn't help it all. Jasmine always wondered how Mr. Subei usually survived such a cold winter. Alone in the room, no one talked. The bedding was not thick, and the roof was leaking. After thinking about it, Jasmine plans to give this to Mr. Subei as a birthday gift. If he has this, Subei can have a good winter. The seeds of the flintwood are not big, only the size of rice grains, but they can continuously release fire elements and increase the ambient temperature. It illuminates the entire winter for the two people who depend on each other. Thinking about it, Subei's thoughts gradually returned, and suddenly he felt a little cold. He couldn't help rubbing his hands and sighed. "We have known each other for so long. Don't you plan to give me a gift?" The World Tree was stunned. "My birthday is coming soon." The World Tree fell into deep thought. "Let me study Darkness." Paw. With a sound, Subei flew up again. Fortunately, after Subei spent some time and made a promise that he would never bully Darkness, he finally convinced the World Tree. As the sky gradually brightened, Subei knocked on the door of Darkness's house again. Darkness opened the door, stared at Subei, who was not polite, in front of him with his panda eyes, and muttered sadly, "What Sister Space said yesterday made me very concerned. I didn't sleep all night yesterday." "Great," Subei agreed. "Good, what's good?" Darkness was stunned. "You don't need to sleep today." Subei smiled and walked forward, holding Darkness's hand and walking to the bed. "Let's do research." Darkness was stunned again. "Research what?" He looked at Subei's fixed eyes, poked his thumb at himself, and glared. "Ah, research me." Subei nodded. "Yes." Darkness said nervously, "How to research? What do you need me to do?" Subei stretched out his hand to lay Darkness flat, and said softly, "Lie down on the bed first. Then close your eyes. Relax. Relax. Take a deep breath." Darkness did as he was told. "Then what? Do you need me to take off my clothes?" Subei waved his hand. "That's not necessary." Darkness was curious. "But doesn't Sister Space want to study my body?" Bang a sound. The next moment, Subei tapped Darkness's forehead with his fingers. Although studying Darkness's body can help him understand Darkness's order, it has no effect on Subei at the moment. Not to mention that Darkness' tone was obviously testing. Subei sighed and said lightly, "Okay. Stop teasing me. I want to see Valhalla." "Okay?" Darkness hesitated for a while. It's not that she didn't want to, but she was curious about Subei's purpose. "Okay." Of course. We are the closest sisters. After speaking, Valhalla slowly emerged from Darkness's mind, hiding Darkness' body in the darkness. Completely hiding. Subei leaned forward, squinted his eyes, and looked at Valhalla, unconsciously reaching out his hand, gently tapping Darkness's forehead, and slowly brushing it. He immediately closed his eyes, and felt the connection between Valhalla and Darkness itself. Subei asked, "What is your concept for forging Valhalla?" Darkness replied, "Concept? Because Darkness has the ability to embrace everything. I thought that after everyone dies, the Valhalla I built can accommodate all the sisters and many friends who play well with me." Subei said, "This involves the soul, which is more in line with death." Darkness smiled slightly, raised his index finger, and explained, "No. The soul still returns to death. I just left everyone's last appearance before death. The soul will reincarnate if it wanders in the world for too long. But I will always remember it." Subei was stunned, nodded, and continued to ask, "How did you think of putting Valhalla into your consciousness and integrating it with yourself?" Darkness narrowed his eyes and answered thoughtfully, "Because I don't want to be separated from Valhalla. It just needs to be there. And it doesn't need to help me deal with the enemy. That's something Sister Light needs to consider." Subei nodded, and his fingertips kept exploring from Darkness's forehead, slowly moving towards the back of his head. After pulling out Darkness's entire head, Subei was almost done with his research. Itchy. Darkness hummed from time to time, and the body sent out strong warning signals, with the short hair on the body standing up, like a kitten on alert at all times. This feeling of being at the mercy of others was not pleasant, and for some reason, the feeling of being touched by Sister Space was completely different from that of Sister Light, with a sense of barbaric aggression. Fortunately, the process was quick, and Subei did not do anything beyond the rules, and ended the research neatly. After the end, Subei asked the last question. "What are the elements that make up Valhalla?" "Authority, the Dark Order, our energy bodies." After thanking him, Subei left the dark hut and returned home. He was confused again. Valhalla is an energy structure, so it can accommodate energy bodies for a long time. But the kingdom of God that Subei wants to create is a physical entity. So what should it be made of? Throughout the ages, the structures of all kingdoms of God are physical entities, and they are real continents, except for Valhalla. Although Valhalla has achieved the internalization of the kingdom of God, it is made of energy. The research fell into an endless loop. The physical kingdom of God can only be released externally, and the internal kingdom of God must be an energy body. No kingdom of God that is stored in the body is physical. Even the world created by the world tree is external, and the area covers the entire original continent. Why not? Subei studied the dark secrets and obtained 3 extremely harsh conditions. One is that the physical strength of the gods is not enough to carry an entire kingdom of God. The second is that the kingdom of God is unstable, and it may collapse at any time when it is released externally. And there is even a risk of direct collapse inside the body. Third, there is no matching continent that can be directly planted in the human body. These 3 conditions are enough to daunt anyone. Thinking about it, Subei's head began to hurt. But he saw the leaves in the pot slowly floating and falling into Subei's palm. Subei was stunned and looked down at the leaves in his palm. It is called mugwort, a thriving yellow leaf from the world tree. It carries the memory and consciousness of the world tree and has the experience of evolving continental changes. It is only the size of a palm, but it covers an infinite territory. It is dying, but still has a trace of life, and has never bred an independent consciousness. Why did it come so coincidentally? Subei lifted this leaf, held it high, facing the entire world tree. After the leaf was separated from the pot, it lost the nutrients delivered by the branches, and its vitality was visibly declining. A wind blew, lifted it up, and stuck it to Subei's lips. Before the beginning of the world tree gave Subei the fruit as a gift. But Subei did not want it, and chose this leaf. The leaf gave itself as a gift to Subei 3,000 years later. Subei felt dazed and his vision began to lose focus. He thought it was jasmine, and even thought it was the carrier of the future world tree. But now, Subei felt the pulse of the leaf. It is what it is. It has its own independent little consciousness. Although it is not good at thinking, it has its own instincts. It felt Subei's will. Eat me. Now. It wants to thrive with Subei's nutrition. Subei needs it to open up the world. This is a win-win choice. This is the best continent. Su Bei swallowed the leaves. His stomach burned like a furnace. And soon, his whole body was scorching hot. The leaves rose and fell in his body, constantly blending with his body, and expanding wildly with the authority and power in Su Bei's body. Now, open up the kingdom of God. Su Bei roared in his throat. And the space domain spread out instantly. The space of tens of thousands of miles was intertwined in the breath, like a mirror separation. And the upper and lower parts were slowly separated. Many gods frowned, feeling this strong spatial will, and looked towards the bottom of the world tree. The 11 innate gods all sensed it, realized that the space was breaking through, and cast reluctant eyes. Is this the space sister opening up the kingdom of God? Once the space successfully opens up the kingdom of God, it means that he will soon move away from the bottom of the world tree and find another place to place the kingdom of God. This is a very cruel thing for the sisters. But the cutting only appeared for a moment, and the continent quickly returned to its original state. This change puzzled many onlookers, and they were all confused. It is impossible to open up the kingdom of God so quickly, and the movement cannot be so small. The only explanation is that space gave up the action. This made the hearts of the other innate gods tighten suddenly. Wisdom wiped away tears and murmured, "Sister Space is unwilling to separate from us. She has suffered too much loss by doing so. I must be nicer to her in the future." Element sighed, "You are worthy of being my mentor and friend. It is not easy to make such a choice." He was the first to open up the kingdom of God, occupying the entire position at the bottom of the world tree, and coexisting with the world tree. Life's eyes were calm, and he sighed with regret in his heart. "I chose to make up for the divinity first, intending to create the strongest divinity. Is there anything wrong? No, I am not wrong. I created all life, and I should treat all living beings equally. This is my mission." Freedom cried and wailed, "Too great. Woo. Sister Space is really great. I swear, I will never steal mushrooms from Sister Space's house again next time." Emotion was stunned, thinking, what happened just now? Is it the Space Sister who is breaking through? Be sure to be careful. The Valkyrie watched for a long time, without saying a word, just sighing. Darkness, eh? So, why did the change disappear? Because the domain is turning from the outside to the inside. In Su Bei's room, a living body is being cut by countless space cracks. The flesh is separated and healed thousands of times in the blink of an eye. It shouldn't be so troublesome to transform the domain into the kingdom of God. But Su Bei took the kingdom of God inward, which increased the overall difficulty by several dimensions. Fortunately, there were some tricks in the whole process, which allowed Su Bei to take a shortcut and not have to work hard to open up the kingdom of God. He only needed to compress the entire field to the size of a leaf and contain it on the leaf. Not to mention that the leaf was still helping. You can imagine how much the workload was reduced. It's like a Lolita originally needed to face a prehistoric giant crocodile head-on. But when the fight started, you were told that you were not alone, and you had a Lolita ally. And after the fight started, you were told that the opponent was not a prehistoric giant crocodile, but a perverted Lolita control. This plus and minus greatly reduced the pressure on Lolita, and she had the basics to fight against Lolita control. 2 against 1. The advantage is mine. Su Bei gritted his teeth and endured the pain. However, looking at the whole process, Su Bei only had some hardship at the most critical point, and the rest of the time, the senses were not strong. It felt like being kicked by a Lilizi, and there was no special memory point. After getting through it, Su Bei's whole body softened and sweated all over. He looked at the space domain carried by the leaf, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, and said with relief, "I should have called you the Kingdom of Space God. But when I think about it, this is not fair to you. After all, the Kingdom of God was created by you and carried by you. In that case, I call you the Kingdom of Mudward. What do you think?" The leaf trembled violently. Su Bei smiled with relief. It can be seen that after such a hard integration, the leaf still has the energy to express its inner excitement, which must be because it is very satisfied with this name. This is the fact. The leaf rises and falls obediently, as if nodding in approval. But things are not over at this step. Su Bei only meets the third condition of the inward kingdom of God. This is not enough to support Su Bei to maintain the transportation of the kingdom of God. What should I do? Su Bei frowned and stared at the fruit beside him. Unlike the leaves, the fruit at this moment has not yet developed independent consciousness. So is there a possibility that it is not Luminera, but my tonic? Can it provide me with enough nutrients to support the leaves? Before Su Bei's thoughts were clear, the world tree was not happy, and quickly stretched out its branches, wrapped up the fruit like a calf, and refused to give it to Su Bei. Su Bei thought for a moment, and said slowly, "You once said that you would give it to me as a gift." The branch trembled violently. Su Bei understood. The trembling is not resistance, but negotiation and compromise. Su Bei didn't know why he could understand, but he just understood. The world tree must have meant to tell him, "Don't touch my child. Come at me." Su Bei nodded suddenly, took the branch holding the fruit and leaves and stuffed it into his stomach. The world tree was stunned. "Huh? No. You eat everything?" The world tree vaguely remembered that there was a creature that was so brave before. It was a mythical blue poisonous beast in the first ring, with a strong stomach and a strong physique. What was the result? The world tree only remembered that a beautiful blue firework exploded in the sky that night. Now the grass on its grave is probably 500 feet high. Thinking of this, the world tree trembled and quickly stretched out its branches, trying to interrupt Su Bei's eating. This action made Su Bei ecstatic. Good guy. They're giving him extra food? Su Bei was not polite either. He dared to eat whatever the world tree dared to give him. He picked up the branches and put them in his mouth, eating them vigorously. After a while, Su Bei started to burp. This made the world tree unable to deal with it. It dared not to give him branches anymore. It quickly stopped and curled up carefully. This was the first time he felt afraid of such a tiny creature. It can be imagined that if he was compared to a person, these branches would be his leg hair. It's okay to eat 1 or 2 branches. If Su Bei continues to pull them out recklessly, he will become bald sooner or later. This is too scary. However, the world tree paused at the right time, because Su Bei couldn't eat more. His stomach could only hold so much. The number of branches that his body could hold was even less. Soon, these branches that had just separated from the body began to radiate power, glowing and heating. Su Bei turned into a giant furnace in the blink of an eye. These branches were arranged and combined, supporting the entire kingdom of God carried by the leaves, greatly improving the stability of the kingdom of God. Is there any material more solid than the parts of the world tree? No. This is the strongest material in the primordial continent, thanks to the fact that the world tree had thrown away most of its power before. Otherwise Su Bei would have exploded and died long ago. And these countless coincidences, by coincidence, have built a special kingdom of God in Su Bei's body that has never been seen before and will never be seen again, and has never been heard of in the entire primordial continent. At this moment, the kingdom of God began to consolidate and expand continuously, evolving and nurturing in Su Bei's body, and the prototype of the world is being constructed. It can be imagined that as long as Su Bei survives the process of the branches taking root, he can achieve the last 2 conditions of the internal creation of the kingdom of God and build the first internal kingdom of God with life characteristics. Each of these ideas has a far-sighted vision that far exceeds the background of the times. This is the crystallization of wisdom condensed by Su Bei's countless reincarnations. From then on, Su Bei only needs to feed the leaves and provide the required energy, and the kingdom of God will evolve itself and gradually open up a new civilization. At this moment, Su Bei has finally completed the 2 most important pieces of the puzzle after going through untold hardships. He succeeded. Chapter 603 Valkyrie's Sorrow. Su Bei seems to be successful, but not completely, and is in a semi-finished state. As we all know, half-finished is not considered completed. It can only be considered as completed. And Su Bei's physical condition has not improved compared to before, but has slightly declined. This is because Su Bei only completed 2 pieces of the puzzle. He lacks the equally important first piece of the puzzle, a strong physique. The internal drive is enough, but the external hardware is not matched. As a result, Su Bei was successfully inserted into the kingdom of God, but it is temporarily difficult to use, and the risk of using it is extremely high. This is like a nuclear reactor in Su Bei's body. If it doesn't mess around, it's fine. Once it messes up, there will be certain risks. Specifically, Su Bei's body will crack. And relying on Su Bei's current physique, there is no way to support the kingdom of God for a long time. It can only maintain the operation and growth of the kingdom of God for a short period of time. Su Bei roughly estimated and gave a relatively accurate answer. 5,000 years. At most, it can barely support the balance of income and expenditure of the kingdom of God for more than 5,000 years. Su Bei, and Yi are more like a parasitic relationship. Once it exceeds 5,000 years, his body will not be able to bear the energy needed for the leaf to grow. At that time, either the leaf will not be able to maintain its original state and break out of the body, or Su Bei will be sucked dry by the leaf and suffer from complete kidney deficiency. Both results are extremely terrifying. It is terrifying to think about it carefully. Thinking of this, Su Bei quickly calmed down. And even before he expressed his inner joy, his restless heart had completely cooled down. He began to think about the direction of the first puzzle. Divine body? What should I do? This is one of the 5 cultivation paths for gods after they ascend to godhood. Godly body. What is a divine body? Godly physique. In history, the innate gods have made achievements in the 5 hardware and various fields of gods, and all have achieved outstanding results. The most unique thing about the soul is death. The most stable thing about the kingdom of God is the elements. The purest thing about divinity is life. The most condensed thing about the godhood is luck. The most special thing about the artifact is darkness. The most complete development of one's own power is light. The most profound understanding of one's own power is destiny. The strongest characteristic is emotion. The most difficult to target is freedom. Wisdom, generally speaking, is remarkable. Only in terms of physique. The innate gods are not much different in the end. About the same. Far inferior to the mythical species. But this is after the Valkyrie disappeared. When the Valkyrie was active, there was only one answer for all the strongest. Valkyrie. He is the only innate god who can compete with the mythical species with his own physique. And even suppress it. Su Bei held his chin with his tiger's mouth, squinting his eyes, and thinking about the possibility of studying the Valkyrie's body. If he asked to study the body of the Valkyrie, would he be beaten up by her? The answer is, not sure. After all, the Valkyrie often said that they were all best sisters. Since they were best sisters, they would not fail to meet his small request. It's just that studying the body is different from studying the artifact. And it requires careful exploration of the Valkyrie's body. Is this possible? After thinking about it, Su Bei gave up the idea. The Valkyrie might not mind, but the World Tree would definitely not agree. As for why he didn't study the World Tree, it doesn't make sense. Su Bei really wants to study the World Tree. The name implies that if Su Bei can study the World Tree, he will know more. In theory, becoming the World Tree is the best solution. But the actual operation is too difficult, and the possibility is close to zero. The conditions that need to be met are different from the concept of the inward kingdom of God. And it really needs external help. But the original continent was created by the World Tree. So how can Su Bei create a physique equivalent to the World Tree in the original continent? But, is this really impossible? Su Bei lowered his head, thinking, and suddenly looked into the sky. Age of the Gods. 1,000 years later. Time flies. 5,000 years have passed since the birth of the gods. And the power division of the original continent has been initially established. And several obvious signs can be vaguely seen. It's just that it is very different from the land division in the later imperial era. In the 1467th year of the Age of the Gods, the resources of the original continent were roughly distributed, and all the roads to the gods were occupied. The positions of the gods were full, and there was no extra power to be divided. This year, the weakest wisdom trio was forced to ascend to the gods, condense the godhood, and occupy the throne. The main reason was that they could not give up. If they did not work hard, when the other myth seeds arrived first, they would be innate gods in name only, and could only be bullied for the rest of their lives. After that, time came to the year 1869 of the Age of Gods. This year, the Valkyrie made a move that no one could imagine. She was going to go outside the world. That day, the myth seeds celebrated, and the innate gods were reluctant to leave. Sister, are you really going to do this? Life waved his hand to stop the Valkyrie. I have made up my mind. The Valkyrie nodded and patted Life on the shoulder. I will go ahead to explore the way for you and pave the way for your future. The Valkyrie looked calm and confident in her every move. And her grace was unparalleled. I think this matter needs to be carefully considered. At least not so hasty. The elements discussed letting everyone sit down and talk again. And make a long-term plan. The Valkyrie smiled and held the element's hand. This is the answer I want to get after passing. After I leave, you and Life must take good care of the other sisters. If you are undecided, you can find space. He will do everything. If necessary, you can call Wisdom to wipe away your tears. He will feel distressed. He never doubted whether he could open the sky. He was only worried that his sisters would be bullied in the future. Light worried, this is too dangerous. No one knows what is behind the sky. Why do you want to open the sky? I will never do it in the future. The Valkyrie laughed and shook her head, pointed her index finger at Guangming's head, and said unhappily, you are the most stubborn among the sisters. I am afraid that if I don't go to the outer domain, you will be the next one to go. Remember to accompany darkness more. He usually doesn't talk much and doesn't move much most of the time. You should accompany him for a walk and chat with him more often. After that, all kinds of remarks were heard among the sisters. The sky has no limit. How can this be opened? It can't be done. Absolutely can't be done. As long as the 12 of us sisters can live happily for the rest of our lives. Why do we have to do such dangerous things? The sisters stopped one by one, and the Valkyrie comforted them one by one, patiently explaining various matters. After waiting for a long time, he still couldn't wait for fate to come and bid farewell. So he could only sigh helplessly. After comforting the sisters, the Valkyrie cast her eyes towards Subei's room, looking at the space that was closed and thinking for a long time. 1,000 years ago, after the Valkyrie made the decision to go outside the domain, the space asked him for something. It is said that it will be returned soon. But until now, the space is still closed. Thinking of this, the Valkyrie sighed and finally turned her head away. Okay, don't stop me anymore. I'm in a good state now. Let's take advantage of this moment. The Valkyrie held the sword. Her body floated in the air. The sword light burst, and she shouted softly, the sky has no end, but the dome of the world tree has. If I have been mediocre all my life, maybe I won't have the desire to spy. And I am willing to be a frog in the well all my life, guarding this small world, enjoying myself, and living happily with my sisters for a lifetime. But I happen to have a little talent and a little more ambition, and I just happen to see the road in the distance. It is foolproof to maintain the status quo, but I am unwilling to do so. I want to see what is outside this world, not to prove myself, but to have no regrets in this life. It just so happens that I have a sword. With this sword, I want to open the sky. The Valkyrie exploded. At this moment, he took this last step in front of all the gods and stepped into the end of the realm of gods. 5 items are perfected, and the extreme realm is sublimated. This sword unfolded all the rules of the world and stood on the dome at the top of the tree of the world. First, space cracks appeared. Dense space cracks. Where the sword hit, the space order completely collapsed, and there were twists and turns like a mirror. Caw. After a crisp sound, a series of shattering sounds rang out in the sky, and the entire space collapsed, revealing the world barrier behind the stable space. How strong is the world barrier? Countless evil gods from outside the domain are eyeing this world. But no evil god from outside the domain has broken it so far. The Titans are known as the strongest in the primordial continent, but they can only break the solid space and see the space barrier. Then, what about the Valkyrie? The Valkyrie slashed down with a sword, and the strongest in the primordial continent changed hands instantly. But this still failed to open the world barrier. The Valkyrie did not stop, and hit the world barrier with one sword after another. Every collision could make a sound that was enough to shake the world. All things in the world cast their eyes. But this was still useless. Why? The Valkyrie sighed, closed her eyes, and raised her sword. She launched a world-class general attack. Buzz, something completely different from before happened. The world barrier trembled violently, and it seemed as if a hole was torn open. A small hole was torn open. In an instant, countless powers that had never appeared before poured in, and the inherent power in the world tree gushed out. The whole world was celebrating. They felt a unique power, an unprecedented power. The world was becoming richer and resources were increasing. This is a great thing. This means that there will be more channels to become gods and more god positions in the world. But it is not the case in Subei's opinion. The authority is indeed increasing. But this authority is completely different from the inherent authority of the original continent and is incompatible with the original continent. It carries the breath of destruction, chaos, and whispers, like an abyss is descending. Through this gap, the Valkyrie sees not new life, not hope, not the future, but not nothing. He saw a huge eye. That eye was so big that the gap could not reveal the outline of his body, and the order could not explain the essence of his authority. He looked like nothing, but he had a power that the Valkyrie could not ignore. The moment he was stared at by this pupil, his body was frozen. The Valkyrie felt tentacles wriggling inside her body, passing through her blood and bones and rushing out of her body. A collision. Lost the initiative. The Valkyrie was seriously injured. This was completely unknown. A power system completely different from the original continent. And an unprecedented dilemma and challenge. This is the evil god from outside the domain. The Valkyrie smiled. Interesting. So this is not a shackle. It's a protective umbrella. The world tree spreads its branches and leaves, protecting all living beings. Isn't it an umbrella? The Valkyrie was seriously injured but not afraid, blinking and looking at the opposite side, her face full of curiosity. I tried my best to stand on the top of the gods and open the world barrier. But I found that there are countless beings of the same level as me in the vast universe. And I didn't even have a ticket to join you. What are you? The huge pupil narrowed, revealing a funny look, and used completely different words to convey the language that the Valkyrie could fully understand. I am the Apostle of the Abyss, the Lord of the Endless Abyss. I control an entire endless abyss. I was born from an entire world. I was once the most powerful species in the Abyss world. Much better than you. You are very good. If you are willing to obtain all the power of the world, sacrifice all the remaining lives, and add all the karma to you, maybe you can be compared with me. It's a pity that the karma on you is too heavy, and there are too many fetters. So you can't take the step. But it doesn't matter. When your world is destroyed, you can become my subordinate and serve me. Just give me 5 minutes. Your world will be completely destroyed and become my kingdom. And you can also obtain all the power, and go further and enter a new realm. The Abyss Apostle. When delivering the information, his eyebrows were flying with joy, and countless tentacles danced in waves, as if dancing. He was very happy. He was cheering that he finally opened the world barrier. And he was celebrating the delicious meal that would be eaten later. He didn't hesitate, and directly extended his tentacles, inserted them directly into the gap, and landed in the original continent forcefully. At the moment of contact, the Valkyrie wanted to turn around and wanted to pass some news to her sisters. But the pupils in the gap just stared at him, and he could do nothing. The tentacles slowly penetrated through the gap, penetrated the Valkyrie's chest, and tightly grasped his heart. The Valkyrie felt a little strange. He, who was almost invincible in the original continent, was somewhat unable to resist this creature that had never appeared before. What is he? Only he and the strange creatures on the opposite side can see this scene. And the thousands of lives below are completely oblivious. This is too strange. The Valkyrie closed her eyes and immersed herself in pain, muttering to herself, common sense modification. Mumbling. Chaos system. Control system. Strong attack system. So many chaotic powers can be integrated into a kind of authority without any violation. Aren't you afraid of me? Apostle of the Abyss. Curious, I have invaded countless worlds and destroyed countless civilizations. There are not many people like you. Are there many worlds like ours? The Valkyrie's eyes flashed, and she looked into the distance, as if she saw the sea of stars outside the domain, where there were countless magnificent worlds and stories. Quite a few. The Apostle of the Abyss. The pupils were raised, as if recalling, not many. The cultivation side, the magic side, the technology side, the strange side, the mysterious side. There are all kinds of worlds outside the domain, each with a unique civilization. It's just that the worlds are separated by a huge distance, and there is almost no intersection, unless you can jump out of the world and become the world. Apostle of the Abyss. I haven't spoken for a long time, and now it's rare for me to say a few more words. He rarely encounters a life like the Valkyrie. This kind of existence that can comprehend world-level power with its own ability and has just entered the outer domain is rare in the outer domain. Jump out of the world and become the world, the Valkyrie murmured, and a more rugged road slowly emerged in front of her. But this time, he couldn't see the end of the road and couldn't figure out the direction to go. He liked this feeling. The original continent is too small for him. The outer domain is just right. This murmur caused the Abyss Apostle to laugh. Even he cannot represent the entire world, and can only barely break away from the world. Not to mention the other party. A young new life. Don't think too much. You are trapped in the world because you belong to the world. And you can't go beyond the world you belong to. You have reached the limit. And on this basis, you can master world-level attacks, which is very good. The Abyss Apostle said, and stopped the plan to continue the conversation. He started a conversation, ostensibly to show his closeness to the Valkyrie, but in reality to invade. Now, his invasion was finally half successful. He had already squeezed in more than a dozen tentacles. That was enough. But the Abyss Apostle was waiting. And the Valkyrie was also waiting. He was waiting for the world barrier to heal. Unfortunately, it was just a little short. An existence like me? The Valkyrie buried her head and rubbed the sword in her hand. Chuckling. Suddenly she drew her sword and slashed it out. The moves that used to sweep everything away. But cutting the tentacles in front of her was like a stone sinking into the sea. Extremely difficult. But the Valkyrie did not retreat. She took a step forward, holding a sword and swinging continuously. Have you made a mistake? Why do you judge me in such a condescending manner? He is adapting. He is getting stronger. I never said I was afraid of you. A sword was slashed out, and the world-class general attack cut through the tentacles in front of her. The Valkyrie was burning with raging fire, igniting the sky, and took a step outside the crack and pounced on the Apostle of the Abyss. No! What are you doing? The Abyss Apostle stared. His eyes panicked. He felt the other party's determination to perish together, which was not good for his plan. The Valkyrie laughed loudly, and transparent flames ignited in her eyes. The forbidden source of power burned all the surrounding power, hugged the Abyss Apostle, and fell into the outer domain together. He must not let the Abyss Apostle enter the original continent. Now in the original continent, except for him, no god has reached perfection, and he can definitely not resist such power. Stay still. You ugly eyes. The Valkyrie laughed wantonly. The Abyss Apostle struggled in fear, shouting at the top of his lungs, "No!" It was almost there. Almost there. Damn it. The changes on the sky attracted the attention of the sisters. At the moment when this change occurred, the Fate followers hidden all over the world raised their cards together. Fate activated its power at this moment. Countless Fate lines intertwined together, and a big net connected the entire continent. The gods shared the pupil of Fate and saw the movement on the sky. The gods were in an uproar. That is the outside world. That is the world outside the domain. The sisters watched the Valkyrie rush out of the outside world, and a fist landed on the huge pupil, and they both fell into the outside world. What was the result? No one knew. But this scene was unacceptable to them. The sisters' faces turned pale in an instant, and some sat there in a daze, or remained silent, or cried loudly. It took them a long time to come back to their senses. When the sky curtain stopped moving, only a glowing sword fell to the ground through the gap, spitting continuously. Finally, it was inserted into the top of the world tree with a click, and the hilt of the sword shook and trembled, like a whale. For more than 100 years, the innate gods fell into a long silence. Whenever an innate god closed his eyes, he would hear this sentence involuntarily. Don't go. Open the sky. This was the last message the Valkyrie gave them. After that, the voice of the innate gods gradually disappeared on the original continent. For a long time. For a long time. The Age of Gods. 2,000 years. After witnessing that battle, Subei became more taciturn and went out less frequently than before. At this moment, he sat on the rocking chair, opened his diary, and turned to the latest page. He immediately observed the information on it and concentrated on thinking. Year 1869 of the Age of Gods. Abyss Apostle. The strongest in the Abyss world. Far stronger than a complete god. This species is extremely powerful and is enough to crush any native god in the primordial continent outside the domain. According to later intelligence, after the Abyss Apostle enters the primordial continent, his strength will be suppressed by the plane, resulting in a serious reduction in strength. Its authority is unpredictable, and can only be summarized as the word abyss. Extremely chaotic and disordered. No gender. Evaluation. The outsider and the Valkyrie are 82 to 18. Even if he takes the initiative, he still cannot kill the Valkyrie instantly. But he can suppress it. Note, he holds an entire world, but has not become the world. He should have mastered several world-class killing skills. Although his potential is limited, it is worth studying. After confirming the information, Subei closed the diary and looked up. In the empty space in the house, 8 thick tentacles kept wriggling, making a lot of noise. Soon the room was in a mess. These were the tentacles cut off by the Valkyrie. Seeing this, Subei pulled out the sword that was inserted beside him, and slashed them a few times. The tentacles soon became obedient. This was the Valkyrie's main weapon, stained with the blood of the Apostle of the Abyss. As for the Valkyrie, Subei probably didn't know. So he could only guess, maybe. He can really become a world outside the domain? Thinking of this, Subei sighed softly. Then he stared at the only fruit left on the potted plant, looking at its weak but thriving intelligence, and fell into silence for a long time. Then, Subei raised his hand and poured a pot of water for her. Chapter 604 Changes of the Innate Gods. Is the Valkyrie dead or not? This question has troubled Subei for countless years, and he still has not got the answer to this day. In fact, Subei has the answer. Falling into the outer domain does not necessarily mean death. And fighting with the Abyss Apostle does not necessarily mean death. Before falling into the outer domain, the Valkyrie used the world barrier to heal the Abyss Apostle. More than 10 tentacles, which seriously reduced the opponent's strength. How could a guy who was seriously injured but still did not forget to maximize his advantages easily give up the hope of life? He must be alive. For this, Subei could only wish him well. As for the gift from the Valkyrie before she left, thinking of this, Subei glanced at the tentacles in the room and smiled slightly. He had indeed received it correctly. But there was only one person as optimistic as Subei. The other sisters cried like a tearful person, washing their faces with tears all day long. And then, they all took the same step without any prior agreement. Condensing divinity. After becoming a god, you should think like the world tree, looking forward to the future, calculating the past, and maintaining absolute rationality. So what is divinity? As the name implies, it is the character of God. The only function of divinity is to make itself more compatible with authority and become the order itself. And the ultimate growth is to enable gods to have the ability to touch the functions of the world tree and exercise the rights on behalf of the world tree. This is also the reason why the gods and their followers in later generations have to condense divinity in advance, which is a kind of screening mechanism. Over the past 100 years, the sisters have successfully condensed their divinity, turned sadness into motivation, and continuously improved their own strength. It can be said that they all tried very hard. But there are always exceptions. Wisdom is not happy. Wisdom does not want to be dominated by reason and dominated by divinity. Unlike other sisters who fought bravely, he began to implement a completely bad life and became obsessed with unorthodox ways. He was infected with fungi. I still remember that it was the last snow in the year 2002 of the Age of Gods. This heavy snow came a little later than usual. Subei fulfilled his obligation to take care of the other sisters and opened the door of Wisdom's house. Subei still cannot forget that scene. Although the snow was falling outside, the house was clean and tidy. Inside the house, however, it was like a silver handkerchief was opened, and it was a mess. A small wisdom-shaped pig was lying in the middle of the house, holding a hard mushroom in the right hand and a cold mushroom soup in the left hand, muttering something that no one could understand. Subei closed the door to block the wind and snow, looked at the room with nowhere to stay, and moved forward with difficulty. My sisters don't want me anymore. No one wants me anymore. Not even one. For more than 100 years, I haven't been to anyone's house. Sister Valkyrie, I miss you so much. Wisdom misses you. The girl's mumbling was intermittent, and Subei could hardly hear it clearly. But he could only extract 2 words from the whole passage after reading the quotations over and over again. Lack of love. Hearing this, Subei sighed softly. He didn't see Wisdom because there were thick tentacles hidden in his house, which were stained with the breath of Valkyrie and Apostle of the Abyss. It would be bad if the other sister saw it, as it would easily bring back their sad memories. However, it turns out that it is not just him. The other sisters have not seen Wisdom either. All the sisters only need to bear one pain and digest the sadness alone. And they all choose to stay indoors. While Wisdom, who can eavesdrop on the voices of all the sisters, has the possibility of bearing 11 pains at the same time. This is not as simple as accumulation, because sadness has a threshold. When sadness crosses the red line that the spirit can bear, the defense line that has always been hanging will be completely broken. After that, the body will twitch uncontrollably, thoughts will surge, and various somatic reactions will occur. It is easy to make Wisdom become a muddle-headed fool. Probably, it will be like this. Soon, Subei stood beside Wisdom, stepped on a very small open space, and looked down. Hearing the noise, Wisdom ignored it and did not raise his head. Don't persuade me. I don't want to hear anything. I don't want to live anymore. I will die soon. I want to wait for death. These childish words popped out of Wisdom's mouth one by one. Just like the nonsense resistance made by kindergarten students who don't want to go to school. Okay. Huh? Wisdom's eyes suddenly opened. Su-Bei did not comfort her first, but squatted down beside her, under her surprised eyes. He grabbed the mushroom in her hand. What are you doing? Mine. Su-Bei pulled out the mushroom with extremely violent movements. The hard mushroom rubbed against Wisdom's mouth, causing her to quickly let go of her hand in pain. Su-Bei opened his mouth and stuffed the spoils into his mouth, swallowing it whole, and then grabbed the bowl next to Wisdom's other hand. No. This is really not possible. Wisdom was a little anxious. He had already lost the mushroom, and he didn't want to lose the mushroom soup anyway. So he quickly grasped the mushroom soup in his free hand, squeezed it tightly, and showed an expression of fearlessness. This is a good medicine for him to waste his years. Wisdom didn't give it, and Su-Bei didn't intend to force it. He just snapped his right hand, and the mushroom soup rose linearly and flowed from the bowl, swish, to Su-Bei's mouth. This is the power of space. Su-Bei had a calm expression. With a bang, the bowl in Jihui's hand fell to the ground. The edge of the bowl touched the ground and rolled 3 times on the ground. The bowl was facing down and hit the toe of Jihui's right foot, making a stumbling sound. Jihui was so angry that his liver hurt, and he couldn't breathe. He covered his chest with one hand and pointed at Su-Bei with the other hand, breathing hard. What are you doing? After eating and drinking enough, Su-Bei took a mouthful of mushrooms and a mouthful of soup. His head soon became dizzy. Then he cast his eyes on the small group of blue creatures in front of him that were jumping like thunder. You've been infected with mushrooms? Su-Bei was surprised. Wisdom looked a little flustered, but he still straightened his chest and said, So what? Wisdom was prepared to be scolded by Su-Bei, but he couldn't bear the resentment that he had hidden in his heart for more than 100 years. He was going to cry and then humiliate and abuse Su-Bei, telling all the resentment in his heart. But Su-Bei didn't say anything harsh, nor did he plan to say anything angry. I leave a door open for you in the future. I treat you to mushrooms on the 25th of every month. As he spoke, Su-Bei waved the rice-sized mushrooms on his fingertips. Wisdom was stunned. It is not good to be infected with mushrooms. You will indulge in memories, live a dissolute life, and sink into depravity all day long. But aren't people who are infected with mushrooms because they are nostalgic? Wisdom has something on his mind. So does Su-Bei. Wisdom still cried, even though the process he expected was completely wrong. The result must be right. Wisdom rushed towards Su-Bei, leaned into Su-Bei's arms, and cried wantonly, saying heartbreakingly, Why is this happening? We were so close before. Why did it become like this? I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Su-Bei patted Jihui on the back and said calmly, If you're sad, just cry. You feel better after crying. It's said that things that can't defeat you will become your experience pack in the future. But Jihui felt that he had lost. And lost completely. And was defeated to the point of being homeless. But I can't do it anymore. I can't hold on anymore. Jihui murmured hoarsely. Then just lie down. Everyone is here. Su-Bei kept following Jihui's words. But he never thought that things would develop into something he didn't expect. At the very end, Wisdom looked at Su-Bei in a trance and asked a strange question. If Wisdom dies, will the future be better? Su-Bei was stunned. No matter what you do, the Valkyrie will not come back. What about the future? Wisdom's eyes gradually became clear, as if asking and begging. Su-Bei fell into silence. He patted Wisdom's back for a long time until Wisdom fell asleep. Before leaving, Su-Bei simply cleaned up Wisdom's room, washed and dried the clothes that had been worn for a long time, burned the old socks, swept and mopped the floor in one go, and then closed the door of Wisdom's room. Farewell for now. After saying goodbye to Wisdom, Su-Bei did not set out on the road home. He saw the appearance of Wisdom and was really worried about the other sisters. So he knocked on the doors of the sisters one by one in order from youngest to oldest. After that, it was Freedom. Freedom did not open the door. The door was locked, and it seemed that he had not been out for a while. Su-Bei was not polite, and raised his hand to activate the space authority, establish a coordinate system, and easily move, and jumped into Freedom House. Freedom House was very clean, with balloons of various colors hanging everywhere on the periphery, and colorful red ropes on the chains in the middle. The one tied in the center of the chain is freedom. This is the sky chain. It is rumored that this is a chain that can lock the sky. It is Freedom's main weapon. Made of the strongest divine materials from all over the world. Freedom tied himself up with the sky chain. Subei felt more and more uneasy. And hurried forward. His steps suddenly stopped and his breathing became rapid. He saw what Freedom looked like now. Freedom was covered with black turbid air. His face was haggard. And he was carrying countless debuffs. He slowly raised his head and looked at Subei in front of him dully. His expression dull. Subei hurried forward and reached out to touch the authority on Freedom. But saw Freedom's body tremble suddenly. And hurriedly shouted, "Don't. Don't touch me. Don't." Freedom screamed. Subei was too lazy to listen. Raised his head and touched Freedom's body. And when he touched one of the black parts, an extremely tall body suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. To bear its power is to see its body. This is the breath of the Apostle of the Abyss. When Subei touched this breath, the scene in front of his eyes changed, and a huge pupil looked down at him, with mockery and contempt in his eyes. Another tiny life that doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. It touches my authority as if I were here in person. Subei couldn't move just by being stared at. Could it be a mental control system? The moment he stared at it, the Apostle of the Abyss changed his expression, and he became irritable and angry. "It's you? You are an ant in the tiny world. I will kill you all." Subei stared at the pupil of the dome. Neither humble nor arrogant. Abyss world skill. Sea of consciousness fall. Facing the endless chaos of whispers in the eyes of the Abyss Apostle, Subei used his kingdom of God for the first time, and said, "Come, AI Chow." After hearing this, the already dull face of Freedom became even duller, and even his breathing paused for a moment. There was only a boom. The moment AI Chow's kingdom of God appeared, infinite power blessed Subei, blessing him with various states. Subei's body was on the verge of cracking, and the branches of the world tree took root in his heart, isolating him from the control of the Abyss Apostle. This was the first time that the kingdom of Artemisia showed its might, and all beings who faced it would be impressed and shocked. The Abyss Apostle. The same was true. Subei seized the opportunity, summoned the Valkyrie sword with one hand, and slashed it out with one sword. This was a world-class general attack, and Subei called this sword the Sorrow of the Martial God. The Sorrow of the Martial God collided with the Sea of Consciousness. The world was quiet, and the ground rolled up layers of wind and waves. From the collision point, the surrounding land was overturned inch by inch. Subei stepped on the ground and set all the movements to the far North Sea before the destruction occurred, strangling the impending destruction in the cradle. Abyss Apostle. Furious, impossible. Absolutely impossible. You will infect me again. I am waiting for you. You can't escape. The strange scene disappeared. At the same time, the black turbid air attached to the area of Freedom body touched by Subei dissipated and turned into wisps of black flying ash. This contaminated authority was only enough to support the Abyss Apostle, to use half of the incomplete world skills. The authority was exhausted, and the pollution disappeared. Freedom's eyes became clearer, and he looked at Subei's face. His lips pursed. Subei sighed, looking at the miserable state of Freedom now. He could easily picture what he had done and what he had experienced before. You followed him, Subei said calmly. There was only one possibility for Freedom to have such an abnormality. He followed the Valkyrie to the outer domain. Only Freedom had this ability to follow the Valkyrie through a tiny opportunity. The difference was that the Valkyrie stayed in the outer domain, while Freedom returned to the original continent. Freedom said bitterly, I couldn't help it. I couldn't let go of Sister Valkyrie. What's the result? Subei glanced at Zio. As you can see, Zio murmured. For him, life is an adventure. It is normal to have wins and losses in adventures. He has won all his life and only lost once. But not this time. The time he lost was because he and Wisdom lost their emotions. How can it be considered a loss if he loses himself? He didn't lose this time. Is Sister okay? Zio raised his eyes. His eyes were a little dull, and his sight was barely focused on Subei. And he pursed his lips and said, They are too scary. I always thought I was hopeless. Subei shook his head and comforted him. The evil god from outside the domain is not that scary. I will save you, and you will be fine. Zio will not die in the future, so he will not die now. But this time, he will be responsible. Zio's eyes are complicated. and his gaze towards Sube contains gratitude, doubt, and puzzlement. Sister Space, you are so powerful. Why don't you help Sister Valkyrie? He is just a little bit short. Just a little bit short. I can't do it for the time being. Can't do it. And can't do it. This is a history that must happen. If this link is missed, the Abyss Apostle will be blocked from the original world. And the one who invades from now on will not be the Nameless Lord, but another more majestic and terrifying existence. Sube was fortunate to witness that scene in the endless reincarnation. And that was just one of the countless doomsdays. Endless meteorites. Elena, who can't distinguish between friend and foe. And the existence behind him. He is not like the Nameless Lord, who intends to seize the world of the original continent. What he wants is destruction. He is proud of destroying the world. This is not the answer given by history, which will miss the optimal solution given by time. Sube was silent. Moreover, he was not just a little bit short. The Valkyrie was not just a little bit short either. At this moment, he faced the Apostle of the Abyss, and his chances of winning were slim. And even if he joined forces with the Valkyrie, he might not be able to stop him. The one-for-one exchange given by the Valkyrie might be the best outcome at present. Moreover, Sube's thoughts stretched out, looking forward to the future. His eyes gradually became tolerant. The step taken by the Valkyrie might be just a small step in history. But for Sube, this is an indispensable part. In the next 5,000 years, only this period of history can allow Sube to contact the evil gods from outside the domain. This is the most critical point for Sube's strength improvement. But Zio doesn't understand. The countless years that Sube has experienced are the only time for Zio, which is unprecedented and a personal experience. In silence, Zio couldn't help but shed tears, silent and heartbroken. He knew that he had no position and no qualifications to ask the space to do something. But he just couldn't help it. He couldn't accept it anyway. He was just one step away from taking Sister Valkyrie home. But he couldn't do it. He hated himself for not working hard enough. What he couldn't forgive, hated and disliked the most was himself for being lazy and not making progress. Looking at Zio crying, Sube thought that Zio would cry for a while. Thinking of this, Sube quietly left the room. As for the pollution on Zio, it couldn't be erased overnight. He would come back. Next stop, the House of Emotions. With a previous experience of freedom, Sube avoided the polite intention of knocking on the door and sneaked directly into the House of Emotions. At this moment, the emotion sat on the chair, and a line of nothingness fell from the dome and inserted into its head. Absolute control. This is the divine characteristic of emotion. He controlled his emotions and his movements, turning himself into a walking corpse, paralyzing all pain. He practiced day after day. It can be seen that the divinity of emotion has been perfected, and there is a fairy spirit floating all over his body, like a god descending to the world. And a glance and a smile can evoke Sube's emotional changes, like a human-shaped succubus. What is this for? Sube managed to calm down and scan the layout of the emotional home. Is there anything wrong? Sister Space? Emotion raised his eyes. His eyes were calm. No. Sube shook his head. I am practicing. Emotion answered in a serious manner, and then closed his eyes. It's okay. Sister Space will go back now. I won't see you off. Emotion looked weird and crazy. What to do if a child talks nonsense? Most of the time, he is spoiled, and he will be obedient after a beating. Sube couldn't bear it. He raised his hand and pulled out the branch and hit the shoulder of the emotion. Emotion hurriedly said, Don't. Shwa. There was a sharp explosion in the air. That was the sound of the branch breaking through the air. Emotion subconsciously narrowed his eyes. His body trembled slightly, and shouted, You only know how to bully me. If you have the ability, go and bully the guys outside the domain. The branch gently fell on the head of the emotion. It didn't hurt. It was a little itchy. Emotion opened his eyes blankly, but saw Sube's eyes looking at him, and nodded calmly. I will deal with the guys outside the domain. I take care of you too. Take a break. If you keep practicing, you go crazy. It wasn't until a long time after Sube left that she slowly came back to her senses, feeling this familiar yet strange concern. And she was a little familiar in a trance. The departing figure overlapped with the figure in her memory. Just like the Valkyrie sister came back. Thinking about it, she became more emo, pursed her lips, and tried to suppress the bitterness in her heart. I'm not willing. The next stop was Su Bei's death house. The situation of death was different from that of all the sisters. He died again. The girl in Gothic clothing. Her clothes were neat. Her bare feet and calves were slightly less red and slightly stiff. She must have been dead for a while. No one found her. No one collected her body. Su Bei picked up the girl according to his memory. He buried the girl in a mountain range. According to his memory, the soul of this life will take root here. Su Bei planted a mandala on the tombstone and bowed as a farewell. Then he left. Next stop. Lucky residence. Lucky was lucky enough. He had the divine characteristic of making his wishes come true. He prayed to the sky, hoping that the Valkyrie could come back. He tried again, and finally gathered all the hairs of the Valkyrie. I want a complete sister. Not a useless hair. Lucky yelled. In the dark, Su Bei's eyes lit up slightly, and he quietly touched Lucky's back, and knocked Lucky out with a knife. Su Bei did this to let Lucky have a good rest. Cry to death. He is still so gentle. But before leaving, Su Bei took this hair away. It can be regarded as helping Xingyun deal with useless garbage. Su Bei held this hair in his hand, his thoughts lingering. This is a beacon. This is a variable. The next stop is the dark residence. Darkness is not at home. Su Bei sighed, left the house, and skipped the light residence. Darkness is not at home, and light must not be at home. Because light is not at home, darkness will not be at home. This seems to have no logic. But there is an inevitable cause and effect relationship. Everyone knows that they have the best relationship. Maybe they are going to live together? Thinking of this, Su Bei took one step at a time on the snow and walked towards the next residence. The next stop is the elemental home. Chapter 605 Refining the Abyss. Su Bei's next stop is the element's house. When he first entered the house, he could see that the element's house was clean and tidy, without too much dust. But he was not at home. Where would the element go? Su Bei thought about it for a while, but couldn't come up with a definite answer. So he stopped thinking about it and turned around and left the house. Then, he came to the life residence. Coincidentally, there was no life in the life residence. Even more coincidentally, there was a wild element here. The element was seen sitting or standing in the house, constantly reaching out to touch the objects in the house, looking calm, and closing his eyes to meditate from time to time. I don't know what he was thinking about. Hearing the noise, Element didn't turn around, but turned his back to Su Bei and looked at the arrangement in front of him. And explained. Sister Life opened up the kingdom of God and left the world tree. Su Bei looked around and nodded. When did it happen? Not long ago. Element gave a vague answer. He entrusted the task of taking care of the sisters to me, and left here alone without telling anyone. What is Life doing with this potion? Su Bei had a splitting headache, rubbing his temple and asking, Don't you want to persuade him? I persuaded him, but not completely. Element turned around and stared at the partner in front of him, who was both a teacher and a friend. His eyes gradually regained their luster and his brows slightly wrinkled. Sister Space. Are you injured? Element's strength is not bad. The 5 basic items of the gods are developing steadily. On paper, his strength is only 1 level lower than that of the Valkyrie, which is equivalent to Life. He can easily find the abnormality in Su Bei. Su Bei nodded and did not intend to hide it. It's a little injured, but it's not a big problem. There is an injury, but it is not serious. It is caused by the body's inability to withstand the manifestation of the kingdom of God. Fortunately, Su Bei had not used the kingdom of God for a long time, and the cracked part could be repaired. Element fixed his slender eyes on Su Bei, and the more he looked at her, the more surprised he became. He could figure out something, but he didn't know what it was. This made him have a strong desire to explore. Sister Space, I want to study your body. No. Su Bei waved her hand. Element was full of energy and had more resilience than the other sisters. Or maybe it was because he had taken over the burden of the big sister at this moment. So he had to put on this optimistic face. Anyway, this is a good thing. After saying goodbye to the elements, Su Bei met all the sisters under the world tree. But the meeting did not end here. Su Bei turned around, then returned to the entrance of the room and climbed along the trunk of the world tree. He sat on one of the treetops. The treetops swayed, the leaves fell in a staggered manner, and the ground was covered with withered yellow. Su Bei just patted the trunk of the world tree gently without saying a word. The saddest thing was the world tree. The branches were intertwined, snuggling gently with Su Bei. February 25th. 3,000 years of the Age of Gods. Now, Su Bei has been dissecting and studying the tentacles of the Abyss Apostle for 1,000 years, and has studied the abilities and authority of the Abyss Apostle clearly. The power of the Abyss, one of the thousands of authorities in the world outside the domain, is born from the Abyss, and its characteristics and authority are quite chaotic. It does not take order in magic, but only pure physics. It sounds very domineering and unsolvable, but the weakness is obvious. The maximum magic resistance means that the physical resistance is not good. Coincidentally, the war god Sorrow is a pure physical attack. This is a move that Su Bei learned after imitating the swinging of branches of the world tree and replicating it. This constitutes a superficial restraint relationship. Not only that, as Su Bei cleared the pollution impurities for freedom year after year, and had a love-hate relationship with the Abyss Apostle, he had a deeper understanding of the Abyss. Thousands of years. Many experiences accumulated. How can this not be considered a great accumulation of experience? Even if it is a pig. If you answer the questions on the same test paper, you should be able to see some tricks. Not to mention, Su Bei is not a pig. He is on the same frequency. Thinking, Su Bei pointed out with one finger. Muttering softly, consciousness sea falls. At the fingertips, the rotating chaotic light sank inward and led into the space. Pop, the tentacles lying on the ground jumped up on the spot, twisted and twitched, rolled around madly, and wrestled with other tentacles. I learned it. But it's just similar in form, not in spirit. It's just because Su Bei doesn't have the power of the Abyss. But it doesn't matter. Su Bei doesn't have it. But the kingdom of Artemisia God can have it. The kingdom of Mudwort is a living kingdom with the ability to evolve on its own. What Su Bei can't do, Mudwort can do. What Mudwort can't do, Su Bei will do. Su Bei really likes Mudwort. As Su Bei continued to experiment, the research progress slowly increased, and time soon came to lunchtime. At this moment, Wisdom just walked out of the house. Wisdom counts the days every month with his fingers, because the 25th of every month is the day when he goes to the Space Sister's house for a meal. Today is the 25th. Wisdom arrived at Su Bei's door. Instead of going through the main door or the side path, he entered the tree core through a VIP passage that Su Bei had built for him. He saw Su Bei, who was studying the materials carefully. Soup. Sit down. Wait. Oh. After a brief conversation, Wisdom sat aside, looking at the only two tentacles left in the center of the house, and curiously asked, "Another one is missing. Where did it go?" "It ran away," Su Bei said calmly. Wisdom curled his lips and said nothing, watching the two tentacles rushing towards him with their fangs and claws. His expression unhurried. Not only was he not panicking, but he smiled and stretched out his hand, gently patting the two thick tentacles, playing and fighting with the two tentacles. Watching this scene, Wisdom's thoughts were flying. He still remembered his reaction when he first came here and saw the layout of the house. At that time, there were so many huge tentacles dancing back and forth in the house, doing whatever they wanted. It was simply a group of demons dancing wildly and lawless. This scared Wisdom so much that he almost jumped up and hit Su Bei on the head. After many times, Wisdom got used to it. It is no longer strange now. The only strange thing is that Wisdom vaguely remembers that there were 8 tentacles in Sister Space's house at the beginning. How come there are only 2 left now? But it's true. These 2 tentacles seem to have developed feelings for Wisdom. Whenever Wisdom comes, they will chase him like huskies and play with him. Su Bei is not interested in understanding how the psychological process of Wisdom and the tentacles develops. He stopped what he was doing, came over with the mushroom soup he had just cooked, and sat in front of Wisdom. "You can drink it now." After the two of them tasted the mushroom soup, Wisdom took the initiative to bring up the topic. Sister Space and Sister Life have recently collected divine favors. "Do you know about this?" "I don't know." Su Bei responded calmly. "Who are they?" "His divine favors all involve one word." Wisdom raised his index finger. "Power." Each one is extremely domineering. Su Bei raised his eyes and listened to Wisdom giving examples one by one. The god of power, the mythical Titan giant, the god of gravity, the mythical behemoth ancestor, Lolita god, the descendant of myth, the behemoth. Su Bei frowned. Is there something wrong? The lack of education on the mainland does need to be supplemented. Is the Li in Lolita the same as the Li in strength? Besides, The position of the Lolita god doesn't look like the type of overbearing one. Right? Thinking so, Su-Bei didn't spoil the fun and expose it, fearing that it would cause the tears of wisdom to flow. And thought and agreed, very powerful. The Titan ancestor originated from life. And it is a good thing that his descendants are willing to ally with life, which can make his kingdom of God more stable. Wisdom continued. Sister Guangming has said back a lot of news recently. For example, punching the soul-devouring clan of Nanshan. The soul-devouring clan, the ancestors of the cannibals, first took human form and liked to devour various rare treasures to strengthen themselves. And their upper limit was divine. Kicking the queen of the Siren of the North Sea. The Siren clan, a species of Naga, had several gods among their ancestors, and was very powerful. Charcoal grilling the Black Dragon King of the East. The Black Dragon clan, the direct descendants of the dragon god, the leader among the monochrome dragons, is the second-generation dragon god of the dragon clan, and the founder of dragon language magic. Su-Bei was stunned for a moment, and after thinking carefully, he gave a suitable comment. Well, I guess it's the rebellious period. After that, the two chatted about some family matters. After chatting, Su-Bei watched Wisdom go home and started the next thing. Today, let's do another one. Su-Bei said so, and his calm eyes moved to the tentacles on the side. This is the tentacle of the Abyss Apostle. Now it has an independent consciousness, which can be regarded as the external incarnation of the Abyss Apostle. Why are they so close to Wisdom? Whenever Wisdom came to visit, they would come forward to show their friendship, because they were afraid of Su-Bei. Just because Su-Bei could stew the big tentacles in a wooden pot, it was not quite accurate to say that he stewed them. It was more like stir-frying. At this moment, Su-Bei was going to stir-fry a tentacle. I heard Su-Bei's fingertips rubbing and snapping his fingers. Caw! Sounded. One of the tentacles collapsed instantly, from the original 3 feet high to 3 inches high in the blink of an eye. And the body tissue on its body was torn and shattered. And I heard a hiss sound, making the sound of a balloon leaking air. It was like being squeezed into a transparent storage box, and the surrounding air was constantly squeezed out. You could hear the sound of pop 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 in the air. After the explosion, the blood in the tentacle was discharged, leaving only the flesh and the nascent consciousness trapped inside. This is vacuum packaging. This is not over yet. After packing one of the tentacles, Su-Bei had to light a fire and add the best yellow leaves of the world tree to the fire to fuel the fire. Then he picked up the spatula made of the branches of the world tree beside him with his right hand, waved the iron pan to turn the ingredients, and kept shoveling and stir-frying them. By the way, the pot is a wooden pot, and the materials used are also top-notch. Living in the heart of the world tree, it should be said that Su-Bei's quality of life is indeed not bad. The world tree provides full protection. As for whether the world tree is willing, Su-Bei has never thought about this question. After stir-frying, the huge tentacles quickly exude a pungent smell and overflow with soup. This is stir-frying evenly. Su-Bei's stir-frying is not bad, and it can even be regarded as a masterpiece. This is not surprising. After all, he has stir-fried many times, and practice makes perfect, and his experience is getting richer and richer. Unfortunately, there was only one tentacle left, leaving Su-Bei with few more times to savor it. Su-Bei thought it was a pity and began the next steps. Put out the fire. Remove the pot. Put out the bowl. Pour out the liquid. You can see some speckled particles left in the pot, like rust attached to the wooden pot. And this bowl of liquid is vivid, as if it still has life, boiling and surging. Well, the impurities are removed very cleanly. Su-Bei picked up the bowl and knocked it on the fruit that was growing vigorously beside him. Pour all the impurities in this bowl onto the fruit. What water is not water? Anyway, it is all water. Su-Bei smiled, and after dealing with the impurities, he reached into the wooden pot and kneaded the black particles into a ball, and fished them out together. The black particles were only the size of rice grains. This is the essence of this pot. Su-Bei didn't hesitate too much, swallowed it in one gulp, and murmured mudwort. Come! As soon as the words fell, the kingdom of God quickly appeared from Su-Bei's waist and abdomen. This change was imperceptible to the outside world, and no one could detect it. But Su-Bei's aura instantly became majestic and great when the kingdom of God appeared, and there was a hint of the prototype of the world. I saw this small grain of rice essence fall along the esophagus to the leaf and drip into it. At the moment of contact, the leaf blinked and became as black as ink. and the black luster kept flowing on the leaf and slowly sank in. The leaf trembled and absorbed this drop of liquid. And soon, the color of the ink faded like a tide. If Subei's mind sneaked into the kingdom of Mudwort, he would find that the kingdom had been filled with the breath of the abyss, and the whole world was filled with the power of the abyss. And this power was evolving and developing, and was about to give birth to a new life. The abyss world has evolved for nearly 1,000 years, and signs of life are gradually emerging. But the entire continent is still flat, like a two-dimensional world. This is Subei's current backup hidden energy. Looking at the development of this world, Subei thinks that he still lacks a little help. He plans to study elements in the future, borrow some elemental power to fill the abyss world, and turn the two-dimensional plane into a three-dimensional world. It would be best if he could borrow some authority from life to accelerate the birth of life in the world. Life and elements are the most important components of the world. As for other powers, they are not too urgent. After completing all this, Subei sat on the chair and took a short rest. But today is not over. After a simple rest, Subei stood up and left the house. He took a step out and entered the residence of Freedom. Inside Freedom House. At this moment, Freedom sat on the floor, playing Gobang taught by Subei. Fortunately, Gobang is not difficult, and Freedom polluted brain can barely use it. From a distance, you can see that Freedom is wearing a slightly loose colorful t-shirt. The chains on his ankles are still tied, but the chains on his upper arms have been opened. The dark turbidity on his exposed skin has mostly dissipated, revealing his delicate skin. This is the sickly white skin that he has been forced to develop due to staying at home for a long time without getting sun exposure. However, most of the pollution on Freedom's surface has been removed, so that he is not unable to move and can carry out some simple daily life. At this moment, Freedom dropped the white piece, forming 3 pieces, and was about to control the black piece when a pair of hands suddenly appeared on the opposite side, holding the black piece and dropped it, connected in 4 or 3 vertical and horizontal lines. No, I'm Xiao Heizi. Zio quickly reached out and picked up Heizi, and suddenly froze. He looked up blankly and glanced at the huge body that suddenly appeared in front of him. In just 1,000 years, Subei's male characteristics became more and more obvious. Apart from wisdom, the other sisters rarely called Subei sister. Most of the time, they didn't know how to call her, so they could only use you, space, that person, to refer to him. Compared with Zio, who is still less than 1.5 meters tall, Subei, who has grown to 1.7 meters without realizing it, can indeed be described as a behemoth. Looking at Subei, who suddenly appeared, Zio had a calm expression, pointed at the chessboards of both sides, swapped the chess boxes on both sides, and said firmly, "You, white pieces. I, black pieces. I want black pieces." Subei nodded and asked, after repenting, "Do I go first?" "Of course. You go first. You went first anyway. I don't need you to give in." "Okay." After Zio repented, Subei took control of the white pieces and placed them in the same position. 4-3 again. Then he looked up at Zio's stupid expression and shrugged, as if to say, "You see." Zio was stunned, stared at Subei, and complained, "But, damn, why can't I think of a solution? This clumsy brain has to work. Ah, I don't want to play anymore." Zio fiddled with the chessboard with both hands, completely disrupting it, and kept explaining, "It must be because I was polluted by the abyss. You came at the right time. Help me eliminate the pollution quickly. You know, I am usually very smart. Wisdom and I have to listen to me when we go out on adventures. I usually make suggestions in the team." Subei sighed. It can be seen that Freedom is a bit schizophrenic. The girl who was still playing chess in melancholy in the last second changed her personality in the next second and started to make a big fuss. Subei was not surprised. He had been with Freedom for a long time, and watched Freedom change from the eccentric before to the current self-pitying and self-pitying appearance. At this moment, Subei raised his eyes to look at Freedom close. After a simple glance, he was suddenly stunned, waiting for Subei to look back and forth. His eyes groped up and down, but he really couldn't find the pollution on Freedom exposed skin. So he became serious. Thinking about it, Subei's eyes unconsciously explored deeper, and soon retracted his eyes, falling into thought. All the pollution that can be touched has been removed. Subei said a terrifying thing in a calm tone. Zio's body froze. "Oh, I remembered something, Zio said intermittently. Well, it seems, every time you remove pollution, you have to make physical contact. Does this mean that if we want to proceed to the last step? As he spoke, Zio slowly raised his hands and hugged his body. He looked at Subei's face, which was always calm. The corners of his lips trembled, and he spoke out his guesses in his mind word by word with difficulty. Will you touch me all over? Subei nodded, in theory. That's right. Touching it is like being there in person. This is a world-class authority that can only be eliminated by fighting against it. Hearing this, Zio's heart finally died. I don't. No. 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 Are you not going to save him? Subei asked curiously. That won't work. Zio's head shook very fast. Like a rattle. It was impossible for him to die. Zio didn't want to die in this life. He had just suffered for 1,000 years. He would have to enjoy 10,000 years in the future to make up for his losses. Otherwise he would lose a lot. Now. Start. Follow up. Steps? Subei asked word by word. No. This is not good either. Zio's head was still shaking. It was okay once or twice. But if he continued to go deeper, Subei would have to touch some sensitive areas. As long as he thought of this, Zio's whole body was like a fire. And he couldn't help but desperately operate the divine nature, trying to use divinity to replace humanity and force the process through. Is there no other way? Freedom moved forward. The chain tied at the ankle made a ding-ling-ling sound. And in the blink of an eye, he moved from his original position to Subei's front, staring at Subei with wide eyes. They kept looking at each other for a long time. Theoretically, no. Subei looked at him calmly and continued, in fact, it is feasible. Freedom eyes lit up. And he held his voice and shouted super sweetly, Brother, save me. The sound of the dead clamp frightened Subei so much that he shuddered all over, trembled, and quickly took 2 steps back. No! Who tuned Liberty into this? Where did the original Statue of Liberty go? Subei looked at Liberty's hopeful eyes, twitched his lips, and slowly said the method he had been studying for a long time. Stir fry. No! Liberty opened his mouth slightly. Subei nodded, watching Liberty's lips grow bigger and bigger. His eyes gradually become dull, and thought that the other party didn't understand. So he explained seriously, just stir fry you, and the pollutants will be completely removed. Schwa. With a sound. Before he finished speaking, Subei's eyes widened instantly. Before he could react, an extremely terrifying explosion suddenly sounded beside him. Not good. This is the complete form of the god of war. Snap! A branch came. In the blink of an eye, Subei disappeared into the house. In the next few months, Wisdom did not see Subei on the 25th. And Freedom did not wait for Subei's stir-frying tutorial. Occasionally, a bird would fly by, and you could always see a boy covered with leaves sitting at the top of the treetop of the world tree. A branch on his head kept falling down, making a bang 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 sound. Later, people recorded it and called it the bell echoing in the dome of the world tree. But few people knew. Subei was the Big Ben. Chapter 606 Cooking with a Big Fire. Subei was bored. It was good to catch up with the world tree occasionally, but it was not polite to be ridden on by the world tree all day long and to be abused and whipped by it at will. Subei was not such a person. So, he began to resist. Do you know what stir-fry means? Stir-fry. Flip the pan. Stir-fry back and forth. Subei kept making stir-fry gestures, using this as an excuse to severely admonish the world tree, and put on a very serious expression. But the world tree didn't understand. He was just a tree. How could he know what cooking was? He had only been treated as a dish in his life, and hadn't even had a bite of food. If I don't help, your daughter will be contaminated by the abyss, and become an abyss strange controlled by the abyss. Subei was talking nonsense for a long time, until his mouth was dry. And then, the world tree reluctantly put down the branch. Seeing this, Subei finally breathed a sigh of relief and said calmly, Okay, I'm going to stir-fry Freedom. The branches of the world tree swayed and rustled, and did not stop Subei. However, the stir-frying process was not smooth. Freedom was not light, and was not small in size. So there was no suitable wooden pot for the time being. What to do? Subei thought of a way. Just let Freedom take off the shackles, and sit on his wooden pot in a duck-like posture, and then add enough firewood to bake it, which can also play a baking role. In this way, The entire lower body can be evenly baked. And when it is baked to about 7/10, most of the impurities can be extracted, and the essence can be extracted. In the future, impurities can be used to irrigate the fruit. As for the essence, it has infinite uses. As for the upper body, all he could do was let Freedom curl up into a ball, with his back touching the bottom of the pot, and cook it over high heat. After thinking about it, Subei began the stir-frying process. Sit. Subei shook the wooden pot, raised the spoon and patted it. Freedom's expression was still a little dull. It can be said that he had been in a daze since Subei proposed this plan, and his mind was still a little unclear even after more than 10 minutes. Is this really possible? Freedom stammered. Yes. I've fired many times. Subei nodded, with a hint of confidence in his tone. No. Who else have you fired? Freedom's eyes widened, and he said helplessly, why has this behavior been carried out so many times? Sometimes Freedom really wants to complain, but when he thought that Subei was the firstborn in the family, he felt that his life was over. Subei, trust me. Freedom swallowed his saliva, closed his eyes, removed the heaven's chains, and jumped up lightly. With a clang, the heaven's chain fell to the ground and disappeared. Then, the wooden pot sank and trembled slightly. Then, a poor little girl appeared on the wooden pot, crying for roasting. The clothes I wear are made of leaves from my mother's house. Don't worry. I can handle it. Ah. 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 Before Subei finished speaking, his right hand had already started to move. He picked up the wooden pot and started to stir the spoon. Ah. 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 That's not right. Shouldn't we simmer it over low heat first? How can it be so troublesome? Subei's previous plan was to paralyze Zio. Cooking with a high fire is the cure. Shake the spoon vigorously. Dizzy. Dizzy. No. Hold on. Can't hold on. Zio's head was shaken hard, and he felt that his butt was burned and painful. His head was dizzy again, and he was in a state of confusion and seeing stars. Increase the dosage and shake it again. Subei didn't care. His right hand shook out after images, and his left hand kept adding firewood to the fire. Cooking has to be fast, accurate and ruthless. The same goes for firing people. However, something that no one could have imagined happened. No. 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 Following the force and angle of the stir-fry, he narrowed his eyes, leaped out suddenly, and crashed out headfirst. Not good. Subei widened his eyes, looking at the flying vine that was crashing straight into his head, and quickly raised the pot. Bang. His head hit the wooden pot. There was a loud noise in the house, and gray smoke rose up. Clang. With two sounds, the wooden pot fell to the ground. Subei covered his chest and spurted out a mouthful of old blood. The smoke cleared. I saw Zio sitting on Subei's waist, knees pressed together, legs bent inward, rubbing the tears from the corners of his eyes, looking at Subei with an indifferent expression. His face flushed, and he stammered. It was a bit violent. It was scary. My brain moved on its own. I couldn't control it at all. You know, every part of my body has its own ideas. They are all absolutely free. Not to mention that you just had so much strength. You almost broke me. I would have. Get up. Oh. Zio quickly jumped up, his movements light and his face rosy. He looked much better. Subei looked down, looked at the burnt and broken gap in his abdomen, then looked at Zio, who was unharmed, and sighed heavily. Is it still curable? I feel it has been cured. Zio laughed, danced and started running around, jumping up and down. He looked energetic, but it was just an appearance. Subei glanced sideways, glanced at the gray soup floating in the pot beside him, compared with the dosage left after removal, and simply calculated that Zio would have to cook for at least 10 hours. I guess. Now the freedom can only be free for 1 minute. It can only be regarded as a last gasp. As Subei expected, after just 1 minute of freedom, the face turned pale, and he fell to the ground. After a while, his face became ferocious. He raised his feet and stuffed them into his mouth, biting and cursing. Damn it! Your useless broken feet. Run! Run! Why can't you run anymore? After Zio had been making a fuss for a while, Subei slowly came up, squatted beside Zio, and asked calmly, Are you still going to be treated? Zio held Subei's arm, his pale lips trembling slightly. Treat. I feel my brain is being polluted. And I can't see things clearly anymore. Are you still making trouble? Subei said calmly. No more trouble. No more trouble. Hurry up and save me. Brother Space. Zio shook Subei's arm. Are you still running? Subei asked calmly. Whoa. I'm dying. I'm dying. Please throw me into the pan. I'm dying. Zio pursed his lips. And there was some pleading in his tone. Seeing that Zio had completely calmed down, Subei picked up a wooden pot beside him and shoveled it under Zio but, remove the pot. Stir the spoon. Shake Zio to the right position. Turn on the fire. Add firewood. Stir fry. Subei, don't move. Zio, it's almost done. The butt is almost done. Hearing this, Subei hurriedly shook the spoon and tossed Zio back into the pot, with his hands and feet bent and stretched out, like a turtle with 4 legs facing up. Then he started to stir fry over high heat. Zio, I'm sweating a lot. The fire is too strong. Subei, maybe it's lard. Freedom, who are you calling a pig? Bastard. Subei flipped the pan again and started frying both sides, constantly throwing firewood to increase the fire. Bear with it. Of course, Subei's words had no effect, and even couldn't reach Freedom's ears. When Subei started to increase the amount of firewood, Freedom had already been roasted to the point of unconsciousness. In a trance, his saliva flowed all over the pot. He rolled his eyes and shouted incoherently, No! Something's wrong. It's going to be wrong. Slow down. Slow down. It's too fast. I'm going to be fried to death. Too big. The fire is too big. Turn it down. Turn it down quickly. Don't reach out. Bastard. Don't pass the firewood. It will be cooked. Woo-woo. I can't fry it anymore. I really can't fry it anymore. Chapter 607 News of Subei's death. Freedom's screams were heartbreaking and heartbreaking. But Subei's hard work was also worthy of praise and admiration. This was a hearty struggle of positions, an organized and planned anti-pollution and anti-evil action. This was the victory of the revolution. After a lot of hard work, Subei finally cooked Freedom and was so tired that he sat on the ground, sweating profusely. He wiped off the sweat and panted, when he was really exhausted, controlling the heat, adding firewood, stir-frying Freedom, extracting essence, and removing pollution. This series of projects requires energy, brainpower, and physical strength. So Subei looked very tired at this moment. Of course, Freedom was not that relaxed. At this moment, Freedom also looked delicious. Not delicious in the sense of meaning, but delicious in the sense of meaning. Because Freedom was ripe. It can be seen that Freedom's eyes were rolled back, and there was still a mosquito coil pattern in his eye sockets. His hands and arches were steamed red and pink by the fire, twisted and hooked like cooked shrimps. His colorful hair was fluffy and exploded like popcorn, and the breath he exhaled was hot and boiling, and it turned into dewdrops in the air as soon as it left his mouth. He kept repeating and whispering the same words. Don't fry it anymore. Don't fry it anymore. It's cooked. It's cooked. It's really going to be cooked. It can be seen that Freedom paid a huge price, and it was almost fried to death. Fortunately, the overall effect is very obvious. Subei fried a whole pot of fragrant black liquid, and there are quite a few essence particles stuck to the wooden pot, which are all residual abyss crystals, which have the wonderful effect of refining the characteristics of the abyss. It can be said that the harvest was quite rich. Subei counted the harvest, nodded continuously, and suddenly frowned. Something was wrong. Although most of the liquid in this pot came from the pollution of the abyss, a small part came from Freedom itself, or the sweat overflowing from the body after it was cooked, or the saliva flowing from the mouth when it was abnormal. Impurities are mixed with impurities. So can these impurities still be pure? Without thinking too much, Subei reached out and poured out the viscous liquid in the pot into the wooden basin prepared in advance. These liquids will eventually be fed to the fruit, so it doesn't matter if they are mixed with impurities. It has nothing to do with him anyway. After Subei poured out the filtrate, the abyss crystals condensed in the wooden pot gradually appeared. Its shape and distribution are different from before. The scattered dots have merged into a whole one, exuding a strong abyss breath. But this one is too big, about the size of an eyeball. It's not easy to swallow. Subei approached the abyss crystal, observed it, and after repeated consideration, gave up the idea of swallowing it. It's not because it's difficult to swallow. The main reason is that this abyss crystal was fried from Freedom, and has been combined with freedom for a whole 1,000 years. It's full of the taste and filtrate of freedom. It always feels weird to swallow it. Thinking of this, Subei stretched out his hand, intending to put this abyss crystal into his pocket. The moment he touched it, there was a hum sound. A turbid hot wind blew, and the familiar feeling of pollution came again. In front of Subei, a huge pair of eyes slowly emerged, with their backs to the original continent, looking down on the common people. Touching his authority is like being there in person. This is world-class authority. When a species reaches the end of the gods and takes a crucial step, it can obtain such power. For example, the former undead god. When Subei, who was at the peak of his powers, just said his name, his whole body would become skeletal, and he almost died in the kingdom of death. At this moment, Subei's finger touched the abyss crystal, and changes occurred. The abyss apostle opened his eyes. The surroundings were collapsing, and the space was collapsing. Subei's body was sunken, and a dark light gathered in the center of his eyes. This is an unstoppable killing move. Those who are hit by this move fall into confusion and babbling, fall into the abyss, and become the abyss. Normal people will fall into extreme fear and fidget when facing this scene. But strangely, Subei and the abyss apostle's current demeanor and position seem to have switched. You can see that the abyss apostle is roaring furiously and constantly inputting extremely ugly and despicable insults. The language is a type that has never appeared before, but it can be automatically translated into explanations that Subei can understand. Are you done yet? I ask. What are you doing? You don't think I'm a pushover, do you? I advise you to be careful and don't provoke me too much. Otherwise you will surely die. I am the infinite abyss, one of the countless worlds in the future, a unique existence among the extraterritorial races. And I have countless relatives, friends, brothers and sisters that you will never meet in your lifetime. I advise you to surrender quickly. Otherwise when I come, I will kill you. There were a lot of words, and the content was very dirty. But after Subei's brain translated this language, he actually felt a little cute, like a hysterical madman. He outputted some meaningless trash to Subei. In Subei's impression, only Lilizi would often do this. Apostle of the Abyss can be regarded as Lilizi's second. In this way, Apostle of the Abyss is no different from Lilizi, both of whom will cry and make a fuss to threaten Subei when they can't beat them. The only difference is that Lilizi tries her best just to kick Subei, while Apostle of the Abyss tries her best to beat Subei. But can the Abyss Apostle do it? Maybe. However, Subei looked calm and even yawned. He looked up calmly and watched the Abyss Apostle gather his own killer move. Abyss World Skill. Sea of Consciousness Fall. Before he finished speaking, another wave came from behind, slashing from the end of Subei's right-hand sword, spreading and bursting. The sorrow of the god of war. Buzz. A collision occurred. Subei's right hand kept moving, maintaining the slashing action, and his left hand skillfully formed a formation, transmitting the destruction to the far north. A nuclear bomb was sent to the guys in the far north. But this time, a new change appeared. The Sea of Consciousness Falling is no longer weak. This abyss crystal contains too much power. Enough for the Abyss Apostle to complete a complete world skill. The Sea of Consciousness Falling has never been a pure killing skill. Its killing move is hidden in the second level of change. The dark light suddenly spread out, like a snake swimming around, penetrating and slashing, passing through many obstacles, and all drilling into Subei's body and closing. Hit. Boom. With a sound, Subei's shirt exploded. Black bubbles exploded on his body, and the power in his body began to reorganize. The pollution of the abyss swept through Subei's body like a virus. In the blink of an eye, Subei's entire upper body turned into flowing liquid, gradually turning into the abyss. When you look at the abyss is also looking at you. The Apostle of the Abyss. His eyes curved and he laughed wantonly. Ha ha ha. I won after all. Never mind. There is nothing to be happy about. To me, you are just a small fry, an ant in my hand. You can only provoke me more by relying on the world barrier. From now on, you will walk this world on my behalf, spread the abyss, and pass on my faith. The projection of the Apostle of the Abyss dissipated. As for Freedom, Subei glanced sideways, looking at Freedom, who had lost the ability to resist, and was lying on the side digesting the after effects of being fried. Freedom had woken up early. He watched with red eyes. And although he was weak all over, he still stood up with his weak body. Approached Sube little by little. Grasped the corner of his clothes with his right hand. And opened his mouth slightly. What? What is this? Are you okay? You are polluted. More seriously than me. What can I do? Zio was incoherent. A little confused. And spoke nonsense. I'm fine. Sube opened his mouth, and a turbid black air blew out. What can I do to save you? I call the other sisters. I call Sister Life. I call Sister Elements. I ask Sister Wisdom. There must be a way. It will be okay. Zio wiped his tears, and spoke intermittently. The more he spoke, the sadder he became. Tears. Click, click, click. Falling down. I'm really fine. Sube said in a daze. As he spoke, he exhaled another foul breath. And Sube's face was visibly pale. And his breath was weak. Don't talk nonsense. You are almost dying. You wait for me. You must wait for me obediently. I will save you. You must be fine. We are the best sister. Brother and sister. I will save you. As the words came, a mouthful of warm foul air was exhaled, hitting Sube's face. Zio wiped away his tears, and seeing Sube's miserable state, he quickly jumped into the void and disappeared. After a while of freedom, Sube finally came back to his senses and said in a daze, No. I'm really fine. Sube has mugwort in his body, simulating the system of the entire Abyss world. So how could he not be able to deal with the Abyss weirdness? It's just that this time the authority released by the Abyss Apostle was too heavy, causing mugwort to be unable to digest it all at once. So Sube had a certain physiological reaction. But if it can't be digested all at once, it can be digested in 2 times. After a while, the Abyss pollution on Sube's body gradually disappeared, and the weirdness subsided. Soon, all the abnormalities disappeared completely. This means that the mugwort has absorbed all the pollution in the Abyss. Seeing this, Sube clenched his fist, looked at the skin on the back of his hand that kept breaking, and sighed slightly. This body is still too weak. Sube roughly estimated that if the Abyss Apostle used 50% more authority, his body would most likely be overwhelmed and completely cracked, causing the mugwort kingdom in his body to break out. If so, the kingdom in his body might fail. It's time to plan ahead. I still need to exercise. Sube sighed and murmured, stepped out of the Freedom House, and returned to his room. On the other side, after witnessing Sube's miserable condition, Freedom knocked on the doors of all the sisters one by one. Since Life was not at home, he first came to the Element House. Element Sister. Space Brother. Sister is in trouble. He is seriously injured. The injury is very serious. Go and save him. What? Space is injured? Hearing this, Element's expression was solemn and responded seriously, Don't worry. Let's call Lucky for help. He must have a way to deal with this matter. As he spoke, Element pulled up Freedom and knocked on the door of Lucky's house. Sister Lucky, Space is dying. We need your strength. What? Sister Space is dying? Lucky stood up hurriedly. I have lost too much power recently, so I may need to ask Wisdom for help. He usually has many ways. As he spoke, Lucky pulled up Freedom, and Element knocked on the door of Wisdom's house together. Sister Wisdom, Space is dying. Come and think of a solution with us. What? Sister Space is dead? Wisdom was extremely shocked. For a moment, he could not accept the sudden sadness. He screamed, Call Sister Death. When someone dies, you have to call Sister Death. She knows death best. Hearing this, a group of people hurriedly knocked on the door of Death's house. Sister Death, Space is dead. Come with us to save people. The newly born Death didn't understand anything. He watched dumbly as several sisters lifted him up and marched into the heart of the World Tree, inside the house. At this moment, Sube was brushing his teeth. After hearing the noise, he was so scared that his body trembled, and he accidentally spit a mouthful of mouthwash on the fruit. No. What noise? Sube yawned and opened the door. He looked at the sisters who were crying and wailing outside the house, with a dull look on his face. The sisters came forward one by one, hugged Sube tightly, and kept saying some strange words. Space Sister, I'm here to see you. Space Sister, you died so tragically. Woo woo. Space Sister, I hurt you. Space Sister, I will never pick the mushrooms in your bowl again. I will burn them all back to you in the future. Space sister. I will guide your soul and bury you. Su-bei, ? Chapter 608 Elemental Understanding of the Study of Things to Gain Knowledge. Chapter 608 Elemental Understanding of the Study of Things to Gain Knowledge. It's fine if they're messing around. But why are you messing around with them? Su-bei's eyes slightly widened. And he glared at the element in front of him, who didn't dare to look him in the eye. I make it clear in advance that I didn't spread rumors. I've always said that I was injured. Elemental sat next to Su-bei and explained calmly. Then why are you crying? Su-bei asked with a sidelong glance. Please don't say that. Elemental's eyes staggered inadvertently. And he said seriously, this is not the case. Please don't spread rumors about me. Brother Space. Brother. Come to think of it, this is not the first time Su-bei has heard such a name. Before, Zio had called him brother. Do you accept my identity now? Su-bei sighed. Yuan retracted his gaze, looked Su-bei up and down, and nodded, shameless brother. In order to satisfy his inner desires, disguised himself as a girl and mingled with the sisters every day, blending in, to satisfy his Lolita fetish. So, he is a pervert. Right? Absolutely not. Su-bei denied seriously. I have never admitted that my gender is male or female. But you have never denied that you are the elder sister. Yuan glanced at him inadvertently and replied calmly. It doesn't matter. Su-bei waved his hand, intending to skip this topic. It really doesn't matter. No matter what. We are still the closest siblings. Yuan nodded. He did not alienate Su-bei because of this. To put it bluntly, even if the genders are different, they have lived together for nearly 10,000 years. And this sincere and deep relationship cannot be faked. It doesn't matter whether they are boys or girls, or whether they are sisters. After the heart-to-heart talk, Yuansu suddenly lowered his head, moved closer to Su-bei, looked at Su-bei several times, and said mysteriously, Brother Space, I recently understood a truth. What? Su-bei raised his eyes. Yuansu said, I found that everything in the world has its own laws and principles. These principles and laws are hidden in the mountains, rivers, plants, souls and bodies. Then what? Su-bei asked calmly. We can understand the nature of rocks by observing mountains, feel the waves by observing oceans, and learn to fly by observing birds. Element kept describing and talking, and suddenly concluded, what you observe is what you get. Really? Su-bei nodded. This is not only the basic knowledge of the original continent, but also the outside world. Element smiled slightly. Moreover, the more special and powerful the species we observe, the more precious the secrets contained in it are. And the more taboos there are, the more precious the gains will be. Su-bei's eyes began to flicker, and he felt that something was wrong. What do you mean? So, I understand the truth. Element's eyes condensed, and he said word by word, everything in the world can't escape 4 words. G, Wu, Ji, Shi. What? Su-bei was startled, and couldn't help but clench and unclench his right hand, keeping a calm posture and breathing steadily. He thought that his inner voice was heard, and subconsciously looked around to find the trace of wisdom. Su-bei couldn't believe what he heard was true. This was too scary. He had gone through countless reincarnations to comprehend the forbidden knowledge, but it took Element less than 10,000 years to master it. Element's desire and enthusiasm for research were indeed unmatched, and his talent was even better than that of the other sisters. No wonder he was able to plant trees with his body in the future and become the world tree. I think he must have turned the world tree upside down, seeing such a big reaction in the space in front of him. Element showed a strange expression. Your reaction? Is there something wrong with my idea? Su-bei raised his head and slowly regained his composure. No. My reaction means. Speaking of this, Su-bei raised his thumb and faced Yuansu. You can find this truth. You are this. Brother. You are too kind. Yuansu's eyes lit up slightly, and this feeling of being recognized made him very happy. Hearing this, Yuansu's right hand palm inadvertently rested on Su-bei's arm, and finally put forward his truest thoughts. In this case, Brother Space, can I give you a lesson? Su-bei's body stiffened. The element became more aggressive and raised the stakes, slowly approaching, his eyes flashing with scarlet light that Su-bei could not understand, and his pupils reflected the color of extreme desire contained in the sickness. I am very interested in you. I always feel that your authority is not just space. You have a secret that attracts me very much. I see the authority of time that has never appeared in you. And the fascinating smell of mother. The palm of the element that touched Su Bei's arm was slowly moving along Su Bei's body and stopped at his heart. Please help me, brother. I'm willing to do anything. How? Su Bei asked tentatively. I want to study it inside and out. And it would be best if I could take some blood and hair. This is obviously not possible. The body of a god contains the most essential power of the god. Once it is thoroughly analyzed, any moves and flaws will be exposed under the other party's eyes. And even the authority will be divided. Not to mention that Su Bei's secret is extremely special, involving the forbidden kingdom of God that can affect the future process. The existence of mugwort cannot be detected by the elements, and the power of the abyss cannot be exposed to the public. Su Bei didn't think about it, and slapped his palm on his chest. Su Bei shook his head. No. The element sighed. Is the relationship still unfamiliar? Su Bei said calmly, maybe. The element pursed his lips in grievance. Brother has never loved us. Su Bei said calmly, maybe. The element moved closer. Brother doesn't like the element? Su Bei moved away a little, maybe. After a quick question and answer session, Su Bei thought for a moment and explained, this is different. If I say I want to fight you, you won't agree. Now? Element suddenly felt happy. What? As soon as the words fell, Element was halfway through tearing off the corner of his clothes. Su Bei's expression froze instantly, and he stepped on the ground with one foot to establish a coordinate system, and left his house in the blink of an eye. The next second, there was a sound of snap. A branch hit Su Bei's original position. On the side, Element looked at the empty seat in front of him. His scarlet eyes and flushed face gradually faded. His breathing began to stabilize, and he nodded thoughtfully. After a while, he sighed and left the room. As for Su Bei, he had slipped out of the World Tree area and was sitting in an unknown cave roasting goose. No! Who adjusted Element to this? Su Bei couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't figure it out. The changes in the innate gods were too fast. After not being in touch for a while, the sisters' temperament and strength have changed greatly. Their cognition is constantly updated and transformed with a change of vision and realm. This change may be good in general, but it is not good for Su Bei. For example, the current element. His behavior and thoughts are not understood by Su Bei now. What the element said is serious. He wants to compare with Su Bei, and his belief in studying things to gain knowledge is also true. He devoted himself to scientific research and even abandoned the constraints of ethics and morality in his subconscious mind, liberating the ethical nature between men and women. It can be said that the element's realm of thought is much higher than Su Bei. Su Bei admires him very much, but he can't accept it. Just because Su Bei is still an innocent little boy. He is a boy, not a man. Chapter 609, Hospitality Blood Ancestor. Thinking about it, Su Bei hurriedly shook his head, forced to put aside these useless thoughts, and focused his mind on the roast goose in front of him. The roast goose smelled very good. The question is, where did the roast goose come from? Su Bei was stunned, turned the roast goose in his hand over the charcoal grill, and pondered in confusion. At this moment, angry words came from Su Bei's side. You are very brave, and your courage is commendable. If you dare to eat my food, you will stay and serve as my rations. Su Bei looked up. In front of him, a pair of wings spread out, covering the sky and the sun. A huge bat with fangs in its mouth and exposed skin opened its mouth and roared with a fierce smile. So that's it. He ran to someone else's house and snatched someone else's staple food. Who are you? Su Bei asked politely. A little familiar, but not too familiar. On the Blood River, on the Bloody Island. I am the great god who controls blood and fire poison. Forget it. Don't talk about it. The other party took too long to talk, and Su Bei interrupted him before he finished listening. I'm not interested. I just sit for a while. Don't bother me. Ha ha. Wonderful. Really wonderful. Blood Ancestor pointed with a smile, and looked at Su Bei's struggling appearance, and laughed so hard that he covered his abdomen. Every time I see you inferior human god showing such presumptuous expressions, I get excited and start looking forward to breaking your limbs and watching you scream and beg for mercy after gradually becoming desperate. Which god are you nearby? As he asked, Blood Ancestor shook his head and waved his hands, imitating Su Bei's previous actions, and sneered disdainfully, forget it. No matter if you are the grass god, the god of forests and nature, Or the god of flowers. What does it matter? It's nothing more than a decent death. This sounds too crazy. Su-bei looked up curiously, glanced at the newly born mythical species, and asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Looking carefully, the other party seemed to be pure blood. Perhaps a first-generation mythical species, with limited potential, estimated to be born more than 3,000 years ago, and limited age. Compared with Su-bei, he can only be regarded as a childish child, because Su-bei is always 18 years old. "I'm afraid of you?" The blood ancestor laughed until tears flowed, and slapped his knees hard. "Do you know who I am? I am the blood ancestor, the only true god within a million miles, the leader of the 4 rings of the world tree. Who is not afraid of me? Who should I be afraid of? Blood ancestor?" Su-bei was stunned for a moment. "No. Where is my spatial coordinate system? It has only moved less than 1 grid." Su-bei fell into a brief thought, searching for the memory of the blood ancestor in his mind until it slowly overlapped with the unruly bat in front of him. Blood ancestor, the blood clan god, can only be regarded as a second-rate level in the god era. The only feature is that it has a strong ability to spread and can create a large number of followers. According to history, blood ancestor will have a touching love-hate relationship with light in the future. Specifically, he was almost beaten to death by light. Compared with the arrogant face of blood ancestor in later generations, blood ancestor at this moment can be said to be even worse, with only 2 words revealed all over his body. Arrogant. Looking at blood ancestor's arrogant attitude, Su-bei asked with a smile, "Do you know who I am?" Brain teasers? Blood ancestor was not impatient at all, and planned to play with his prey, hunt it down when the other party was most satisfied, and eat it beautifully. This is how bats treat their guests. So, blood ancestor sat in front of Su-bei, looking at the weak ant in front of him, who was trying to suppress his fear and pretend to be calm, squinting his eyes and chuckling, without exposing him. Teasing, there are not many gods nearby. Only more than 5,000, most of which have only half of their divine power condensed. So they are not to be feared. And among the remaining half, there are even fewer gods, who usually walk in the world in human form. Are you one of them? Su-bei thought for a moment, not quite understanding how far the nearby that blood ancestor said was. The world tree should be considered nearby. Right? So? Su-bei nodded. I think so. The blood ancestor smiled even more, seeing Su-bei's hesitation, and concluded, looking at your hesitation and thinking, it should be that you have just condensed your godhood not long ago. So you are not sure which half you are in. Then the answer is obvious. There are only a handful of gods, who have become gods recently. As he said this, the blood ancestor shook his head and said the answer in his mind under Su-bei's curious eyes. You have a close relationship with the god of space. You are a new god who has just squeezed into the ranks of gods in recent years, and has only perfected one of the 5 items of gods. You are the grave god, with the authority to dig graves, and share some authority in space. Su-bei was shocked, and he almost let the blood ancestor guess it. It's a pity that he was just a little bit off. But what kind of god is this grave god? Is it a god who lives on tributes? Su-bei was puzzled and waved his hand to deny, just a little bit off. This made the blood ancestor burn brain cells, thinking hard, and asked in doubt, could you be the god of Queen's sister? The one who imitated the god of Lolita and found a new way to become a god? This god is quite amazing. He can transform his opponent into a queen, which makes the opponent unable to adapt to the change of his body shape, and his moves frequently go wrong. This is a lower-level god of the god of Lolita. His authority is very terrifying. Only 1 level lower than the god of Lolita. If it is this god, Shuezu thinks he should be courteous. No. There is this god? Su-bei was puzzled and asked in confusion, whose subordinate is this? It can be regarded as the dependent of the goddess of life. Shuezu gave the answer. Su-bei suddenly realized. No wonder. But if he could gather the 2 gods, the god of Lolita and the god of Royal Sister, his life would be over. This means that the gods under him could become Lolita and Royal Sister at any time. And there would not be a male. The yin is strong and the yang is weak, which leads to the excessive yin in the kingdom of life, which is really not good. Seeing that Su-bei still wanted to continue chatting, the blood ancestor sneered and shook his head, stopped playing, stretched out his right hand, and the blood in the palm of his right hand condensed, and the terrifying fluctuations were shrouded in it. Okay, I've had enough fun. And the chat ends here. The blood ancestor grinned and stretched out his hand, grasping Subei. This move is called blood grip, which is a blood-related divine skill that he has learned for thousands of years. It is considered a top-level killing move. Once the prey is touched, the prey's power will be extracted, along with the blood. This is also the ultimate secret of the blood ancestor's ability to dominate the world tree within the fourth ring after entering the realm of gods. Seeing this, Subei nodded. He has almost recovered. It is time to leave here. In the future, as long as he avoids the elements, his life will still be very comfortable. Thinking about it, Subei nodded. Okay. I go then. I immediately reached out his hand and shook hands with the blood ancestor's right hand. At the same time, Subei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I didn't expect the blood ancestor to be so polite. Not only was he willing to answer his questions, but he would often smile while talking to express his goodwill. Especially, he was willing to shake hands with him before leaving. He was really warm and hospitable. Except that his tone was a little arrogant. There seemed to be nothing wrong with other aspects. The hands gradually approached. The blood ancestor grinned wantonly. Subei smiled slightly. The smiles were similar. Both were enough to scare a child to tears. The palms touched. In an instant, the blood in Subei's body surged, and his whole body was hot, as if a cupping jar had been pulled out, and a stream of heat rushed straight to the top of his head. It was quite refreshing. At the same moment, the blood ancestor trembled all over. Hot sweat came out of his back, and an extremely majestic shadow appeared in front of the retina of his eyes, and he saw an extremely huge pupil in a trance. And he actually stretched out his hand to this pupil, intending to provoke this extremely terrifying god. I don't know how long it has been. When the panic faded like a tide, blood ancestor realized that he had kneeled on the ground without knowing when, and the ground was soaked with sweat. Looking up in confusion, he seemed to see a mountain towering into the clouds, and on the top of the mountain stood a god with his back to the world, as if he was high above. Chapter 6:10 Farewell. Age of the Gods. 4,000th year. This year, I don't know how many generations of death have been reborn. Looking at this strange yet familiar environment, feeling vague yet deep memories, he has a lot of feelings. Finally, he decided to leave here and find the meaning of existence. On an unknown night, after Death visited several sisters one after another, he knocked on the door of Subei's house. Brother Space. Subei opened the door and looked at the little Death, who had not yet grown up at the door. He immediately looked around and scanned his eyes, guarding against the elements that suddenly attack from time to time, and quietly welcomed Death into the house. After entering the house, Subei made a pot of tea for Death and asked calmly, "Are you ready to go?" "Yes." Death nodded timidly. "Memories and recollections are more like a burden to me. Days like this make me unable to distinguish the meaning of my existence. I want to travel to various worlds. I want to open up a kingdom of God that belongs to me alone." Subei pondered and tried. "Where do you plan to settle down in the end?" Death fell into confusion. After thinking about it, he slowly gave an answer. "I don't know. I will settle down wherever I stop in the end. I will regard this as the ultimate purpose of the trip. Besides, Death begs Brother Space to take good care of everyone. This is my last request." The little Death knelt down in front of Subei, bowed, and touched his forehead to the ground. Subei was stunned for a long time, then nodded. "I will. Take care of yourself." Death said goodbye and left. 7,000 years after the birth of the gods, Death, who had been with the sisters for 7,000 years, left. He is the third innate god who said he does not plan to come back after fate and life. He is also the first innate god who is willing to take the initiative to say goodbye to everyone. For this, Subei can only bless you. But this is just the beginning. After bidding farewell to Death for 1,000 years, Lucky followed the footsteps of Death. In the age of gods, 5,000 years, Lucky followed his inner expectations and embarked on the road to leave home. On the same night, when everyone was asleep, Lucky secretly knocked on the door of Subei's house. Inside the house, Subei sighed softly, waved his hand, and took Lucky into the house. "Have you thought about it?" Subei said calmly. "If you don't leave here, I can protect you for life. But once you leave here, the world is so big that it's hard for me to protect you." Lucky nodded without hesitation. Sister Fate has a great dream. She wants to keep the world running, protect the world in the most reasonable direction, and achieve sustainable development. And this requires my strength. With fate and luck, the trajectory of the entire river of fate will flow towards the most perfect arc. Is that so? Has she been here before? Su Bei sighed. Su Bei was talking about fate. Only fate can persuade Lucky. Sister Fate has advised me. But I was not convinced. Lucky smiled and clenched his fist, because this is also my ideal. The development of the world cannot avoid fate. But fate only picks on the unfortunate, which is unreasonable. Sister Fate is very hard alone. I want to help her. Su Bei nodded. Lucky, like the death before, kneeled on the ground with his knees together, bowed to the bottom, and touched his forehead to the ground. Brother Kong Kong, I leave the family to you. You must take good care of everyone. Okay. Have a safe trip. Goodbye. Su Bei broke his vow for the first time and drank mushroom soup early. Parting always happens inadvertently. But we never know that the next time we meet, we may meet in battle. Su Bei sighed, jumped and sat on the top of the world tree, looking at the environment around him that had changed, and felt a lot of emotions. Su Bei raised the bowl to the bright moon, drank it all in one gulp, and whispered softly, "Are you sad too?" No one answered, and the wind didn't come. Occasionally, the treetop shook, as if in response.